Chapter 1: The Retribution of a Momentary Pleasure. It's all your fault. You only cared about your own pleasure. I asked you to wear it, but you refused to wear it. At the door of the B ultrasound room of Binhai City Maternal and Child Hospital, a woman was complaining. She is wearing a mask. She was wearing a white cotton coat, a beige long skirt, and a pair of fleece tights. Even without seeing her face, you can tell that she is in a bad mood at the moment. Su Yang, given our current family financial situation, we simply cannot afford to support another child. The man named Su Yang standing next to the woman did not speak. He looked at the big screen in the ultrasound waiting room from time to time. The woman's name was displayed on it, and there were 7 people in front of her. It was still half an hour before the hospital closed for lunch. The man was a little anxious. There are currently 3 B ultrasound rooms open. 7 people in half an hour, it seems they can still get their turn before the noon break. But Su Yang noticed. There are 3 B ultrasound rooms. It takes nearly 15 minutes or even longer for a pregnant woman who enters room number 1 to come out. Most of the people who go to room 1 are here for 4-dimensional scans. Even after the hospital closed for lunch, there were still doctors on duty to continue performing ultrasounds. But if there is only one doctor on duty, it will take a longer time if there is a naughty little angel in the mother's belly. It would probably take an hour for them to wait for their turn. Su Yang naturally wanted to finish the B ultrasound before the hospital closed at noon. After all, you still have to take the test report to see a doctor. If you can't make it in time, you'll have to wait until the afternoon. Su Yang only took half a day off and had to rush back to the company in the afternoon, otherwise he would definitely be scolded by his supervisor for various reasons. Su Yang, did you hear me talking to you? The woman sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Honey, I'm listening. Su Yang quickly turned his attention to the woman. Su Yang has always felt guilty towards his wife Su Wei. At the beginning, she married me without hesitation despite her family's opposition. And he also vowed to make her live a good life. Unfortunately, no matter how many oaths you make, you still can't withstand the beating of reality. After 6 years of marriage, Su Wei gave birth to 2 sons for him. Over the past 6 years, the two have had frictions over trivial matters in life and their children. Although their dream of becoming rich was not realized, after years of hard work, they still bought a house in the city of Binhai City. Even though they will become house slaves for the next 20 years, at least they have a roof over their heads, and they are satisfied with that. Compared with people of their age, it is pretty good that they have their own house. Since they already have 2 China construction banks in their family, they naturally don't dare to think about responding to the national call to have a 3rd child. What a horrible thing this is. When they had their first child, they thought about not having any more. After all, it is easy to give birth but difficult to raise a child. But when I go out and see other people holding hands with their daughters, I think to myself, why not take a gamble? Maybe I can have both a son and a daughter, making a good family. Then they really gambled. The result was another one with a handle. So they completely gave up the idea of having a daughter. Just when they wanted to maintain their current lives, Su Yang's momentary pleasure accidentally resulted in a death. Su Yang, why don't you just abort it? When her relatives didn't come at the usual time, Su Wei knew she had been tricked again. She has been thinking a lot these days. After 6 years of hard work, her 2 sons finally went to kindergarten. She wanted to give it a try while she was still young. I don't want to become rich, but at least I'll try my best to live a comfortable life. Su Wei and Su Yang were college classmates and they confirmed their relationship during their junior year. After working for a year after graduation, the relationship between the two was still stable, so they decided to get married. Su Yang is not a domineering president, and she is not a rich girl, but her family's financial conditions are relatively good, which leads to her parents' disapproval. But lovers in love do not know how expensive food, rice, oil, and salt are. They only know that love is enough to satisfy their hunger. Even though her family opposed it, she got married without hesitation. When we first got married and were just the 2 of us, our relationship was still stable and sweet. Friction arose with the birth of the eldest son. Su Wei didn't regret it. Although there were frictions, we didn't really argue. Su Wei was indeed a little resentful about this accident because it disrupted all her plans. Su Yang, what do you decide to do? Just as Su Yang was about to speak, he heard the speaker in the ultrasound waiting room sound. Number 39 Su Wei, please go to room 2. Su Yang quickly stood up and said, it's your turn. After saying that, Su Yang looked up at the time. It was 11:46, so he could still get the ultrasound report before the hospital closed. After Su Wei went in, Su Yang was waiting outside. Thinking back to what she had just said, Su Yang was also hesitant. With their current income, they simply cannot afford to support them. The two sons are indeed in kindergarten, but when they bought the house, they didn't have to consider the housing crisis near the public kindergarten. The elementary school in the house I currently live in is a public one, and there is also a public junior high school nearby, but the kindergarten is not a public one. Kindergarten is not included in compulsory education, and since it is a private kindergarten, the fee is naturally not low. For two children, each of them needs 8,000 yuan per semester, which is 32,000 yuan per year. This is a huge expense. Su Yang's current salary is 8,000 plus commission. At the end of a month, I can't save much money at all, and I'm lucky enough not to be in debt. This is the retribution for seeking temporary pleasure. Su Yang still feels very regretful. He felt great. But it was Su Wei who suffered. Standing at the door of the ultrasound room number 1, Su Yang was not unfamiliar with this place. When I had my eldest and second son, I never missed any of them for prenatal checkups. When Su Wei was pregnant with her first son and had her first prenatal checkup, he was excited. After all, he's a dad. When she was pregnant with her second son, she was looking forward to having a daughter. Anyone who wants to have a second child wants to have both a son and a daughter. But now, he was feeling conflicted. Not long after, the door of the B ultrasound room opened and Su Yang hurried forward. How many weeks? Su Yang asked cautiously. He knew that Su Wei was not in a very good mood now, which was completely different from when she was pregnant with her first son. 7 weeks. Su Wei handed over the ultrasound report in her hand. See for yourself. Su Yang knew how to read the ultrasound report. After all, he was the father of 2 children. Su Yang took a look at the diagnosis report. It says at the front that everything is normal and the embryo has been formed. But there is one last word. Early intrauterine pregnancy twins. Su Yang was stunned. Twin? Su Wei nodded. For a moment, Su Yang felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 2 Layoffs. Outside the hospital. Both Su Yang and Su Wei felt a little melancholy. Logically speaking, being pregnant with twins is something to be excited about. Especially Su Yang. According to his family history, there is no such gene for twins. So this gene comes from Su Wei's family. What now? Su Wei looked at Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the ultrasound report. What do you want to do? Su Wei was a little angry. You are the one who caused this death, why are you kicking the ball back to me? Su Yang scratched the back of his head and hesitated. How about giving birth to the baby? If you have 2 babies at once, how are you going to raise them? Or. Su Yang didn't think about what was said next. He knew that if he said those words at this time, it would probably make his wife even more upset. Why don't we eat first and discuss it when we get back in the evening? Su Wei didn't want to be angry with Su Yang either. But this unexpected pregnancy disrupted all her plans. It is even possible that all plans for this life will be disrupted. If the first baby was twins, she would be so happy. This is her 3rd child, twins. Even if she is responding to the national call, she is still exceeding the limit. Don't you have to go to the company this afternoon? Go back first. We can talk about anything in the evening. Su Yang had just arrived at the company in the afternoon and hadn't even sat down when his supervisor Huang Chang came over. Su Yang, you are 10 minutes late. Su Yang hurriedly said, Manager, when I first came here, the road on Market Street was under construction and it was blocked for a while, so I arrived late. Huang Chang patted Su Yang on the shoulder and said, You asked for leave this morning. Is there something going on at home? Yes, there is something going on. I am accompanying my wife to the hospital. But it's nothing serious, just a checkup. I'm glad you're okay. Huang Chang just said a few words and left. This left Su Yang confused. Under normal circumstances, Huang Chang would always find fault with him from time to time. It's not because he watched too many short videos of Huang Chang playing the domineering president, but because Huang Chang originally planned to introduce a classmate to the position of Su Yang. Unexpectedly, his classmate only had a high school diploma and did not meet the entry requirements for the company. It just so happened that Su Yang had submitted his resume at that time and had experience in this area, so the HR manager accepted him. Su Yang didn't know about this before. He only found out about it when Huang Chang let the secret slip after drinking a few extra glasses of wine at last year's annual meeting. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Su Yang. But Huang Chang said that his classmate quit his previous company and came here, but he did not join the company and lost his previous job. Later, he interviewed several companies, but the salary was not as high as before, so he complained to Huang Chang. It is said that their relationship deteriorated. Huang Chang knew he was in the wrong and had nowhere to vent his anger, so he took it out on Su Yang. Ever since he joined the company, he always finds fault from time to time. Huang Chang didn't do anything too extreme, otherwise Su Yang wouldn't have been able to work in the company until now. However, Huang Chang's behavior today made him feel strange. It was not until half an hour later that Su Yang knew what was going on. He was laid off. The reason is that the company's business has not been doing well recently and it needs to lay off employees. The layoffs were not targeted at him alone, several other people were also attacked. However, the company is a large and formal one, and the compensation was paid for 6 months. When he learned that he was laid off, Su Yang was still stunned. Although he had thought about quitting his job more than a dozen times before because Huang Chang often found fault with him. When I thought about having to support my family, including expenses such as mortgage and car loans, I finally endured it. A base salary of 8,000 plus performance-based commission, which can reach 18,000 when it's high. Even when it was low, it was still around 11,000 or 12,000. In the current depressed environment, based on his work experience, it is not impossible for him to find a job paying 8,000 yuan. But he still felt it was a bit difficult to earn 18,000 yuan occasionally. Although he was laid off, he officially resigned at the end of the month. There are still 2 days left until the end of the month. In other words, he will be out of work in 2 days. I worked the whole afternoon in a daze. When he got off work, Huang Chang came over inside. Su Yang, I actually helped to speak up about the layoffs this time, but as you can see, the company has indeed been in a downturn in the past 2 years. Although I was not laid off, my salary was reduced. Su Yang didn't know whether Huang Chang was the one who obstructed or added fuel to the fire in this layoff, but he didn't want to speculate too much. Huang Chang is just a supervisor after all. In a large company like this, he can't make any decision if the company wants to lay off employees. On the bus, Su Yang was feeling a little depressed. I was sitting in the last row. Because I was in a bad mood and I got up earlier than usual in the morning and didn't take a break at noon, I felt sleepy and took a nap leaning on the edge of the chair. During this sleep, Su Yang had a long dream. Beep. The sound of a horn woke Su Yang up. Su Yang glanced outside and saw the driver getting ready to drive, so he quickly shouted, "It's coming." After getting off the car, Su Yang was still thinking about what he had just dreamed about. Then the memories in the dream overlapped with the memories in reality. In his dream, he lived in a place called Earth. On Earth, he was also treated like a beast of burden. Because of an accident, he came to the current blue planet and his soul was reborn in a newborn baby. And lives till now. Just a nap made Su Yang feel like he had been dreaming for 1,000 years. Suddenly, there were many memories in my mind that I didn't have on Blue Star. Su Yang didn't pay much attention to it and just thought it was just a dream. Compared to the dream, he was now thinking about how he was going to tell Su Wei about being laid off. Before going to work in the afternoon, he was still thinking about how lucky a person has to be able to conceive twins, and he considered gritting his teeth and giving birth to them. Now, I hardly even consider it anymore. Bite. It was detected that the host was ready to give up. In order to save itself, the baby started the simple labor system. The baby is forced to merge, and the host has no right to refuse. Fusion complete. System? Su Yang didn't expect that the system would come at this time. System, come out and have a chat. What's going on with your plain and simple labor system? The system said nothing and threw a manual over. As long as the host works hard, he can participate in the lottery when the labor value reaches 100. The rest needs to be explored by the host. Above. It is indeed plain and simple, even the instruction manual is just a simple sentence. But this also speaks to the core content. Although the system does not clearly state which type of labor can obtain labor value, Su Yang does not have to worry about it. As long as it can be recognized by the system, there will definitely be a prompt. Su Yang was very excited. I completely forgot about the frustration of being laid off. Wiping his face, Su Yang tried to look more energetic. When he was about to return to the community, Su Yang thought of his two sons' love for grilled sausages. I usually think that most of them are starch sausages, so I don't usually buy them for them to eat. I came to the system today and I have to buy two. At the same time, I thought of Su Wei, who likes to eat fried food. Like fried chicken fillets and fried chicken steaks. Fragrant and crispy. Without saying a word, I got one back. After returning home, Su Yang only saw Su Wei sitting on the sofa, but did not see his two sons. Both of them are still in kindergarten and their classes end around 4 o'clock. Normally, they would be fighting over the remote control or the toys. The second kid loses almost every time. So the second boy developed a good voice. Su Yang put the things on the table. "Where's your son?" "After school, I sent her to my grandmother's house." Su Yang immediately guessed that Su Wei had something to say. "Su Yang, I'm going to abort it." Chapter 3. I'm going to take this bath. If it was half an hour ago, Su Yang would also be conflicted, but it is different now. Give birth. Su Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, "If she really gave birth, how would you raise her? What if there are two girls?" Su Wei said unhappily, "What if it's two boys again? Continue to be raised as pigs?" Roll. Su Wei was so angry that she laughed. Then Su Wei asked seriously, "Are you really going to give birth to the baby?" "Yes." Su Yang sat next to Su Wei and put his arm around her shoulders. "I have a feeling that this time it will definitely be two girls. TSK, you also had a premonition about the second child being a girl, but it turned out to be a boy. Now you have a premonition again. I'm really afraid that it will be two boys again. It's simply going to kill me." "No, this time my premonition is stronger than last time." Su Yang looked at Su Wei. "Think about it, there are only two kids in the family, and both of them will go back to their parents' home to visit relatives on the second day of the Chinese New Year. By then, the two kids will go with their wives on the second day of the Chinese New Year, and there will be only two of us left at home. If I had two daughters, wouldn't the second day of the New Year be very lively?" Su Wei pursed her lips and chuckled. "If both of my daughters were married far away, let alone not coming back once a year, I guess they wouldn't come back for 3 to 5 years. Wouldn't they cry to death? Give birth." Su Yang made the decision immediately. "You're not the one giving birth, so you definitely say that. The pain of giving birth, no matter how much you simulate it, you can't experience that kind of pain." Su Yang didn't dare to refute this. "I can't refute it." Su Wei looked at Su Yang. "Are you really determined to have a baby? You should know that the two boys are already in school, and I asked Mom to pick them up for us so that I can go to work. If you have another baby, the burden on your shoulders will really become heavier, and I'm afraid you won't be able to breathe." Su Wei paused and continued, "Everyone wants to have both a son and a daughter, but we have to face the reality." Su Yang was also unable to tell her about the system. "Just think of it as responding to the country's call to have a third child." "I'll think about it." Su Wei did not make a decision immediately. "Then think about it again." Su Yang knew that things like this would not be able to be worked out in one go. After all, given the reality of their family, having two children is already a bold act, so how could they dare to have 3 children, let alone 2 in one? Su Yang can only try his best to make money by using the system. As long as you have money, you will be more confident. "I bought your favorite fried food and 2 grilled sausages. Your son is not at home, so you can just eat them." Su Wei had already smelled the fragrance. He just took a sausage and started eating it. "Without those 2 brats at home, I feel much more at peace, and no one is snatching food from me. After you finish eating, you must destroy all traces of the food. Otherwise, when they come back and see you eating secretly, your ears will be hurt." "Humph, I said you ate it secretly." Su Wei raised her chin with a smug expression on her face. "Then take your time eating, I'll go cook." "No need to cook, just go to Mom's house and eat later. I've asked her to cook for us." The community where they live is not far from their parents' place. Their parents often called and asked them to go over for dinner, so they would go over to eat whenever they were lazy. "Then I'll clean up the kitchen first and take out the trash." "Good." Su Wei responded and continued to eat her grilled sausage and the fragrant and crispy fried chicken steak. "There are several bowls in the kitchen. I didn't have time to wash when I went out in the morning." After returning at noon, Su Wei was thinking about her unexpected pregnancy and forgot to clean up before entering the kitchen. Su Yang took off his coat. "It's winter now." The winter in Binhai City is relatively warmer than that in the north because it is in the south. Unless it rains, it's wet and cold, then people will feel cold. Su-yang washed the dishes and put them on the dish rack to dry. Just as I was about to take out the kitchen waste, a prompt suddenly appeared. Labor value +1. Su-yang was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. It seemed to be the same as he guessed. Doing housework is also labor. It is indeed a simple and unpretentious system. So Su-yang took out the kitchen waste again and put it in a new bag. Labor value +1. Next, Su-yang swept away today's fatigue and immediately became energetic. He took the broom from the balcony and swept every room. The house they bought originally had 3 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom. Excluding the common area, the actual area was 86 square meters. Currently, the couple lives in one room, and the 2 children are still young, so they sleep in one room. The remaining room is currently used as a study and storage room. Why are you sweeping the floor at this time? You're going to eat at Mom's place soon. Su Wei was puzzled by Su Yang's behavior. The floor is a little dirty, let me sweep it now, or else it won't be cleaned when the 2 boys come back. Su Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, if those 2 brats come back, no matter how well you clean up, it will become a garbage dump in no time. I'll clean it up then. Although Su Wei felt that Su Yang's current behavior was a bit strange, she was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to eat her fried chicken chop. After Su Yang swept the house, his labor value increased by 1 again. The dishes have been washed, the garbage bags have been changed, the floor has been swept, what else is there to do? Right. Do the laundry. But yesterday's clothes were washed and hung out last night, so they are all dry now. Honey, are there any clothes left to wash? Everything that needs to be washed has been washed. Su Yang just looked around and found that there was indeed no clothes that needed to be washed. Generally speaking, unless Su Wei really has no time in the evening, she will not leave the day's clothes to be washed the next day. Winter clothes are okay, but summer clothes are all full of sweat smell, and when you wash them the next day, they smell sour and stinky. Without clothes to wash, there is no way to increase the value of labor. So Su Yang stared at Su Wei for a while. Wife, why don't you take a shower first? Su Wei looked puzzled. I haven't even had dinner yet, why are you taking a bath now? You just had chicken chop and grilled sausage, so you must smell really good. If the 2 boys smell your fragrance when we get to the food, they will definitely know you ate something for free. Su Wei smiled and said, they are not smelly dogs. Besides, even if they smelled it, I can say that when I came here, I just happened to pass by a stall selling grilled sausages, and the fragrance got on my clothes. No, I still think you should take a shower before going out. No one can prevent him from obtaining labor value. This bath. It's washed. Su Wei felt that Su Yang's behavior in the past half hour since he came back from get-off work was a little strange. He usually does a lot of housework, but now he seems to be overly diligent. Wait until you get back from dinner before washing. Besides, my son hasn't washed yet. Yuan is 5 years old and can take a bath by himself, but Yukong sometimes doesn't want you to wash him, so I have to do it for him. I'll take care of it tonight, second boy. If you don't have the strength, I'll carry you to wash. Su Wei stared at Su Yang. We are going to eat at my mother's house soon, what bad things do you want to do? Su Yang knew that Su Wei had wrong ideas. I just wanted you to take a bath, I didn't intend to do anything bad. Okay, wait until after dinner to wash it, so you don't have to wash it again and waste water. This water costs several yuan a ton, it's not cheap, and you are not a wealthy man with a lot of money. Su Yang said with a serious face, I have a curved tube around my waist. Su Wei was stunned for a moment, waiting for her to react. He burst into laughter. Chapter 4, A Lot of Talents. In the end, Su Yang still couldn't get Su Wei to take a shower. He just wanted to wash clothes, but such a simple idea could not be realized. It seems that this labor value can only be obtained at night. Half an hour later, they received a call from their mother saying that the meal was almost ready and asked them to come over. My parents' house is a 2-story detached building. Binhai City is not a big city, but it can barely be called a third-tier city. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get such a high salary of 8,000 basic salary. My parents' home is not very far from the community where they live. Their house was built in the last century, and it has been more than 30 years now. There are public elementary schools in my hometown, but no junior high schools. If the children go to junior high school, according to the area where their household registration is located, they will go to number 8 middle school. But there is also a Bincheng middle school nearby. Relatively speaking, the overall performance of its students is better than that of number 8 middle school every year. If you own property nearby, your children can attend Bincheng Middle School. In fact, the best middle school in Binhai City is Binhai No. 1 Middle School, but the housing prices there are too expensive and they simply cannot afford it. Binchang Middle School is also a good choice. So in the end I bought a house near Binchang Middle School. As soon as I entered the door, I saw my eldest son Su Yuan and my second son Su Yukong squatting under a tree in the yard in front of the door playing with mud and sand. Things like mud and sand seem to be natural toys for children. Dad, Mom. Su Yang walked over. Go wash your hands and eat. Dad, we're not hungry yet. We want to play for a while longer. We're not hungry yet, we'll eat later. Su Yang squatted down and watched his two sons stacking sand with shovels. What did you eat for snack after waking up in the afternoon? I ate the bread. Su Yang looked at the time. He had eaten the bread in the afternoon at around 2:30. Now it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost time to eat. They simply don't want to eat now. Whoever washes his hands and eats now, I will buy him a sausage when I get home from get off work tomorrow. When Su Yuan heard this, he immediately threw away the shovel in his hand and ran inside. Su Yukong hesitated for a moment, then threw away the shovel and ran inside. Su Wei glared at him and said, "If you don't buy it for them tomorrow, be careful or they will make trouble with you. Buy it. If you say you want to buy it, you must buy it." Su Wei shook her head, "Don't spoil them. If one day they really don't eat and think about eating outside every day, I will hold you accountable." Okay, let's eat first. Don't let your two daughters go hungry. It's only been a few weeks. Su Wei glared at him. If I give birth to two more sons, I can tell you that I will stop breastfeeding after 3 months and let you raise them alone. I'll see what you can do. Su Wei thought about it for the entire afternoon and was originally planning to refuse it. But when she heard Su Yang say that he wanted to give birth to the baby, she hesitated again. As she was about to enter the house, Su Wei thought of something. Don't tell your parents about this first. If they knew, based on the thinking of their generation, they would definitely give birth to the baby. Especially since these are twins, they haven't appeared in your family in 150 years. I guess by then I will have to give birth even if I don't want to. I know. Su Yang is not an only child. He has a younger sister who was a freshman in college this year. According to the parents, if the family planning policy had not been so strict back then, they would definitely have had more children. A family will prosper only when there are many people. This is the thinking of their generation. I don't know if it's because they remembered there were grilled sausages to eat, but the two brothers ate this evening's meal faster than usual. Su Yuan is better. He is 5 years old. Although he may be slow to eat, at least he will eat if you call him a few times. Su Yukong sometimes has a headache. Especially when eating at their grandparents' house, they were not allowed to talk or scold. If Su Yang hadn't stopped them, they would have prepared to feed them. After dinner, when his mother Kai Hui-jen was about to clean up, Su Yang said, "Mom, go and rest for a while. I'll clean up. You're tired after a long day at work, let me do it. How tiring can my shift be? Take a break. Those two brats will definitely give you a hard time this afternoon. How could there be any trouble?" Xiaoan and Xiao Kong are both very obedient. However, Kai Hui-jin still couldn't persuade Su Yang, so she asked him to do the dishes, mop the table, and other tasks tonight. After completing these 3 tasks, Su Yang gained 3 labor points. After he had some free time, Su Yang took a look at the interface. Labor value, 6. Talents, painting beginner, piano beginner, guitar beginner, cooking elementary, fishing master level. More than 50 kinds of skills are omitted below at the entry level. Strength, 70-60 for a pass, 100 for a normal person. Agility, 50-60 for passing, 100 for normal people. Physical condition, 50 sub-healthy. After browsing the personal information on the interface, Su Yang was surprised. Especially the more than 50 kinds of talents, it's simply terrifying. How could he know so many talents? I know a little about guitar. When he was in college, there was a guitar in his dormitory and he practiced for several months. He also played a love song for Su Wei on the guitar, intermittently. This is not an exaggeration to say that it is the entry level. He really doesn't understand things like piano. He has never even touched a real piano, except for an electronic keyboard. Cooking is a normal talent. His cooking skills are not at the master level, but at least the dishes he makes are not bad. In fact, in the eyes of his 2 sons, his dishes are better than Su Wei's. There is one that is quite outrageous. It's outrageous that his fishing skills are at the master level. He doesn't have a single fishing rod at home. Moreover, I have been like a beast of burden for all these years, so how could I have the leisure to go fishing? In addition to this, there is also a foot washing talent. Is this a talent? Su Yang wondered if these talents were memories from his previous life in the dream, and were now integrated into him. He has many talents. There is no one who is proficient in everything. Except fishing. This sounds a bit unprofessional. Miscellaneous but not refined. It doesn't seem to be of any use. As for his health, it was surprising that he was in sub-health. He hasn't been sick for a long time. Although he was indeed a little weaker after the vigorous virus, he was still very healthy overall. I didn't expect that his physical condition was sub-healthy. I need to take some time to go to the hospital for a checkup to see what I need attention for. Looking at the pitiful 6 points of labor value, I wonder when it will reach 100 for the lottery. After mopping the floor, Su Yang walked into the bathroom and saw 2 pairs of smelly socks that had not been washed, so he washed them. I saw that the flowers on the balcony had not been watered yet, so I watered them. Seeing that the toilet was not clean, he closed the door and scrubbed it vigorously until it was bright and clean. After a fierce operation, the labor value has increased. Chapter 5 Quintuple Critical Attack. After working for 1 hour, the labor value increases by 5. It may seem like not much, but in fact Su Yang is already very satisfied. It's only been 2 hours since I got home, and I've already gained 10 points. At this rate, the first lottery draw will probably be held by this time tomorrow. It was Su Yang's unusual behavior tonight that made everyone else feel strange. Wei, what's wrong with Yang tonight? He used to do housework, but never as diligently as he is tonight. I watered the flowers on the balcony this morning, and he went to water them again. He also poured a spoonful of water on the succulent plants on the balcony, and they are still alive. Kai Huijin quietly went over and asked Su Wei. I don't know either. Su Wei also felt strange. Su Yang is not very lazy on weekdays. He can do all the housework, but not like he does now, as if even a grain of sand on the ground would bother his eyes. He would be unhappy if there was even 1 piece of unwashed clothing in the bathroom. Su Wei wondered if it was because of the third baby in her belly that had stimulated him in some way. Because I didn't know what to do, I could only keep finding things to do to stop myself from thinking about random things. After a moment of hesitation, Su Wei said, he usually works out. Since he has to go to the hospital this morning, he probably didn't have time to work out. He will make up for it this time. Hospital? Kai Huijin looked at Su Wei. Why go to the hospital? Su Wei realized that she had let something slip, and quickly explained, I felt a little dizzy before, so I went to the hospital for a consultation. I went for a follow-up visit today. What was the result of the follow-up examination? The doctor said last time that I didn't sleep well, and prescribed some medicine. After taking it, I went for a follow-up visit today, and he said that I'm fine now. Kai Huijin finally breathed a sigh of relief. You've worked hard these past few years, taking care of 2 children at home alone. Mom, it's not hard or not. It's my own child, so how can I say it's hard? Besides, you guys helped take care of Shaoan at home during the years when he was born. Su Wei has been married to Su Yang for 5 years, and there have been no major conflicts between her and her mother-in-law. Her personality is not particularly strong, and Kai Huijin is not a strong person either. And most of the time, it was her mother-in-law who indulged her. Mom, if you still need to wear any shoes at home, I'll wash them for you. Su Wei felt that Su Yang was indeed different tonight. Walk over and hit him lightly. What has stimulated you? I'm not stimulated by anything. I just want to exercise. Come on, stop being dizzy. It's getting late. Xiaoan and Xiaokang also need to take a shower. They have to go to school tomorrow. After lying in bed and turning off the lights at night, Su Wei asked, have you really decided to give birth? Give birth, why not? Didn't you listen to what your parents said during dinner? It would be better to have another daughter. Su Wei smiled bitterly. Based on their thinking, I'm afraid they would be willing to give birth to a football team. Su Yang also smiled. The two have not yet reached a consensus on whether to have a child or not. Su Yang naturally knew what he was worried about if he didn't give birth. If you want to give her peace of mind, you should first let her see the balance number in her bank card that can make her feel at ease. Otherwise, she would always be entangled. The next day, when the alarm rang, Su Yang got up. Su Wei also woke up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. You're up anyway, just continue sleeping for a while. From today on, I will send them to school and you can continue to catch up on your sleep. As for the housekeeping and other chores, leave them to me. Su Wei touched Su Yang's forehead with her hand, then touched her own. That's normal, but your behavior has been strange since last night. What's so strange about that? You already have 2 children. I'll take care of all the housework and other things from now on. Su Wei still thought this guy was weird. Su Wei was a little worried, wondering if it was really the unexpected arrival of the 3rd child that stimulated him. Since the birth of their 2nd child, they have never discussed the issue of having a 3rd child. Su Wei has always known that Su Yang has worked very hard over the years to ensure that their family of 4 can live a good life. Su Wei would occasionally take on some extra work. When she was in college, she studied design. After graduation, I worked in a design company. Until my eldest son was born. After they discussed it, she decided to quit her job and go home to take care of the baby. Her mother-in-law is willing to help take care of the child. In the end, Su Wei decided to take the child herself. When she just quit her job, she would take some interior design and house design jobs online. Later, as her son grew up, she was no longer able to take orders. Therefore, most of the income and expenses in recent years came from Su Yang. He already had a heavy burden, and now he unexpectedly got pregnant with his 3rd child. I was afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it all at once. It was really stressful. Su Wei thought for a while and said, "Hubby, why don't we make an appointment with the doctor in a couple of days? This 3rd baby won't be. It's just dawn, let's not talk about this." Su Yang kissed Su Wei on the lips. You continue to sleep. I'll take them both to school and buy you breakfast. Or if you want to eat something, I'll get it for you when I get back. No need to buy it for me. If I catch up on my sleep, I won't know when I'll wake up later. Then I'll come back and make you some porridge. Okay. Su Yang got up and went to the next room to wake up his 2 sons. In the middle of winter, adults are sleeping soundly in bed and don't want to get up, let alone children. It took nearly 10 minutes of coaxing and pulling to finally wake the 2 boys up. Labor value plus 5.5. Labor value plus 5.5. Su Yang was stunned. Does calling my son to wake up count? And it's 5 times. Then, when the 2 sons went to brush their teeth, I took out their school uniforms and let them change into them as soon as they finished brushing their teeth. The eldest son can change it himself. The younger son is still in the process of exploring. It's okay in summer, you can wear it yourself. He wears more clothes in winter, so he can't wear a cotton coat. Labor value plus 5. Labor value plus 5. Add it again. But this time it was not multiplied by 5. When he was doing housework yesterday, even though he cleaned the toilets in his hometown and his own home until they were bright, the labor value he earned was only 1 point. Now you get 5 points for every piece of clothing you buy. Could it be that this system was forcibly integrated because the baby wanted to save himself, so helping the child would increase the merit points? Picking up clothes is a household chore, so there is no multiple critical hit? Su Yang muttered to himself. It seems that I have to listen to the system and figure out the rest step by step. Usually, Su Yang would let his son get his shoes and socks himself. In order to get some benefits from them, he went to get it himself. This made my son unable to react. Dad, why did you get our shoes for us? Mom and the teacher said that we should do our own things by ourselves. The eldest son said. Right. The younger son responded in a baby voice. Dad, you need to put your shoes and socks back to where they were. Otherwise, if the teacher finds out, you won't get the red flower reward. Su Yang. Are children in kindergartens nowadays so eager to get a red flower? So Su Yang could only put the shoes back and ask them to take them again and wear them. Originally Su Yang thought that he had just taken it and had already plucked the wool, but after putting it back, he did not receive any notification. It seems that if you want to get some benefits, you need to complete the event, otherwise there will be no labor value reward. He is now exploring how to use the system. Chapter 6 I am the Dragon King, everyone start to tremble. Because I was laid off. 2 days of work left. When he arrived at the company today, Su Yang handed over the work at hand. Because he had just completed a project a few days ago and had not received any new projects in the past few days, the handover procedures were very simple. Originally, he wanted to earn some labor value before leaving the company. Then I thought about it, there are so many places to do labor, why should I work in a company where I will leave immediately? If others saw it, I would feel reluctant to leave the company, so I deliberately work so hard. If it was before he got off work yesterday, he did have this thought. The boss suddenly felt that the company could not do without him, so he changed his mind and decided not to lay him off. Of course, this is a pipe dream. It's different now. He can't wait to leave the company so that he can have more freedom. Half an hour before noon, Su Yang, who had been slacking off all morning, tidied up his desk as he was about to get off work. Labor value +1. Then Su Yang took the garbage to the trash can. Labor value +1. Just then, seeing a piece of waste paper on the ground, Su Yang picked it up and threw it into the trash can. Labor value +1. Su Yang was numb. It is indeed a simple and unpretentious labor system. From yesterday to now, the labor value has reached 78. As long as you can get more from your 2 sons. At this rate, the first draw will probably be held today. He still hasn't figured out why, when he wakes up his 2 sons in the morning, his labor value is increased by 5, but these can only add 1 point. We have to keep exploring. When he returned to his desk, Su Yang saw Huang Chang walking in with someone. Pa! Huang Chang clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop what they were doing. Everyone, today I would like to introduce a new colleague to you. This is Yang Wei. From today on, he will be in charge of the project department's investment promotion. Su Yang frowned. Just yesterday the company announced that it was laying off several people due to poor performance. I didn't expect that after just laying off an employee, they hired a new person. In fact, Su Yang didn't think there was anything wrong with recruiting people, but he happened to be in charge of project investment promotion because this is his current job. It was obvious that this person was going to replace him. The other colleagues looked at Su Yang and understood what was going on. In the past 2 years, Huang Chang has always found fault with Su Yang's work. Now that he was laid off, someone was immediately arranged to replace his job. There is no need to guess, Su Yang's layoff must be related to Huang Chang. Everyone could only sympathize with Su Yang in their hearts, because the layoff results had already been announced and could not be changed. The main reason is that everyone is afraid that Huang Chang will make things difficult for them. It is possible that you will be the next person to be laid off. It is better to have less trouble than more. In today's economic environment, it's not that it's impossible to find a job, but it's difficult to find a job that matches your current salary. Su Yang, you will be leaving tomorrow. Please pack up your things and give your workstation to Yang Wei. Su Yang stood up and said, if that's the case, can I not come tomorrow? You still have 1 more day to work. If you don't come tomorrow, it will be considered as absenteeism. Su Yang said calmly, Director Huang, you should leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. You should understand this principle. I think you've watched too many short videos. Are you thinking that you'll suddenly get an opportunity to become the Dragon King and slap me in the face? Or, you were originally a rich second generation, and you came here to work to experience life, but now you don't want to pretend anymore, you want to show your cards and step on me hard? Su Yang couldn't help but admire Huang Chang's imagination. At the same time, he felt speechless. Huang Chang did not make any sarcastic remarks yesterday after he laid off his employees, but after waking up from a sleep, he actually acquired this skill again. Su Yang said expressionlessly, Director Huang, I personally suggest that you work during the day and write novels at night. If you post it on Tomato Novel, you will definitely be a big hit. The first show will directly reach 1 million views. If it continues for a month, you will become a god with 1 book. After a pause, Su Yang seemed to think of something. Hey, I remember Director Huang actually mentioned before that you are writing novels on a website now. It looks like it must be written for this kind of urban slapping. Read the title of the book, I will go up and read the masterpiece, and give you a 5-star praise. You. Huang Chang seemed humiliated. Since he had been laid off anyway, Su Yang originally thought that there were only 2 days of work left, so everyone could part ways in peace and not do anything stupid. I didn't expect that Huang Chang happened to update the plot that required slapping in the face last night, so he wanted to use him as a training ground. Huang Chang, everyone is watching us, don't be a clown. Su Yang was too lazy to engage in an argument. Turned around and looked at Yang Wei. My new colleague, although I will be leaving tomorrow, are you sure you want to leave a bad impression on other colleagues in your last 2 days? I remember you. You should have come here 2 years ago, but you couldn't get in because of your insufficient academic qualifications. Did you take the adult college entrance examination? Did the China Higher Education Student Information and Career Center website show that you are a college student? Yang Wei was a new colleague after all, and after taking a look at the other colleagues, he didn't know what to say. Brother Chang, I won't start work until 2 days later anyway, so I can just find a place to sit down. In the end, Yang Wei did not dare to offend Su Yang. The other party was right. He had just started working and there was no need to leave a bad impression on his new colleagues. This is real life, not a novel. Huang Chang is just a director of the investment promotion department. There is no need for him to really be like the lackey in the novel. Huang Chang snorted, then went to the office with Yang Wei. Manager Huang, you haven't told me what novel you're writing. I just don't have time to do it these 2 days. If it's on Tomato Novel, I'll give you 3 free love stories and a 5-star review so you don't have to beg for it. Huang Chang clenched his fists and felt like he was about to vomit blood from anger. As soon as Huang Chang entered the office, the project department burst into laughter. I know what the novel he wrote is called. The only female employee in the investment promotion department spoke in a low voice. Let me search. A few seconds later, the female employee read it out. I am the Dragon King, let us all start to tremble. I have written nearly 1 million words and it is not finished yet. The latest chapter was updated at 11:58 last night. There are less than 10 comments, no rating, and the number of readers is currently over 4,000. Everyone immediately took out their phones and searched. I read the introduction. This guy wrote about multiple female protagonists, but the latest chapter is still childish. I can tolerate a single female protagonist, but how can I tolerate multiple female protagonists? The female employee covered her mouth and chuckled. Generally, those who become Dragon Kings are incompetent. It seems that you understand the Dragon King very well. I don't understand. I like to read the kind of stories where the protagonist is tortured to the point of breaking my heart. I can't be happy without torture. I can't see this. Anyway, there are only 10 minutes left before the end of Get Off Work, so everyone simply stops slacking off and does it openly. Chapter 7 Novice Protection Period. Because he could officially resign tomorrow, Su Yang slacked off for half the morning. Then, at 3:30 in the afternoon, he found an excuse to ask Huang Chang for leave to go out. Although there was some friction in the morning, Huang Chang did not make things difficult for me when I asked for leave in the afternoon. He probably realized that Su Yang would resign tomorrow. If he got irritated and went to the manager and said something nonsense, he would be the one who would suffer. When Su Yang left, he took the paper scraps he had created during his 1.5 hours slacking off in the afternoon to the trash can, successfully earning 1 labor point. Seeing that there weren't many spaces for the trash can, I put it back to its original position and added another labor point. Then an idea came to Su Yang's mind. If he gets 1,000 pieces of paper and puts them into the trash can one by one, will he get 1,000 merit points? He would have to test it out when he got back. After leaving the company, Su Yang went directly to the kindergarten. At 4 o'clock, when the kindergarten was over, a bunch of parents who were waiting to pick up their children saw the children coming out and couldn't wait to surround them, blocking the door. After a group of parents had picked up their children, Su Yang finally squeezed in and took the 2 boys out. Dad, why are you here to pick us up? Both sons were surprised and excited at the same time. This is no wonder, as Su Yang works from 9 to 5. When you have to work overtime, it becomes a 996 blessing. Usually, Su Wei is the one who picks them up from school. If Su Wei happens to be busy, she will call her grandparents to pick her up. The 2 of them took so long to go to kindergarten. He had to take them there several times in the morning, but it was not often that he picked them up from school. Su Yang took their school bags and asked, "Are you happy that Daddy is here to pick you up?" Happy. Labor value plus 5. Labor value plus 5. I work all day and it's plus 1, but picking up my son becomes 5 o'clock. There is definitely something weird going on. Su Yang thought for a while and muttered to himself, is it because they are underage? The emergence of the system is because it triggers the baby's desire to save himself. Are there age stages? Infants before 3 years old. 3 years old before 12 years old. 12 to 18 years old. The rest is after the age of 18. The older you are, the less merit you will get. This has not been fully verified yet, he needs to find a baby to confirm it. However, along the way, he took a lot of advantage from his 2 sons. When they were almost home, Su Yukong smelled a fragrance and immediately shouted, "Dad, you said yesterday that you would buy us some sausages. Let's go buy them now. Su Yang looked at the excited second boy and was speechless. I usually take out my toys to play with, and when I'm done, I ask you to put them back where they belong, but you don't seem to remember. Yesterday I asked you to eat grilled sausages, and you still remember it. Su Yakong didn't listen to any of this and dragged Su Yang to a shop selling grilled sausages in front. Su Yang knew that if he didn't get to eat the grilled sausage today, the second kid would definitely act like a spoiled brat and refuse to go back in the few minutes left to get home. Crying for you at the same time. Having already promised them yesterday, Su Yang would naturally not refuse to buy it. He also bought one to eat and bought a chicken steak for Su Wei. After returning home, Su Wei, who had just walked out of the kitchen, saw her two sons holding grilled sausages, and saw Su Yang holding a paper bag. Did you get your salary or bonus? You bought it yesterday and you bought it again today. I promised them at Grandma's house yesterday that I would buy it today. The most important thing is your son. I didn't mention it. He doesn't remember anything else but this one thing clearly. Su Wei watched her two sons eating with gusto and said nothing. You eat the chicken steak, and I'll cook. Okay, I'll let you do it. Seeing the chicken shop, Su Wei did not show her side as a good wife and mother. In the afternoon, Su Yang called back and said that he had finished his work at the market and could leave work early and pick up his son at the same time. Su Wei knew that he was slacking off today, so she didn't compete with him for the cooking job. After Su Yang entered the kitchen, the first thing he did was to clean up the garbage on the floor. Labor value +1. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Yang took a look at the labor value he had currently obtained. 135. Su Yang was stunned. He didn't even notice that it had already exceeded 100. Su Yang was ready to draw the lottery right away. Generally speaking, things like lotteries have a novice protection period, and the first lottery, even if there is no big prize, will not be too bad more or less. Su Yang was not in a hurry. After all, it was the first time to draw the lottery, so I needed to take a shower and change clothes before proceeding. There must be a sense of ceremony. Because he was ready to draw the lottery, Su Yang was full of energy while cooking. During this period, Su Wei asked several times if she needed help, but was rejected every time. Su Wei felt that Su Yang was like a chicken with its blood pumped up tonight. She ignored it. I just washed my hair last night, and if I cook, the fumes will definitely get on my hair. With someone helping to cook, she was able to have some quiet time, eating fried chicken while playing games with her two sons. Let's eat. Su Yang stuck his head out and shouted, then went in with a spatula. Xiao and Xiao Kong, put away your toys and go eat. Su Yakong threw the building blocks in his hand to the ground and prepared to run. Su Wei grabbed him. Su Yakong, this is what your mother taught you. You must put away your toys after playing with them. My brother is still playing, let him clean up. My brother will clean it up, you have to do it yourself. Su Yakong was extremely reluctant, but after looking at Su Wei, he honestly put the building blocks and toys thrown on the ground back into the plastic box specially for toys. Su Wei spoke only after seeing that everything was ready, then go wash your hands and eat. Whoever eats first later, I will take him to the slide below the community. Good. The two brothers shouted together. The slide in the community is used regularly, but children will never get tired of it even if they play on it every day. Driven by the idea of going on the slide, the two brothers ate as fast as they did last night. After everyone finished eating, Su Yang said, "You go down and play with them, and I'll clean up." Okay. When it comes to washing dishes, Su Wei is naturally not pretentious. She definitely wouldn't fight over something like washing dishes. Not long after washing the dishes and cleaning, Su Wei brought her two sons back to take a bath. I have to go to school tomorrow, so I can't play too late. After his son finished taking a bath, Su Yang also took a bath. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Su Yang couldn't wait to draw the lottery. During dinner, he took a look at the labor value and it was 135. After cooking, I washed the dishes and helped the second boy take a bath. Now my labor value has reached 160. Currently, he can only draw once, and Su Yang is both nervous and excited. I don't know what I can draw for the first time during this novice protection period. Lottery! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold box. Hey, pull out the gold box. So, in addition to the gold box, there should also be bronze, silver, and diamond boxes to draw. Then the things that come out of this golden box must not be too bad. Su Yang immediately opened the gold box. Chapter 8 It really hits the mark. Hey, pull out the gold box. So, in addition to the gold box, there should also be bronze, silver, and diamond boxes to draw. Then the things that come out of this golden box must not be too bad. Su Yang immediately opened the gold box. Get the winning number of the second prize of the double color ball. Note, avoid placing too many bets to interfere with the probability of winning. The winning rate is 100% within 2 bets. It's worthy of being the novice protection period. I didn't expect to be given money right away. It's a pity that it's not first prize. Su Yang felt that it was normal for him to have such regretful thoughts. After all, the difference between the second prize and the first prize is not just a few $100,000. That's a difference of millions. But Su Yang knows how to be content. The system clearly states that both bets have a 100% chance of winning. Su Yang glanced at the time and saw that there was still half an hour left before the closing time of the double color ball. Honey, I'm going out for a while. Since no specific period S winning numbers were given, this means that it applies to all periods. Then when you come back, please buy a bottle of dishwashing liquid. I don't think we have much left at home. Good. Su Yang put on a coat, changed his shoes and went out. These days, the double color ball, especially at the end of the year, always gives out all kinds of bizarre jackpots. Those who understand will understand. There is also a betting point near the community where Su Yang lives. However, he still took a detour and went to a betting point about a few hundred meters away from his residential area to buy the product. He often came in and out of the community, and he had dreams of getting rich overnight, so naturally he went to a nearby lottery shop to buy lottery tickets and became familiar with the owner there. If he won the second prize, the lottery betting point would certainly publicize it and his identity would be exposed. When it comes to winning a prize, unless it's a small prize and the amount is over 100,000, he still has to be low-key. Don't show off your wealth. No matter how much money or how little money it is. When I arrived at the betting station, there were still 10 minutes before the closing time. Su Yang took a look at the prize pool. Although it hasn't accumulated to hundreds of millions, it's still a lot. He bought 2 bets. If you win, unless the person who wins the second prize is too outrageous, according to the current prize pool, you can probably get about 400,000 or 500,000. Su Yang was excited. Picking up a pen, Su Yang wrote down his own birthday number, as well as those of his 2 sons and his wife. Boss, buy 2 bets on this number. The boss was a man. He took a look at it, then quickly pressed a few keys on the keyboard, and the lottery ticket came out. After getting the lottery ticket, Su Yang did not stop. The market has been closed, and we will have to wait for a while before the prize announcement. Instead of waiting outside, it's better to go home and wait. After returning home, Su Yang took the dishwashing liquid back to the kitchen. Su Wei was supervising her eldest son writing in the room. Su Yuan is already in the senior class and will go to primary school next year. A few years ago, this large class was the grade of preschool. Nowadays, the name of preschool has almost disappeared. Su Wei heard the door open, walked out and asked, "You're back so soon? I thought you had an appointment with someone and were going out for a drink. Why would you drink for no reason? No one's invited." I was taking a shower just now when a few numbers suddenly flashed through my mind, so I ran downstairs and bought 2 lottery tickets. Su Wei burst out laughing. You really want to get rich overnight with $2? Don't forget, you bought it a while ago. The biggest prize you won was $10. Just because I didn't win with my $2, I won't buy anything else this time. I spent $4 to buy 2 of the same ticket. Maybe I will win. Let me see what number you bought. Su Yang handed over the lottery ticket. Su Wei glanced at them and said, "Isn't this our birthday? You've bought it before." Before, when I was taking a shower just now, a clear thought flashed through my mind, and I had a feeling that I would win the prize. Su Wei handed the lottery ticket back. Then I wish you win the lottery in advance. With my wife's blessing, I will definitely win the prize. I'm giving her a kiss in advance to celebrate. Su Yang kissed Su Wei on the mouth. Even though they are an old couple, Su Wei still shows a hint of shyness on her face. Mainly, the youngest son was looking up at them. Looking at Su Wei's shy appearance, she is still so charming even though she is already a mother of 2 children. You have to know that when Su Wei was in college, she was a school beauty. Although the number of people pursuing her back then was not as exaggerated as that in France, she still received love letters every day and was stopped by boys to confess their love from time to time. Su Yang felt that he was able to pursue Su Wei because it was just at that moment that his ancestors appeared. Otherwise, how could such an outstanding person like Su Wei be his? The child is watching. Su Yang smiled and said, "Shao Kong, do you want to kiss your mother?" Su Yakong immediately dropped the building blocks in his hand and shouted excitedly, "I want it! I want it! I want one too!" Su Yuan also ran out of the room. Then the two brothers kissed Su Wei on each side. "I want one too." Su Yang kissed Su Wei's lips again. "Okay, it's getting late, go wash up and go to bed." It's almost 9 o'clock and they have to go to school tomorrow, so Su Wei usually controls their bedtime. Although the two brothers would make Su Wei cry when they were naughty. When fighting, neither of them would give in. But when it comes to sleeping, there is almost no need to worry. Generally, babies, after 1 month old, will not sleep well due to bloating and will cry from time to time. They need to be held by an adult to fall asleep. But as soon as I get out of bed, I wake up again. However, this situation did not happen to Su Yuan. After the full month, the baby will eat and play for a while and then go back to sleep. Generally, the baby will not make a fuss unless it has pooped or peed or feels that its butt is dirty. Su Yuan is a little worse. After the full month, I had bloating and tried all kinds of exercises to relieve the gas, but I still felt bloated. I originally thought that as he grew older, it would be more difficult for him to sleep, but I didn't expect that after he went to school, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep soon. Even if she couldn't fall asleep right away, Su Wei would tell them 2 stories and fall asleep as soon as she finished. Su Wei came out of the room and left the door slightly ajar. "Go to sleep." Su Wei nodded, walked to the sofa and sat next to Su Yang. I didn't feel particularly comfortable sitting there, so I just lay down. "Are you waiting for the prize draw?" "Right." Su Wei chuckled and said, "Do you really believe that you will win the jackpot?" "I have a feeling I will win the prize, but it's hard to say whether it's a big prize or a small one. Anyway, there are still 5 minutes left, and I'll know soon." Su Wei didn't say anything either. In 5 minutes, the double color ball lottery will be drawn. After the 2 notaries were introduced, the lottery machine with numbered balls started rolling. First number, 06. Su Wei was holding the lottery ticket in her hand, a little surprised. The first one actually won. Second number, 07. "Honey, this is another winner." Su Wei started to get excited. He sat up directly. Number 3, 11. "Honey, it's 3. Su Wei found it magical. At the same time, I started to get nervous. Su Yang was relatively calm. The system said it was 100% certain, so although he was equally excited at this moment, he was better than Su Wei. The first 4 all hit the mark. Because of excitement, Su Wei's voice was louder. "Don't shout so loudly, be careful not to wake up your son." Su Wei also wanted to control herself, but after being hit 4 times in a row, she couldn't help but get excited. "Ah, I won again. Hubby, I've won 5 already. I've won the prize." Because of Su Wei's excitement, even though she knew he would definitely win the second prize, she also became excited. "Ah!" Su Wei suddenly shouted, then immediately covered her mouth. Su Wei stared at the 6 numbers that had been drawn on TV with wide eyes, her heart pounding. "There is one left. If you win, you'll win 5 million. Wrong. If you bet 2 times, that would be 10 million. Su Wei didn't dare to speak anymore, fearing that if her voice was a little louder, she would scare away the first prize. As the last one opened. "No." Su Wei didn't say anything. She repeated herself several times before turning to look at Su Yang. "Honey, we won the first 6 prizes. What's the prize?" "Second prize." "How much is that?" "According to this round's jackpot prize and the number of people who just won the prize nationwide, each of our bets can get about 580,000 yuan. Su Wei was stunned. "Then wouldn't it be true that we would become millionaires?" "After deducting 20% tax, each bet will get about 460,000 yuan, which is still a little short of becoming a millionaire." Su Wei stood up suddenly. "Hubby, don't sit there anymore. Go take a shower now." Su Yang was confused. "Why are you taking a bath for no reason? You must have showered a little too quickly tonight, so you're still 1 number short of winning. Then go take a shower now and take an hour, no, 2 hours, and maybe you'll win 5 million in the next draw." Su Yang smiled bitterly. "You think you can win the prize just by saying it? Maybe after winning the prize this time, my luck in winning the prize in this life will be used up. I may not be interested in lottery anymore in the future." Su Wei didn't really want Su Yang to take a shower, she just couldn't recover for a while. After a moment, Su Wei sat next to Su Yang and put her arms around his neck. Honey, I won the lottery, and I think we should celebrate tonight. Looking at Su Wei's charming expression, Su Yang knew what she meant by celebration. Chapter 9, Goddess of Wealth. With nearly 1 million yuan suddenly in hand, Su Yang had the confidence to tell Su Wei about being laid off by the company. Su Yang was about to finish his last day of work and collect the money before he told Su Wei. Only when you have the money in your hands, it belongs to you. Last day of class. Huang Chang didn't make things difficult for him. At the beginning, he was resentful because his friend Yang Wei was not able to enter the company and he felt that he had taken Yang Wei's position. Now that Yang Wei has joined the company, even if Huang Chang is writing about the return of the Dragon King, he can still distinguish between the novel and real life. Before leaving get off work, Huang Chang even came over to chat with Su Yang. He also apologized for his behavior yesterday. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the mocking scene did not happen. The other party also apologized, which even Su Yang felt a little uncomfortable with. Su Yang naturally accepted Huang Chang's apology. Once he leaves his job, Su Yang knows that there will definitely be no possibility of any cooperation with Huang Chang anymore. Walking out of the company gate, Su Yang raised his head and glanced at the building in front of him, took a deep breath, and felt the cool breeze in the evening. I originally thought that he would continue working in this company for a few years. After all, the treatment is not bad. But I didn't expect that I would be laid off in the end. Su Yang retracted his gaze and took a look at the scattered items in the cardboard box. They are all some planning documents and a lot of information from other companies, but there are not many things that are actually useful. Even those materials, he has backups. He searched for a while and picked out a few relatively useful items. A USB drive, a pen, and a notebook. He took a look at the rest, walked to the trash can without hesitation, and poured all the contents of the cardboard box into it. That's it. He whispered to himself, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. Along the way, Su Yang felt very relaxed. I have nearly 1 million more on hand. It can temporarily relieve him from the sense of crisis caused by unemployment. Although this money was not earned by his own efforts, it was lottery information given by the system and was not stolen. Now that he has the system, he naturally doesn't worry about starving to death after being laid off. When I got home, Su Wei was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, she stuck her head out. Hey, you came back early today, so you don't have to work overtime like a slave. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to tell her the truth. If it was yesterday, he would definitely keep it secret. Now that I have $1 million in hand, there is no need to hide this matter. The main thing is that there is no way to conceal this kind of thing. Today is his last day at work. If he doesn't go to work tomorrow, Su Wei will be suspicious. Rather than being discovered by her, it would be better to tell her directly. He walked to the kitchen door, leaned against the doorframe, and looked at Su Wei, who was preparing to wash rice. Wife, there is something I need to tell you. Su Wei turned around and saw that Su Yang's expression was a little serious, so she stopped what she was doing. What's up? Su Yang took a deep breath and said slowly, I was laid off by the company. Su Wei was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Layoffs? Why layoffs all of a sudden? Haven't you been doing well? Su Yang smiled bitterly. The company's performance has not been good recently, and layoffs are a matter of time. The company gave me half a year's compensation, and today is my last day of work. Su Wei was silent for a while, as if digesting the news. Then she walked up to Su Yang, gently held his hand, and said softly, It's okay, you can find another job if you lose it. Su Yang looked at Su Wei's gentle eyes and a warm feeling surged in his heart. In fact, I had thought about resigning before, but now that I've been laid off and have received half a year's compensation, I'm clearly making a profit. So, the two in your belly must be the god of wealth. No, they are the goddess of wealth. Puff. Su Wei chuckled. These two are obviously money-eating beasts. Where did the god of wealth come from? Of course not. Think about it, when I was about to resign, the company laid off some employees and I earned compensation. Then I won $1 million in the lottery. If this isn't a fortune-telling woman, then what is she? Su Wei thought about it and felt that what Su Yang said made sense. I subconsciously touched my stomach with my hand. Hearing you say that, these two really are the gods of wealth. The goddess of wealth. Su Wei glared at Su Yang and said, There is no such thing as a goddess of wealth. I am just worried that if they give birth to 2 boys, I will see what you will do then. Okay, let's not dwell on this. We won't cook tonight. Let's go out to eat. Why are you going out to eat for no reason? Besides, a meal costs hundreds of dollars. Don't forget that you just lost your job. It's a waste of money. Because their family is not wealthy, Sue has not spent anything she could save in the past few years. I won $1 million last night, so I have to celebrate. Water represents wealth, wood represents official position, and fire represents seal. This money must be spent so that it can continue to roll in wealth like living water with a source. If you don't spend it, it's like stagnant water. How can you make money? Sue pursed her lips and chuckled. If you're greedy, just say it. Why do you have to find a high-sounding reason? Get ready. I'll go call my son. Sue watched Soo-young walk into the room. He glanced down at his belly. Whether you are the god of wealth or the goddess of wealth, Mom only hopes that you can come into this world smoothly. At night, Sue lay on her side and looked at Soo-young. Honey, now that you don't have to go to work, what are you going to do? The first thing I have to do is to cash in my lottery ticket tomorrow. This lottery is not a real name system, and the prize is redeemed by the ticket, not the person. I can't sleep until I get the money. Now the lottery ticket is lying quietly in the safe in the room. I really can't understand why those who won the jackpot don't cash it out right away. They must be staying up all day, staring at that lottery ticket 24 hours a day. Sue looked at Soo-young. Since I found out I won the lottery last night, I didn't go anywhere today. I just stared at the safe, fearing that the lottery ticket would suddenly disappear. I can't wait to redeem the prize tonight. Not only Sue was in this mood, Soo-young was the same. So those who have won hundreds of millions of dollars in jackpots but have been dragging their feet for a while before claiming the prize, these are the ones who understand. After sending our son to school tomorrow, we will go to the provincial lottery center to redeem the prize. Sue nodded. As long as she didn't redeem the lottery ticket, she estimated that she would be worried all day long. The next day, Soo-young went to wake up his 2 sons again. After all, you can get 5 times the labor value from them. After sending them to school, Soo-young successfully earned nearly 100 labor points. Anyway, Soo-young had done for them in advance what they usually did by themselves, which led to them always feeling that he was a little strange today. It's no wonder that my son has such thoughts. From childhood to adulthood, Soo-young taught them to be independent and do things by themselves if they can. I have been helping them these past 2 days, so they are sure to have some strange thoughts. Soo-young was not worried about whether he would let them develop bad habits. For now, he wanted to get more labor value from them first. As for when you have almost pulled them out, if they have bad habits, just take out the hangers. Chapter 10, The Little Sister Cried. After sending his son home, Soo-young went straight outside to buy breakfast. After having breakfast with Sue, the two set off. Bincheng is actually not very far from the provincial capital, about an hour's drive away. Because of work, Soo-young would travel to the provincial capital from time to time. As for Sue, the last time she went to the provincial capital was before she became pregnant with her youngest son. In fact, Soo-young has always known in his heart that women will sacrifice a lot for their family. So over the years, in addition to work, Soo-young has tried his best to share as much of the burden as he can when he returns home. However, her mood was different from usual times when she went out of the provincial capital. Today, she went there to redeem her lottery tickets. When she went out, Sue checked her bag several times to make sure she had brought the lottery tickets. Soo-young did not make fun of Sue's behavior. In fact, he was also nervous. Even though he had a system, this was the first time he won a prize in all his years, and it was a big prize, so it was inevitable that he was nervous. Soo-young remembered that when he was dreaming on the bus yesterday, he won several big prizes in a place called Earth. I just don't know, in his world, whether this big win will make him insulated from lottery in the future. After arriving at the provincial lottery center, Sue checked the lottery ticket again. Honey, do you think we should wear masks like the other people who come to claim their prizes? Sue suddenly thought of this. She always felt like something was missing before going out. I didn't remember about the mask until I got off the bus. Soo-young smiled and said, we didn't win the first prize, let alone the tens of millions or hundreds of millions, so why do we need to wear masks? If you really wear it, it will attract more attention. Sue thought about it and felt that it made sense. Let's go in. The process of redeeming the prize was not complicated and went very smoothly. The second prize for this period is 580,000 yuan each. 2 bets totaling 1.16 million. After deducting taxes, there is still more than 900,000 yuan left. Although there was still a few tens of thousands of yuan short of 1 million, Su Wei was still very excited when she saw the payment information received on her bank card. At the same time, my heart, which had been tense for 2 nights, finally fell as if a stone had been dropped from my heart. The money is in the bank card, it already belongs to them. After coming out of the welfare lottery prize redemption center, Su Wei kissed Su Yang. Hubby, you're right. The two in my belly are probably the gods of wealth that God has arranged for us. I decided to give birth to them. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I like them both. 1 million is a huge sum of money for many families. With this money, Su Wei at least doesn't have to worry about whether to have a child or not. It's a rare trip to the provincial capital, let's go shopping and buy some clothes for our son. Good. With millions of dollars in her pocket, Su Wei now feels a little more confident. Over the years, she has been shopping on Pinduoduo. These days, she can experience shopping on Taobao. The two entered a nearby shopping mall. Because it was daytime and not the weekend, the mall was empty at this time, giving people a lifeless feeling. Su Yang and Su Wei entered a children's clothing store. Su Wei usually takes care of the clothes for her 2 sons, and she is the one who chooses after entering the store. At this time, a young mother entered the store pushing a baby stroller. Sitting in the stroller was a little girl with 2 pigtails, who looked about 1 year old. She held a pacifier in her left hand and bit it from time to time. He was holding a toy in his right hand, and when he saw Su Yang, he raised the toy up. After entering the store, the young mother was looking through clothes while pushing a baby stroller. At this moment, the toy in the little girl's hand fell to the ground. The young mother was focused on her clothes and didn't notice it. Although Su Yang has 2 sons, he has no daughter. People are like that, when they have nothing, they just think about something. Especially now that Su Wei is pregnant with her 3rd child, twins, Su Yang naturally hopes to have 2 daughters. When I saw someone else's daughter at this time, I naturally couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing her toy fall to the ground, the young mother didn't pay attention, the little girl bent over, her hands kept waving. Su Yang walked over and picked up the toy. Labor value plus 66. Su Yang. What's going on? I just picked up a toy, why did it add 6 points? Su Yang looked at the little girl with shock. After the little girl took the toy, she probably thought that if someone picked up the toy she threw away, it meant that they were playing with her, so whether intentionally or unintentionally, the toy fell to the ground again. Su Yang continued to pick them up for her. Labor value plus 66. Su Yang became excited all of a sudden. He had previously figured out how much labor value was gained. The usual labor value is just added little by little. If it is a child, it will increase. Based on the experience gained so far. The labor value obtained from 1 to 3 years old is 6 points each time, and the labor value from 3 to 6 years old is 5 points. This has been verified by his son. The next stage may be the 6 to 12-year-old period, which should be 4 o'clock. Then for those under 16 years old, the labor value is 3 points. Next up is those under 18 years old, which is 2 o'clock. Finally, the lowest should be 1 point of labor value for those over 18 years old, because they are already adults and completely independent, so this age group is naturally excluded. Then the labor value obtained at each age stage is multiplied by the same multiple. There is also only 1 point for daily sweeping the floor, throwing away the garbage, and housework. As for getting clothes for children, there will be no critical hit multiplier, but they will gain labor value corresponding to their age. At this moment, Su Yang was thinking, what if the child is under 1 year old, then wouldn't the labor value obtained each time be more? At this time, Su Yang really wanted to go outside and see if there were any babies under 1 year old on the street for him to verify. But there is no rush for this for now. If you just wander around the streets, you might be mistaken for a human trafficker. Su Yang looked at the little girl in front of him. He is determined to get the wool from this sheep. Seeing that the little girl was holding the toy and stopped throwing it, Su Yang squatted down, teased her, then accidentally knocked the toy in her hand to the ground, and then picked it up again. This careless behavior lasted for nearly a dozen times. Looking at the labor value numbers that kept coming up, Su Yang became more and more excited. He had earned a lot of labor value in one go and could participate in the lottery again. Su Yang became more and more excited as he pulled. The little girl also had a lot of fun playing with Su Yang at the beginning. But children have never had much patience. If she continues the same behavior too many times, she will lose interest. Just as Su Yang took her toy to the ground again, the little girl's mouth suddenly flattened and her eyes wrinkled. After all, Su Yang is the father of 2 sons. As soon as he saw the little girl's expression, he knew that she was unhappy. Su Yang's toys haven't been picked up yet. Wow! Children's moods change at any time. When the young mother heard the crying, she immediately turned her head and saw Su Yang holding her daughter's toy in his hand. Su Yang's mouth twitched. This is embarrassing. Chapter 11. A leaky little cotton padded jacket is still a little cotton padded jacket. What's wrong, baby? The young mother quickly bent down to coax her child. Although it was a little awkward for a moment, Su Yang quickly recovered. The toy must have fallen, Su Yang said as he handed over the toy in his hand. The young mother turned around, looked at Su Yang, and then took the toy in her hand. Baby, look, Uncle picked up the toy for you. Perhaps every parent may need to learn other skills, but there is one skill that will become innate after becoming a parent. Clip sound. Even a person with a rough voice will automatically speak in a low voice when facing a younger child. And they will automatically learn to reduplication. After the little girl took the toy from her young mother and was coaxed for a while, she stopped crying. Because the little girl suddenly started crying, the young mother stopped picking clothes. She nodded and greeted Su Yang, then pushed the little girl out. When the little girl was pushed out by her young mother, she suddenly turned sideways and gave Su Yang a lovely smile. Seeing this scene, Su Yang felt a little sad. Girls are good. Su Yang sighed. Su Wei came over with a piece of clothing in her hand, and just heard these words, and rolled her eyes at him. You only say that now because you have sons and no daughters. When the 2 girls in your belly are really daughters, and they are leaky little cotton padded jackets, they run away with Huang Mao at the age of 16. I wonder if you will still say it is good. A picture suddenly appeared in Su Yang's mind. A yellow-haired man, riding a motorcycle with his daughter on the back, was racing on the street late at night. This scene is indeed terrifying. But he still said, even if it's a leaky little cotton padded jacket, it's still my little cotton padded jacket. Besides, Huang Mao? If anyone dares to kidnap my daughter, I will be the first to break his legs. Su Wei was amused by his daughter protecting maniac look. Come on, it's easy for you to say it now. When you really have a daughter and meet Huang Mao early, I want to see if you will do what you say now. Su Yang shrugged and said nothing. He really likes his daughter. Mainly because he doesn't have a daughter now. Plus, when he saw the little girl smiling at him just now, his heart softened. However, what Su Wei said was right. If he really had a daughter, he would probably be worried to death. But then again, Su Yang suddenly thought of something and glanced at Su Wei's belly. If you really have 2 daughters, our family will be very lively. Just imagine, 2 little girls will be around you every day, chattering, how interesting it will be. Su Wei raised her eyebrows and teased him deliberately. Oh, are you fantasizing about being a daughter slave now? Don't forget, the 2 in your belly haven't come out yet. What if they are 2 boys? When Su Yang thought of the 2 boys at home, he did have a headache. Boys are indeed more active than girls. Su Wei looked at Su Yang's expression at the moment and couldn't help laughing. She punched him lightly and said, all right, it's only 7 weeks now, nothing can happen. Please help me take a look at this dress. I feel the color is a bit too bright. I wonder if Shao Kong likes it. Su Yang took a look and said, it's not bad. You can just buy 2, one big and one small. Su Wei said unhappily, it's simple for a father to buy clothes, 2 sets of the same style. Su Yang prepared 2 sets. Su Wei didn't agree, and in the end each of them picked a set. Different colors and styles. Buying clothes for boys is a little easier. After buying the clothes, the 2 walked around the neighborhood and Su Yang suddenly made a proposal. Since you are here, do you want to go to the White Flower Temple to pay your respects? Su Wei looked at Su Yang, is it far from here? It's not that far. If you drive there and there's no traffic at this time, it'll take about 40 minutes. Su Wei thought for a moment and asked seriously, are you sure you want to go to Baihua Temple? Any questions? Su Wei smiled and said, people often say that white flowers represent sons and red flowers represent daughters. Are you going to the White Flower Temple to pray for a son or a daughter? But if you want to go, I don't mind. Although not all of my sons' wives may be filial to me, I think there will be 1 or 2 of them who are filial and can provide us with food. Forget it, I'm not going. Su Yang immediately changed his mind, if there are 2 of them, I'm worried whether they can find wives in the future. If there are 4, I will worry a lot. Ha 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 ha. Su Wei laughed. In the end, Su Yang gave up going to Baihua Temple. Although he is a materialist, he would have a headache if he really gave birth to 2 sons, even if his family had a mine. Giving up on going to Baihua Temple, Su Yang accompanied Su Wei for a walk around the area. After all, it's a rare trip to the provincial capital, so naturally I have to walk around more. What are you looking at? Su Wei saw Su Yang turning his head back and forth and couldn't help but ask. I haven't been here for a while, and I want to see if there have been any changes in this area. What Su Yang actually wanted to see was whether there was a baby nearby. In addition to wanting to verify his guess, he was also prepared to make some good money. I have already gained a lot of labor value from that little girl just now. Su Yang was not in a hurry to draw the lottery. The novice protection period has passed. If you draw again, you may not be able to draw good things. It is better to accumulate and draw a few more times. After walking around for a while, it was noon and the two were preparing to go out for lunch when Su Wei's cell phone rang. Wei Wei, are you in the provincial capital? Yes, I'm in Nanjiang district. I came here to do something. What a coincidence. I live in Nanjiang district. Where are you? Su Wei took a look around and then mentioned an iconic building. What a coincidence. I'm right around here. Wait for me, we'll meet in 5 minutes. After Su Wei hung up the phone, Su Yang asked, who's calling? There was a classmate I got along very well with when I was in high school. She even came to be the maid of honor when we got married. Do you remember? Su Yang thought for a moment and said, Li Sisi? Right. What's wrong? She just called and said she lives nearby. What a coincidence. I guess she saw my Moments post and knew I was in the provincial capital, but I didn't expect that she actually lives here. Su Wei smiled and said, we have been in contact over the past few years. She has been living in the provincial capital and has asked me out many times, but I couldn't leave at that time. Since we've met, let's have a meal together. Not long after, Su Yang saw a woman dressed very fashionably and wearing a pair of sunglasses greeting them. Su Yang still has some impression of Li Sisi. At the wedding, among so many bridesmaids, Li Sisi was the most outstanding one. But Su Yang looked at Li Sisi and had no thoughts. His attention was all on the child that Li Sisi was carrying on her back. Chapter 12, Children are difficult to raise. Chapter 12. Su Yang remembered that when they got married, Li Sisi was their bridesmaid. As for Li Sisi, I only remember that she was very beautiful and had a good figure. I heard that she was also a school beauty when she was in college. However, they had only met once when they got married, and had no contact since then. Su Yang had no impression of her appearance at all. As soon as Li Sisi came over, she said, Wei Wei, you didn't even tell me you were coming to the provincial capital. If I hadn't seen the circle of friends you posted, I wouldn't have known. Su Wei and Li Sisi haven't seen each other for several years. Although there has always been contact. But this kind of connection is still slightly weaker in terms of emotion compared to meeting each other in person. Su Wei doesn't have many classmates from high school with whom she still keeps in touch, and Li Sisi is one of the ones with whom she has always maintained a relatively good relationship. As for my college classmates, I actually have quite a few good relationships with them. But Su Wei is like most women. After getting married and then having a child, her life no longer belonged to her own, let alone socializing. If you are well off, you will get together with your friends more often. If it is an ordinary family, even if they are good friends, they can only meet very few times throughout the year, and they may not see each other for several years. Facing Li Sisi's complaints, Su Wei said, I came to the provincial capital just to do something. I came here temporarily without any plans, and I didn't know how long it would take, so I didn't tell you. Is the matter finished? It's done. You haven't eaten yet, right? Go eat first, and then we'll have a good reunion today. Su Wei was originally planning to go out for dinner, so naturally she would not refuse this proposal. Li Sisi brought Su Yang and Su Wei to a restaurant that looked relatively high-end. After taking her seat, Li Sisi called the waiter over and ordered the dishes. When she was about to sit down, the child on her back suddenly moved, and then cried wah. Li Sisi quickly stood up and walked back and forth, patting the child's buttocks. After coaxing for a while, the child fell asleep again. Su Wei asked, is your baby 3 months old now? Right. Li Sisi nodded, then looked at the child in front of her. This brat is very difficult to take care of. He spent the first month in a confinement center, which was comfortable. But in the second month, there were many times when I wanted to throw him into the trash can. When it comes to children, even people who haven't seen each other for many years, or even strangers, suddenly have a common topic. In the first month, you usually eat and sleep, wake up, eat, and then go back to sleep. This is easier. Su-wei is an experienced person and will start to teach parenting tips. In the second month, because the baby is growing bigger, there will be bloating, so the baby will feel uncomfortable and will always feel uneasy. Every time you feed him, you have to pat him on the back, and you have to do the gas exercises. Lee Cece said, I have done all of this. I follow several parenting bloggers and have learned everything from back patting to exhausting exercises. But this brat just makes a scene when he needs to. When talking about this, Lee Cece looked helpless. Su-wei smiled and said, it's the same way. Are you breastfeeding or drinking formula now? Milk powder. Why not breastfeed? It's good for the baby. I wanted to breastfeed at first, but I read online that if I breastfed, my baby would sag and turn dark. I was worried that my husband would dislike it, so I just fed him formula milk. Su Yang, who was standing next to them, heard the two of them discussing such private topics so unscrupulously and drank his tea calmly. This is the difference between a young girl and a young woman. Especially after giving birth, it seems that all the topics that I felt shy about when I was a teenager have become commonplace. Although they could discuss such sensitive topics without caring about the people around them, Su Yang could not participate. Fortunately, this topic was not discussed too much. The two women talked mostly about children. Cece, let me tell you, the first litter is definitely raised more delicately. After the second litter, they are treated like pigs and dogs. Lee Cece chuckled and said, one child is enough to make me suffer. I dare not have a second child. Unless I can guarantee that the second child is 100% a girl, I will stop having children. Su-wei smiled and said nothing, but her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Su Yang. Su Yang touched his nose and turned his head away, feeling a little guilty. It's mainly his fault. He had to experience the original touch, otherwise this accident wouldn't have happened. Su-wei and Lee Cece hadn't seen each other for many years, and as they had a common topic of having a child, they had a very pleasant meal. After eating and drinking, Lee Cece said, Wei, it's rare for us to meet, don't rush back, let's go shopping. As soon as she finished speaking, Lee Cece's son started crying. The corners of Lee Cece's mouth twitched. You little brat, your mother hasn't been out shopping for months, so you can't even take a break. Lee Cece complained, but her face looked doting. Seeing this, Su-wei asked, are you hungry? Lee Cece thought for a moment and said, let me check the time. Lee Cece opened her phone and took a look. There are still 10 minutes left. Let him starve for a while. Su-wei pursed her lips and chuckled, seeing you like this now, it's almost the same as when I gave birth to my first child. I'm better off breastfeeding, but you're just feeding according to the time period the nanny told you. Lee Cece sighed, now I can really experience how hard it is to raise a child. Your family has 2 children, so it must be even more troublesome. Su-wei smiled. I wonder what Lee Cece's expression would be if I told her that she was pregnant with 2 babies. He's crying so hard, he must be hungry. It's been so long, and his diapers are so full, it's time to change them. Did you get the milk powder out? Lee Cece nodded repeatedly, yes, I brought a bottle with me in my bag, and some milk powder underneath. Then you change his diaper and I'll get you the formula. Good. Lee Cece took out the bottle, then unbuttoned the baby's sling and put the child down. She looked around and didn't know where to put the baby to change his diaper. Seeing this, Su-wei said, let me do it, you go get the milk powder. Lee Cece hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not very good at prescribing milk powder. I was in a hurry to go out, and I forgot to bring a thermometer with me, so I can't confirm the water temperature. Su-wei. Su Yang. Although Lee Cece's words sounded a bit outrageous, Su-wei didn't say anything. For new mothers, and considering that raising children is more delicate nowadays, it is normal to use a thermometer to check the water temperature after opening the milk powder. Let me do it. Su Yang finally found an opportunity to make some money. This is a 3-month-old baby. Pulling his hair once is almost enough to do a day's worth of housework. Chapter 13 10 times the happiness. Lee Cece was a little embarrassed, but still handed over the bottle. I'm so sorry to bother you. Su-wei took the child from Lee Cece. Is it a problem for me? You have only been a mother for a few months, but I am a mother of 2 sons. As Su-wei spoke, she took the diaper handed to her by Li Sisi and changed it with familiarity. Su Yang actually wanted to take this job, but it was definitely not suitable now. After taking the milk powder out, I asked the waiter for boiling water, tested the water temperature, and then prepared the milk powder with familiarity. Labor value plus 1010. Su Yang, who was shaking the bottle, was stunned. He wondered if he had seen it wrong. Looking more closely, the labor value has indeed increased by 100. Is this the correct way to open the system? Without giving it much thought, Su Yang opened the milk powder and took it back to the box. At this time, Su-wei had already changed the diaper and was playing with Li Sisi's son. After Su Yang handed over the milk powder, he saw that the diaper that had just been changed had not been thrown away yet, so he picked it up and threw it into the trash can. Labor value plus 1010. For a 3-month-old baby it is 10 times. Will the number of multiples be higher for a newborn baby? Su Yang glanced at Su-wei's belly while she was playing with the child. At this moment, he actually hoped that the 2 babies in her belly would come out quickly. That's double the labor value. It's time, I'll feed the baby first, said Li Sisi. Give me. Li Sisi handed over the milk powder without hesitation. Wei, let me tell you, feeding this brat is also very infuriating. He used a lot of force in the first few mouthfuls, but then he just took his time. Su-wei chuckled and said, the child is still young, so it's normal to go slowly. If it goes too fast, it will choke, and you'll probably be in a mess. Right. When Su-wei mentioned this, Li Sisi immediately resonated with it. Just yesterday, I held him and he refused to drink, so I laid him flat. Unexpectedly, he choked after just 2 sips. I was so scared at the time that I almost lost my soul. You can't lie flat when feeding, you have to tilt it slightly. Li Sisi said, I am now scared. To be honest, after he choked yesterday, I am a little afraid to feed him. I am looking for a housekeeping company to contact a nanny. I currently have a nanny, but she is only responsible for cooking, so I have to find another one. Su Yang took a look at Li Sisi. Judging from the way she was dressed and the fact that she lived nearby, it seemed that she had married well. Now they have hired 2 more nannies. It seems that this family has a lot of money. Maybe it was because he heard people talking, but Li Sisi's son found the food interesting and finished the noodles without realizing it. Li Sisi was surprised. Wei, this is really a miracle. Usually when I feed this brat, he takes so long that it makes me angry. But he finished this meal so quickly. Su-wei put the bottle on the table. Maybe he was hungry, or maybe he just had a nap and was in a good mood, so he was eating with a smacking sound. Li Sisi looked at the son in Su-wei's arms, glared at him, and said in feigned anger, you little bastard, are you so good at breastfeeding because your Aunt Wei is so pretty? The baby boy stared at Li Sisi and suddenly laughed, which made both women laugh. Su Yang knew that this situation would normally have nothing to do with him, so he took the bottle and prepared to wash it. Su Yang, let me wash this. Li Sisi no longer had the nerve to trouble Su Yang. No, you guys just need to chat. I'm better than you at washing bottles. This is a chance to win a lottery, how can I miss it? I'm really sorry. Su Yang smiled and went out with the bottle. After the door of the box was closed, Li Sisi said, Wei, you married a good husband. When you got married, I saw Su Yang and I felt that he was someone I could entrust my life to. Su Wainuo, I said, you also know how to read faces. After a pause, Su-wei smiled slightly and said, but Su Yang is really good to me. If it weren't for him, those 2 sons would have driven me crazy over the years. Li Sisi looked envious. My guy can't even change a diaper, let alone help. Su-wei looked at Li Sisi. The child is already 3 months old. When are you going to hold the wedding? Although they hadn't seen each other for several years, Su-wei had some understanding of Li Sisi's situation because they had always been in contact. In fact, it was planned to be held a few years ago, but at that time we were experiencing a major virus, so the matter was delayed. After everything was free, Li Sisi happened to be pregnant. They were also planning to hold a wedding at that time, but Li Sisi said she wanted to consider this matter after giving birth to the child. I was looking forward to the wedding, but now I don't have that idea anymore. The baby is born, the marriage certificate is obtained, so it doesn't matter whether we have the wedding or not. Indeed, weddings are a hassle. If I were to choose now, I would definitely not have one. We'll talk about the wedding later. If it really happens, you will naturally be unable to escape. Let me talk about you. Now that your 2 sons are in school, do you want to go out and work? This. Just as Su Wei was about to speak, Su Yang pushed open the door of the box and walked in, and the topic was terminated. Su Yang wiped the bottle clean and put it on the table. Wei Wei, you guys shouldn't be in a hurry to go back. We met this time, and we don't know when we'll see each other again. Let's go shopping. That doesn't bother me. When arriving in the provincial capital, Su Wei had already told the child's grandparents and asked them to pick him up. How can you go shopping with your son on your back? Li Sisi glanced at the son in Su Wei's arms. If I had known, I should have just taken the stroller down and put him in it. How about this? Su Yang suddenly said, let me hold the child. He just ate and had a nap, so he won't make a fuss for now. Li Sisi hesitated, this is a bit embarrassing. Yes, let Su Yang hold your son. Su Wei continued, just leave it to him. When it comes to raising a baby, Su Yang is probably better than me in every aspect except breastfeeding. Li Sisi thought for a moment and said, that's really troublesome for you. Su Yang smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Adults can control children of this age. It's really troublesome when they can't be controlled when they learn to walk. Li Sisi also laughed. She was not the kind of person who was shy, and considering her relationship with Su Wei, she didn't say anything else. Coming out of the restaurant, Su Yan looked at Li Sisi's son with an excited look on his face. You have to know that from the restaurant to the door, he has already earned 300 labor points from this brat. I'm afraid that after Li Sisi and Su Wei finish shopping, they will have done more than 110 draw today. Thinking of this, Su Yang was looking forward to today's harvest. Chapter 14, Addicted to It. Su Wei and Li Sisi walked into a women's clothing store hand in hand, and Su Yang followed behind with the child in his arms. Seeing that there were still some milk stains on the corners of the baby's mouth, I took a tissue and wiped it. Labor value plus 1010. Seeing that the hat he was wearing was a little crooked, I helped him straighten it. Labor value plus 1010. Your socks seem to be falling off. Pull them up a little. Labor value plus 1010. There's some dirt on your face, just wipe it clean. Labor value plus 1010. Looking at the ever-increasing labor value, Su Yang was already very happy. After all the clothes on Li Sisi's son were fixed, Su Yang thought for a moment, ruffled his hat again, and then straightened it for him. Ha! I didn't get any labor value. Su Yang muttered, a little surprised. It seems that it has to be messed up naturally, or someone else has to mess it up, otherwise it can only be plucked once a day. Unlike the little girl just now, although the toy was intentionally dropped on the ground by him, the toy fell from the little girl's hands, so he was able to continuously obtain labor value. The baby in front of us does not have any consciousness at the moment, and all his behaviors and actions come from the outside world. Perhaps because of this, the same behavior can only obtain labor value once. Su Yang felt it was a bit of a pity. If he messed it up and it would also have labor value, then he would guarantee to pull out all the hair of Li Sisi's 3-month-old son. Then I thought about it, this is normal. Each time the amount is multiplied by 10. If it is possible to get it continuously and infinitely, the system will be smoked by the lottery even though Li Sisi's son's hair has not been plucked out yet. Su Yang, what do you think of this one? Su Wei suddenly turned around, holding a light blue dress in her hands and with an expectant expression on her face. Su Yang took his attention away from the child, raised his head and took a look. It looks good, why don't you try it and see the effect? Li Sisi also came over. I think it's great, too. And this skirt will definitely look great on you, so you can try it on as well. Su Wei hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll try it. She walked into the fitting room with 2 pieces of clothing. Li Sisi looked at her son who was being held by Su Yang without making any noise or making any trouble, and could not help but say, this brat, when I hold him normally, he moves around or cries. But in your hands, he is so quiet. Su Yang, you are really good at taking care of children. Su Yang smiled and said, if you have more children, you will have more experience by then. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. This brat is driving me crazy all the time. Even if I want to have a baby, I have to wait until the baby is older. Because he was not particularly familiar with Li Sisi, Su Yang naturally couldn't talk to her too much about such topics. Not long after, Su Wei walked out of the fitting room wearing the blue dress. She stood in front of the mirror and turned around, with a satisfied smile on her face. How is it? Li Sisi's eyes lit up. It looks great. This color makes your skin look even whiter. Su Yang also nodded. It's really good. Su Wei stood in front of the mirror for a while and felt quite satisfied. She just took a look at the price. If it were in the past, she might have hesitated. Now she has nearly 1 million yuan in her bank card, so she has the confidence to buy a skirt. But she thought of one more thing. There are 2 in my belly and it's already 7 weeks. If it is 1, the skirt can still be worn for a few months. When she was pregnant with her 2 sons, her belly was not very noticeable because it was located below the umbilical cord. She is about to give birth, but others still think she is only 4 or 5 months pregnant. It's different now. I'm pregnant with 2 babies, so there is no need to worry about which one is better. I guess once my belly becomes visible in 3 months, I won't be able to wear this skirt anymore. After giving birth, I have to breastfeed and take care of the baby, so I guess the skirt will be gathering dust in the closet for a long time. After taking off her skirt, Su Wei said, "Let's go shopping again." Su Yang actually saw that Su Wei liked that skirt very much, but he didn't know if she thought it was too expensive and ultimately decided not to buy it. "Honey, it's pretty. If you like it, buy it. We have some money now, so we can still afford a skirt." Su Wei shook her head and whispered, "The main thing is that I can't use it after buying it." Then Su Wei told Su Yang what was in her mind. Su Yang glanced at Su Wei's belly and said, "So you should wear more nice clothes before your belly shows. I'll take a few more photos for you later." Su Wei smiled, looked at the skirt she had just tried on, and finally gritted her teeth. "Okay, I'll listen to you then." When Su Wei was about to pay, Li Sisi had already paid in advance. "Sisi, I'll give you the money myself. We are sisters, isn't it normal for me to give you a skirt?" "But the skirt costs more than 1,000 yuan, which may not be expensive for Li Sisi, but it is expensive for Su Wei. Isn't your birthday coming up soon? Just consider it as an early birthday present from me." After Li Sisi said this, Su Wei stopped being pretentious and ultimately did not return the money. Su Yang and Su Wei returned to Binchang from the provincial capital at around 5 in the afternoon. Originally, Li Sisi wanted to treat me to a meal. However, after being obedient for a few hours, her son finally couldn't stand his mother strolling around the street leisurely for several hours and still seemed unsatisfied, so he began to protest. Therefore, Li Sisi could only part with Su Wei reluctantly. Su Wei actually wanted to come back later. But since she became a mother, freedom is no longer hers. Su Yang was not planning to go back so early. It's rare to find a 3-month-old baby to increase the labor value, so he definitely wants to get more. But he still knows how to be content. Today, more than 1,000 labor points have been obtained from Li Sisi's son. If I do 10 consecutive draws now, I will still have some labor value left. Su Yang was not in a hurry either. The novice protection period is gone, and the chance of getting a good treasure chest is estimated to be low if you draw again and again. This is my first 10-pull run, and I don't know if there will be a high probability of success. "Honey, now that you don't have to go to work and you have some money, do you want to do something?" Su Wei suddenly asked. Su Yang really hadn't thought about what to do. The layoffs came too suddenly. The same is true for the system. If you ask him to do something right away, he really can't think of anything. After thinking for a while, Su Yang said, "Let's go back and plan it tonight. 1 million is not a lot, but it's not a little either. A large investment is definitely not an option, but a small one should be okay." Su Yang smiled and said, "If it doesn't work out, I'll invest in a snack bar. If that doesn't work out, I'll open a small supermarket near our community. I'll see if there are any stores whose contracts have expired or are being transferred, and take them over." Su Wei chuckled and said, "If you really want to open a snack bar or a small supermarket, I support you." Su Yang glanced at Su Wei and felt warm in his heart. Over the years, Su Wei has always supported him unconditionally. I once vowed to give her a good life, but it never came true. Next, he hopes to fulfill his original wish for Su Wei. Chapter 15 Little Surprise. In the evening, after coaxing his 2 sons to sleep, Su Yang returned to his room. He was ready to start a 10-draw streak. This is a very solemn moment. Su Wei was already lying on the bed. When he saw Su Yang coming in, he put his phone aside. "Hubby, you're considered a millionaire now, do you want to celebrate?" Su Wei threw a wink at Su Yang. Although she is already a mother of 2 children, Su Wei is now more charming than before. This is the bonus of being a married woman. Although they are an old couple, Su Yang often cannot control himself when Su Wei throws him a wink and her charm goes straight to the bone. Now he can't control himself anymore. But thinking of the 2 little lives growing in Su Wei's belly, he still had to control himself. It would be a bad idea to celebrate this. You don't have to celebrate in the most original way, you can try another one. Su Yang naturally understood what Su Wei meant. I'm already in an uncontrollable state, so there's no need to restrain myself. After Su Wei came back from the bathroom after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she got into bed again. Do you want to go to bed early? Su Yang shook his head. It's only 9:30 now, I guess I can't sleep either. He usually goes to bed after midnight, and since he doesn't have to go to work tomorrow, it's impossible for him to sleep that much. Su Wei yawned. Then I won't pay attention to you. I've been shopping all day today. I haven't been shopping for so long in a long time. I'm a little tired. Okay, then you go to sleep first. Su Yang gave Su Wei a goodnight kiss, then walked out of the room, leaving the door ajar. After entering the study, Su Yang immediately started the lottery. Su Yang took a look at the current labor value. A total of 1369 points. A total of 13 draws can be made. With almost no hesitation, Su Yang made 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 attribute points. After the 10 consecutive draws are over, Su Yang took a look at the reward he received. Su Yang counted and found that this was a lottery system with a 100% chance of winning. In addition to the blind box, there are also attribute points and skill points. The skill points should be added to those talents, and as for the attribute points, they should be added to the individual's body. Judging from the rewards obtained, at least the attribute points are the most. It seems that even the worst case scenario has a bottom line. Su Yang put the attribute points and skill points aside first, and currently opened 3 boxes. They are bronze, silver, and gold. Probably the highest level is the diamond box. With the anticipation of opening a blind box, Su Yang opened the bronze box first. Obtained a children's song where his spring copyright has been automatically registered. Su Yang widened his eyes, looking stunned. Is the reward wrong? Although his singing level is not tone deaf, it is not professional either. It is just at the KTV level. What's the point of rewarding him with a nursery rhyme? And he seemed to be somewhat familiar with this nursery rhyme. I seem to have heard it before in the dream I had on the bus that day. Su Yang immediately clicked on the nursery rhyme he had just obtained and listened to it. The light and vibrant melody really gives you a feeling of spring when everything is growing. After listening to it, Su Yang thought this nursery rhyme was very good. Moreover, the copyright was automatically registered, which saved him a lot of trouble. Just now he thought that the bronze box would most likely contain some daily necessities, but he didn't expect it to contain songs. When he was about to open the silver box, Su Yang thought about it and decided to open the gold box first. Give the greatest sense of expectation first. With almost no hesitation, Su Yang opened the gold box. Congratulations on getting 1 cubic meter of space. Ha! It's amazing that something like this can be produced. Is the system preparing for him to cultivate immortality in the future? 1 cubic meter of space may seem small, but some small things can still be put in it. Unexpectedly, the golden box gave him a surprise. This is a good thing. When the time comes to put the private money there, Su Wei won't be able to find it at all. At the same time, Su Yang thought of a criminal idea. If he killed the person, cut him into pieces, and put them into the space, would the body not rot? As soon as this thought came up, Su Yang shook his head. This idea is wrong. This is not the track he is on. In a word, this reward really exceeded his expectations. After opening the gold box, Su Yang then opened the last silver box. Congratulations on receiving half of Grimm's fairy tales. Su Yang was just wondering if a lottery number would come directly, even if it was the third prize. I didn't expect it to be a fairy tale book. It's just half, which feels weird. It can't be that the system also knows how to block the climax point. Su Yang took out Grimm's fairy tales and flipped through it casually. He found that the front was brand new, but the back looked like a new book with half of it torn off. Like the nursery rhyme Where is Spring, this half of Grimm's fairy tales also appeared in the dream world he had on the bus. If the bus's dream is about martial arts or a fantasy world, then what it has now obtained is half of a top-level martial arts secret manual. Su Yang muttered. Although the rewards were a bit strange, Su Yang thought of his 2 sons and the twins still in Su Wei's belly, and felt that these two rewards were suitable. After opening the box, Su-young took a look and found that he had obtained a total of 50 skill points and 10 body attribute points. Attribute points are easy to allocate. His body was in sub-health condition now, so there was almost no need for hesitation and all 10 attribute points were added to his body. After a few seconds, Su-yang felt that all the fatigue in his body disappeared instantly. Because I spend a lot of time in front of the computer and looking down at my phone, my shoulders and neck have been sore. At this moment, the soreness disappeared all of a sudden, as if a huge stone hanging on my shoulder had been removed. Su-young quickly took a look at his personal interface. Labor value, 369. Talents, painting beginner, piano beginner, guitar beginner, cooking elementary, fishing master level. The following are omitted: more than 20 kinds, all at the entry level. Strength, 70-60 for a pass, 100 for a normal person. Agility, 50-60 for passing, 100 for normal people. Physical condition, 60 sub-healthy. The physical condition column is still sub-healthy. It seems that if I want to restore my body to a healthy state, I have to continue drawing lots. After the attribute points were allocated, he was a little hesitant about the remaining skill points. Except for fishing, which is a master level skill, and cooking, which is a beginner level skill, everything else is entry level. If you know a little bit of everything, you will end up knowing nothing. Although he knows a lot of skills, it seems that it would be better for Su-young to add cooking skills at the moment. Although my two sons are not particularly picky eaters, they still eat more meat on a daily basis. If his cooking skills improve, his son might like the food he cooks more. Su-wei is pregnant with twins, and it's already the 8th week. Although my appetite is not affected in the past 2 days, morning sickness will definitely start next. If her cooking skills improve, I wonder if that will help with her morning sickness. After thinking about it, Su-young added 10 skill points to cooking. Then he saw that the data on his personal interface had changed. Chapter 16 Snow White. Chapter 16 Snow White. A value appeared for the cooking skill. Cooking 10 200 elementary. Although it was only an increase of 10 points, a lot of knowledge about cooking seemed to flood into Su-young's mind all of a sudden. Because his cooking skills were at a basic level before, after gaining some cooking knowledge, a lot of recipes came into his mind. Looking at the remaining 50 skill points, Su-young looked through the skill column. He planned to move 10 skill points to explore other skills. After thinking about it, Su-young added it to the piano. In an instant, Su-young felt a warm current entering his mind. Although he had already had an introductory foundation in piano, he also had some basic knowledge of piano music theory. But after adding 10 skill points, the piano column became 1050 getting started. Then a lot of piano-related knowledge continued to flow into my brain like a tide. Although he had some basic knowledge of fingering, music theory, and rhythm, he had never really come into contact with them and only had a vague memory of them. Now, the knowledge that was originally unfamiliar is slowly becoming clear. Although it is still in the introductory stage, my knowledge about piano has increased. Su-young subconsciously tapped his fingers on the computer desk. It's as if there is a real piano in front of you. At the same time, the nursery rhyme "Where is Spring" was playing in my mind. Although he is not playing a real piano now, the rhythm and melody of the nursery rhyme "Where is Spring" have already been imprinted in his brain. Even though I was knocking on the computer desk, it made a dull, low sound from the hard wooden boards. But to Su-young, it also sounded like light and lively notes. It was as if he was really playing on the piano now. After the song was finished, Su-young did not practice again. After all, he wasn't really playing on the harp, so the feeling was naturally not that good. I didn't expect that with 10 skill points, the piano level would increase a lot. Why don't you go buy a piano? Su-young was hesitating. With the money he has on hand, he can afford something that is not too expensive, like a piano costing around 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. However, if I put another piano in the current room, it would take up a lot of space. The most important point is that he had not shown any ability to play the piano before, and his two sons had not taken any piano classes. Not to mention buying it, I guess Su-wei wouldn't let you buy it. Su-young thought about it and decided to add 10 skill points to the guitar as well. Guitars don't take up space. And he did practice it for a while in college, and even played it in front of Su-wei. Even if she asked why I suddenly bought a guitar, I could find a reason. Mainly because with his current skills, there is no need to buy something worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Something above 200 is enough. Forget it, let's order an electronic keyboard online first. I'd better put the skill points directly into cooking to avoid wasting them. With the remaining 40 skill points all added to cooking, this time the knowledge about cooking is clearer and more concrete than before. If we add the first 10 points, a lot of cooking theory and knowledge will be added. Now, the increase of 40 points made many of the recipes that he had never made before seem like they had been made hundreds of times, or even more times. Next, if I continue to improve my cooking skills, I won't be far from becoming a chef god. There was no need to go to work the next day. After sending his 2 sons to school, Su Yang earned dozens of labor points from them. Then he came back and hugged Su Wei in satisfaction and took a nap. If he hadn't thought about Su Wei now having 2 babies in her belly and having to eat 3 meals a day on time, he would have planned to have a good sleep. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had slept so comfortably. It seems that the freedom to sleep was the first thing to be taken away after my eldest son was born. Before they started learning to read, children would not want to go back to sleep once they woke up. After they start reading, even if it is the weekend, when they wake up, the adults have to wake up too. It's not like today, where I can sleep until this time. After waking up, Su Yang kissed Su Wei. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Su Wei looked disgusted. After what you did last night, I didn't dislike you. Su Wei glared at Su Yang and said, if you dare to despise me, I will make you hold it in for the next year. Su Yang didn't dare to refute immediately. After breakfast, Su Yang went into the study. He wants to copy out half of Grimm's fairy tales today. No, how can a cultured person say copy? He must write it down. Sitting in front of the computer, Su Yang opened the document. Although it is only half of Grimm's fairy tales, there are still many stories. Su Yang thought about it and finally chose Snow White, Cinderella, and Little Red Riding Hood. He remembered that in the world of his dream, these 3 fairy tales were widely circulated. Especially Snow White and Cinderella. In addition to various animations, there are also various live-action movies, and their audiences are enduring. Su Yang sat in front of the computer, glanced at the half of Grimm's fairy tales placed next to him, and started typing on the keyboard. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful queen. The writing process was very smooth. After typing the last character, Su Yang stood up and stretched himself. He still types too slowly. I really don't know how those tentacle monsters can do it at a speed of over 10,000 kilometers per hour. He looked at all the talents he had and found that shorthand was also a skill. Just now he had thought about whether he should save 10 skill points for shorthand. Later I thought about it and decided that typing should be done slowly. As long as I keep typing away, I can still write a fairy tale, so I ended up putting all my skill points into cooking skills. After taking a short rest, Su Yang opened the largest literary website on Blue Star. After studying for a while, Su Yang registered an account according to the steps given on the website. After coming up with the pen name, Su Yang did some research and realized that fairy tales like his, since they were short stories, naturally could not be published as long stories. At this time, Su Yang noticed that there was a short story writing contest on the homepage of the author area. Su Yang writes fairy tales. Snow White, Cinderella, and Little Red Riding Hood are also short stories, which are just right. In Su Yang's opinion, this short essay competition seemed to be tailor-made for him. Of course, this is Su Yang's self-indulgence. He just took a look and found that the short story writing competition would end in the early hours of this evening. He just caught the last train. Logically speaking, it should be a fairy tale type. But he searched for it and didn't find any fairy tale type. Finally, he saw one that seemed to be somewhat of a fairy tale type. In fact, Su Yang knew that it would be better to submit a fairy tale like this directly to a publishing house. It just took too long to submit it to a publishing house. Today's Blue Star is no longer the era of paper reading. Even with the advent of electronic magazines, no one knows when his half of Grimm's fairy tales will be serialized. Posting it directly online is just to test the waters. I really don't pay attention anymore, so I'll consider other ways of publishing. After creating the account, Su Yang looked at the 3 fairy tales he had just written. After confirming that there were no typos, he posted all 3 stories in succession. After the fairy tales were published, Su Yang had no control over their fate. Su Yang put half of Grimm's fairy tales back into the space, and then took out the nursery rhyme "Where is Spring?" He was thinking about how to publish this song. He definitely can't sing it himself. Although singing is also included in the talent column, I don't know how many skill points are required to achieve professional level singing skills. I won't consider this for now. But who to find to sing is a problem. This is a complete children's song, it even has an arrangement, so you can just record it. In Su Yang's remaining memory, this nursery rhyme seemed to be the song first sung by another worldwide national youth radio choir called Earth. It's even included in textbooks. He didn't dare to record and upload it casually. With his current singing level, it would definitely be a waste of this nursery rhyme. But who can I find? For a moment, Su Yang really had no idea what was going on. Chapter 17 focuses on a sense of contrast. 2 days later, Su Yang brought back a courier. Because it was a large item and today was the weekend, his two sons didn't have to go to school, so when they saw him carrying a parcel in, they immediately came forward. Then he extended his hand to lend a hand. "Dad, what is this?" The eldest son Su Yuan asked. "You guess." "Table?" "Guess again." "Shoe rack?" "No." Su Yuan guessed several times but couldn't figure it out. "I know." The second son Su Yukong shouted, "It must be delicious." "I think it's cookies." "Su Yang." "Su Yuan." At this moment, Su Yang was considering whether to take the second boy to have his intelligence tested. Su Yuan said unhappily, "Brother, you think about eating them every day. Have you ever seen such a big cookie?" "Yes." Su Yukong nodded immediately and replied, "Didn't we see on TV yesterday that there was a big cookie? Didn't it take a lot of people to carry it?" Su Yuan thought about it and it seemed so. They did watch it on TV when they came back from school last night. So Su Yuan began to have doubts in his heart. Su Yang knew that they were talking about a cartoon they watched last night, which told the story of Lilliput, so in the eyes of the two boys, the cookies really were that big. "You two move aside and let your dad put the stuff down." Su Wei walked out of the room and pulled her two sons aside to avoid Su Yang touching them when he put them down. "What did you buy?" Su Wei was also curious. Su Yang didn't say anything. He put it down quickly, found a pair of scissors to fold open the outer packaging, and then carefully took out the inner packaging. After seeing the packaging, Su Wei was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, "Electronic piano?" "Right." "No. You have too much money and don't know where to spend it? Why did you buy this thing? You can't play it." "Who said I can't play?" As Su Yang spoke, he opened the box and carefully took out the electronic piano. Both sons have seen a piano. There is a piano training class not far from the community. There is a piano there. You can see it when you pass by on your way to and from school every day. Before, Su Yang had also considered whether to send his two sons to learn piano. "I asked about the price of each class in the past, but considering my wallet, I finally gave up." At that time, Su Yang thought about it and decided not to learn the piano, a gentleman's instrument. When they are a little older, buy a guitar worth over 100 yuan online and let them play it randomly to observe whether they have talent in music. If not, then don't worry about becoming an artist. If it doesn't work, go back to the village and ask if there is anyone else who plays the suona. The two sons had never seen an electronic keyboard, but when they saw the black and white keys, they thought it was a piano. Su Yang took the electronic piano away and placed it flat on the table. When Su Wei heard that he could play the piano, she looked confused. "When did you learn to play the piano? I remember that when you were in college, you only practiced guitar, and you didn't even know how to play it." Speaking of this, Su Wei couldn't help but say, "You had such embarrassing guitar skills back then, but you dared to play in front of me." Su Yang chuckled, "My main theme is a sense of contrast and sincerity. There were a lot of guitar players who were good at it and confessed to you, but you didn't like them. Maybe my poor level can attract your attention." Puff. Thinking of some things that happened in college, Su Wei couldn't help laughing. "You're taking a different approach. But you know what, I really noticed you because of your ear-torturing guitar skills." After entering society, Su Wei never saw Su Yang play the guitar again because she had to worry about making ends meet. I don't even know if he can still play it. But Su Wei had never seen him play the piano. "I'll show you my skills later." After Su Yang plugged in the power, he pressed a few times on the black and white keys. The two sons immediately became addicted and started pressing on it. "Shaoan and Shao Kong, just stand by and watch. I'll play a song for you." Su Yukong immediately shouted loudly, "Dad, I want to listen to the rooster catches the chicken and the snail steals the vegetables." Su Yang knows this song, which is currently a popular song. "Dad can't play the two songs you mentioned. I'll play you a different one." Su Yang played a few more times, tested the sound, and then went over the music score in his mind. "Although it is just an introduction, the song Where is Spring is directly in my mind, and I can write it out when needed. After testing the sound, Su Yang began to play. 33 31 33 31 30 55 31. At the beginning, Su Yang was not very proficient in playing the piano and had some stumbles. Then his fingers became more and more flexible, playing light and lively notes, like dancing elves in spring. Su Wei originally thought that Su Yang was just pretending, but as Su Yang's fingers played back and forth on the piano keys, a beautiful and lively tune sounded in her ears. At the same time, listening to the cheerful rhythm reminded her of the scene of tender green grass in spring, breaking through the ground after absorbing enough spring water. And the blooming flowers swaying in the wind. When the last note was played, Su Yuan and Su Yukong immediately applauded. "Dad, that sounds good. Nice." Su Wei came back to her senses and looked at Su Yang in surprise. "No. When did you learn to play the piano? Do you believe me when I tell you that I learned it in a dream?" Su Wei glared at Su Yang. "Do you think I will believe it?" It would be strange if Su Wei believed it. After thinking for a while, Su Yang said, "Didn't I go on a business trip for a few months during the first year of my marriage?" Su Wei nodded. She remembered this. Since the two confirmed their relationship, they have seen each other almost every day. That time when Su Yang was on a business trip was the longest time they had been apart. "There is a music training institution where I am on a business trip, and in the evening, there will be many students practicing the piano there. My job at that time did not require me to work like a slave at night, and I had nowhere else to go, so I often attended classes there. After I got to know the boss there, I occasionally tried it and asked the boss to teach me, and I learned it." Su Wei was suspicious. "Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" "I did mention it to you, but Shaoan had just been born then, so you probably didn't pay attention. Later, I changed jobs, and my energy was focused on making money from milk powder and diapers, so I forgot about playing the piano." After a pause, Su Yang added, "In addition to the piano, I can also play guitar, flute, saxophone, violin, guzheng, and many other instruments." "Mention all the instruments once to give you a heads up so you don't get caught later." Su Wei was surprised at first, and now after hearing Su Yang say this, she was completely shocked. Chapter 18 Where is Spring? Chapter 18 Where is Spring? You're not bragging? Su Wei still didn't quite believe it. How can you be bragging? I just showed you how good I am at playing other instruments. When we have time, I will show you how good I am at playing other instruments. Anyway, it has been compiled, so we must be firm and undoubting. Just like I really learned it. And didn't you just hear it? If I hadn't learned it, how could I have played it? Su Wei wanted to doubt it, but she had just witnessed it with her own eyes. After a moment's silence, Su Wei asked, "You know piano, but you hid it from me. It seems like you are hiding something from me. How is that possible? You know exactly how many moles I have on my body. Just like I know how many moles you have on your body." Su Wei glared at him. "The child is still here. What nonsense are you talking about?" "Ha, I didn't say anything nonsense. You are just imagining things wrongly." Su Wei snorted. "Why did you practice guitar instead of piano when you were pursuing me? Guitar, isn't that convenient? You thought about it, you were the campus beauty at that time, a bunch of people blocked you, so you took a detour. What if I was learning piano and we were not familiar with each other, and I came up to you and invited you to listen to a piece of music?" Su Wei chuckled after hearing this. "The guitar is convenient. If you take a detour, I can carry the guitar and get through the traffic. TSK, if my roommate hadn't told me that you look like a guitar expert with the guitar on your back and asked me to listen, I wouldn't have bothered to talk to you." Who would have known? When talking about some interesting things on campus, Su Wei was all smiles. Who would have thought that you only look good carrying a guitar, but your guitar playing skills are really not good enough? Success is to get your attention. Su Wei snorted again. "Since you know how to play the piano, and now I've bought an electronic keyboard, I'll leave the prenatal music to you." Prenatal education music is really a heavy task. But given his current level, if the two kids in his stomach hear it, they will have to cover their ears every day. What's the name of the song you just played? It sounds cheerful, like a nursery rhyme, but I've never heard of it before. Su Wei asked. She just listened to Su Yang playing and found it quite interesting. It's called Where is Spring? Here are the lyrics. Take a look. Su Yang took out the music score from his body and handed it over. After Su Wei took the music score, she began to sing softly. Where is spring? Where is spring? Spring is in the green mountains and forests. There are red flowers and green grass. And the little oriole that can sing. After chanting for a while, Sue asked, "Did you write this?" At this time, Su Yang naturally said that he wrote it. The rhythm is quite cheerful. When I heard you play it just now, I felt the breath of spring rushing towards me. Now that I read the lyrics, it seems as if we are already in the spring season. Su Yang said, in fact, the song was composed sporadically a few years ago, but because I had to go to work, I didn't take care of it later. I suddenly thought of it last night, so I sorted it out. Su Wei glanced at Su Yang. Are you going to sing? Su Yang shook his head. I'm definitely not suitable. My voice can't sing such a cheerful rhythm. Anyway, I'm just writing it casually. If it doesn't work, I'll let these two brats sing it. After a pause, Su Yang thought of something and looked at Su Wei. Wife, you can actually sing. Su Wei looked stunned. Didn't you practice piano and vocal music when you were young? Although you didn't continue after high school, the foundation is still there. Su Wei does know how to play the piano. Because she is the only daughter in the family, her family conditions are not bad. Since she was young, her parents wanted to train her to be a musician or artist. So at a very young age, I was forced to practice piano and vocal music, as well as painting. Unfortunately, Su Wei had no talent in painting, and her parents had to give up in the end. As for the piano, after the high school entrance examination, Su Wei's piano level, although not a big problem in her usual performance, could not be improved any further. In addition, by the time she reached high school, her parents had lost interest in letting her become a musician and only wanted her to get into a good university. So after high school, she was free and no longer had to endure the torturous process of practicing the piano for at least half an hour every day. After high school, she hardly touched the piano anymore, and now even when she plays the electronic keyboard, she seems unfamiliar with it. As for letting her sing, Su Wei felt a little embarrassed. This is a children's song. I'm afraid I can't sing it. There's nothing to worry about. We're just recording casually and we don't think about becoming big stars. He was originally still struggling with the choice of candidate, but now Su Yang doesn't have to think about it anymore. My wife is the best choice. You know how to read music scores, so you can teach your two sons. Once they are familiar with it, we will record a version of you singing solo and a version of you and your son singing together. Su Wei was not prepared to agree at first, but when she looked at the lyrics and sang softly just now, she thought it was a good children's song, and it seemed nice to sing it with her son. If you agree to record it together, I'll agree. Su Wei is definitely going to drag Su Yang into this. Okay. Su Yang didn't refuse either. Lan Xing also has many good children's songs, such as Where is Spring, which is of good quality. But they are not professional singers after all, and they don't have a professional recording studio. Whether they can become popular depends purely on luck. Su Yang was not in a hurry about recording. After Su Wei and her son had practiced well, he still wanted to try to record the song in a professional recording studio. Since it was the weekend, Su Yang's first priority was naturally to play with his son. When he was working, on weekends, even if he wanted to stay at home all day, he would still try his best to take his son out for a walk. Now that I don't have to go to work, I can naturally have more fun. After discussion, we finally decided to take our two sons to the zoo. I originally wanted to go to the movies and go shopping in the mall. But the youngest son, Su Yukong, is still a little young. If you take him to the movies, even if it is an animated film, he can't sit still. If he couldn't sit still, no one else would be able to sit and watch. Going to the zoo is worry-free. My youngest son has a special liking for animals. We bought the tickets online in advance, and an hour later, the family of 4 arrived at the zoo. When getting off the bus, Su Yang sighed, I guess I have to change to a 7-seater in the future. Otherwise, every trip will be considered overloaded. Su Wei glanced at Su Yang and said, Are you hinting that you want to change your car? Tell me, which one have you looked at in advance? Su Yang chuckled and said, Wife, you understand me. If we are going to change the car, we must change it to a bigger and better one. After all, there will be more people by then, and a better one will be more comfortable to sit in when we go out. Su Wei rolled her eyes and said, I guarantee that if you are really pregnant, don't even think about going out to play. At least for a short period of time, you won't want to go anywhere. Chapter 19 Monkey King. Su Yan thought about it and felt that what Su Wei said made sense. When their eldest son was born, since they only had one child, they would take him for a walk around the neighborhood when they had time. After my son was born, he hardly played when he was little. When we go out to play, I carry him on my back. Besides, my eldest son is not very old yet, so it would be a pain for him to go out to play. Although they still go out occasionally, the number of times is obviously much less than when there was only one of them. Two more came out. For the moment, Su-young couldn't imagine how much of a headache he would have every time he went out. Before coming, Su-young bought the tickets online in advance. After exchanging the tickets, he took his two sons in. As soon as they entered, the two sons became excited. Because it was the weekend, there were quite a few tourists in the zoo. Most of the people here are parents who bring their children to play. "Mom and Dad, come and see, there's a monkey here," Su-yuan shouted excitedly. "Look, the lion is scratching its head and it is still eating something." The monkey was locked in a big iron cage. There are several monkeys inside, a rockery, and some fake trees. Two of them are climbing the fake trees and looking at the tourists outside. There was no curiosity in their eyes, but rather some anticipation. Especially those tourists who were holding food in their hands, their eyes were always staring, as if waiting for them to feed them. The monkeys in the zoo are not the same as those on Shudao Mountain. They are free-range in the wild and may snatch food and other things from tourists at any time. These monkeys locked in cages see all kinds of people every day, and memories already exist in their minds. So they are more looking forward to tourists feeding them. Some chirping sounds were detected coming out of the monkey's mouth. At this time, two monkeys jumped onto the iron net and stretched out a paw, as if they wanted to ask the fat boy who was eating an apple for food. The little fat boy hesitated for a moment, but still took a small bite and threw it over. Although there are signs saying no feeding allowed next to the animals, there are always some tourists, especially children, who simply ignore the signs. After the fat boy threw the apple over, the monkey in the iron cage actually caught it, quickly put it into his mouth and started chewing it. But then another child fed the monkey a banana, and the monkey grabbed it and threw away the apple. Seeing this scene, Su-yang said with emotion, as expected of Monkey King, he is thinking about the bowl while eating. Su-yuan asked, "Dad, is Sun Wukong their name?" "It's not Monkey King. Their name should be Sun Wukong." Su-yuan became even more curious. "Sun Wukong, this name sounds very impressive, is it very powerful?" "Of course it's amazing. It knows 72 transformations. I don't know how many times I watched Journey to the West when I was a kid." "Now you." Su-young immediately shut up halfway through his words. He seemed to have a memory disorder just now. Sun Wukong is the name of the world in his dream. In this world, Sun Wukong does not exist. Monkeys are definitely very powerful. Look, they can climb trees and do somersaults. Maybe they can even transform into 72 different forms. They are just as naughty as you. The two boys immediately became interested. Do monkeys really have 72 transformations? Of course. Dad, how did you know that? Looking at the curious expressions on his two sons' faces, Su-young smiled and said, "I'll tell you about this later." This is something that only exists in another world, and Su-young didn't say much for the time being. Children now are at a stage where they are curious about everything. The more you talk, the more they will ask questions, and you never know how many clues they will reveal. The two boys were distracted by Su-yang's change of subject and did not delve into the matter of Sun Wukong any further. They turned their attention back to the zoo. The youngest son, Su Yukong, is just entering kindergarten and is quite lively. Sometimes he ran to the front to see the peacock spread its feathers, and sometimes he ran to the back to see the giraffe stretching its long neck to eat leaves. The eldest son Su-yuan is relatively stable. In fact, the two sons have completely different personalities. My oldest son is sometimes too quiet, just like a girl. The youngest son has always been a reckless person. This also results in frequent bumps on the head during the growth process, leaving many growth scars. Because of his eldest son's personality, Su-yang sometimes worries whether he will be bullied at school. I am even worried that when I enter society in the future, there may be things like workplace bullying that will happen to me over the long term. Having a child brings about 90 years of worry. Su-young now understands this. The younger son was still running around, while the older son was attracted by the sheep pen next to him. The little lambs bleated and looked very cute. After watching the lamb for a while, Su-yuan heard Su Yukong calling in front. "Brother, come here. Giraffe. There's a giraffe here." When Su-yuan heard this, he immediately ran towards his brother. Su-yan looked at his two sons running around, his eyes full of relief. Although life has become much busier with two more children in the family, this simple happiness and warmth are something we have never experienced before. After the two sons saw the giraffes, they ran back to Su Yang. Dad, didn't you say there were tigers? Let's go see the tigers. Su Yang looked at the route map and nodded, okay, but we have to walk a short distance. So, the family of four walked towards the tiger house. Su Wei held her younger son Su Yukong back because she was afraid that he would run around and get into trouble again. Su Yukong was obviously unwilling and looked reluctant. However, when they arrived at the tiger house, the reluctant expression on his face suddenly disappeared, and he broke free from Su Wei's hand and ran towards the tiger. At this time, a Siberian tiger was lying on the ground, lazily basking in the sun. When he saw a lot of people watching, he would occasionally open his eyes and take a look. In another iron cage, there was a smaller Siberian tiger rolling on the ground. Ha, look at that little tiger, it looks like a clay doll. Su Yukong started yelling. Dad, why is it rolling around? Is it playing? Su Yukong immediately started asking 100,000 questions. There are many benefits for tiger cubs to roll around in the mud. On the one hand, the mud can protect its skin from the sun, and on the other hand, it can prevent parasites from crawling onto its body. Su Yang explained patiently. The two sons nodded as if they understood, but their eyes never left the little tiger. The little tiger rolled on the ground for a few times before it stopped. It looked around and was very curious about the people who were watching it. At this time, the Siberian tiger, which had been lying on the ground lazily basking in the sun, suddenly stood up. Its huge body immediately caused many children to exclaim wow. Roar! The Siberian tiger suddenly shouted. Wow! A little girl was frightened when she saw a Siberian tiger opening its bloody mouth and shouting, and she started crying. Chapter 20 did not become a hit. Seeing someone crying in fear, Su Yang also became a little worried about his younger son. However, he didn't seem to be afraid of the tiger's roar just now. Dad, the tiger's mouth is so big, can it eat an elephant? Su Yuan's 100,000 wise mode is activated. Of course, there are no animals like elephants in zoos like this in the city. Su Yang smiled and said, although tigers are fierce, they cannot swallow an elephant in one gulp. But the tiger is so big. Su Yukong gestured. Su Yuan next to him said, the tiger's mouth is big, but don't forget that the elephant's mouth is that big. Su Yuan opened his arms and gestured as well. Su Yukong thought about it and seemed to think that what his brother said made sense. Dad, do you think we can take the little tiger home to raise it? It looks very cute. When I bring it home, I will roll around on the ground with it. Su Yang and Su Wei smiled and said, you can't take this back. But I want to take it back. Su Yang thought for a moment and pointed to the big tiger next to him and said, if you take the little tiger home, it will be sad if its mother finds out that her child is missing. The youngest son Su Yukong thought about it seriously and suddenly said, but Dad, I just heard someone say that it was a male tiger. Su Yang. Puff. Su Wei next to her couldn't help but laugh. Su Yang was a little embarrassed, but he quickly added, that's the little tiger's father. Just like if you were taken away by someone else, your father would be sad too. Su Yukong immediately shook his head, Dad, I will definitely not leave you. Su Yang was moved after listening to this. Then Su Yukong added, if you weren't here, no one would buy me sausages. My mother usually doesn't dare to buy them for me. Su Yang. It's obvious that this guy will forget his parents when he grows up and gets a wife. After visiting the tigers, they went to see some other animals. Just when they were about to finish visiting the zoo, Su Yuan suddenly saw a small shop in front of them. Dad, I want to eat ice cream. Su Yuan shouted excitedly. Su Yang looked at his eldest son, then looked at the time, and said, okay, but we can only eat here, and we have to go home after eating. Su Yuan shouted happily, great. Su Yukong was also excited. The two brothers ran to the store one after the other. Su Yang looked at his two sons' backs, then turned to Su Wei and said, I have a strong feeling that the two babies in your belly must be girls. Su Wei smiled, why do you suddenly have such a strong premonition? My two sons hurt me so much, I'm sure they'll give me two little cotton padded jackets to keep me warm. Su Wei rolled her eyes at him and said, if you want a daughter, you have to work harder. In this case, it should be none of my business. Now that she's pregnant, it definitely has nothing to do with him. How is it none of your business? Think about it, I just have a piece of land at most, but what I plant depends on your seeds. Su Wei looked at Su Yang with a smile in her eyes, if you want a little cotton padded jacket, then from now on, you have to pray that the seeds you sowed at that time were right. Su Yang wanted to refute, but he felt that what Su Wei said made sense. Mom and Dad, come quickly. Hearing their son calling them over, the two stopped chatting and walked towards the store. Soo-young selected 2 small portions of ice cream and handed them to his 2 sons. After the 2 sons took it, they started biting it immediately. Soon both of them had their faces covered with ice cream. Looking at this scene, Soo-young couldn't help but take out his mobile phone to take a picture of them. At night. Although he had been wandering around the zoo all day, Soo-young was still full of energy at night. I don't know if it's because he won 10 attribute points in the last lottery, but he added them all to the physical column. Although his health condition is still sub-healthy, the feeling of physical fatigue and shoulder strain that he had felt before has disappeared, and he has become more and more energetic. Because of Soo-wei's current physical condition, they naturally couldn't use real guns and live ammunition. It can only be solved with the help of Soo-wei and auxiliary devices. I still have some things to do, you take a rest first. Soo-wei nodded, you should also come earlier, don't be too late. Although the two didn't really fight just now, Soo-wei is pregnant now, and the hormones in her body will change. At this time, the levels of estrogen and progesterone will increase, so she will be more easily aroused. At the same time, she became more sleepy. When I was pregnant with my 2 sons, I was not that sleepy in the early stages. But now that I'm pregnant with twins, the sleepiness period has come much earlier. After Soo-young got out of bed, he kissed Soo-wei on the forehead and then left. Coming to the study, Soo-young took a look at his labor value, which was currently 596 points, and he could draw 5 times. Soo-young thought about it and decided not to draw the lottery, but to save up some money first and then do 10 consecutive draws. Soo-young turned on the computer. He posted 3 fairy tales to a literary website a few days ago. After they passed the review and signed the contract, he didn't pay much attention to them anymore. After all, short stories are different from long stories and do not need to be updated every day. Plus on weekends, Soo-young naturally spends time with his wife and children. He had to go to work before, and after sending his 2 sons to school in the morning, he would also go to the company. Even if I don't have to work overtime, it's almost 7 or 8 o'clock when I get home from the company. If I have to work overtime and continue to work like a slave, I will not be home until at least 10 o'clock. My son had already gone to bed by then. Now that I don't have to go to work, and Soo-wei is pregnant with twins, there is nothing to do right now, and nothing is more important than her. After opening the author's background, Soo-young was still fantasizing whether it would be the same as the novels he had read before. Even if only 1 chapter was released, the data exploded, with over 10,000 comments and rewards from various bigwigs, beating everything else. Unfortunately, this did not happen. Soo-young took a look and found that the data of the 3 fairy tales were quite normal. The film with the best data is Cinderella. Originally he thought it would be Snow White. Although there was no big explosion, overall, the data is not too bad. And this is just 2 days of data. Compared with the data on the first day, the data on the second day has obviously more than doubled. Perhaps the data will be better when tomorrow's data comes out. Soo-young was not in a hurry either. The main thing is that he can't rush things like this. He had already written and published the fairy tale, and the rest was up to fate. While his wife and children were resting, Soo-young took out the half of Grimm's fairy tales from the space. Although the data did not explode. However, the income from the 3 fairy tales in the past 2 days was quite considerable. Soo-young didn't think too much and opened Grimm's fairy tales and read through it. He was thinking about which articles to copy later. Chapter 21, The Farmer and the Devil. Soo-young finally chose 3 stories, The Farmer and the Devil, The Young Giant and the 12 Hunters. After checking for typos, Soo-young published it. When I refreshed the page again, the 3 fairy tales I had just posted had passed review. Soo-young also applied for a contract. If you have applied for the contract before and have saved the record, just click on it. Because it was already around 10 o'clock, Soo-young applied for the contract, thinking that he would have to wait until the next day to get it approved. Unexpectedly, just like the previous review, as soon as I refreshed the page, it showed that the contract had been signed. It is worthy of being the era of big data. People are still working diligently even so late. After signing the contract, Soo-young took a look and there was nothing else to do. While there is still some time, tidy up your desk. Labor value +1. When you see the trash can is full, just change it. Labor value +1. Glancing at the study. He has rearranged the books on the bookshelf 3 times in the past few days. He put things up and then took them up and put them up again. Soo-wei even thought he was suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Otherwise Su Yang would definitely have to do it a few more times. Take it down and put it back up again, and you can get at least 10 labor points each time. However, Su Yang also noticed that some things cannot be repeated. Like organizing a bookshelf. If the books are really not put away properly, you can get 15 labor points by sorting them out. Then it will decrease. So now, even if he took the books off the bookshelf late at night and put them back again, I'm afraid the labor value gained won't be too much. After several days of exploration, Su Yang did find some patterns. Just like organizing a bookshelf, if you want to get the highest value for your labor, you can't mess it up. The same is true for other labor activities. Looking at the books on the bookshelf, Su Yang was considering whether to let his eldest son mess it up tomorrow. In the afternoon, my second son came to mess things up again. Let Su Wei come and make things more messy at night. All right. He is now possessed by a demon. In the end, Su Yang resisted the urge to tidy up the bookshelf. At the same time, all areas of the study were tidy and clean. It is so exaggerated that you could say there is not even a grain of sand on the ground. Su Yang lamented that when he was in school, he would use the idiom immaculately clean when writing essays. Now he has really made it happen. He has now truly become a real human sweeper. I took a look at my personal interface and it's now 598. Everyone has obsessive compulsive disorder. Even if you don't participate in the lottery, you still have to collect 600 points. Since they couldn't get everything together in the study, Su Yang walked outside and picked up the broom. But I didn't know where to start with the broom. So he put down the broom and went into the kitchen. Seeing that there was still water in the sink, I dug a few times and finally got 600 points. Then I left feeling satisfied. Because they went to the zoo yesterday, Su Yang took the children back to their grandparents' house today. Generally speaking, on weekends, unless I don't have time on those 2 days or the weather is bad, I will almost always choose one day to take the children back to visit their grandparents. Many times, the elderly don't say it, but they naturally miss their grandchildren in their hearts. At their current age, both sons also like to go back to their hometown. Once they return to their hometown, they can completely let themselves go. The village doesn't have as much traffic as the streets, and besides, everyone in the neighborhood knows each other, so Su Yang feels more at ease when they play nearby. Naturally, Su Yang would not tell his parents about his unemployment. Even though I told them, they wouldn't ask anything. But Su Yang now has to pay for a house and support a family, so he must have some worries. So for things like this, it's better not to talk about them. Looking at his two sons playing in the sand, Su Yang suddenly asked, "When are you going to tell them about the twins?" Su Wei turned her head and thought for a moment, "When do you think it's appropriate?" Without waiting for Su Yang to answer, Su Wei continued, "Let's wait a little longer. It's not even 8 weeks yet, and nothing is certain yet. Let's wait until 3 months have passed. After all, they are twins." Su Wei has looked up some information online in the past few days and knows that there will be more instability in having twins. She didn't want to make the two elders happy first, and then have something unexpected happen and then have their faces filled with disappointment. Su Yang nodded, understanding Su Wei's concerns. After all, the news of twins is indeed great news for the two elders. If they were to tell it now, they would definitely be extremely excited. But as Su Wei said, it has not yet been 8 weeks and everything is not yet stable. Announcing it too early may bring unnecessary pressure. You're right. Let's wait 3 months. Su Yang's eyes fell on Su Wei's slightly bulging belly. Having a third child was not in their plan at all. But they are twins. Being able to conceive twins is indeed a great blessing. Although it cannot be made public now, he can't help but start imagining the future. There will be 2 little new members in the family, the children will have 2 more brothers or sisters, and the whole family will become more lively. Of course, it will definitely be more of a headache then. There are still a few months left, and he must take advantage of this time to make more money. He has no ability to predict and cannot guess how successful his children will be in the future. He now has only one goal, which is to work hard to make his children become rich second generation. I heard a while ago that there is a subsidy for having a third child. Do you want to go to the community and ask in a couple of days? Su Wei suddenly thought of this. Although they won 2 second prizes and currently have 1 million in savings, Su Wei knows that it is far from enough to support several children in the future. In fact, many people understand that whether it is the subsidy for the second or third child, it is not enough to raise a child. But if there really is a subsidy, this is a benefit that they naturally cannot refuse. Su Yang nodded. Tomorrow is Monday, the community will be back to work, I'll go over and ask. Just then, the two sons were tired of playing and ran over to hold Su Yang's hands. Dad, we're hungry. Su Yang looked at their clothes and hands covered in mud and sand after playing in the sand, feeling helpless. Lunch is almost ready. Go wash your hands and drink some water. You will be able to eat in a while. Yeah. Su Yang plans to prepare today's meal himself. The two elders felt that he was too tired from work, so they didn't let him do it. Su Yang couldn't do anything about the two elders, it was just a pity that they lost a few more points of labor value. The meat on a mosquito's leg is also meat. After the two sons washed their hands and wiped the sweat off their faces, their mother, Kai Huijian, came out and shouted that it was time to prepare dinner. The family walked into the house and saw the table already filled with delicious dishes. While eating, the two elders kept picking up food for the two kids. Eat more and grow taller. Grandma, I want that too. The eldest son pointed at the braised pork on the table. If you like it, eat more. The meal was a great pleasure. After lunch, Su Yang helped clean up the dishes and chatted with the two elders about their recent situation. Although he did not mention the issue of unemployment, he still briefly talked about the work adjustments so that the two elders would not worry. However, at this time, Su Yang still had to find a way to increase the labor value as soon as possible. I took a lot from Li Cici's son that day. After returning from the provincial capital, I haven't seen the baby who was a few months old. To be precise, it's not that I haven't encountered it, but I'm not familiar with it and I'm embarrassed to go over and take care of it for others. Second aunt. At this time, a young woman came in from outside, holding a baby in her arms. Su Yang's eyes lit up. In his opinion now, a young woman and a baby are a perfect match. Chapter 22 Brothers and Sisters. Kai Huijian heard someone shouting and quickly stood up. Su Yang glanced at the woman who came in holding the child. He felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't know who she was. He bought a house outside and moved out 3 years ago. Although I come back from time to time. But I don't really know some of the women who married into the village. Ziying is here. Kai Huijian responded. The girl named Ziying looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He wore a white sweater on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, and a coat on the outside. She came to Kai Huijian, glanced at Su Yang and Su Wei, and nodded at them as a greeting. Aunt, are you free now? Ziying asked. I just finished lunch and didn't have anything to do, have you eaten yet? I just ate. Ziying replied, and then continued, Second aunt, if you are free now, can you look after my daughter for me? I need to go out to buy some things and take care of some things. It's not very convenient to take her with me. Kai Huijian asked, Isn't your mother-in-law at home? Ziying hesitated for a moment before speaking. Second aunt, you also know my mother-in-law's character. She has never liked the fact that I gave birth to a daughter. So? Ziying didn't continue talking. Kai Huijian also knew what was going on. Give me the child, and go and do whatever you need first. Kai Huijian took the child from Ziying. Thanks. You don't have to be so polite to your family. Ziying gave a few more instructions and then left. Su Yang walked over, took a look at the baby in the mother's arms and asked, Mom, who was that just now? He looked familiar to me. You have no impression? You just had a wedding banquet at the beginning of your year. Uncle's daughter-in-law? Right. After hearing this, Su Yang had an impression. The uncle he just mentioned was not his biological uncle, but an elder from the same family as his father. To be more specific, his grandfather and his uncle's father were brothers. In terms of relationship, they are still very close. The child's mother is young Ziying. She got married at the beginning of last year. She is the wife of my uncle's youngest son, and can also be said to be his sister-in-law. In fact, young Ziying has a good appearance and figure. Among the wives of his generation in the village, although she is not as good as Su Wei, she can at least be ranked in the top 3. My uncle's family is slightly better off financially than Su Yang's. However, there is a deep-rooted idea in their family, which is to favor boys over girls. The uncle's youngest son, Su Jila, didn't play much with Su Yang because Su Yang was a few years younger than him, so he didn't know him very well. But I do know that Su Jila is an undergraduate student and is a relatively honest person. Yang Ziying and Su Jila are college classmates. They are not from this city, but from the neighboring province. Although Yang Ziying was not bad looking, I had heard from my mother before that because her family was from another province and my uncle's family was not particularly poor, they were a little disgusted with her. Their families originally did not agree with their marriage. Later, because Yang Ziying became pregnant, they finally did not object. Ziying is actually a pretty good person. Although she is from another province, she is not a bad person. Your uncle's family is also quite out of line. Although she gave birth to a daughter, they didn't even bother to care about her during the confinement period. Kai Huizhen couldn't help but start complaining. In this day and age, boys and girls are treated the same. Besides, this is the first child, and we can have more children in the future. In terms of favoring boys over girls, Su Yang feels that his parents do have this idea, but it is not that strong. It's not that he feels this way because he now has 2 sons, but some of his behaviors can be seen in daily life. Mom, sometimes you have to talk to them about what your aunt does. Why don't I say it? Kai Huizhen raised her voice slightly. Every time I meet them, I think about it. But they say, you only say that because you have 2 grandsons. If you had 2 daughters, you probably wouldn't say that. After hearing what they said, I don't bother to be disliked. Even an honest judge cannot judge family affairs. Although they are relatives, they can't say so much. Let me hold you. Su Yang reached out and prepared to take the little girl from Kai Huizhen. Kai Huizhen hesitated for a moment and handed the child over. Then hold me for a while, I'll wash the dishes first. Su Yang took the child, and her eyes were wide open at this time. After staring at her for a while, he recalled Yang Ziying's appearance just now. The mother and daughter looked very similar. At this time, the hat slipped down and covered her eyes. She kept moving her head, and Su Yang took it away for her. Labor value plus 100. I noticed that her socks had slipped a little, so I fixed them for her. Labor value plus 100. Su Yang felt great. So he tidied up all the messy and perhaps unnatural parts of the little girl's body, and his labor value continued to increase. You're moving her around so much, be careful or she might refuse. Su Wei walked over and said something. No, she seems to like it very much. Su Wei looked at the child in Su Yang's arms. The child's big black eyes looked very energetic. The little face is rosy and extremely cute. Su Wei raised 2 sons, so she naturally knew how hard it was to raise children. But she still likes children of this age. Let me hug you. Just let me hold you. I haven't held such a young child in my arms for a long time. I didn't even hold Cece's son a few days ago. Su Wei snatched it from Su Yang without saying a word. At this time, Su Wei was overflowing with maternal love. She's so cute, but her aunt dislikes her because she's a girl and doesn't even want to hold her. Su Wei actually never had a very good impression of her aunt's family, although every time she saw them, they were always very enthusiastic and kept saying that she was very blessed to have given birth to 2 sons. But Su Wei felt uncomfortable when she was with them. Su Wei has been married to the Su family for several years. She knows that her uncle's family is in the medicinal materials business and has some money on hand. But they gave Su Wei the feeling of being a nouveau riche. Always likes to put on airs. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Wei rarely went to their house. The 2 of them talked and teased the little girl. Wow. Suddenly the little girl started crying. Why are you crying for no reason? Su Yang touched her buttocks and said, maybe the diaper is a bit heavy and makes her feel uncomfortable. Su Wei also touched it and found that there was indeed a lot. Su Yang took out a diaper from the bag left by Yang Ziying, and changed the diaper together with Su Wei. Then he coaxed the baby and the baby stopped crying. After changing the diaper of the little girl, Su Yang earned 1,000 labor points. Sure enough, the best way to get the most out of your baby is to pull the wool from him. Chapter 23. Every family has its own problems. Su Wei held the little girl and played with her for a while. At this time, the youngest son Su Yukong came over. Mom, this little sister is so cute. Su Wei asked teasingly, this little sister is so cute, how about bringing her home to sleep with you? Good. Su Yukong nodded without thinking. But if your little sister sleeps with you, she will snatch your toys and your milk. Su Yukong thought for a moment and said, I'll give her toys to play with. What about your milk? Do you want to share it with your little sister? Su Yukong tilted his head and thought about it, seeming a little conflicted, but soon nodded firmly, well, I can give her half. The little sister is so small, she can't drink much. Su Yukong's words made Su Wei laugh. She gently pinched her son's little face and said with a smile, then can mom give birth to two little sisters for you? Su Yukon didn't seem to understand what this meant. But at this time he said, okay, Lao Lu said he has a sister, but I don't, I also want to have a sister. Who is Lao Lu? My classmate. Every time he comes to play on the slide, he likes to call me Lao Lu, Lao Lu. Su Wei and Su Yan looked at each other. At the same time, I seem to have some impression of the appearance of Lao Lu mentioned by my son. Su Yan looked at his son's innocent appearance and couldn't help feeling emotional. The world of children is so simple, without worldly prejudices, only pure kindness and love. Shao Kang is really sensible. Su Yang smiled and patted his son's head. But the little sister is still young and can't drink milk. Wait until she grows up a little bit, then you can give her some, okay? Su Yukon nodded seriously, okay. Then I'll give it to her when she grows up. Su Wei looked at the little girl in her arms and sighed softly, this child is so cute, but it's a pity for her grandmother. Oh, if only she could treat girls and boys equally like our family does. Su Yang shrugged, the ideas of the older generation are deeply rooted and it is difficult to change them in a short time. Just like my parents, if we had two daughters, they would also like it. But they would still think it would be better if they had another granddaughter. It's just that I won't show it too obviously, I'll just hint at it along the way. Su Wei smiled and said, just like now, we have two sons, and they want us to have a daughter. After a pause, Su Wei continued, anyway, I'm better off than Ziying. She must feel bad raising a child alone and facing her mother-in-law's cold eyes. In fact, it's mainly because of Gila's attitude. The two chatted and entertained the little girl. After seeing Su Wei holding the girl for a while, Su Yang took the little girl from her. He had to see if he could get more labor value before the child's mother came back. But after a while, the little girl seemed to have woken up for a while, and when I held her, she felt safe. With some gentle rocking, she soon fell asleep. After she fell asleep, and considering that she had already gained a lot of labor points before, the same behavior later did not earn her much labor points. Su Yang didn't continue so as not to wake up the little girl. About half an hour later, footsteps were heard outside the door. Yang Ziying pushed the door open and walked in. She looked a little tired, but when she saw her daughter sleeping peacefully in Su Wei's arms, her expression softened. Is it done? Su Wei asked. Yang Ziying nodded. Although the two had never met before, she had an impression of Su Wei. She heard from people in the village that her second uncle's daughter-in-law was the most beautiful in the village. She was very curious then. Once when she saw their family coming back, she saw Su Wei from afar. Even though she was a woman, she had to admit that Su Wei was indeed beautiful. And you can't tell at all that she is a woman who gave birth to two sons. Thank you for your help. Kai Huijin came out of the kitchen and said with a smile, we are all family, so why bother? The child is very well behaved and just played with Shao Kang for a while. Since Yang Ziying was not very familiar with Su Wei, she didn't have anything to say for a while. Seeing her daughter in Su Yang's arms, she quickly said, let me hold her. Su Yang looked at the little girl who was already asleep and carefully handed her back to Yang Ziying. Taking her daughter's hand, Yang Ziying said, usually she refuses to get out of bed to sleep, and always wants to be carried on your back, even if you hold her in your arms. I didn't expect that she would sleep so soundly today when you held her in your arms. Because at home, her parents-in-law treated her rather coldly. Yang Ziying also tries not to stay at home normally. I usually stay in my room most of the time and only come out for meals. Otherwise, she would bring her daughter to visit. It's just that most of the young people in the village have gone out to work. There are only two people of her age who are still here to take care of the children. However, they seldom come out on weekdays, and one is at the head and the other at the end of the village. She had been there a few times, and found that their attitude was not particularly enthusiastic. She knew her own limitations and didn't want to go over and disturb others. But when she met Su Wei, even though it was the first time they met, she had a good impression of her. Because Su Wei gives people a friendly feeling. And Su Yang. The couple gave a very good impression. What kind of job is Gila doing now? Su Yang asked casually. I remember that he seemed to be working in the provincial capital before. He should still be there now, right? Yang Ziying shook her head. He quit his job in June and came home to help. Su Yan really doesn't know this. Although I come back almost every week, I seldom ask about my uncle's family. It's good to be at home. I can help you take care of the baby. Yang Ziying smiled. But the smile was a little bitter. He is running around outside now. Although it is a family business, he also has to run sales. Previously, Gila's eldest brother Zhigao was in charge of this area. After Gila came back, this area was handed over to him. Zhigao is now in charge of the sales channels. After a pause, Lin Ziying sighed and said, Gila came back the day before yesterday, but he didn't stay here for even a day. He went to Guangxi province again this morning. Originally, if Gila wasn't at home, I wouldn't be so busy, but... Speaking of which... Yang Ziying's eyes were slightly red. She lowered her head, her voice choking a little. If Grandma Jieja could be like second aunt and treat her better, I would be satisfied. After Yang Ziying finished speaking, she felt that it was not a good idea to say these things in front of Su Yang and Su Wei. After all, she had just met them today. Moreover, his father-in-law has a close relationship with Su Yang, and he doesn't know if what he just said will reach his ears. They didn't like me in the first place, and after I gave birth to a daughter, their attitude became even colder. If they knew that I was complaining about them behind their backs, I would probably make the days ahead even more miserable. Chapter 24 Old Master. Yang Ziying's words made Su Wei and Su Yang feel helpless. Every family has its own problems. Although now, the idea of favoring boys over girls is slowly changing. But no matter how much things change, situations like Yang Ziying's will continue to exist. Su Wei felt that she was still lucky. Maybe Su Yang was right, because she gave birth to 2 sons, so this kind of thing did not happen to her. However, she believed that even if she gave birth to 2 daughters, given the personalities of her father-in-law and mother-in-law, a situation like that of her uncle's family would not happen. Su Wei comforted him, "Don't be sad, the child is still young. In fact, in this kind of situation, you don't need to care too much about other people's thoughts. The most important thing is Gila's attitude." Su Yang also nodded, "That's right, you and Gila will spend the last days together. Besides, no matter it's a boy or a girl, they are all treasures. Auntie has this idea now, and she may understand it after a long time. This kind of thing can only be comforted with shallow words. A person's thoughts are too deeply rooted to be easily changed." In Su Yang's opinion, Yang Ziying should be a very spoiled daughter at home. "There are only 2 sons in my uncle's family. The eldest son, Su Zhigao, is 2 years older than Su Yang and is not married yet. Having a granddaughter should be a very happy thing, but he didn't expect that the scenario he imagined did not happen. Sure enough, the plot is a plot because it is indeed a plot. There is still a difference between reality and drama." After listening to what the 2 said, Yang Ziying raised her head with tears in her eyes. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you. Actually, I also know that my mother-in-law and her generation have more traditional ideas and it will take a while for them to change. But sometimes, I feel really wronged." Su Yang said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll go back and discuss with Gila about buying a house outside and moving out." After a pause, Su Yang added, "I remember your family still has land, you can also apply to build a house." Su Wei patted Su Yang and glared at him. Su Yang touched his nose and understood what Su Wei meant. What I just said is actually not appropriate to say out loud, as it seems to be creating greater family conflicts. As for Andy Hui's current situation, he got married a few years ago and his child was just born, so it is estimated that all his previous savings have been spent. Whether you are buying a house or building a house, you have to ask your family for money. Given my uncle and aunt's attitude towards Yang Ziying, it would be impossible even if they were asked to pay the down payment. Moreover, my uncle's current house is a self-built house with 5 floors. Su Gila is also helping out at home. If he really proposes to move out, my uncle will never agree." Su Wei glanced at Yang Ziying and said, "You don't need to think too much for now. Just take care of the child first." Yang Ziying nodded, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. She looked at her daughter sleeping in her arms and said softly, "You are right. Jia is still young. There is no need to think so much now." Su Yan looked at Yang Ziying and couldn't help but feel emotional. He knew that Yang Ziying's situation was indeed not easy, especially in a traditional family, where having a daughter often brings more pressure. He thought for a moment and said, "Ziying, if you need any help, just tell us. We can't help much, but we will do our best to help." Yang Ziying looked at Su Yang and Su Wei gratefully and said softly, "Thank you. I feel much better now that I can talk to you about this today." Su Wei smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're all family. If you have any worries in the future, you can always come and talk to me." Yang Ziying nodded. He looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. I should go back. Otherwise, if I go back late, her grandmother will be dissatisfied." After Yang Ziying left, Su Yang and Su Wei looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. Kai Huijian sighed, I didn't realize that Xiaozhu's idea of favoring boys over girls was so strong before. I have to go over and talk to her about it in a couple of days. Su Yang reminded, Mom, don't get involved in this family affair, or you might upset your aunt. Kai Huijian disagreed, why worry about this? We must talk to her about this. Otherwise, if Ziying suddenly has something to do next time and we are not at home, who will take care of the child? Su Yan was still a little worried. But he also knew his mother's character. Then you have to be more tactful and don't quarrel with your aunt. I know my limits on this. In the evening, after coaxing his two sons to sleep, he climbed the mountain with Su Wei and enjoyed the bright spring breeze in the cave. After Su Wei fell asleep, Su Yang went to the study again. During the day at home, I gained a lot of labor value from Ziying's children. The labor value has now reached 1852. If you save up until tomorrow to draw, you can do 2 10-draw runs. But he was able to resist smoking last night, and now that he has smoked 10 times in a row, he definitely won't be able to resist. Start the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 attribute points. After a wave of 10 consecutive draws, Su Yang took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. 1 gold treasure chest and 2 bronze treasure chests. There are 50 skill points and 10 attribute points, the same as last time. Su Yang was going to use the skill points and attribute points first, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until the box was open to see if the items inside required additional skill points or attribute points. Unboxing as usual. From low to high. In this way, every time is expected. If you open the gold box directly. If what comes out of the box is too surprising, no matter what comes out of the bronze box later, the excitement will not be as great as that of the gold box. It's like a show. If the first performer performs too well, the pressure on the next performer will be particularly great. Even if they can catch it, everyone is still in the heat of the previous show, and even if the following performance is very good, it is just icing on the cake. If you can't connect it, once you compare them, it will definitely have a certain impact in the future. Su Yang opened the first bronze box first. Obtained a children's song Little Bunny. The copyright has been automatically registered. Because whereas Spring was played before, Su Yang was not surprised when the children's song was played again this time. Then Su Yang opened the second bronze box. Obtained a copy of the 4-frame comic book Old Master Q. The copyright has been automatically registered. This made Su Yang a little dumbfounded. Because in his impression, even in the world in his dreams, he had never read this comic. However, in his memory, there is information about a comic book, which is a comic book from the world in his dream. The Chinese nation that was once popular on Earth was popular for more than half a century. Su Yang knew this comic, but he had never read it. Su Yang took out Old Master Q and flipped through a few pages, finding it quite interesting. However, he did not finish reading it immediately. After putting Old Master Q back into the space, he opened the golden box. Chapter 25 Small Investment, Big Return. The first golden box you open is a sure win lottery ticket. The second time was 1 cubic meter of space. I don't know what will come out the third time. Su Yang hopes to be able to get something related to money. Like the first lottery information. Even though the silver box also revealed half of Grimm's fairy tales. But so far, the value brought by Grimm's fairy tales has not been realized. For literary works like this, you need to read the sequel. Su Yang naturally would not worry about the subsequent effects. Even if the subsequent effects were not as ideal as expected, he would consider publishing it at his own expense. This is a treasure left to the child by a writer from another world. Now that he has obtained it, he will naturally let it take root in this world. As for whether it can bloom into colorful flowers in the end, it is not important. Before opening it, Su Yang had fantasized that since the lottery ticket had been given, why not be a little tacky and directly give the information of a stock that would become a dark horse in the near future? He will definitely spend all the money he has. If any standard can be used, he can use it. It's a sure win anyway. Just leave the market in time within the specified time. Or, to be even more tacky, here's some information about finding a bargain on antiques. For example, if someone sells a family heirloom at a low price, he can get it in advance and buy it. When it was sold again, it was sold at nearly 10,000 times the price. Actually, there is nothing. Any information about gambling on stones would be good. One knife can make you poor, another can make you rich. It's exciting to think about it. Then he bought a gambling stone from a pile of waste, was ridiculed by everyone, and finally got an imperial green. The Dragon King returns. However, after he opened the gold box, he found that the reward inside was completely different from what he had imagined before opening it. Congratulations on getting a bottle of 1000 G fish meal. Note, as long as you sprinkle fish meal on the earbait, even if the hook is straight, the fish will rush to take the bait. Su Yang stared at the bottle of fish meal in his hand, somewhat surprised. He was originally full of expectations, fantasizing that he could get stock information, opportunities to find antiques, and even a chance to get rich by gambling on stones. Unexpectedly, the system went against the grain and rewarded bottles of seemingly ordinary fish meal. Fish meal? What good is this thing? Su Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. The last time he remembered fishing was when he was a child. It was in the village that he and his friends from the same village went to someone else's fish pond to fish. At that time they were hiding in a patch of tall reeds. At that time, we used fishing rods made from bamboo poles. As for the bait, it is naturally the earthworms dug directly from the ground. He remembered that he fished for a long time and finally caught a fish. At this critical moment, the owner of the fish pond came over and shouted at them, scaring them so much that they immediately dropped their bamboo poles and ran away. So, not only did he not catch any fish, he also lost his fishing rod. However, his current personal interface shows that his fishing skills are at the master level. In the dream he had in the car that day, the self in that world was really a fishing enthusiast. Even if I don't eat, I must go fishing as long as I have time. It is only natural to reach the master level. There was a memory fragment in the dream, which was that he caught a big fish and then did a very childish thing. I tied the fish to the back of my motorcycle and drove around the neighborhood for an afternoon. Thinking about this behavior now, it is so embarrassing that I can squeeze out a living room and 3 bedrooms. Although he has not been fishing for more than 10 years, he now possesses master-level fishing skills. He carefully read the instructions on the bottle, then thought of the special note after the reward. This bottle of fish meal doesn't seem simple. Is it really that magical? Su Yang naturally would not doubt anything produced by the system. But he was still very curious whether the effect was really that great. If this fish fan is really that powerful, he will search on the internet to see where the fishing competition is taking place. Just apply a little fish powder and the championship will be easily won. Su Yang decided to give it a try tomorrow. Binchang is a coastal city. Although where he lives now is still some distance from the beach, it still takes about an hour to drive there. The next day, after Su Yang sent his 2 sons to school, he also earned some labor points. Because we know that babies under 1 year old can obtain labor value faster. Now Su Yang no longer helped them put on their clothes and shoes. It's better to let them do these themselves. After returning home, I made some porridge for Su Wei. It's not even 8 weeks yet, but Su Wei has become sleepy early. Su Yang woke Su Wei up. Would you like to go for a walk? Su Wei didn't even open her eyes, and said lazily, I feel sleepy and don't want to go anywhere now. Premature sleepiness is one thing. The main reason is that the weather is still cold and the quilt is warmer than anywhere else. Su Yang didn't force Su Wei to get up. After pregnancy, sleep as much as possible in the early stages. By the end of the period, I couldn't sleep even if I wanted to. And she's pregnant with twins. Maybe he had just fallen asleep when someone kicked him from the left and he woke up instantly. Then, just as he fell asleep again, the one on the right kicked him again. He kept telling me not to sleep and to get up and have fun all night. I made porridge for you. I have to go out for a while and come back to cook for you at noon. Su Wei opened her eyes. Interview? Li Jun knew I was fired and that I had some free time recently, so he asked me to go fishing last night. Su Wei knew Li Jun, who was Su Yang's classmate from junior high school to high school. He could be said to be one of the more important friends in Su Yang's life. Going fishing on such a cold day really takes a lot of time for you guys. I just want to go fishing when I have free time. Do you want to go with me? Su Wei shook her head. I won't go with you to enjoy the sea breeze. I'm afraid that if I don't catch any fish, I'll freeze to death. Okay, then you continue to sleep, and I'll come back at noon to cook for you. No need to rush back, I'll just have a quick bite for lunch. Before, when my son went to school, I would just eat something for a meal. But you still have 2 in your belly. It's only been 2 months. Even if I eat more now, it won't attract the 2 in my stomach. Wait 3 months, and then eat more tonic food. Then I'll go out to sea and practice my fishing skills. Maybe I'll catch a bluefin tuna or a wild yellow croaker by accident. Su Wei chuckled. If I really caught bluefin tuna, I wouldn't be willing to eat it. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to sell it and buy other supplements? After chatting with Su Wei for a few words, Su Yang packed up and went out. Su Wei originally wanted to get up, but she felt that at this time and at this temperature, it was best to take a nap. So he fell asleep again. After Su Yang went downstairs, he drove to a fishing tackle store not far from the community. I don't know if I can catch this fish. But you will definitely need to invest a little in the early stages. However, Su Yang knew that this was just a small investment, but it would bring huge returns. Chapter 26: Sea Fishing. Although Su Yang has almost no fishing experience, he now possesses master-level fishing skills. After selecting the fishing rod, fishing box, bait and other necessary items, Su Yang drove to where Li Jun lived. Going fishing alone is definitely boring. Naturally, you need to bring someone along as a companion. Not long after he called Li Jun, Su Yang saw Li Jun fully armed, carrying a fishing rod on his back and a fishing box in his hands, walking towards him. This is really strange. Don't you dislike fishing? Why do you suddenly want to go fishing? Besides, do you know how to fish? Last night I mentioned to Lo Hui that we were going fishing today, but he didn't believe it at all. Li Jun started talking as soon as they met. If there wasn't a batch of goods that needed to be delivered today, Lo Hui would definitely follow. Su Yang took over the conversation. I just don't like fishing, not that I can't fish. Besides, fishing is not that difficult. Just put the bait on the hook and the fish will eat it by itself. Li Jun rolled his eyes. You think you're fishing for koi in a pond in a park, with a ton of koi waiting for you to pick. This is fishing at sea. You can go out to sea with a full load of hope at any time, and come back empty-handed. Li Jun felt that Su Yang must have been fired and felt uncomfortable. Before finding a new job, go out and relax. They were classmates in junior high and high school, and they had been friends since childhood and were as close as brothers. He was also very clear about Su Yang's financial situation. If it was another fishing novice who asked him out, Li Jun would have refused long ago. Let's go. Li Jun asked, which sea are you going to? Ho Hai. It's relatively close. I don't plan to fish for too long. If I can catch up, I'll go back and make lunch for Su Wei at noon. Li Jun looked at her with disdain. You have been married for several years and have 2 sons, why are you still so clingy? You'll know once you get married. I don't want to know about that. Now I am well fed, and my whole family is well fed, and we live a carefree life. Look at you, since you got married, especially after your son was born, you have less time to go fishing, and even have fewer meals together. That is true. From Monday to Friday, even if it is windy or raining heavily, I have to go to work without fail. On weekends, Su Yang wants to rest and spend time with his family, so in recent years, he has postponed all gatherings that are not particularly important. As for which one is better, being married or being single, I can only say that each has its own advantages. After getting into the car, Su Yang started the car and Li Jun sat in the passenger seat. But he muttered, are you sure you know where to go fishing? I heard that the fishing conditions have been bad recently, and many people went out to sea but returned empty-handed. Maybe if we go, we can come back with a lot of stuff today. Li Jun was very suspicious. If Su Yang was an experienced fisherman who often went fishing in the nearby sea, he would believe it. But Su Yang was a novice in fishing, so Li Jun naturally didn't believe what he said. But he didn't care. His main task today was to accompany Su Yang to relax and make him forget the depressed mood of being fired. As for whether or not you catch fish, that is secondary. The car drove along the coastline, and the sunlight shone on the sea, making the waves sparkle. Li Jun looked out the window and suddenly thought of something. By the way, what bait did you prepare? Antarctic shrimp and lugworms, and some squid slices. Li Jun nodded. It's reliable, but you may not be able to catch big fish just by relying on these. Su Yang didn't respond, but just concentrated on driving. All baits are the same to him anyway. Once the fish meal is sprinkled, even without bait, the fish will rush to take the hook. If he wasn't afraid of causing unnecessary commotion, he would have saved the money on the bait. Soon, they arrived at a small pier. Su Yang parked the car skillfully and began to take out equipment from the trunk. Li Jun looked at Su Yang's actions and felt a little surprised. Although Su Yang's equipment was not top-notch, each piece was arranged in an orderly manner, and even the winding of the fishing line looked particularly professional. When did you learn this? Li Jun couldn't help but ask. I learned it from watching videos. Su Yang made up a reason. This time Li Jun didn't doubt it. There are a lot of videos online that you can learn from. Just like Li Jun is learning how to cook now, he learns from online teaching materials. As long as you don't have a sudden inspiration or innovate, you can make the dish according to the online teaching materials one-to-one. Even if it doesn't reach the level of a master chef, at least the taste won't be too bad. After moving the things down, the two looked towards the beach and saw quite a few fishermen nearby. Li Jun didn't expect that when they came so early, the good seats were already taken. I think we should go to the Weisha Sea while it's still early. There are fewer people there, and Lo Hui and I usually go there. Didn't I tell you before that I caught a tiger grouper weighing 20 kilograms? This is the best record I have ever had in all my fishing life. Then you really don't dare to brag about this achievement. Hearing Su Yang's sarcasm, Li Jun immediately shouted, my record is not bad. Lo Hui has never caught a tiger grouper. As for you, if you don't catch a grouper today, I will consider you the winner. Then let's compare. If you caught a fish today, we won't compare the type, but the weight. If mine is heavier, I'll invite Lo Hui and Jing Bo to have a meal with us in 2 days. If yours is heavier than mine, I'll treat you then. Good. Li Jun agreed without much hesitation. Anyway, he was planning to invite everyone out for a gathering. As for who pays the bill, Li Jun doesn't mind. Su Yang looked forward and felt the sea breeze blowing towards him, bringing with it a salty and fishy smell. After looking around, Su Yang walked forward carrying the fishing box. Where are we going? Li Jun couldn't help but ask. There is a reef area ahead. I've been here with Su Wei and the others before. I heard from people fishing here that there are a lot of big fish there recently. Su Yang pointed forward. Li Jun looked in the direction Su Yang pointed. He had heard of that reef area. But the water there is fast flowing and there are many reefs, so you can get stuck if you are not careful. Even experienced fishermen are reluctant to go fishing there easily. Are you sure you want to go there? It's not easy to fish there. Li Jun gave a reminder. Even he was hard to control when he went to the reef, let alone a novice like Su Yang. Otherwise, the space there would have been occupied by someone else long ago. Let's give it a try. We're just trying our luck here anyway. Li Jun was planning to take Su Yan to a flatter location to fish. But after hearing what Su Yang said, I felt it made sense. The best seats are already taken. If you really want to catch fish, you have to go where others don't go. Chapter 27 Benefits for Newbies. Soon the two men arrived at the rocky area in front, carrying their fishing boxes and fishing rods. The two walked over carefully and found a relatively stable position. Although many anglers feel that this is a rocky area with fast-flowing water and dense reefs, they will get stuck if they are not careful, so they are not willing to come here. However, when Su Yang and Li Jun came over, there were also a few people there. Li Jun knows one of the fishing friends. Brother Feng, how is the battle record? The man named Brother Feng was about 35 years old and had a dark skin. He had a cigarette in his mouth. Facing the sea breeze, it seemed as if it would disappear with just one breath. Brother Feng turned around to look at Li Jun and shrugged. I've been sitting here for half an hour, and I haven't caught any big fish, not even a consolation prize. Li Jun glanced into the sea. The wind and waves are not particularly strong at this location. Although the waves on the side are a bit bigger, there are still some fish. It's really weird. Normally, even if I don't catch a big fish, I'll at least get a consolation prize. Today is really weird. Isn't it said that there are a lot of fish in this reef area? Brother Feng glanced over there not far away. I don't know if those guys used some kind of bait, maybe all the fish ran over there. The reef area is quite far away from there, so no matter how attractive the bait is, it is impossible to attract all the fish near the sea to that place. The two chatted for a while, and seeing that Brother Feng was focusing on the fishing rod, Li Jun didn't say much. Yang, you heard it too, right? They've been fishing here for half an hour but there's no fish. Let's go to another place. Su Yang had already set up the chairs and unpacked the fishing rod. Maybe they came too early and the fish hadn't woken up yet. When we arrived, the fish woke up and were hungry, so they came out to look for food. Li Jun rolled his eyes, meaning, do I look like a fool? Su Yang was not planning to change places, so Li Jun had no choice but to take out his things, prepare them nearby, and get ready to start fishing. Su Yang took out the bait. He made 2 copies of each. One of them was sprinkled with fish powder as a reward from the system, and the other was not. The main thing is that if he catches a fish later, and the others have caught nothing, it will definitely attract their attention, and someone might even offer to exchange some bait. Be prepared in advance so that you won't have to explain it later. Su Yang put the bait on the hook and then swung the fishing rod with almost no unnecessary movements. Li Jun was surprised to see Su Yang's fishing rod swinging, which was even more perfect than his usual swinging of the rod. Yang, didn't you say you don't know how to fish? But how come your movements of casting the rod are more standard than mine? Su Yang smiled and said, I call this talent. It would be strange if I believed you. I don't fish that often, but I play fishing games occasionally. I watch some fishing videos and then simulate them in the game. Plus, I'm naturally more talented than you. Li Jun was hit again. He felt that Su Yan was a little strange today. He seems particularly confident when it comes to fishing. Is it true that by simulating it in the game, I can become a fishing expert? Li Jun muttered, then asked, which fishing game do you usually play? Recommend it to me later and I'll try it too. Su Yang did not answer, but just stared at the water intently. Suddenly, the tip of his rod sank suddenly and the fishing line was instantly tightened. Bait. Su Yang growled and quickly reeled in the line. As the line was reeled in, the hook surfaced with a fish hanging on it, bouncing back and forth. Li Jun was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he quickly picked up the scoop net and prepared to help. But Su Yang's movements were too fast. His wrist turned flexibly, and the fishing line seemed to have life under his control, quickly pulling the fish closer. Li Jun was once again surprised by Su Yang's actions. But the next second he exclaimed, it's grouper! A fat grouper was pulled out of the water, and Li Jun quickly scooped it up with a scoop net. The fish kept struggling in the net, splashing water. It wanted to rush out, but unfortunately it was trapped in the net. How could it possibly escape? Li Jun took the scoop net and took a look at the fish that was still jumping on it. It's still rat spot. After seeing the fish in the net clearly, Li Jun screamed again. Yang, you are so lucky. Li Jun couldn't help but be surprised. This was Su Yang's first time to go fishing at sea, and the first thing he caught was the rat grouper, which is known as the king of groupers. You know, he has never fished for grouper before. This one should weigh about 4 pounds. Li Jun was naturally familiar with mouse spots. Just because he has never fished doesn't mean he has never eaten it. Mouse spot. The flesh is as delicate as butter, and young fish can be used as ornamental fish. However, this kind of spot grows very slowly, and it usually takes 2 years to grow to 1 caddis. It is very scarce in supply. Especially wild mouse spots like this one are even less common. Li Jun was filled with envy when he saw the rat spots in the scoop net. Li Jun's voice echoed in the reef area, attracting the attention of several nearby anglers. They put down their fishing rods and gathered around curiously. Rat spots. Is that true? One angler sounded a little excited, but also a little skeptical. Li Jun proudly raised the scoop net in his hand. The mouse in the net was still struggling hard, and the splashing water was sparkling silver in the sun. Look, isn't this it? About 4 pounds, wild. There was an excitement in Li Jun's tone that was hard to conceal. Although he didn't fish it. But Su Yang is his friend. Rounding it off, it's equivalent to what he caught. Now, when he brags to others from now on, he can put a prefix, such as where he and Su Yang caught a ratfish that day. When the anglers came closer and took a look, they exclaimed in surprise. All the anglers looked envious. It's really a ratfish. And this one is at least no less than 4 kilograms. You're lucky to catch 2 kilograms of this thing, and this one is 4 kilograms, you're just too lucky. I've been fishing here for many years and have caught grouper before, but this is the first time I've caught one this big. Today is an eye-opener. Li Jun continued to be proud. Let me tell you, this is my brother's first time going out to sea for fishing. No, to be precise, this is his first time fishing. That's ridiculous. You caught such a big rat on your first try. How can you embarrass us? Su Yang continued, this is really my first time fishing. Su Yang didn't want to draw too much attention either, so he explained, maybe this is the novice protection period. Think about it, do you catch so many fish during the novice period? After hearing what Su Yang said, even if others did not have the aura of a novice, they would never admit that their performance as a novice was poor. The topic was successfully brought to the novice protection period, and the others boasted about their performance in the novice period. Su Yang smiled and didn't say much. He took the fishing box and put the fish in it after taking it out of the scoop net. "Young man, do you want to sell this fish? I'll pay a high price." Chapter 28, Poking the Nest. At this time, a middle-aged male angler wearing a floral shirt asked a question. Su Yang hadn't originally planned to sell it. "I heard someone asking for the price." After thinking about it, a wild grouper like this, weighing 4 kilograms, would cost about 800 to 1,000 yuan in the market. This one is at least $4,000. I'm a little moved. Seeing Su Yang didn't say anything, the middle-aged man thought he didn't want to sell it, so he quickly said, "I can offer a higher price, how about 1,300? Although Su Yang already had 1 million in savings, who would complain about having too little money? Besides, at the price of 1,300, it would be 5,000 yuan. Su Wei doesn't need a lot of supplements for the time being. As for my son, why does my son need to eat so much? Just reward him with a sausage later. I was originally thinking of keeping it for myself, but if you want it, just pay the price you just mentioned." Good. When the middle-aged man saw Su Yang selling it, he took it and weighed it without hesitation. "It's 4.3 kilograms. After getting the accurate weight, the middle-aged man readily gave the line. "A total of 5,590. Su Yang took away a small amount and asked for 5,500. The middle-aged man paid and put the fish into his fishing box. He did not return to his original fishing area, but packed up and left. Li Jun said with envy, "I made more than 5,000 yuan for one fish. If I could catch a few more, why would I still work?" Su Yang smiled and said, "Do you think such big rat spots will appear at any time?" At this time, Brother Feng, who followed over, spoke. "Li Jun, your brother is really amazing. I've been sitting here for so long and haven't caught even a small fish, but he caught a ratfish right away. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others." Li Jun laughed and patted Brother Feng on the shoulder. "Brother Feng, don't be discouraged, maybe you can catch one later." Brother Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. I guess there's no hope today. I'll try again another day." I am envious, but Brother Feng is a veteran after all. He has naturally seen many cases like this. This kind of thing is not something you can envy. Sometimes, he fished in that place for more than an hour but didn't catch any fish. As soon as he changed his position and someone else sat down, a fish would be caught. Just like the spot where Su Yang is fishing now, he fished there for more than 10 minutes in the morning. Seeing that the waves were a bit big and there was no chance of big fish, I moved to my current position. Brother Feng returned to his fishing spot. Su Yang had just earned 5,500 yuan and was in a good mood. This is proof that even if fish meal is directly fished, fish will actively take the bait. With this fish meal, his fishing skills are now better than Jiang Taigong's. After closing the fishing box, Su Yang cast his rod again. "Don't stand there, we still have to compete. If you stand there any longer, I guess you'll have to pay for the meal in a few days." When Li Jun heard this, he immediately became excited. "You just made over 5,000 yuan and you don't want to treat me, but you want me to treat you? I won't do that. Don't worry, I will definitely beat you in weight." Li Jun immediately returned to his fishing spot. However, in the following period of time, there was no movement from Li Jun's fishing rod, while Su Yang's fishing rod frequently sent signals of fish taking the hook. This time, Su Yang did not use bait sprinkled with fish meal. "I just caught a grouper, I need to take a break." 5 minutes later, Su Yang put away the fishing rod and found that the bait had been eaten by the fish. Li Jun took a look and couldn't help but said, "Yang, the novice protection period has passed. It seems that I won today. Catch some fish first. Even if I don't catch any fish later, I'll still win if you catch nothing. I promise to surpass you." Su Yang smiled and changed to another bait. "Swing the rod into the water. All in one go." As soon as the fish hook entered the water, in less than 10 seconds, the float started moving. "Here it comes." Su Yang hung up the phone immediately. Li Jun took a look and said, "Yang, I see you. Shit. You've got the bait again." Li Jun fixed his rod, ran over immediately, and picked up the scoop net in his hand, ready to catch the fish at any time. It seems like he is the one who caught the fish now. As Su Yang reeled in the fishing line, the fish emerged from the water and Li Jun quickly caught it with a scoop net. After catching the fish, Li Jun took a look at it and once again blurted out a traditional Chinese quintessence. Shit! Another rat spot, and it looks even bigger than the previous one. Li Jun was dumbfounded. When other anglers heard what Li Jun said, they ran over again. Catching the rat class one after another, what kind of incredible luck is this? Friend, would you like to sell this rat spot? A fishing friend asked. Sell. The one he just sold was sold, so he didn't plan to keep this one. How about this? I won't take advantage of you. The price of that one was 1,300, and I'll offer the same price for this one. Okay. The fish can be weighed directly while still in the scoop net. 4.5 caddies. It weighs 2 taels more than the previous one. Su Yang still rounded off the amount and asked for 5,800 yuan. After receiving the money, Li Jun drooled with envy. Yang, it seems like you have to treat me to this meal. Are you ready to admit defeat? Who admitted defeat? It's one thing for me to treat you, but our bet has to continue. If you lose, you can treat me first, and then I'll treat you another meal in 2 days. This way, you'll have had 2 meals, so you'll have one. That seems to be the case. After saying this, Li Jun felt that this number was not calculated in this way. Su Yang earned more than 10,000 yuan in less than 15 minutes. Shouldn't he treat everyone to 2 meals? Of course, Li Jun didn't dwell on this issue too much. In his heart, he was really happy for Su Yang. I just got fired and have no income. Now I have an extra 10,000 yuan, which can at least relieve the pressure for 1 month. Now that he had already caught 2 groupers, Su Yang was not going to hide it any longer. Like the previous 2 times, I used bait sprinkled with fish meal. As soon as I swung the rod, a fish took the bait. Fuck! Li Jun shouted. So another rat class came up. Fuck! Li Jun shouted again. Another rat spot. Fuck! Army man Li was numb. He simply stopped fishing. What else can we compare? Yang, you have directly poked the rat's nest. It's impossible to say I'm not envious. Li Jun is now so envious of Koiner that he is standing straight. Whose novice protection period is so long? Why his rookie protection period wasn't that great back then? Li Jun was stunned and couldn't help asking, Yang, are you just lucky or do you have any secret? Su Yang smiled mysteriously. I said, this is a talent. Li Jun didn't believe it at first, but now he really believes it. At the same time, I thought to myself that I must study the fishing game that Su Yang mentioned carefully when I get back. Chapter 29. Here comes a big one. I caught several grouper in a row. The others stopped fishing and came to Su Yang. Even several people who were fishing not far away came over. In this situation, Su Yang was preparing to put away his fishing rod. If I continue fishing, I guess someone will take a video and upload it later. I wonder if it will become popular on some social software. Just as Su Yang was about to reel in his fishing rod, it suddenly sank again. Su Yang quickly hung up the line. However, the fishing line was taut at this time. Unlike the mousefish just caught, it was obviously a big fish. Li Jun is bragging to other fishing friends. See Su Yang reeling in the fishing line again. When they saw the fishing rod was bent to the point that it looked like it was about to break, everyone immediately guessed that they might have caught a big fish. Don't pull it up directly, let it slide first. Brother Phone, who came to watch the fun, shouted. Li Jun just said that Su Yang is a novice, although this novice is amazing enough. But big fish are different from small fish. Luck came and the fish took the bait. Whether you can jump up depends not on luck but on skill. As soon as Brother Phone finished speaking, he saw a big fish emerge from the water, but it quickly struggled back into the water. Su Yang didn't dare to be careless either. He has master-level fishing skills, but he has never put them into practice, so who knows if he can reach the theoretical master level. He immediately let go of the fishing line and slid the fish along the edge. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Jun was also ready. Su Yang pulled the fish up suddenly and Li Jun immediately handed him the scoop net. As the big fish entered the net, Li Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second he was startled. Because the fish was so big, after entering the scoop net, it jumped a few times and almost escaped from the jaws of death. Li Jun quickly closed the net and pulled the fish into shallow water. Now, no matter how much the big fish jumps, it can only rest. After the fish was successfully caught in the net, everyone ran over. Oh my god, it's a grouper. A huge grouper was lying in the shallow water at this time. This giant grouper weighs at least 40 kilograms. Several fishing friends were amazed at the giant grouper in the net. What kind of incredible luck is this? This guy is amazing today. He caught several king of groupers in a row before, and now he caught a giant grouper. I have been fishing for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen such a thing. Yeah, I've never seen anyone catch so many rare fish in one day. It feels incredible that I have caught mouse fish continuously. Now I have caught a 40 gene grouper, a giant grouper. Although the price of wild giant grouper cannot be compared with that of grouper, it is heavier, so if you catch one, you can sell it for the same price as grouper. Friend, would you like to sell this giant grouper? It was Brother Fong who spoke. He just bought a grouper, but he also likes this wild giant grouper. If you're willing to help, I'll pay 150 per pound. Su Yang was stunned. Although he knew that if this wild grouper was really sold, he would definitely be able to fetch some money. I just didn't expect Brother Fong to offer it at 150 per kilogram. The current market price of giant grouper fluctuates around 100 yuan per catty. Based on 40 kilograms, this is 6,000 yuan. Sell. Su Yang still didn't hesitate. Such a big fish, you can't eat it even if you keep it. If he really wanted to give it as a gift, he wouldn't be that generous. Readily. Brother Fong liked Su Yang's personality very much. He had bought fish from other anglers before, and if the fish were good, they would always raise the price a little. Unlike Su Yang, he would not raise the price no matter what the buyer offered. I originally thought it was only 40 pounds. After weighing myself, I found myself weighing 48.3 catties, almost 50 kilograms. This time Su Yan was more generous and directly asked for an integer. Adding the 2 spotted rats just now, the total profit was nearly 20,000 yuan. I didn't expect fishing to make more money than working. Of course Su Yang knew in his heart that it was mainly because of fish meal. He had just sprinkled a little bit of fish meal in his hand. I will definitely go fishing again when I come back. Others also want to buy giant groupers. But Brother Fong had already bought it, so they turned their attention to the mouse spots. However, Su Yang did not sell all of the rat-spotted cats. Instead, he kept 2 and sold the remaining 2. 4 groupers and a giant grouper were sold for a total of more than 30,000 yuan. Su Yan was also a little dazed. No wonder so many people go fishing every day. It turns out that this is not a waste of time, it can really make money. After selling the fish, Su Yang was planning to fish for a while longer. But he could see that at the place where he had just been fishing, someone was fishing a few meters away. Su Yang frowned. Generally speaking, if someone is fishing at that location, others will know better and go somewhere farther away. But he just caught several groupers and a giant grouper in a row. Others must be jealous and will not pay attention to that kind of rule. Li Jun was a little dissatisfied and was about to go over, but Su Yang pulled him back. It's getting late, and I have to go back and cook for Su Wei later. Li Jun was unhappy, but since Su Yang said so, he had no choice. These bastards are lucky. Li Jun cursed. The sound is a bit loud. When those people heard what Li Jun said, they knew they were in the wrong and just thought it was just a strong sea breeze and they didn't hear anything. The 2 men began to pack up their things and then left with the fishing box on their backs. As soon as Su Yang and Li Jun left, other fishermen immediately occupied the area where Su Yang had just been fishing. At this time, there is no need for everyone to follow any rules. Whether the fish will take whose hook depends on who is more capable. When he returned to the car, Li Jun was still unhappy. Those guys are so heartless. Su Yang smiled and said, "This is normal. If it were you, you would probably do the same." Li Jun felt sorry. With your current luck, if you continue fishing for a while, you might be able to catch a few more. 1 rat grouper costs nearly 5,000 yuan, and if you buy a few more, it will be tens of thousands again. According to Su Yang's average salary before he was fired, these fish today were equivalent to half a year's salary for him. Su Yang naturally didn't worry that someone else would catch the fish. In fact, they won't catch any more rats if they fish there? Why? Su Yang said, "In fact, when I was fishing just now, I happened to see a group of rat groupers passing by, so the fishing was so smooth." Li Jun thought for a moment and said, "I really didn't pay attention to this. So even if you have been fishing for so many years, you are still a novice. Fishing seems simple, but it does require certain skills. You need to observe the water flow and the wind and waves, and you need to pay attention not only to that area, but also to the surrounding currents. Li Jun suddenly became energetic. Yang, what's the point of this? I doubt it. You must have gone fishing without telling me. Su Yang put the fishing rod into the trunk. I don't have the time to go fishing. I just told you that I gained experience from playing games and also did some simulations. You don't really think that fishing is just about casting a rod and waiting for the fish to bite. Did you really learn this from the game? Li Yang didn't believe it. Yang, tell me honestly, do you have any secret weapon? Su Yang smiled and said, believe it or not. Chapter 30 Su Wei is a little money grubber. Chapter 30 Su Wei is a little money grubber. Li Jun really didn't believe it. But there is no evidence to refute it. So he thought that when he got back, he would download a dozen fishing games to practice. Su Yang sent Li Jun back home. Yang, I lost today's bet. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will call Lo Hui and Changying out and we can get together. Then of course you lose. You can't escape this meal even if you want to. Li Jun looked at Su Yang with contempt, then prepared to leave with his fishing gear. Ajuan, wait a minute. Su Yang caught a grouper from the fishing box and then threw it into Li Jun's fishing box. Yang, you. I have two here. My two sons know how to eat fish, but they don't eat much. I can't keep them alive, so to avoid wasting them, you can take one back and eat it. Li Jun thought for a moment and said, then I'll transfer the money to you. Roll. Su Yang kicked over and Li Jun dodged subconsciously. Li Jun did not force the money. When I get back, I'll download a dozen fishing games and study them carefully, so that I can beat you the next time we go fishing. Su Yang said, then I will wait. Back in the car, Su Yan looked at the time and it was almost noon. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Wei, telling her that he would cook later. Then he started the car and drove towards home. Along the way, Su Yan was still thinking about today's fishing experience. Although he knew he would definitely catch fish today, he didn't expect to catch so many groupers. The effectiveness of fish meal has been tried, and it seems that he will have to go fishing at sea next time. Although you can catch some good fish at the seaside, mousefish are less attractive than fishing in the ocean. Return to the community where I live. After parking the car, Su Yang returned home carrying the fishing box. When Su Yang walked in, Su Wei was reading a book. She was reading a prenatal education book for expectant mothers that she bought when she was pregnant with her two sons. Although she knew that it was definitely too early to look at this now, she had nothing to do all day and couldn't just keep checking her phone, so she could only find something to do. Seeing Su Yang coming back, he put down the book in his hand. Did you catch any fish? See for yourself. Su Wei walked over and took a look at the fishing box. There was only one fish. It looks like a grouper, but I can't tell which kind of grouper it is. The market price of mouse grouper is not cheap. Su Wei has never eaten it. She usually eats the common green grouper and occasionally eats oriental grouper. She actually didn't recognize mouse spot. You caught one fish this morning? But it looks pretty big, maybe 4 pounds. This one weighs 4 pounds. It's not bad to get a trophy on your first fishing trip. But you haven't earned back the money you spent on the fishing gear yet. It's earned back. Su Wei looked puzzled. You only caught one fish, how can you make money back? Su Yang smiled and said, this is a grouper, known as the king of grouper. Do you know how much a wild grouper like this costs per pound? Rat spots? Su Wei had never eaten rat grouper, but she had heard of it before. I know it's a bit expensive, but I'm not sure about the exact price. When I was at the beach, someone offered 1,300 yuan per kilogram to buy it. How many? Su Wei thought she had heard wrongly. 1,300. 1,300 per pound? So expensive? Su Wei looked shocked. I took another look at the inconspicuous spotted fish in the fishing box. At this price, a fish like this would cost more than 5,000. Why don't you sell it? Su Yang knew that he and Su Wei had the same idea. It would be a waste to eat such an expensive fish, so it would be better to get the cash at a discount. I brought it back for you and your two sons to taste. Why do we need to eat so much? A fish costs more than 5,000 yuan. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight after eating it. Is it that exaggerated? Su Wei said seriously, while the fish is still alive, why don't we take it to the market and ask if anyone wants to buy it? If it can't be sold for 1,300, 1,000 per pound will be fine, or 800 will be fine. Su Yang smiled and took the fishing gear to the study. I won. Sell this fish. Sell, must sell. Su Yang took the fishing box to the kitchen. Who told you I only caught one fish today? I caught 7 fish today, 6 groupers and 1 giant grouper, weighing nearly 50 kilograms. We sold 4 of the groupers, gave 1 to Li Jun, and kept 1 for ourselves. As Su Yang spoke, he took out his cell phone and showed the payment record to Su Wei. 4 groupers were sold for more than 20,000 yuan, and the giant grouper was sold for 7,200 yuan by one person at 150 yuan per pound. Take a look for yourself. Su Wei looked shocked. She quickly took Su Yang's mobile phone and took a look. There were 5 payment records on it. She did a quick calculation. More than 30,000. Did you really sell fish for over 30,000? Of course I did. Otherwise, where would I get the 30,000? The lottery money is in your bank card. 30,000, even if I were a gigolo, I wouldn't get that much money at one time. Puff. Su Wei laughed, then patted Su Yang's eyes and said, let's talk business. What are you talking about? If you can make so much money as a gigolo, I won't object. I'm just worried that you can't handle all the steel wool balls from rich women. Jokes aside, Su Wei was very excited to know that Su Yang only went out for a few hours and earned more than 30,000 yuan. Hubby, do you think these 2 in your belly are really the god of wealth? The goddess of wealth. Okay, the goddess of wealth is the goddess of wealth. Su Wei didn't worry about this. First he won the lottery, and now Su Yang can earn more than 30,000 yuan just by going out fishing, and this all started when he found out he was pregnant with twins. After taking a look at the still lively rats in the fishing box, Su Wei said, call mom and tell her that she'll be back for dinner tonight. Wait a minute, after lunch, we'll take the fish over. Su Yang naturally would not refuse this proposal. On the way back, he had the same thought. Unexpectedly, it coincided with Su Wei's idea. Coming out of the kitchen, Su Wei said, hubby, if we can sell 30,000 yuan a day, you don't have to go to work anymore. Su Yang joked, you are right, 30,000 a day, 1 million a month, and over 100 million a year. How did you calculate this number? It's not over 100 million. It's more than 10 million. More than 10 million. Is this something we dare to think about? Su Wei subconsciously touched her belly. With these 2 goddesses of wealth here, maybe we can think of something. Su Yang smiled. He certainly wouldn't have dared to think about it before, but now, he can indeed think about it. He had to strive to become a billionaire before the twins came into the world. Chapter 31 Fairy Tale Data is about to explode. Chapter 31 Fairy Tale Data is about to explode. Night. After coaxing his 2 sons, Su Yang decided to take a rest tonight and not climb the mountain. Su Wei is still in a critical period. He almost couldn't hold back last night and was ready to use real guns and real bullets. Fortunately, I restrained myself later. He was afraid that he would lose control tonight, so he prepared to take a rest, but he didn't expect Su Wei to take the initiative. After winning the lottery, Su Wei was actually in a quite excited state. It was obviously a surprise that they had a 3rd child, and given their family's previous financial situation, they definitely couldn't afford to raise them. In addition, Su Yang was also laid off at that time, which was simply adding insult to injury. She was prepared not to have a 3rd child, but unexpectedly, she won the jackpot. Now Su Yang can earn nearly 30,000 yuan just by going fishing at sea. This excitement lasted from day to night. Su Wei, who was rather sleepy a few nights ago, was very energetic tonight. Although the 2 are an old couple and have shown all the passionate ways they should, Su Wei's behavior tonight was like they were in the honeymoon period. Of course, despite their enthusiasm, the 2 of them were still clear-headed at this critical moment. Perhaps infected by Su Wei's enthusiasm tonight, after 11 o'clock, when Su Wei went to bed, Su Yang was still as energetic as he had been in the past few nights. Taking advantage of this time, Su Yang thought about the skill points and personal attribute points he obtained from 10 consecutive draws last night and prepared to distribute them. Su Yang opened his personal interface and took a look. Labor value, 983. Talents, painting beginner, piano beginner, 10-100, guitar beginner, cooking elementary, 5200, fishing master level. More than 20 talents are omitted below, all at the entry level. Strength, 70-60 for a pass, 100 for a normal person. Agility, 50-60 for passing, 100 for normal people. Physical condition, 70 sub-healthy. The labor value is still a little short of reaching 10 consecutive draws. Currently, there are 50 skill points and 10 personal attribute points. Last night, I drew 10 times in a row and got a new children's song Little Rabbit and a comic book Old Master Q. He is not in a hurry to draw the comics of Old Master Q for the time being. There are currently 2 children's songs. Sue has been practicing the song Where is Spring these days, and will spend an hour in the evening teaching her 2 sons to sing it. Once they are all familiar with it, try recording it again. Now we're going to add another song, Good Little Rabbit, and we can record them together later. As for personal attribute points, I currently have 10 points. Your body is your greatest asset. The rest can be put aside for now. Add all 10 points to physical condition. In this way, the body's attributes change from 70 to 80. As personal attribute points were added, Su Yang's body shuddered. It was just the same feeling that Su Wei had given him just now. However, after the shiver, Su Yang found that all the fatigue in his body had completely disappeared, and he suddenly felt full of energy. I took a look at the personal world and physical condition column. Now I am 80, but my physical condition has changed. From sub-health to health. Su Yang was delighted. He didn't expect that by just adding 10 attribute points, his physical condition improved from sub-healthy to healthy. He felt his body and found it was indeed much lighter than before, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. I wonder if I can break through the limits of human beings after reaching 100 attributes. Su Yang muttered to himself. Because he hardly felt tired at this moment, Su Yang naturally didn't feel sleepy at all. He glanced at the time. It was almost early morning, but he was still in high spirits. Su Yang thought about it, opened the computer and took a look at the author's background. Because the short story I just posted last night has been signed, but there is no data yet. However, the data for the 3 short stories Snow White, Cinderella, and Little Red Riding Hood that I published before were 3 times more than before. Is this the beginning of a big explosion? Su Yang went back to the homepage of the literature website and took a look, but he didn't find any of his short stories recommended. So I took my phone and entered the novel app. I found that on the homepage there was a section specifically for short stories, and the stories of Snow White and Cinderella were prominently listed in the recommendations. No wonder the data is several times more than before. Su Yang glanced at the comment section. When I went to take a look yesterday, there seemed to be only a few. Now there are more than 100. Of course, there is no such thing as 100% positive reviews. A mixed bag. Therefore, in order to make the comments section look beautiful, Su Yang used some of the authority that the author should have. After cleaning up the negative reviews, it looks better now. That's right. On the website where he publishes short fairy tales, the author can delete comments. Although I don't know whether those 3 short fairy tales can take off, now that they have been recommended, no matter how big or small the recommendation is, even if it is a mosquito leg recommendation, it is a happy thing for the author. After Su Yang replied to some comments, he closed the author's backstage. I had been planning to use this opportunity to write down half of the fairy tales in Grimm's Fairy Tales. But at this moment, the comic book Old Master Q emerged in his mind. Although he had no experience in drawing comics before, the drawing entry-level skill granted by the system gave him a certain foundation. I'll try to draw it first to see if I can draw it. Su Yang found a pen and paper. Because I just want to try to see if I can draw it, and it's not a formal painting, so the pen and paper don't need to be too professional. However, before starting to paint, Su Yang still added 5 skill points. In this way, a lot of theoretical knowledge about painting has been added. Su Yang didn't think much about the remaining 45 skill points and directly used them to improve his cooking skills. Su Wei is already in her 8th week and morning sickness is coming. She was lucky enough. She was pregnant with twins and had not started to have morning sickness in the 8th week. You know, some people start to have morning sickness in the 6th week. Before her morning sickness officially begins, improve your cooking skills so that the food you make can alleviate her morning sickness. Next, Su Yang went over the comic book Old Master Q in his mind. He recalled the classic scenes and characters of Old Master Q, and then slowly drew lines on paper with a pen. When he first started writing, his movements were a little clumsy. As time went by, he gradually found the feeling and became more and more adept at painting. Su Yang was surprised to find that his painting skills seemed to have improved a lot compared to before. The lines were smoother and the characters were more vivid. It seems that the improvement of physical attribute points not only affects physical condition, but also has some impact on skill level. Next, Su Yang didn't think too much and just focused on painting. Before we knew it, the sky had turned pale. I originally just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect to get so addicted to this painting. Su-Yang looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. He stretched. Although I didn't sleep all night, my body didn't feel tired at all. The body is indeed the greatest asset. Su-Yang sighed. Looking at the paintings on the desktop that I drew late at night, the characters such as Old Master Q, Big Sweet Potato, and Mr. Chin are somewhat different from the characters in the Old Master Q comics in my mind. If I continue to draw a few more times, I should be able to master it better. When he gets any skill points in the next lottery, he will give priority to adding them to his painting skills. Maybe in the next lottery, you'll get a passionate comic book in the box you draw. Chapter 32 Daily Life of the Couple. Although I stayed up all night, my body didn't feel tired, but I was still a little sleepy mentally. While it was still light outside and there were still 2 hours before his son went to school, Su-Yan quietly walked into the room. At this time, Su-Wei was still sleeping soundly. At this time, Su-Wei can freely choose whether to lie on her side or lie flat. In a few months, she would no longer have such freedom. At that time, the only option was to lie on your side. And this time I'm pregnant with twins, so I'm afraid I won't be able to have a good night's sleep for a long time. Su-Yang quietly lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to take a nap. Not long after, Su-Wei woke up. She saw Su-Yan lying beside her and looked towards the window. Although there are curtains, sunlight still seeps in through the gaps. Su-Wei reached out and took the phone. It was already 7:30. Seeing that Su-Yang was still sleeping, Su-Wei recalled that she touched her side in the middle of the night and Su-Yang seemed not to be there. Because she didn't check her phone, she didn't know what time it was. She thought it was only around 12 o'clock and Su-Yang hadn't gone to bed yet, so she ignored him and went back to sleep. Then close your eyes and fall asleep. She slept very deeply last night and didn't even know what time Su-Yang came to sleep. Seeing that it was already 7:30, Su-Wei quietly lifted the quilt and prepared to call her 2 sons to get up, brush their teeth and go to school. But as soon as she lifted the quilt, Su-Yang woke up. Before going to bed, Su-Yang didn't feel sleepy. But when I lay down on the bed, I felt a very deep sleep. Hey, it's 7:30. Su-Yang sat up quickly. I'll go wake them up. Su-Wei asked casually, did you sleep very late last night? Su-Yang nodded, I don't know if it's because I made 30,000 yuan from fishing yesterday. I was in a state of excitement. I always felt very energetic, so I went to bed later. Su-Wei joked, when you won $1 million in the lottery, you didn't have trouble sleeping. How can you lose sleep over 30,000 yuan now? When I won the lottery, I also suffered from insomnia. I went to bed early those 2 days because I was afraid that the lottery ticket in the room safe would suddenly disappear. So I went back to the room early to watch it, thinking that the lottery ticket really disappeared from the safe. Su-Wei rolled her eyes at him. Su-Yang stretched and then went to wake up his 2 sons. Walking into the room of his 2 sons, Su-Yang gently shook them. Shaoan, Shao-Kong, it's time to get up. You're going to be late for school. Su-Yuan turned over in a daze and muttered, Dad, let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Su-Yukong sat up and rubbed his eyes. He sat for a while, then fell down again, but Su-Yang didn't let him fall on the bed again. After Su-Yukong woke him up again, he said reluctantly, why is it already 7:30 so soon? I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. Su-Yang smiled and reached out to ruffle Su-Yukong's hair, hurry up and get up. Today is your favorite physical education class. Your favorite panda brother and little rabbit sister are here. If they know, you won't be able to see them again. When he heard that there was a physical education class, Su-Yukong's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped out of bed and ran to wash up. Seeing this, Su-Yuan was not willing to be outdone. He slowly got up and followed his brother to the bathroom. Su-Yan looked at the backs of his 2 sons and felt a sense of emotion. Although they are usually naughty, they are quite active in going to school. After his 2 sons put on their clothes and carried their school bags, Su-Yang sent them to school. When I came back from school, I saw Su-Wei busy in the kitchen. She was preparing breakfast, and the aroma of fried eggs filled the house. Let me help you. Su-Yang walked over and took the spatula from Su-Wei's hand. No, I'm not so rich that I can't do anything. Although she is the only daughter in the family, Su-Wei does not need to do any housework at home. But she is not the kind of spoiled person. Before she got married, Su-Wei really didn't know how to cook. Although it's not as outrageous as using sugar as salt and vinegar as soy sauce, the dishes cooked are indeed average in taste. But Su-Wei is a smart person. Whatever she actually does, she does well. After they got married, but before she became pregnant with her eldest son, she specially signed up for a cooking class. After a few months, my cooking skills improved greatly. In recent years, my cooking skills have improved. Although Su Wei said no, Su Yang still took the spatula from her. Has your mother called you in the past few days? Su Wei nodded, just finished yesterday. Have you told her about my situation? Not yet. If it was a promotion or a pay raise, Su Wei would naturally bring it up. Now that she was fired, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Although her parents had no opinion about Su Yang over the years. I would also discuss some things at home with Su Yang. But Su Wei knew clearly that her parents had not yet fully accepted Su Yang. This kind of acceptance does not mean not recognizing him as the son-in-law. Even according to her conditions, marrying Su Yang would be considered marrying down in her parents' eyes. She could have picked better ones. If we go by the standard of 3, 6, 9, and so on, Su Yang would be ninth, totally failing to meet the standard. Maybe Su Yang has done a decent job in recent years and has moved up several levels from the 9th grade. Still not meeting their requirements. If I tell them now that Su Yang is unemployed, at least in the next few days, I will definitely hear them calling me often to complain. They even dig up old stuff and talk about it. Although she is the only daughter in the family. Because his parents' attitude towards Su Yang is not yet completely accepting. In recent years, she rarely took Su Yang back home. She knew that Su Yang treated her very well, but if others talked too much, it would sometimes affect their relationship. It's rare. Anyway, if anything happens now, you can call me anytime. As for the two elders wanting to see their grandchildren, they are still young and can be allowed to come and see. Anyway, Su Wei is so protective of her child. Su Yang is her husband, and she must protect everything about him. In fact, this matter can't be concealed for long. Your parents are both intellectuals with high IQs. Su Yang said as he put the eggs on a plate. I guess after a few more phone calls, they would have guessed that I was fired. Then wait until they guess it and then tell them. Okay, I'll listen to you then. For Su Yang, it is a very pleasant thing to have breakfast with Su Wei when it is not the weekend because he does not have to go to work. I used to have to go to work every day, so I didn't have time to eat breakfast at home and had to go out early. While eating breakfast, Su Wei suddenly asked, after breakfast, are you going to go fishing? I have this idea. Su Yang looked at Su Wei, do you want to go with me? Chapter 33 Giant Grouper. I won't go. Su Wei slept very deeply last night, so she didn't need to take a nap this morning. But if you were planning to go fishing, you didn't get up late last night, would you be able to hold out? That's not a problem. Although I went to bed late, I had a good sleep and I feel pretty energetic now. Besides, fishing is not a physically demanding activity. It mainly depends on luck. After breakfast, before leaving, Su Yang kissed Su Wei. Although they are an old couple, when their children are not around, they still keep some of the habits they had when they were in love. After walking out of the house, Su Yang took a deep breath and felt a lot more relaxed. Although I didn't get much rest last night, my mental state today is surprisingly good. He drove along the familiar route to the fishing spot. Along the way, he felt particularly happy, as if all his worries were left behind. Arrived at the sea where we fished yesterday. Just after getting off the car, Su Yang hadn't even picked up his fishing gear when he saw that there were a lot more people today than yesterday. Why are there so many people? Su Yang muttered, feeling strange. If it's the weekend and there are a lot of people, it's better. But today is not the weekend, and there are still so many people here. After thinking about it, Su Yang quickly guessed that it might be because he caught 6 groupers and a giant grouper yesterday. The news must have spread and everyone came here to try their luck. No matter who it is, 5 fish sold for nearly 30,000 yuan will naturally attract many people. Su Yang glanced at the reef area he saw yesterday. Before, everyone was worried that the current in that reef area was fast and there were many reefs, and they would get stuck if they were not careful, so no one wanted to go there. There were a lot of people standing densely in that place today. The key point is that there are so many people, but no one has the nerve to chase them away. Su Yang naturally wouldn't join in the fun. He originally wanted to change the place, but since he was already here, if he changed to the Weisha Sea, it would waste another hour, so he gave up the idea. But he knew that if he went there now with his fishing gear and other things, if recognized, it would definitely create some sensation. After thinking about it, Su Yang drove the car forward a short distance and stopped when he was farther away from the sea area. Su Yang parked the car and took out his fishing gear. Glanced around. There aren't many people fishing in this area. Maybe everyone went to the reef area today, and no one came to this area. Su Yang was happy to have some peace and quiet. Carrying the fishing box, fishing rod, and other things, Su Yang walked forward for dozens of meters, saw a flat place, and then put down the fishing gear. The weather is nice today, the sun is shining, the sea breeze is blowing, and there is a hint of salt. The waves are not very big at this time, and the water is sparkling. Compared with high tide, the sea level at this time is as calm as the surface of a lake without wind. Just like yesterday, Su Yang prepared 2 bottles of bait. One is coated with the fishmeal type given by the system, and the other is the ordinary type. Anyway, this can avoid catching a big fish and attracting everyone's attention, causing unnecessary trouble. Su Yang skillfully hung the bait on the hook and flicked it gently. The fishing line drew a beautiful arc and then fell into the sea. He sat on the reef, holding the fishing rod in both hands, staring at the sea intently. Since he used the bait coated with fish meal, he naturally didn't worry about not catching any fish. What he is looking forward to now is what kind of fish he will be able to catch next. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing with it a hint of salty and humid air. Although there are a lot more people fishing today than yesterday, this area seems unusually quiet. The only sound around was the gentle lapping of waves against the rocks, and in the distance the occasional sound of a speedboat's engine speeding across the sea. Suddenly, Su Yang felt the fishing rod sink suddenly, and a huge pulling force came from the bottom of the sea. We got a fish. Su Yang reacted immediately and adjusted his posture quickly. Holding the fishing rod tightly with both hands, he began a tug of war with the hooked fish. Su Yang prepared to reel in the fishing line immediately. But he saw that the fishing rod was bent a little. This fish is not small. Su Yang was delighted, but he did not dare to relax at all. The fishing line drew ripples on the sea surface, and the fishing rod was bent into an arc. At this time, if you forcefully reel in the line, not to mention whether the fish will struggle and escape, there is a high possibility that the fishing rod will break. He controlled the fishing rod carefully, sometimes tightening it and sometimes loosening it, for fear that the fishing line would be broken. If it was a rat spot like yesterday, it wouldn't take much time at all. The fish in the water has not yet surfaced, and Su Yang doesn't know what kind of fish has taken the bait. At this time, he could only continue to fish. After several minutes of struggle, the fish finally emerged from the water. Su Yang looked closely and found that it was a huge grouper. It's the giant grouper again. I didn't expect to catch a giant grouper for the first time today. I'm afraid that what I'll poke later will be a giant grouper's nest. Although the price of wild giant grouper will definitely not be low if it is relatively large. It might not be able to sell for the same price as the giant grouper I bought yesterday, but it won't be too low either. But there is a problem. If he really disturbed the grouper's nest, his fishing box would not be able to hold all the fish. Looking at the giant grouper that was still struggling in the water, it was estimated to be more than 1 meter long and weighed at least no less than 40 kilograms. Su Yang was naturally excited as he earned several thousand yuan again. The fish, which weighed only a few dozen kilograms, kept jumping around and Su Yang had a hard time controlling it. It wasn't until we pulled it to an area without water that it stopped jumping so violently. I have to say, after all the hard work of catching dozens of kilograms of fish, he was a little tired. Su Yang looked at the giant grouper in the sand, and then at the fishing box. Although he had bought a large fishing box, the entire fishing box was full after putting in such a fish. He was a little worried. Looking around, he now hoped that someone would come and sell this grouper. However, at this time, there were no one around. Although there were a few people fishing not far away, their attention was not here. Su Yang thought about it and decided to put the grouper into the fishing box first. Let this one fish take over the whole house for a while. With yesterday's experience, Su Yang was actually a little worried that he might have poked the giant grouper's nest today. But Su Yang didn't think too much about it for the time being. He should be even happier if he really found a grouper's nest. Each fish weighs dozens of kilograms. If we get 2 or 3, I estimate the income today will exceed 10,000 yuan. Thinking about it, Su Yang felt a little excited. Throwing the rod down again, Su Yang focused his attention on the fishing rod again. More than 10 seconds later, before Su Yang had even sat down firmly, he felt the buoy move. This fish is caught quite quickly. Chapter 34, the nest is poked again, everyone comes to grab the bait. Su Yang stared at the buoy. I didn't hang up the line immediately. As the fishing rod suddenly bent, Su-yang knew that the fish had completely bitten the hook and quickly reeled in the line. However, after just reeling in a few turns of line, Su-yang knew that this was another big fish. And judging from the strength with which the fish was biting the hook, it would only be bigger than the grouper we just caught, not smaller. Don't worry, it's another giant grouper. At this time, Su sure didn't think too much about it. He quickly grabbed the fishing rod and prepared to meet a new round of pulling force. This fish was even stronger than the giant grouper just now. Su-yang didn't dare to reel in the line so quickly and continued to play with the fish. However, even though he was reeling in the fishing rod was pulled almost into a full bow shape. The fishing rod he bought was not originally intended for larger fish. 10 or 20 pounds, no problem at all. Who would have known that all we caught today were giant groupers? If he had known it was this kind of fish, he would have definitely changed his fishing rod before coming here. Now that the fish has been hooked, no matter what kind of fish it is, Su-yang will not let it escape. There were also several anglers nearby, and when they saw Su-yang start to fish, they were immediately attracted. Judging from the way Su-yang was fishing and the fishing rod being pulled into a full bow, it was guessed that he had caught a big fish. Several anglers nearby put their fishing rods in place and walked towards Su-yang. The rod has been pulled this far, this is a big fish. Don't worry. In this situation, let it play for a while. No matter how big the fish is, it will get tired if you play it for too long. Su-yang was indeed not in a hurry. After more than 10 minutes of struggle, the fish finally emerged from the water. Su-yang looked more closely and found that it was indeed a giant grouper again. This fish is at least 1.5 meters long, bigger than the giant grouper we just caught, and its weight is estimated to be over 60 kilograms. The fact that such a large grouper could be caught in such shallow waters immediately made the watching anglers exclaim in amazement. Oh my god! This is a giant grouper. One angler looked shocked. At least more than 50 kilograms. It's really lucky to see such a big grouper in such a shallow sea area. At this time, other anglers could only envy. At this time, they even thought how great it would be if the giant grouper could break free from the fishing hook and escape. The anglers watching now have the same mentality as I'm afraid that my brothers are having a hard life, and I'm also afraid that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. Unfortunately, they knew in their hearts that the fish had been hooked, and its lips were stuck, so it would not be easy to get it off the hook. Su-yang didn't know what others were thinking at this time. He saw that the fish had already surfaced and had been played for nearly 20 minutes. He was tired, so the fish was naturally tired too. Especially after surfacing, he quickly reeled in the fishing line. Once such a big fish is pulled into shallow water, although it is still struggling, its strength is becoming weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Su-yang dragged the fish ashore directly. He dragged the fish onto the beach and stepped gently with his foot to keep it from jumping too much. The fish struggled on the beach for a long time, gradually becoming exhausted and unable to struggle anymore, and finally it settled down a little. At this time, everyone gathered around. I have seen giant groupers this big in the seafood market, but this is the first time I have seen someone catch one. If it was in the deep sea, this would be normal. The key point is how such a big fish could appear in this sea area. My friend, you are really lucky. Su-yang knows his own business. He has a lot of luck. This is the help of the fish meal provided by the system. Su-yang didn't respond, but looked at the grouper on the ground with some worry. Friend, put the fish in the fishing box first. If it stays out of the water for too long, it will probably die soon. Su-yang said, there is no way to release it. There is already a fish in the fishing box. It's just one. It won't hurt to put this one down. If it's a small fish, it won't lose anything if it eats it directly. This one can be sold for tens of thousands at least. Su-yang shook his head, this one really can't be released. There is already a giant grouper in the fishing box, which weighs about 50 kilograms. What? The anglers watching were shocked. Everyone's expressions were even more shocked than when they saw Su-yang catch such a big grouper. Some people didn't believe it and ran to the fishing box to take a look. When I saw that there was indeed a giant grouper coiled in the fishing box, I was completely stunned. How on earth do you fish this? It was surprising enough to catch one, but I didn't expect you to catch two. This is simply a miracle. Yesterday there was a guy who caught 6 rat groupers in a row, which was already strange enough. You caught 2 giant groupers in a row today. You can compare yourself to the guy yesterday. Su-yang thought for a moment and said, I was also the one who caught 6 grouper fish yesterday. It's you. Everyone looked at Su Yang in unison. This is still a human being. Tell me, my friend, how did you do this? What kind of bait did you use to make the nest? And what kind of bait did you use? How about this, you can sell me some of the bait and bait. Yes, you should sell me some too. I don't need to catch a giant grouper as big as yours, I'll be satisfied with one weighing more than 10 kilograms. Almost everyone wanted to buy Su Yang's fishing bait. I just use ordinary baits, and I also bought the bait at a shop that sells fishing tackle. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Su Yang directly took out the bait and other materials. Everyone took a look, then picked up the bait and smelled it, but it seemed like there was nothing special. This bait was even worse than the one they bought. But why was he able to catch 2 big groupers, while they had caught nothing from this morning till now? Although everyone thought that Su Yang's fishing baits and baits were very ordinary, they still wanted Su Yang to sell some. The bait was not worth much money, so Su Yang naturally did not charge any money and let everyone share it. Hearing this, everyone did not hesitate and directly divided Su Yang's fishing bait and nesting materials into 5 portions, 1 portion for each person. Brother, what are you going to do with these 2 groupers? After receiving benefits from Su Yang, everyone became more friendly towards him. Su Yang was also worried, I really don't know about this. Just like what you said, if you catch 1 giant grouper of this size, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Now there are 2, so he can't brag about them. The angler who just spoke thought for a moment and said, how about this, if you are ready to sell your fish, I know a fishmonger, I'll give him the phone number and ask him to come over and collect it. Sell. Such big fish will naturally be sold for cash. Money in your hand is real money. Chapter 35 Transaction, Position Occupied. After getting Su Yang's consent, the angler immediately took out his mobile phone and called the fishmonger. Lao Wang, are you free now? Come to Hohai and catch 2 fish. 2 fish, what am I coming to collect? Because the speaker was on, Su Yang could hear their conversation clearly. Old Wang, let me tell you, these are 2 giant groupers. One weighs about 50 kilograms, and the other weighs about 60 kilograms. If you don't want them, I'll call Old Li and ask the restaurant if they want them. Grouper? No, Lao Zhou, don't call Lao Li yet. I'll be there right away. After the angler named Lao Zhou hung up the phone, he came over and said to Su Yang, the fishmonger will come to collect it later. After a pause, Lao Zhou continued, but I have to tell you in advance, because he is a fishmonger, the price will definitely be a little lower. If you think it is not appropriate, if you know someone who buys fish, you can also call them. Su Yang shook his head, this is not necessary. It will be sold to anyone anyway. Old Zhou had a good attitude towards Su Yang. You have to put this grouper into the water first, otherwise it will really die. Su Yang took a look at the fishing box and really put the fish in. The 2 fish were so big, I wonder if they would fight. How about this, I'll get my fishing box. Mine is the largest, just the right size to fit this fish. Lao Zhou quickly walked back, brought in his fishing box, and put the fish in it. Next, Su Yang chatted with Lao Zhou for a while and learned that his full name was Zhou Quanqing. As for what he does, Su Yang naturally wouldn't ask. The 2 of them were not familiar with each other, so there was no need to delve into such sensitive work-related topics. Not long after, a green pickup truck slowly drove over. Old Wang, here. Zhou Quanqing waved at the man who got out of the pickup truck. Su Yang took a look and saw that the fishmonger named Lao Wang was dressed very casually and was not particularly tall. Compared with Su Yang's height of 1.8 meters, he seemed a little short. Probably because of his job, as a fishmonger he has to travel around all year round, and it is natural for him to be by the sea, so his skin is darker. Old Zhou, where are the fish? Of course the fish are in the sea. Get lost. The fishmonger Lao Wang cursed with a smile, then walked over to the fishing box. After seeing the giant grouper, the fishmonger Lao Wang suddenly became excited. Old Zhou, you really helped me a lot. A few days ago, a customer ordered a giant grouper from me and needed it to be a bigger one. I was just about to ask someone else today, but I didn't expect you to solve my urgent problem. Lao Zhou snorted, I just called you to come over, but you kept making excuses. The fishmonger Lao Wang chuckled and said, I was busy just now. Busy for a minute, I think you, old Wang, must have been acting like the old Wang next door just now. Don't talk nonsense. My reputation doesn't matter, but it would be bad if it ruins someone else's reputation. At most, I'll treat you to a meal in a couple of days. Gathering guests? Get lost. Do you have to kill me so cruelly? The two of them kept talking to each other and teasing each other, which showed that they had a good relationship. The fish is not mine. If you want it, you have to ask the owner. Zhou Quanqing pointed at Su Yang and said, "This brother caught this one. In addition to this one, there is another one that weighs about 50 kilograms. Can you eat too?" "Yes, yes, yes." The fishmonger Lao Wan was very excited. "Lao Zhou, I really love you. Giant groupers of this weight are in great demand these days, and I'm worried about finding one. Anything over 100 pounds is too big. 10 or 20 pounds is too small. This kind of one weighing 50 to 60 kilograms is just right." Zhou Quanqing looked disgusted and said, "You should save your love for the young woman next door." The fishmonger Lao Wang ignored Zhou Quanqing, took down a handful of fish from the fishing box, and after confirming that they were still alive, he looked up at Su Yang. "Boss, you know I'm going to sell these fish to someone else, so I'll be direct. I'll buy 2 for 120 yuan a pound. The one I sold to Brother Feng yesterday, the other party offered 150, a difference of 30 yuan. But the fishmonger also said that he still had to sell it to others, so he had to make some profit. Make a deal." Su Yang didn't bargain either. Both fish weighed more than 100 kilograms, and I earned more than 10,000 yuan directly. Readily. The fishmonger Lao Wan likes to do business with people like this. Normally he would buy fish from those fishermen. In fact, the market price was there, but some fishermen felt that the fish they caught were different from those caught with nets. I always want a higher price. So the fishmonger Lao Wang also likes to deal with people like Su Yang. The two fish were weighed. One weighs 49 kilograms and the other weighs 65 kilograms. The total is 13,680 yuan. But this time, Su Yang didn't round off the decimal point. The fishmonger Lao Wang directly gave Su Yang an integer. After paying, the fishmonger Lao Wang said, "Boss, leave me your phone number. If you have good fish and want to sell them in the future, just contact me directly." Although many anglers go out for sea fishing, even if not all of them catch nothing, most people keep the fish they catch and do not sell them. But the fishmonger Lao Wang likes Su Yang more. He is a straightforward person. People like Su Yang who are equally straightforward do not miss a place in the address book, regardless of whether they have business dealings in the future or not. Su Yang didn't refuse either. Given his current situation, maybe another giant grouper will come later, and if no one else contacts the fishmonger, he won't know who to sell it to. After the fish were sold to the fishmonger Lao Wang, the fishing box was empty. It was naturally impossible for Su Yang to go back with an empty box. It's still early now, so let us continue fishing. Having just caught 2 giant groupers weighing dozens of kilograms, Su Yang thought about it and decided not to go to that place. The main thing is that at this time, the place where he had just been fishing has been occupied by someone else. Su Yang carried the fishing box and fishing rod and headed about 100 meters to the right. Now everyone was gathering towards the spot where he had just caught the giant grouper, and he was not attracting much attention. Zhou Quanqing followed him. Su Yang had no objection either. This sea area does not belong to him. Besides, Zhou Quanqing knew his limits and didn't get too close to Su Yang. Even though there were people around, Su Yang didn't want to be too high profile. But if you have to look back and forth every time you go fishing, then fishing will lose its fun. After repacking the bait, Su Yang put away the bait sprinkled with fish meal. Su Yang was not in a hurry. He let Zhou Quanqing throw the rod down first, and then he threw the rod down himself. After all, he caught the fish too quickly. In fact, it is indeed fast. Just as he cast the rod, he was thinking that this time it would take at least a minute before a fish would take the bait. Who would have thought that as soon as the hook was cast, there would be a fish? Chapter 36 Large Yellow Croaker. Unlike the time when he caught the giant grouper just now, this time the fishing rod only bent slightly and was not directly pulled into a full bow shape. Not a big fish. Su Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. If another giant grouper weighing dozens of kilograms came, it would be difficult for him to explain. He had already run 100 meters away, no wonder the groupers came here because they smelled his bait. Wrong. Fish may actually be attracted to the bait sprinkled with fish meal by the smell. Zhou Quanqing's attention was originally focused on his fishing rod. He glanced at Su Yang and noticed some movement, as if he had caught a fish. He was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that Su Yang put down the hook later than him, but he didn't expect that he would catch the fish first. Because Su Yang had just caught 2 groupers, Zhou Quanqing wanted to know what kind of fish he would catch this time. After fixing his fishing rod, Zhou Quanqing walked towards Su Yang. As Zhou Quanqing walked over, the fish emerged from the water. Big yellow croaker. Zhou Quanqing has seen it clearly. Su Yang just caught 2 groupers and felt that his luck was off the charts. I didn't expect it to be so popular now. It's a miracle that you can catch big yellow croaker here. Su Yang was also a little surprised. Just now he was thinking that even if it was just rat spots, he would be satisfied. Now there is an even bigger surprise. After all, it was a big yellow croaker, and it was struggling violently at this time. Su Yang did not dare to be negligent and quickly took the scoop net to catch it. Only when the big yellow croaker entered the scoop net did Su Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Quickly untie the fish hook and put it in the fishing box. When Su Yang caught the giant grouper just now, Zhou Quanqing was not that envious. Now he has caught a big yellow croaker. I am so envious. This is not farmed yellow croaker, but wild yellow croaker, which is very expensive in the market. Brother, what kind of luck do you have? Su Yang said, maybe the residual heat of the novice protection period has not yet passed. I just picked this place randomly. Zhou Quanqing naturally didn't know that this was because Ji Yang used the fish meal rewarded by the system, and only attributed it to luck. Having just caught a big yellow croaker, Su Yang guessed that if he went fishing again later, he would probably catch another big yellow croaker. He certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. As for whether it will cause a sensation, we'll tell you when the time comes. Brother, bleed the big yellow croaker first. Su Yang came back to his senses. He immediately took out the knife he had bought earlier, cut the blood vessels in the gills, and then bent the fish body to speed up the blood discharge. Wild yellow croaker usually lives in deep sea waters and has adapted to high-pressure environments for a long time. When the fish is taken out of the water, the external pressure drops sharply, causing the pressure inside and outside the fish's body to become unbalanced, causing the swim bladder to expand rapidly or even rupture. At the same time, the oxygen in the blood forms bubbles due to decompression, causing fatal injuries such as decompression sickness. Therefore, deep-sea fish like large yellow croaker are generally sensitive and will have a strong stress response after leaving the water. In particular, wild individuals find it difficult to adapt to shallow water or terrestrial environments due to the physiological structure formed by long-term natural selection, and usually die about 30 minutes after leaving the water. After death, the accumulation of lactic acid in blood metabolic products will accelerate the decay of the meat, causing the fishy smell to become stronger and the taste to become sour. After dealing with all this, Su Yang set the bait again in front of Zhou Quanqing. Zhou Quanqing was originally planning to go back and check his fishing rod, but because Su Yang's performance was so amazing, he wanted to see what method he used. Why did all the fish go to his side? But when he took a look, it was just an ordinary bait, and the rod casting technique seemed to be better than his, so he didn't look like a novice. But there is no place that particularly stands out. Just when he was wondering, Su Yang's buoy moved again. Su Yang quickly hung up the line. When Zhou Quanqing saw this scene, he felt a little uncomfortable. Obviously, they were not very far away, only 20 meters at most, so why did all the fish come to his side? As Su Yang reeled in the line, the fish emerged from the water and Zhou Quanqing was dumbfounded again. Another big yellow croaker. This time Su Yang was not very surprised. Yesterday he caught 6 groupers in a row before he caught a giant grouper. If he had continued fishing yesterday, he would probably have caught a giant grouper. You need to catch at least a few fish before changing the species. I have caught a big yellow croaker now. If I continue fishing, I estimate that I will catch no less than 4. Su Yang ignored Zhou Quanqing's shocked expression and cast his fishing rod again. When Zhou Quanqing saw Su Yang casting his rod continuously, he quickly ran back to his position. He wondered if a school of yellow croaker happened to pass by. As for why these large yellow croakers, which mostly only appear in the deep sea, suddenly appeared here in groups, he didn't think about it. Let us catch the fish first. Zhou Quanqing put away the fishhook, changed the bait, and threw it out again. This time the buoy moved a few times, but did not sink. So Zhou Quanqing looked at Su Yang again. He caught another fish. Then there is the big yellow croaker. Seeing Su Yang quickly catch 3 large yellow croakers, Zhou Quanqing became anxious and no longer cared about fishing ethics. He directly moved the rod 5 meters towards Su Yang. Su Yang ignored it. Anyway, he knew what it was like to catch a big yellow croaker. As Su Yang hooked again. Not long after, another big yellow croaker appeared. Zhou Quanqing was anxious. Brother Su, go slower, leave some for me to fish. After all, wild yellow croaker is a fish that many people may not be able to catch even after fishing for decades. Zhou Quanqing naturally also wanted to catch one, and then post it on WeChat Moments, TikTok, and Weibo to show off. But I don't know if the more anxious I am, the less likely the fish will take the bait. And Su Yang caught another one. It really disturbed the big yellow croaker's nest. This made Zhou Quanqing even more anxious. But he couldn't shout at Su Yang, forbidding him to fish anymore. After all, he had already moved to a distance of 10 meters from Su Yang. It was already too much for him to chase him away. Zhou Quanhai asked himself if he was capable of doing such a thing. As for Su Yang, he finally stopped after catching the sixth fish. Based on yesterday's experience of fishing for grouper, I estimate that after the sixth catch, the next catch may not be yellow croaker. He is not afraid of not being able to catch any fish now. Rather, I was worried that if I cast the hook again, I might suddenly catch a bluefin tuna, which would be outrageous. After all, it is completely unrealistic for fish like bluefin tuna to appear in shallow waters. However, Su Yang couldn't guarantee whether he would really catch anything. Even if it wasn't a bluefin tuna, if he caught a yellow croaker, it would be a severe blow to Zhou Quanqing, and he might even stop fishing from then on. In Su Yang's dream memory, the yellow croaker is already a national second-level protected animal and illegal trading is prohibited. But he checked last night and found that in his world, yellow croaker is not a protected animal and can be traded. But this kind of fish is also very rare. Even if it is not banned, there will probably not be many that can be traded in the market. When Zhou Quanqing saw that Su Yang stopped fishing, he also stopped fishing. Because the blow was too great. Because Su Yang caught large yellow croakers frequently, and Zhou Quanqing would take the initiative to send out reports on his behalf every time he caught one. As a result, the anglers who were fishing not far away gathered around again. 6 big yellow croakers. What kind of incredible luck is this? I think there's no need to come again tomorrow. Once the news gets out, this area of the sea will definitely be occupied by others tomorrow. Who would have thought that there would be a school of yellow croaker passing through this area? Are these yellow croakers so hungry that they got lost? Lao Zhou, weren't you right next to us? How come you didn't catch any fish? Some people who knew Zhou Quanqing teased him. Zhou Quanqing had just been hit hard and was too lazy to say anything. Looking at the 6 big yellow croakers in Su Yang's fishing box, and then looking at his own fishing box, he wanted to smash it directly. They were all used to hold fish, so why didn't he catch any fish? Chapter 37, When a person is old, fish will choose him as their bait. Brother, do you want to sell this fish? Zhou Quanqing asked. He was thinking that even if he couldn't catch it, wild yellow croakers like this were rare in the market. Moreover, the 6 large yellow croakers that Su Yang had just caught weighed more than 4 kilograms each. The price of such a large wild yellow croaker is not low in the market, but it is also very popular. Su Yang thought for a moment and said, I'll just keep one, and I can sell the rest. After a pause, Su Yang continued, I don't know much about the market price of yellow croaker, just give me a reasonable price. Su Yang had a rough idea in his mind. There were also many people fishing at this time, and they all knew the approximate price of wild yellow croaker. If Zhou Quanqing gave a random price, others would definitely have opinions. Zhou Quanqing pondered for a moment and said, how about this? For fish weighing more than 4 kilograms, we'll charge the market price of 30,000 yuan per piece. Do you think that's appropriate? Can. This price is within Su Yang's estimation. Brother Zhou, pick one for yourself. Zhou Quanqing took a look and chose one. 6 large yellow croakers, not much different. After choosing the fish, Zhou Quanqing transferred 30,000 yuan to Su Yang. Other anglers also want to buy it. But 30,000 yuan is not something every angler can afford at any time. Su Yang definitely didn't plan to sell them all, he wanted to keep 2. But if I keep 2, and Su Wei finds out that one is worth 30,000 yuan, with her money-grubbing behavior, she will definitely encourage me to sell another one. However, only Zhou Quanqing sold one, leaving 4, and Su Yang didn't know what to do with them. Su Yang, how about this, call Lao Wang and ask him to turn around. Su Yang also felt that if he were to handle it himself, he would not be able to handle so many items at once. No matter how popular something is, there must be a channel for it. At present, Su Yang does not have his own sales channels. He took out his cell phone and called the fishmonger Lao Wang again. The fishmonger Lao Wang is already on his way back. He was a little excited because he caught 2 giant groupers today. Although the money earned is not much, the customer's orders can be completed. Although he is a fishmonger, he is different from other fishmongers. He mainly collects fish that are slightly more expensive. And his clients are not the general public. Which ordinary person would buy more than 1,000 yuan worth of fish every day when buying groceries? Because he was in a good mood, music was playing in the car via Bluetooth, and Lao Wang was singing along at the top of his lungs. Although his singing skills were always on the verge of being off tune or on tune, he was the only one singing alone at the moment, so he naturally didn't worry about torturing others. When a song was in the chorus, Lao Wang was also singing with great devotion, but he was interrupted at this moment. A voice sounded. Lao Wang took a look and found that it was Su Yang. I just bought 2 giant groupers from him, and Su Yang was also very straightforward, so Lao Wang naturally had a better impression of him. After answering the call, Lao Wang immediately returned to his business-like tone as a fishmonger. Hello, Boss Su. Brother Wang, where are you back to? Lao Wang glanced outside and said, we just left the dock and were about to merge into the main road. I caught a few more fish and was wondering if you would like to collect them as well. Dragon grouper? Because he had just caught 2 giant groupers, it would be really surprising if Su Yang caught a few more. But Lao Wang also had some hesitations. Wild giant groupers are indeed popular in the market, but if there are too many, it will be difficult for him to sell them all at once. Lao Wang didn't think much about it. No matter what kind of fish it is, as long as it's from Boss Su, I'll take it. It's not a giant grouper. I was lucky just now and caught a few big yellow croakers. What? Lao Wang slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, there was no car following behind, otherwise there would definitely be a rear-end collision. Then Lao Wang turned the steering wheel and moved the car to the side and parked it. Boss Su, I didn't hear what you just said. I caught a few big yellow croakers, so I wanted to ask if you want some? Yes. Lao Wang felt sorry for the hesitation he had just had. It was a wild yellow croaker. The hesitation for a moment just now almost made him miss out on a fortune. Boss Su, please wait for me. I'll turn around and go back right away. Remember, don't sell it to anyone yet. I will definitely give you a suitable price. Lao Wang suddenly turned around, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight back. Not long after Su Yang hung up the phone, he saw Lao Wang's pickup truck rushing towards him as if it was accelerating at a 100-meter speed. A cloud of dust rose up from behind. After parking the car, Lao Wang ran over immediately. Where's the fish, Boss Su? Zhou Quanqing looked at Lao Wang's expression with disdain. Lao Wang, it's not like you haven't seen big yellow croaker before. I have seen a lot of young women, but not every young woman belongs to me. Zhou Quanqing wanted to retort. But this statement is hard to be offensive. As expected, he is the old Wang next door. Lao Wang ran to the fishing box and saw 5 big yellow croakers lying peacefully there. Because it had already bled, the yellow croaker could no longer struggle and could only lie quietly. Lao Wang grabbed one at random. Wow, it looks like it weighs at least 4 kilograms. The other few are similar. Boss Su, please name a price. I want them all. Brother Wang, you are a professional, just give me a price. Old Wang glanced at Zhou Quanqing. It was a rare opportunity to come across wild yellow croaker, so he didn't believe that Zhou Quanqing didn't buy one. Zhou Quanqing was just about to mention the price, but Lao Wang asked Su Yang first, so he naturally couldn't say anything at this time. Boss Su, how about this? $30,000 apiece. I'll take them all. No problem. Su Yang sighed slightly in his heart. No wonder he is in this line of work, the price is strictly controlled. Brother Zhou also bought one for 30,000 yuan just now. I can only sell you 4 of the remaining 5. I have to keep one. Su Yang smiled and said, to be honest, I have never eaten a fish that costs 30,000 yuan. Lao Wang also laughed and said, don't say you haven't eaten it. I haven't eaten it myself. Just like there are indeed many young women, some of them can only be looked at, but not qualified to eat. Lao Wang didn't even weigh the fish, he just poured them into the big box on top of his pickup truck. Then he transferred the money to Su Yang. Boss Su, you are so lucky today. Lao Wang can definitely make 10,000 yuan per piece from these wild yellow croakers, but he still envies Su Yang's luck. In all the time he had been collecting fish, this was the first time he had seen someone catch 2 groupers and then 6 large yellow croakers in one morning. It is not easy to catch even in a fish farm. It was definitely luck. Brother Zhou was fishing nearby at the time, and the fish were probably on my side. If it was on Brother Joe's side, I wouldn't have been so lucky. Lao Wang glanced at Zhou Quanqing and said, I knew you looked unlucky, but now the fish have chosen you. Get out, get out. Zhou Quanqing laughed and scolded, I hope that when you go back to steal a young woman, you'll be caught by her man on the spot. Bounce. Looking at the two people bickering, Su Yan also smiled. He had earned more than 100,000 yuan in one morning and was very satisfied. Seeing Su Yang packing up, Lao Wang asked, Boss Su, why don't we go have a meal together? It's almost noon anyway. Chapter 38. You are confused. Su Yang thought about it and didn't refuse. Lao Wang and Zhou Quanqing also left a good impression on him. Besides, Su Yang will definitely continue fishing in the future, so it's not a bad thing to have a good relationship with Lao Wang. I'm hungry, let's have a meal together. Lao Wang said, okay. I know there's a seafood restaurant nearby that's delicious. Let's go there to eat and talk about future cooperation. Zhou Quanqing teased, Boss Su, you're really lucky. I've known this guy for more than 10 years, and he's never been this generous except to young women. Usually when he treats me to a meal, I just have noodle soup. Lao Wang laughed and scolded, go away. You make me sound so stingy. Think about it yourself, every time I treat you to noodle soup, I always ask for a large portion of beef brisket. Zhou Quanqing looked disdainful. Today, thanks to Boss Su, I have to give you a good meal. You have to be more careful. I'm just a fish collector. You own several shops and are even more stingy than me. You have to hide some money. There are a lot of videos on the internet that teach men how to hide money. Learn from them. Ahem. Zhou Quanqing was a little embarrassed. Zhou Quanqing looked at Su Yang and said, Boss Su, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's mainly because my wife is afraid that I will spend money recklessly, so she is quite strict with my finances. Of course, when it comes to treating us to a meal, she is very generous. Su Yang smiled and said, I can understand that. My wife is also a money grubber. She manages all my money. Men, when they have a little money, it's easy for them to become arrogant. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Quanqing seemed to have found a soulmate. He raised his chin towards Lao Wang with a proud look on his face. Lao Wang didn't say anything either. The three of them packed up their things, Zhou Quanqing got into Lao Wang's pickup truck, and Su Yang drove behind. The car sped all the way and soon arrived at the seafood restaurant recommended by Lao Wang. The restaurant is located on the seaside, with an elegant environment and a gentle sea breeze, making people feel relaxed and happy. The three of them found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter quickly brought the menu. Lao Wang flipped through the menu and said, the steamed fish in this restaurant is really special. Shall we order one to try? Su Yang smiled and shook his head, Brother Wang, I haven't eaten the fish I caught today yet, I can just go home and cook it myself. Let's order something else. Zhou Quanqing teased, Boss Su, this fish costs 30,000 yuan apiece. Are you willing to eat it? Su Yang smiled and said, I'm reluctant to give it up, but if I don't try it, I won't be able to brag about it to everyone in the future. Lao Wang laughed, Boss Su, that makes sense. Let's order something else. The lobster and abalone in this restaurant are also good. The three of them ordered a few signature dishes. Lao Wang was going to order a bottle of wine, but Su Yang was driving with him, and it would be boring for Zhou Quanqing to drink alone, so he didn't order. Not long after, the waiter brought the ordered dishes. The three of them ate and chatted, which made them closer. Lao Wang said, Boss Su, if you catch any good fish next time, remember to contact me as soon as possible. I have many channels here, and I can definitely give you a good price. Su Yang nodded, okay, no problem. But I can't catch this kind of fish every day. Today I was just lucky. Zhou Quanqing smiled and said, luck is also a part of strength. Su Yang, your skills and luck have made a lot of people envious these past 2 days. I guess if you come again tomorrow, others will pay you to change places. Although it was a joke, Su Yang really thought that this would happen. Lao Wang said, nowadays, rich people want to eat exquisite food and the best. Therefore, the price of rare wild fish like this is higher than the market price. For a poor person like me, a difference of 100 yuan, let alone 10 yuan, is still money. But it is different for rich people. A difference of 10,000 or 18,000 yuan is not a big difference. As long as the fish is really good, they are willing to pay the money. Su Yang has met many wealthy people during his many years of work. I also had meals with those people on a regular basis. But those dinner parties were just social gatherings for them, and he had never really been exposed to what the food chain of the rich was like. Lao Wang often sells fish to them and has more contact with them, so he naturally knows more about this aspect than Su Yang. The three of them ate and chatted, and through Lao Wang and Zhou Quanqing, Su Yang gained a new understanding of this market. The three chatted for a while, and after they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lao Wang took the initiative to pay the bill. Su Yang did not rush to give the money. Before leaving the restaurant, Zhou Quanqing said to Su Yang, "Boss Su, let's go fishing together again if we have a chance in the future. I will also learn some techniques from you." Su Yang smiled and said, "Then when brother Zhou is free and wants to go fishing, we can make an appointment again." Okay. After Su Yang and Zhou Quanqing parted ways, they drove directly home. When she got home, Su Wei was lying on the sofa reading a book. "I'm back." Seeing Su Yang coming back, Su Wei put down the book in her hand. "Did you catch any fish?" As Su Wei spoke, she walked to the fishing box and saw that there was only one fish in it. And it still looks dead. She has eaten yellow croaker. However, the yellow croakers on the market are naturally farmed. As for wild yellow croakers, she really doesn't understand what the market price is. In his opinion, the price of yellow croaker in the market is about 10 to 20 yuan per kilogram, and even if the price of wild yellow croaker is extremely high, it will not exceed 100 yuan. There's only one fish today, and it looks similar to the mouse class from yesterday. I sold a few. Su Wei immediately had an expression of a money grubber. How much did it sell for? Guess? Su Wei held up a finger. 10,000? Guess again. 20,000? Give you another chance? Su Wei looked at Su Yang's expression of keeping a secret, glared at him, but finally continued to guess. 50,000? Will you still guess? Su Wei pouted. Even though she is a mother of 2 children, her pouting expression is still as cute as it was when she was a girl. It can't be 100,000. 160,000. What? Su Wei looked at Su Yang in surprise. Are you kidding? Before Su Yang could speak, Su Wei immediately continued, "Give me your phone." Su Yang handed the phone over, Su Wei took a picture of her face, and the phone unlocked. It's really 160,000. What kind of fish are you catching? Don't tell me you caught pearls. Su Yang smiled and pointed at the big yellow croaker in the fishing box and said, "This fish is more expensive than many pearls. One is 30,000 yuan. I caught 6 today, and 2 groupers. The total sales were more than 160,000 yuan. Seeing Su Wei's incredible and shocked expression, Su Yang continued, "Because I have never tasted such an expensive fish, I kept one, otherwise it would have sold for almost 200,000 yuan. After hearing this, Su Wei came back to her senses. You are confused. Do we dare to eat a fish worth 30,000 yuan? Hurry up and sell it immediately. Chapter 39, Fish is too precious, I'm afraid it will get damaged. Su Yang found it a little funny to see Su Wei looking like a money grubber. I think I've had good luck fishing lately. Maybe I can catch another yellow croaker tomorrow. So, it's not a bad idea to try one tonight. But it's worth $30,000. Although Su Yang has always had a job over the years. Compared with others, Su Yang's monthly salary already exceeds many people, so her life is not particularly tight. Before she had a house, she would buy better clothes, cosmetics, and even some daily necessities. With the birth of our second son and the purchase of a house, Su Yang is the only one in the family with an income, so when it comes to daily expenses, he doesn't pursue good things. As long as the quality is good and it can be used, it's fine. The things we used were not the best to begin with, and we have been settling for less in recent years. In fact, Su Yang does earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, but he has to pay for a house every month, and 2 years ago he also had to pay for a car. After a month, there was really little money left. Even at the end of a year, there was not even 30,000 yuan in savings. Now if she were asked to eat a fish worth 30,000 yuan in one meal, she really wouldn't dare to eat it. Even though they now have more than 1 million in their hands, Su Wei knows in her heart that they are still far from financial freedom. Su Yang naturally knew what Su Wei was thinking. Su Wei is an only child. The environment at home is not bad either. From childhood to adulthood, her parents would fulfill her wishes for anything she wanted as long as it was not particularly expensive. In other words, the things she has used since she was a child, even if they are not high-end brands, are at mid-range prices. After I married him, especially after I bought a house in the past 2 years, I always calculated how I spent money. Over time, she will develop a habitual way of thinking when it comes to spending money. Where I can save money, I will never spend $1 more. Su Yang knew very well that based on his salary, he would have to pay for all the family expenses. Throughout the year, one can still save several thousand yuan, all thanks to Su Wei's careful budgeting. So now that she knows that a wild yellow croaker can be sold for 30,000 yuan, she naturally wants to cash in. Su Yang wanted to tell Su Wei to eat boldly and spend generously in the future. He now owns a system and has earned more than 200,000 yuan from fishing in the past 2 days. You will naturally never lack money in the future. But of course he couldn't tell Su Wei about the fact that he had a system. It's not that I don't believe it. There are many times when we don't say anything just because we believe in it. It sounds a bit contradictory, but even if Su Wei can accept having a system, she will definitely be worried in her heart, fearing that she might say something wrong one day and get into unnecessary trouble. As long as there is such a huge secret in her heart, she will feel anxious. Now that Su Wei is pregnant with twins, there is no need for Su Yang to tell her about things like this. Wife, it's just a fish, there's no need to have too many burdens. After taking a look at the big yellow croaker in the fishing box, Su Yang added. But if you really want to sell it, I'll call now to see if anyone wants it. If you bring a yellow croaker worth 30,000 yuan to the vegetable market, there will definitely be a lot of people watching. I don't think anyone has actually taken action. Su Wei thought about it and finally let out a long sigh. Forget it, you've got the fish back, so don't dwell on it anymore. Just think of it as a splurge at a fancy restaurant tonight. Maybe think of it as buying yourself a high-end brand bag. Su Yang saw that Su Wei finally gave in, so he didn't say anything profound. When it comes to general principles, Su Wei also knows a lot about them. Anyway, we don't have this luxury every day. Su Wei glared at him and said, let alone every day, even if I only have one extravagant meal a year, I feel the pain in my flesh. Su Wei walked to the fishing box and looked down at the big golden yellow croaker, its scales gleaming. These fish all look the same, I don't know what the value is. Su Yang smiled and said, wild yellow croaker has extremely high requirements for water quality and environment, has a low natural reproduction rate, and a growth cycle of up to 3-5 years. Its flesh is delicate and has a unique cucumber fragrance. It is rich in protein, unsaturated fatty acids and trace elements. It has the effects of replenishing qi and kidney, strengthening the brain and improving intelligence. In addition, the yellow fish glue made from its maw and cod liver oil are high-value nutritional supplements. Considering all these, it cannot be cheap. Su Yang explained to Su Wei why wild yellow croaker is so expensive. Forget it, it's expensive anyway. Since Su Wei has made the decision, she won't think too much about it, so as not to make herself seem pretentious. Anyway, you're the one cooking tonight. This fish is too precious. I'm afraid it'll spoil. You should do it. Okay, I'll cook tonight. After saying that, Su Yang took the opportunity to kiss Su Wei on the lips. Su Wei glared at him and then made a disgusted expression. The next day, Su Yang didn't go out fishing. He went fishing for 2 days in a row and created quite a stir. If he goes there again today, he will definitely be surrounded by crowds of people. It is definitely impossible to go fishing. Everyone was fishing, but they couldn't catch a single grouper all day. If he went there and disturbed the grouper's nest, he would definitely be suspected. Although they have no evidence. Su Yang also didn't want to be targeted. Su Yang decided to rest at home today and spend some time with Su Wei. She is currently pregnant with twins, albeit only at 8 weeks. I am not showing any signs of pregnancy yet, but the burden on my body is quite heavy. As a husband, he felt that he should spend more time taking care of her. In the past, he had to go to work and didn't he have time to accompany me even if I wanted to. Just like the eldest son and the second son, although he had maternity leave, Su Wei was alone most of the time when she was pregnant with them. Now that he doesn't have to go to work, and the baby is expecting its third child unexpectedly, he has to accompany her throughout the whole process. After breakfast, Su Yang took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and then accompanied Su Wei to watch TV in the living room. The two watched TV and chatted. Wife, do you think we should consider moving to a new house? Su Yang suddenly asked. Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Su Yang. Change house? Isn't our current house pretty good? It's not big, but it's big enough for us to live in. After a pause, Su Wei continued, besides, we probably don't have enough money to buy a new house right now. Su Yang smiled and said, it may be livable now, but after the children are born, the house will seem a bit small. Besides, we have some savings now, and moving to a slightly bigger house will make our life more comfortable. As for money, we have more than 1 million yuan on hand now, so we can still consider it. Su Wei had thought about moving to a bigger house. After all, who doesn't want to live in a large detached villa with its own yard and garage? But that's just a thought. At least for now she won't have such unrealistic dreams. Chapter 40, A Couple's Morning, A Strange Call. Fantasy is fantasy. Su Wei is a person who is more realistic. Maybe she had fantasies once. Real life forced her to put those fantasies behind. As for whether there would be a chance to unlock this fantasy again, Su Wei used to think it was impossible. Now there seems to be some signs of progress. But she is still relatively rational. Su Wei did not directly kill Su Yang's idea of changing houses. If it were before, their current house has 3 rooms, which is barely enough for them to live in. That study is now used by Su Yang. When the 2 sons grew up, the study room naturally belonged to the second son. As you grow up, you naturally need privacy, and it is impossible to squeeze into the same room with your brother every day. Now I am pregnant with my 3rd child, twins, and 3 rooms are simply not enough. After a moment's silence, Su Wei said, changing houses is not a trivial matter. We haven't paid off the loan for this house yet. Wouldn't it be too stressful to change to another one? She had actually just weighed her current savings in her mind. This included the money Su Yang earned from fishing in the past 2 days, plus the money he earned from lottery tickets before, and his savings of tens of thousands of yuan. I also have more than 1.2 million in hand. According to Bincheng's current housing prices, if you continue to buy houses in their area, the down payment will not be a problem. The house prices in the center will be more expensive, but you can still afford the down payment. But after buying a house, you will have to pay for 2 houses, which is naturally a huge pressure. Su Yang did make a lot of money from fishing these 2 days, but that doesn't mean he can earn that much every day. How about going to take a look sometime? Despite feeling pressured, Su Wei quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Besides, you can just take a look and don't have to buy it. Where do you think is the best place to buy it? Su Wei smiled and said, you sound like a nouveau riche. I would like to buy a house in the city center, and of course I would like to buy a big villa. You have to be able to afford it. Whether you can afford it or not is one thing, but it's also possible to go and take a look. Su Wei smiled faintly. Aren't you afraid that once we walk in wearing this, the salespeople will know we can't afford it and then use all kinds of language to ridicule us? Su Yang. I told you not to watch so many skits in the past. There weren't so many mocking and face-slapping things happening there. Drama comes from life. Even though it's a little exaggerated, it's not non-existent. Su Yang did not refute. Just like Huang Chang, the supervisor of that company before, he would occasionally make things difficult for him, even though he failed to show off because of his lower status. If Huang Chang was a senior executive or a rich second generation, he would probably have been able to show off successfully. So now let's go to the agency and ask? Su Wei looked at Su Yang and asked seriously, are you really planning to change houses? Of course I have some ideas. Don't forget, you have 2 wealth goddesses in your belly. After a pause, Su Yang continued, with the blessing of 2 wealth goddesses, I will figure out a way to deal with the money. Also, although our current house is not big, the location is good because it has a school district. If we sell it, we should be able to sell it for a good price. Combined with our savings, it shouldn't be a problem to move to a bigger house. Su Wei was somewhat moved by what Su Yang said. But this will definitely put more pressure on me. Su Yang nodded, it will be stressful, but I think it's worth it. After all, our child is about to be born, and moving to a bigger house can also provide them with a better living environment. Besides, I've had good luck fishing recently, maybe I can catch more valuable fish in the future. Su Wei couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Do you really think you're a fishing expert? But then again, you've had good luck fishing recently, but you can't rely on that too much, right? Su Yang smiled and said, don't worry, I won't pin all my hopes on fishing. I just think that we have the ability to improve our lives now, so there's no need to keep putting ourselves in a difficult position. Su Wei thought about it and finally nodded, okay, since you said so, let's consider changing houses. But you have to promise me not to put too much pressure on yourself. Let's take it slow and don't rush. Su Yang was naturally not in a hurry to change houses. He just wanted to let Su Wei know that they might become richer and richer in the future, and her current lifestyle would need to change. He knew that he couldn't tell anyone that he had the system. But the capabilities the system brings to him can indeed make life better for him and his family. Next, he not only had to make money by fishing, but also had to find ways to utilize the system's capabilities to find more ways to make money. But the prerequisite is that he should increase more labor value. At present, his labor value is actually enough to perform 10 consecutive draws. Su Yang was actually planning to do a 10-draw streak before going out. It doesn't take long after all. Because she was going out, and was going out to look at houses, Su Wei had already gone into the room to change clothes. Since she was not pregnant yet, she planned to wear the skirt that Li Sisi gave her when they were in the provincial capital. Otherwise, if I want to wear it again after I become pregnant, I don't know how long I have to wait. Don't think that you can wear whatever clothes you wore before you were born. The child was born. I have to breastfeed and stay up late, and most importantly, I don't know if my body can recover. The reason she didn't plan to buy the skirt at the time was that she was afraid that after giving birth to her third child, her figure would not be able to recover and she would have to put it away and not wear it. It is still wearable now, so Su Wei naturally has to give it a try. While Su Wei was getting dressed, Su Yang prepared to start the lottery. After taking a look at the personal attribute interface, he currently has 1,109 labor points. Although there is a guaranteed prize for each draw, Su Yang also hopes to draw a few more gold boxes. It would be different if there was a guaranteed gold box. Just as he was about to draw the lottery, his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Yang took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Because the number showed to be a local number, he hesitated for a moment but still answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su Yang? As soon as the call was connected, a strange male voice came from the other end of the line. Su Yang was a little confused. Yes, I am Su Yang, may I ask who you are? Usually in this kind of situation, Su Yang would suspect whether someone had applied for an online loan and filled in his number on the contact page. He had encountered such a situation before. A colleague from my previous company applied for an online loan and filled in his number in several contact sections. He resigned not long ago, and soon after, he started receiving all kinds of strange calls and a lot of spam messages. So now Su Yang will not answer some unfamiliar calls. Chapter 41 My wife is so beautiful. Chapter 41. Just when Su Yan thought it was a recommendation call and was about to hang up, the voice on the other end of the phone came again. Hello, Mr. Su, I am the purchasing manager of Dongbin Hotel, my last name is Li. It's like this, our hotel heard that you recently caught some very precious wild yellow croaker, so we want to discuss cooperation with you. I wonder if you are interested? Su Yan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the news of his catching a wild yellow croaker would spread so quickly. After thinking about it, it doesn't seem strange. Even if you go fishing at sea, you may not be able to catch yellow croaker, not to mention that he was fishing at the seaside at that time. It is possible that for species like large yellow croaker, occasionally one or two of them appear in shallow waters for some reason. He caught 6. The entire fishing community must have exploded. Su Yan didn't know whether he was photographed yesterday. He saw some anglers taking photos. Most of them were taking pictures of the fish at the time, and didn't pay attention to whether they took pictures of him or not. Su Yang naturally didn't want his face to be photographed. But even if he was really photographed, he wouldn't really panic. Fishing is all about skill. Although he is a bit of a cheater, it is not cheating if no one knows he is cheating. Su Yang didn't know how the purchasing manager of Dongbin Hotel got his contact information. Of course he knew Dongbin Hotel. It is considered to be the most famous hotel in the area and is even well known throughout the city. Su Yang couldn't remember whether it was a 4-star or 5-star hotel, but in his opinion, it was just enough for a worker like him. I have to pay the mortgage every month and support my wife and children, so I definitely can't go anywhere to spend money. When Su Yang was working in his previous company, he went to have dinner there twice because he was discussing a project with another company. However, Su Yang didn't think the food there was anything special. I can only say that the taste is not bad, but there is nothing special about it. Su Yang also understood it in his heart. Star-rated hotels do not necessarily mean the food tastes top-notch. The reasons for being expensive also include factors such as environment and service. Su Yang didn't know who gave him his contact information. He had exchanged contact information with Zhou Quancheng and Lao Wang in the past 2 days. It was probably one of them. Lao Wang is a fishmonger. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to give his contact information to Dongbin Hotel alone. He is a fishmonger and makes money as a middleman. If the Dongbin Hotel were to directly ask him for the goods as the source, he would not make any money. The rest is Zhou Quanqing. But never mind. Su Yang didn't guess about this. It didn't make any sense to him. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The other party is Dongbin Hotel. If he continues fishing in the future, when Lao Wang cannot eat so many fish at once, one more sales channel is equivalent to one more choice. After thinking for a while, Su Yang said, I did catch some wild yellow croaker before. Before Su Yang finished speaking, Manager Li probably saw that he was silent for a while, and then spoke again. Mr. Su, our hotel has a great demand for wild yellow croaker. If you are willing to supply it for a long time, the price will definitely not be low. Of course, if you have other precious seafood, we can also cooperate. Su Yang's heart moved. This was a good opportunity. If he could establish long-term cooperation with the hotel, his income would be much more stable. However, he did not agree immediately. Manager Li, to be honest, I did catch a few large yellow croakers yesterday, but I sold them all. Sold it? Yes. Each one weighs more than 4 pounds. As you know, wild yellow croakers this big are in great demand in the market. Excuse me then. Su Yang was originally thinking that the other party would say that if he caught a good fish next time, he could call them. But the other party just hung up. Sure enough, he had just thought a lot in his mind, and it was completely self-indulgent. But just after hanging up the phone, it rang again. It's the same number as before. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, there was no signal just now. Su Yang. This sounds like a full desire to survive. Manager Li, do you have anything else to do? If Mr. Su catches big yellow croaker or other good fish next time and wants to sell them, he can consider contacting us. We can cooperate with Mr. Su for a long time. You can't catch yellow croaker every day. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to catch it in the future. But if I really catch a good fish, I can't eat so much myself, so I will definitely contact you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Our hotel is looking forward to cooperating with you. We won't bother you anymore. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang felt that Manager Li was too polite. He is just an ordinary person. I just caught a few fish in the past 2 days, so there's no need for the purchasing manager of a star-rated hotel to be so polite. Or is it that people in the service industry are not as arrogant as they are portrayed in movies, TV dramas, or novels? It seems that I have attracted a lot of attention recently. I have to be more cautious. However, on second thought, since the system gave him such ability, there was no need for him to be too cautious. If you are too cautious, I will let down the system. At this time, Su Wei came out of the room. She wore the skirt she bought that day and put on some light makeup, which made her look bright. Su Wei stood at the door, gently adjusting the hem of her skirt. Previously in the clothing store, when Su Yang was trying on clothes, he felt that the skirt suited Su Wei very well. It perfectly outlines her slender waist and elegant curves. The hem of her skirt puffed up slightly, swaying gently with her movements, as if carrying a hint of light breeze. Her skin looked even whiter and more translucent against the backdrop of the skirt, as if it was coated with a soft halo. At this time, she put on some light makeup, which made her even more charming. She raised her hand to tuck the loose hair behind her ears, revealing her delicate profile. The elegant makeup makes her already delicate features more three-dimensional, and there is a gentle temperament between her eyebrows. When she was in college, Su Wei was the campus belle, and her looks had definitely been examined by all the boys in the school. You know, there were a lot of people chasing her at that time. When Su Yang was with Su Wei, he was thinking that either he was a good man in his previous lives, or Su Wei owed him too much in the previous life and he came to repay the debt in this life. Otherwise, given his conditions, why would anyone like him? My dear, you are so beautiful. Su Wei chuckled slightly. Of course, I was the school beauty back then. After saying that, Su Wei first laughed, then turned around gently. How is it, does it fit? It's tailor-made for me. After you put it on, I'm afraid even the sellers will feel inferior to your buyer's show. Su Wei's smile widened. This mouth looks like it's covered with honey today. I don't know about this, try it. After saying that, Su Yang kissed Su Wei directly. Chapter 42, House Viewing, Heartbeat Signal. Su Wei looked disgusted. I put on lipstick. Of course, even though they are disgusted, they are still very sweet inside. Even though they have been married for 6 years, they sometimes still behave like they were in the honeymoon period. Su Yang smiled and said, It's okay as long as I don't mind. After getting their things, the two went out. Because I was planning to look at houses in the city center, although there were real estate agencies nearby, they also had houses available there. But that way you can only look at photos. If you want to see a house, it would be more convenient to go to the house sales office in the city center. And Su Wei was not just looking at houses. She took this opportunity to see if there was anything else she wanted to buy. Otherwise, after a while, she really wouldn't have time to buy it. When they arrived in the city center, the two came to a building sales center. The two of them came in. Since it was not the weekend or a holiday, there were no other guests looking at the house at that time. Su Yang and Su Wei walked to the building mold in the center of the sales department. Which phase is being built now? Su Wei asked. When I came here just now, I saw several buildings being built nearby. Su Yang pointed to a building in the middle and said, it should be the fourth phase, which is the new women and children's hospital. New woman and child? Su Wei looked puzzled. Do the women and children need to move? Right. Su Yang had learned about this when they had gone for a prenatal checkup. The current maternal and child health care facility was built several decades ago, and its planning was based on the population and economic planning of the time. Not only is the place small, but there is no parking lot. We cannot say that every household has a car now, but as far as current families are concerned, there are still quite a few families that have cars. If there is no parking space, it will be quite troublesome. The new maternity and child care center is said to have a 2-story parking lot. Last time I asked, it seemed like it would be officially put into use in May next year. Su Wei was a little surprised. She really hadn't noticed this. You know, after she found out she was pregnant with her third child, she had no mood to pay attention to other things. Especially when the B ultrasound results came out and she knew it was twins, she was even more depressed. The new maternal and child care center was probably located here for the supporting facilities of the buildings in this area. There is also a primary school next door. It is said that Bincheng No. 9 Primary School will move here. I heard that the comprehensive teaching staff of No. 9 Primary School is the best in Bincheng. Indeed. Su Wei had just looked at the prices of the buildings here, and each square meter was no less than 10,000 yuan. She was about to ask Su to leave. Now that she heard that the Women and Children's Hospital in Joshir were there, she felt moved again. So, these two little guys can be born in time for this new mother and daughter. My eldest son and youngest son were also born in a maternity and child care center, but the environment in today's maternity and child care centers is naturally a bit worse. When it comes to some things in life, Su Wei thinks that one should save as much as possible. But when it comes to giving birth, she still prefers a more professional hospital. If you buy a house near a maternity and child care center, you won't have to worry so much once the two babies start to move. A few days ago, she joined a group for mothers. There are hundreds of people there, including expectant mothers, those who are preparing for pregnancy, and those who are already mothers. Some of them gave birth to twins. Su Wei also learned from them that in the later stages of the twins' development, they were always on guard every day for fear that they would suddenly develop the disease. The place where they live now is still a little far from the maternity and child care center. Su Wei is a little worried that if the outbreak happens suddenly, she might not be able to make it in time. While Su Wei was still thinking, a salesperson came over. A tall female salesperson. She looks pretty good, although not as good as Su Wei. She was all smiles. Su Yang whispered in Su Wei's ear, I feel like something is not right about the plot. Normally, wouldn't the salesperson just look at us dressed like this? You said I watched too many skits, but I think you read too many Dragon King novels. The saleswoman came up to us warmly and asked with a smile, Are you two here to look at houses? Do you have a favorite apartment or area? Su Wei pointed to the mold drawing in front of her and asked, Are there any houses available in these buildings? The saleswoman nodded and said, These two buildings have just started to be sold, and there are currently sufficient houses. There are not many left in this building. Su Wei pointed to one of the buildings and asked, What about this one? The saleswoman thought for a moment and said, Because this building is close to the road and the maternity and child care hospital is across the road, there is only one unit left, but it's on the top floor. As for the top floor, Su Wei didn't particularly like it. The saleswoman pointed to the building inside and said, This one is actually not bad either. It belongs to the same residential complex as the one in front. Su Wei took a look and thought it was indeed not bad for living. The saleswoman continued, The house here will allow the children to attend the No. 9 primary school across the street. Although Su Wei was moved. But she also remembered that she came here today just to take a look and was not really planning to buy a house. But after listening to the introduction, she really had an urge to buy a house nearby. The female salesperson naturally understood that buying a house is not like buying vegetables in the market. Although this couple in front of me are handsome and beautiful, judging from their behavior, they are not particularly rich. The female salesperson took out a property listing and handed it to Su Yang and the other man. If you want to look at something else, here are a few houses that meet your requirements. They are all nearby. If you have time, I can take you to see the houses. Su Yang and Su Wei looked at each other. Su Yang thought it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. When buying a house, you must look at it several times and compare it with several houses. Su Wei felt a little embarrassed. Because she felt that she came here today purely to learn more and had no intention of buying. I would feel bad if I troubled other people to run around. She is the type of person who is either really prepared to do something or unwilling to bother others if she is not sure. Su Wei didn't want to trouble the female salesperson, but Su Yang suggested that she go and take a look, hoping that there might be something she liked. The saleswoman took them to a building next door. Compared with the building opposite the Maternal and Child Healthcare Center, this building is not particularly far away, it is just in another row. Judging from the room type, the house has good lighting. The sunlight shines in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making the whole room look bright and warm. Su Wei carefully looked at every corner, and occasionally discussed with Su Yang in a low voice, "What do you think of this apartment?" The living room is quite spacious, and the master bedroom is also big enough. Su Yang nodded, "It's really good, and it has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms. It's a good choice." After a pause, Su Yang asked, "Besides this place, is there anything else?" The female salesperson looked at the property information in her hand. "At present, this is the only building that meets your requirements. Apart from this one, the only other options are the stand-alone buildings next to it." The saleswoman pointed to a row of villas next to it. Su Yang looked in the direction the female salesperson pointed and seemed a little moved. Chapter 43 The Couple's Thoughts. "Excuse me, are all those villas sold out?" Because the Maternal and Child Care Center is about to move here, and there is a 9th primary school next to it, the houses in this area are relatively easier to sell than those elsewhere. Of course, the price is also more expensive. There are still a few single-family houses. The saleswoman looked at Su Yang and asked, "Mr. Su, are you interested in a single-family house?" Su Yang chuckled and said, "Who wouldn't be interested in a detached house? But even if you are interested, you have to wait for the money in your bank account to support your interest." The female salesperson also smiled and didn't think anything of Su Yang's words. If a customer really wants to buy a detached house, she would definitely be happy. At least she will get a lot more commission. "Can I go and have a look if I don't have money to buy it?" After all, there was no face-slapping plot like in the skit, and Su Yang made a slightly excessive request. The saleswoman thought for a moment and said, "Of course you can." For a salesperson, every customer who enters the store is a potential consumer. They may not have the money to buy it now, but who knows if they will have the money to buy it in the future. The female salesperson asked Su Yang and Su Wei to wait there for a while she returned to the company to get the key. "Hubby, we can't afford that kind of villa, so there's no need to trouble others to run around. You can still take a look even if you can't afford it. Think about it, the house we just saw was priced no less than 10,000 yuan per square meter. Let's learn more about this large bungalow. If the price is similar, it seems more cost-effective to buy a single-family house." Su Yang was not dreaming. With the current rate at which his wealth is growing, it probably won't take him long to buy a villa. If the house type is suitable and Su Wei also likes it, he can call Li Jun in a couple of days to discuss going fishing together. With something as magical as fish meal, I could probably earn enough for the down payment on a villa after one trip. But now I still have to take a look at the house, and I need Su Wei's attitude. Su Wei also calculated it in her mind. However, she still felt that with the more than 1 million yuan they currently had, buying a villa was still beyond their budget. But think about it from another angle. If the house type is good, they might consider it after they sell the house they are living in now. Not long after, the saleswoman returned. The two were led by the female salesperson to the villa area. The company has only built 20 villas like this. 15 of them have been sold, leaving 5. 3 are in the inner part, 1 is in the middle, and the other is on the roadside. As the 3 were talking, the female salesperson stopped at a villa on the side of the road. "Mr. Su, let's just take a look at this one. The layouts are all the same, so you don't need to worry about the lighting." When the company was planning, it ensured that each house had enough lighting. The female salesperson opened the door and Su Yang and Su Wei followed her in. Because they are all unfinished houses, you naturally cannot see the effect. You can only see whether the house type is what you like. Each villa of this type is 3.5 stories high, with a small yard in front and an independent garage. The female salesperson introduced the product to Su Yang as they walked. The garage can accommodate 2 cars, and from the outside is the yard, followed by the main house. If the budget is sufficient, it is naturally better to buy a single-family house. Su Yang said, I also know that detached houses are good. But as I said, although detached houses are good, you have to have enough money to afford them. The saleswoman smiled. After looking at the house, the two learned about the price of the house from the female salesperson, including the price of the villa, and then left. I was originally planning to look at a few more, but after realizing that the one I just saw was close to maternity and child care centers and schools, and there was also a large shopping mall not far away. The supporting facilities in all aspects are relatively complete. Compared with others, the properties in this area are relatively the best choice. So Su Wei didn't think about looking anywhere else. Honey, I think the first house is good. It's on the 10th floor, and it's a large apartment. If we modify one of the rooms a little bit, we can make it into 2 rooms, which means we have 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It's completely suitable for our current situation. On the way back, Su Wei expressed her thoughts. Why don't you consider a villa? It has 2 garages and a yard. It has 3.5 floors and 8 rooms. This type of house is only available in economically developed cities like ours. In first-tier cities, where every inch of land is valuable, this type of house would cost at least 100 million yuan. Su Wei rolled her eyes at Su Yang and said, the villa we just saw costs at least 5 million. The money we have is not even enough for a down payment. Su Wei likes it too. But liking something doesn't mean you can own it. She is a person who can see the facts clearly. She also fantasizes about driving a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, but the reality does not allow it. Su Wei knew that with her conditions, she could have found someone better than Su Yang. But since she chose Su Yang, she will not regret it. After walking outside for a while, Su Wei began to feel sleepy, so the two went back. Ali, do the couple just now intend to buy a house? As soon as the female salesperson Zhou Xiuli returned to the sales department, a colleague asked her. Zhou Xiuli shook her head. I think the possibility of a deal is very low. I heard their conversation and there is a house for sale in Nanqing Lake. I also guess they won't buy it. If it were me, if they wanted to see the villa, I would just make an excuse that I don't have the key. Zhou Xiuli smiled and said, that's what I said, but since the customer wants to take a look, it's not too much trouble. That's true. But those villas, strangely enough, were almost all sold out right away when they were put on the market. The remaining 5 units have not been sold yet, which is really strange. Zhou Xiuli walked back to her office seat. When the sale started, the prices were relatively low. Now those villas are millions more expensive than before. Rich people may not be willing to spend so much money to buy a villa in this place. Those without money can't afford it. For those who have similar money, after finding out that the price at the opening is so different from the current price, they feel that it is a bit of a waste to spend so much more money. Zhou Xiuli was naturally happy that the villa could be sold. It doesn't matter if it can't be sold. She would rather sell suites than villas. The commission from other companies is high, but it is not easy to sell. On the contrary, if you have the chance to sell a few suites in a month, the commission will be as high as that of villas. Why bother focusing on selling villas? Zhou Xiuli chatted with her colleagues and prepared to sort out the guests who came to see the house recently to see which ones were the biggest potential buyers. As soon as I turned on the computer, a WeChat message came in. Zhou Xiuli opened it and took a look. Ms. Zhou, please ask your boss about the price of the villa and see if it can be reduced a little. Then give me a substantial quotation. Chapter 44. Some strange cultures came in. Chapter 44. Su Yang knew that Su Wei liked that villa. She likes both the location and the house type. But she didn't say it. In fact, Su Yang likes it too. I believe many people like it. But liking something doesn't necessarily mean you can own it. Su Yang thought he could give Su Wei a surprise. If it were in the past, he would never have had such an idea. After all, a pile of money can't fall from the sky and land right in front of him without hitting him, and at the same time there is no one nearby, and there is not even any surveillance. It's different now. After owning the system, he feels that if he works hard, he will be able to buy it in the near future. Having won more than 1 million yuan and solved the economic crisis caused by unemployment, Su Yang felt that he was not diligent enough. Now it seems that he feels that he lacks some goals to strive for. So he needs to change his idea of getting labor value at random. He has to take the initiative. Currently, the targets for obtaining labor value the fastest are naturally infants under 1 year old and other young children. So to reach these people, school is an option. But if you go to school and come into contact with children, you can only apply to be a security guard. After all, nowadays, even parents cannot enter schools casually. Amusement parks are also an option. But if he suddenly came forward to help, he would probably be regarded as a weird uncle. In fact, you can consider driving a taxi and only choose to wait for passengers at the entrance of the maternity and child care center. This place has the most newborns, plus there are many children. If you come into contact with several babies a day, wouldn't the labor value increase all of a sudden? Of course, Su Yang is just thinking about it now. After all, no matter which plan is adopted at present, it is not very practical. You can't say that while you're waiting for customers at the door of the maternity and child care center. Seeing a woman coming out with a baby in her arms, I went up to her and talked to her. "Ma'am, can I hold the baby for you?" If the other party refuses, add another sentence. "Madam, your child doesn't look like your husband. You don't want your husband to know about this, do you?" "All right." In that moment, some strange culture of the island country came into my mind. It must be the memory from the dream, because in the dream I was living in another world and watched a lot of weird movies. In the evening, the old couple chatted for a while, and Su Wei began to feel sleepy as before. As usual, in order to avoid disturbing Su Wei's sleep, Su Yang went to the study and left the door ajar. I glanced at the time and it was only around 11 o'clock. After thinking about it, Su Yang sent a message to Li Jun. "Is there any boat going out to sea for fishing tomorrow?" As soon as the message was sent, Li Jun replied. "You want to go fishing? Why do you suddenly want to go fishing?" Li Jun sent several messages in succession. "Su Yang, don't ask so many questions. Is there anyone you know?" "Li Jun, wait a minute, I'll ask in the fishing group." Li Jun has been fishing for several years and has more than a dozen fishing groups. Although many groups have duplicate members. Li Jun has also gone sea fishing on a boat several times. Unfortunately, the harvest was not much, and I didn't even earn back the money for the boat ticket. About 5 minutes later, Li Jun sent a voice message. "There happens to be a boat going out to sea tomorrow, with space for 10 people, and there are currently 7 people on it. But the ship owner said that we will go out to sea tomorrow regardless of whether we have enough people or not." "Su Yang, how much is a boat ticket?" Li Jun, 500 yuan. Not cheap. A boat for 10 people wouldn't be very big. Maybe the boat owner added 2 more fishing spots to the original 8 in order to bring 2 more people and earn more tickets. This will make the space for activities smaller. However, Su Yang now has no other channel to contact the boat that will go fishing tomorrow. In fact, you can ask Zhou Quanqing. Or Lao Wang is fine. It would be better if the 2 of them were to find a boat. But thinking that he was not that familiar with Zhou Quanqing, Su Yang gave up the idea. Su Yang looked at the message sent by Li Jun and pondered for a moment. 500 yuan for a boat ticket was not expensive for him. Especially now that he has a system, he can make money much faster than before. In these 2 days alone, he made 200,000. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang replied to the message. "Okay, then help me reserve a seat. Are you free tomorrow?" Li Jun, there is nothing to do tomorrow. Su Yang, then come with me to go fishing. Li Jun quickly replied, "No problem, I'll tell the boat owner right away." "But are you sure you want to go? Sea fishing is not that easy. You might not even catch a small fish in a day." "Su Yang, it seems that you haven't paid much attention to the latest news in the fishing circle recently." Li Jun, what news? Su Yang, you can ask yourself. "Oh, ask if Lo Hui is available. There are exactly 3 seats, so he will be just the right size." Li Jun, no need to ask, you sent me a message, I was chatting with him, he said he would deliver another batch of goods tomorrow. And the latest news in the fishing circle you just mentioned, are you referring to the fact that someone caught 6 wild yellow croakers in Hohai yesterday? Su Yang, yes. Li Jun, so you are also concerned about this matter. Let me tell you, after the incident of 6 wild yellow croakers yesterday, Hohai Lake was packed with people today. Li Jun, I don't know whether those people caught any fish, but many of them who took bait and various fishing gear must have made a lot of money. Li Jun, the guy who caught 6 wild yellow croakers is now known as the god of fishing. If I could learn such amazing fishing skills, I would call him Dad. Su Yang was immediately happy when he saw the message. Su Yang, then call me dad and I will teach you the skills. Li Jun sent the message immediately. About a minute later, Li Jun called. As soon as Su Yang answered the phone, Li Jun let out a loud roar. Fuck! Don't tell me, that person is you? Yes, for the father. Get out, get out. After talking with Li Jun, before hanging up the phone, he reminded us to gather at the beach at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Putting down his phone, Su Yang stretched and started thinking about tomorrow's plan. He knew that sea fishing required not only patience but also certain skills. Although he didn't have much fishing experience, he had the fish meal given to him, so what experience did he need? No matter how experienced you are, it's not as good as cheating. After making an appointment to go fishing tomorrow, Su Yang started the lottery. I wanted to smoke during the day, but I couldn't find the right time. Based on the previous 10 consecutive draws, which were all done at night, at least one gold box was guaranteed to be won. That's how human psychology works. When you can win good things in every lottery at the same time, you don't want to break this pattern. I'm afraid that if the rules are broken, I won't be able to win the grand prize. After being well prepared, Su Yang started drawing directly. Chapter 45. This reward is a bit outrageous. Chapter 45. This reward is a bit outrageous. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze box. Seeing that there were no boxes above silver level in the first 4 of the 10 consecutive draws, Su Yang wondered if the system had started to take advantage of the familiar. During the novice protection period, you can usually draw good things. Once the novice protection period is over, the probability will decrease. Then the probability of winning the grand prize will continue to decrease. Just like those games he played where he could recharge and win prizes, he could always draw good things at the beginning, but later on, he got into the trap. Then you will be slaughtered by the system until you cry out in pain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 skill points. After 8 rewards appeared, the best of which was the bronze box, Su Yang had already let it go. I guess the remaining 2 won't yield anything good. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold box. Just when Su Yang thought that he would definitely lose money in this lottery, a guaranteed gold box unexpectedly arrived. Just now he thought the system had taken advantage of him. Apparently, his voice was a little louder. Su Yang's gloom dissipated in an instant. While he was still excited, the adrenaline surged again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold box. After the last reward came out, Su Yang was still a little excited when he looked at the reward he got this time. 50 skill points, 10 personal attribute points, 1 bronze box, and 2 gold boxes. This wave of rewards is the best one available so far. Su Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner excitement. The first 8 rewards disappointed him a little, but the appearance of the last 2 gold boxes completely turned the situation around. It seems that the system did not completely take advantage of the familiarity and even gave him some surprises. Su Yang thinks the system is still usable. Su Yang has not added any personal attribute points or skill points for the time being. He opened the bronze box first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special portable multifunction toolbox. Note, it contains a variety of practical tools that can meet various needs in daily life. Su Yang picked up the toolbox, looked at it carefully, and found that various tools were neatly arranged inside. From screwdrivers to wrenches, and even a small electric drill, it is a must-have tool for home. Although Su Yang is not a maintenance worker, with this set of tools, if there is a loose screw somewhere in the house, he can always find a screwdriver to fix it. I have these tools at home now, but they are hidden away. There is no way. If I don't hide it, my 2 sons will find it and play with it as a toy every day. Things like wrenches are fine. If you can't hold it firmly, the worst that can happen is that it will hit something. But with a sharp tool like a screwdriver, if you are not careful, the consequences can be disastrous. So Su Yang hid the toolbox at home. Sometimes when you need to use it, you can hide it in another place after you are done with it. As long as they find it somewhere, they will dig it out again when he is not paying attention. Now Su Yang simply locked it and put the key somewhere high so that they couldn't reach it. Su Yang took a look at this set of portable multifunction toolbox and found that it was complete. There were all kinds of tools, both those he had seen and those he had not seen. But he didn't plan to take it out, so he put it directly into the space. Having space makes you more comfortable. The bronze box opened with a portable multifunction toolbox, which made Su Yang quite satisfied. Then he turned his attention to the two golden boxes. Su Yang opened the first gold box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special potion Rage Potion 1000. Note, using the Berserk Potion can instantly increase the user's strength, speed, and other physical attributes by 10 times, lasting for 24 hours without any side effects. After each use, various aspects of the body's attributes will be improved by a certain percentage based on personal physical conditions. In view of the physical endurance of an average person, it needs to be cooled for 24 hours after each use. As physical attributes continue to improve, the cooling time will be reduced accordingly. 1000. The system is too generous. Looking at the description of Rage Potion, it increased 10 times at once, which is incredible. If he were in the world of cultivating immortals, wouldn't he be able to kill enemies across levels? When facing opponents who are stronger than him, he would say to them, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. If it were the Dragon King's world, the enemy would take out a gun and point it at him, saying something like the gun is fast within 10 steps, and it is accurate and fast beyond 10 steps in a provocative manner. I guess he hasn't even finished his words when the enemy is killed by his fist. Su Yang felt that this Rage Potion was pretty good. Even in the real world, for example, when encountering danger, like someone jumping off a building and hitting him, he could react quickly when he discovered it. Even if you encounter a car accident, there is still a chance to avoid it. In general, the Rage Potion opened from the first gold box is a good thing. Products produced by the system must be high quality. You can use it with complete confidence. What if this potion is used for something special? Su Yang muttered to himself. The body instantly strengthened 10 times, wouldn't the fun things between husband and wife be more interesting? Or, if this is used to participate in the Olympics, will it directly raise the 100-meter world record to a height that no one will be able to break for the next 100 years? After dismissing all the weird thoughts, Su Yang looked at the second golden treasure chest. He directly opened the second golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for receiving a property purchase coupon. Note, the coupon can provide a one-time discount of 90% when purchasing a property. Note, the coupon can be obtained by any lottery in the host's real life. This is a coupon sample. Su Yang looked at the golden coupon and was dazed for a moment. Property purchase, this is a reward tailor-made for me. Su Yang couldn't help but get excited again. He and Su Wei went house hunting during the day, hoping to move to a bigger house to prepare for the arrival of her twin babies. Now the system has given him a coupon. Up to 90% discount. And it was written on the coupon that it also came with a free home design service. This means that he only needs to pay 10% of the bill using this coupon, and then he can wait to check in with his luggage. The most important point is that this coupon can be used by landlords of all real estate companies. Looking at the glittering coupon, Su Yang was a little excited. Chapter 46, Morning Fun for Couples. Coupons need to be in the form of a lottery, which Su Yang can understand. Suddenly a coupon is taken out, and even though it is given by the system, the real estate company will naturally acknowledge its existence. But if he appeared in a more reasonable way, Su Yang would not receive too much special attention. But no matter what, there still needs to be a reasonable reason for this coupon to appear in front of Su Wei. Just when he was thinking about when to find a time to take Su Wei to the lottery and let her get excited, Su Yang's cell phone rang. It wasn't he sent by Li Jun. Instead, it was Zhou Xiuli who went to view the house during the day and added her contact information. The image of Zhou Xiuli in professional attire emerged in Su Yang's mind. The figure and appearance are pretty good. I just don't know what she wanted to accomplish by suddenly sending him a message so late at night. If Su Wei saw this, would she misunderstand me? Wrong. People would definitely look down upon a worker like him, he is just flattering himself. However, after opening the message, Su Yang realized that he was just being wishful thinking. Dear customers and fellow citizens. In order to give back to our customers for their long-term support and love, Hualong Real Estate Company has specially launched the Lucky Draw, non-stop gifts event. We sincerely invite you to participate in this draw, win generous prizes, and start your lucky journey. Special prize, a house purchase coupon. First prize, luxury home appliance package valued at 29,999 renminbi. Second prize, branded smart home equipment valued at 19,999 renminbi. Third prize, exquisite home gifts valued at 9,999 renminbi. Special reminder. The final right of interpretation of this event belongs to Hualong Real Estate Company. After reading the content of the message, Su Yang muttered. This sales lady is really hardworking. She's still posting lucky draw information late at night. Just after muttering, Su Yang suddenly thought of something. Yes. The coupons come in the form of a lottery, isn't that right? This is a lottery event organized by Hualong Real Estate itself, so there is no doubt about its authenticity. So it's not that the salesgirl works hard late at night, but the system forces her to work hard. After he had the system, he didn't believe it would not interfere with the world. After figuring this out, Su Yang took a look. His own properties panel. Labor value, 188. Talents, painting entry level, 5,100, piano entry level, 10,100, guitar entry level, cooking elementary, 95,200, fishing master level, maintenance layman. The following are omitted: more than 20 kinds of skills, all at the entry level. Strength, 70-60 for a pass, 100 for a normal person. Agility, 50-60 for passing, 100 for normal people. Physical condition, 80 healthy. Su Yang is naturally dissatisfied with his current skill level. As for his personal attributes, he is quite satisfied because his body is in good health. Only if you have no other problems with your body can you continue to do many things. When I did the 10th consecutive draw just now, I gained 50 skill points and 10 personal attribute points. I was originally planning to continue adding to the physical condition column. He wanted to know whether the body would continue to change after its physical condition reached 100. But thinking about going out to sea to fish tomorrow, I'm not sure what kind of fish I'll catch then. If you catch a big fish, but you don't have enough strength, you don't know if you will drag it into the sea. During the day, when he and Su Wei were house hunting, they watched a piece of news during the break. A fishing friend was dragged into the water by a fish and drowned. When he first saw the news, he thought it was a bit ridiculous. Then I thought about it and realized that in this vast world, all kinds of ridiculous things can happen. Just like what is happening to him now, it seems absurd to others. Su Yang decided to distribute the remaining 50 skill points and 10 personal attribute points reasonably. He added 10 personal attribute points to strength and agility, further improving his physical fitness. As for skill points, he didn't think much about it and added all of them to cooking. In this way, the cooking skill becomes 145-200, and the next level is just around the corner. With the improvement of attributes and the strengthening of skills, Su Yang felt as if he had been reborn. Both his physical fitness and life skills had reached a new level. If it wasn't so late and not suitable for a midnight snack, he would definitely have to make a midnight snack first. Although it was not time for midnight snack, Su Yang still painted for a while. Compared with the last time, the characters in the comic Old Master Q are more lifelike. It is estimated that if he can obtain more skill points from the next 10 consecutive draws and add them to painting, he will be able to really draw Old Master Q. Because he had to go out to sea the next day, Su Yang did not stay up late like he did that night. Although he was not sleepy at all, he did not want to stay up late. The next day, Su Yang's biological clock woke up at the usual time. Seeing that Su Wei was still sleeping, Su Yang quietly lifted the quilt, got up and called his son to wake up. Labor value +5. Labor value +5. In the past, Su Yang thought it would be enough to have one child, but now, looking at the increased labor value, he sighed again. Fortunately, I had one more child. In this way, the labor value obtained can be increased by 1. Because the time we agreed to go out to sea is 9 o'clock. Su Yang rushed back after sending his 2 sons to school. Just as I was about to go into the room to wake Su Wei up and talk to her, I saw her coming out of the room. I thought you were still asleep. Su Wei yawned, stretched, and let out a moan. When you woke up, I woke up too, but the bed was so warm that I didn't want to get up. Su Yang walked over and kissed Su Wei on the mouth. I have an appointment with Ah Jun to go fishing. We will meet at Ho Hai Pier at 9 o'clock. You can have breakfast by yourself later. Going to sea? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. Why didn't I hear you last night? Ah Jun sent me a message when you were asleep. Su Wei looked at Su Yang. Why do you suddenly want to go fishing? There are more fish offshore, and you can catch more valuable fish. Su Wei was a little worried, but it feels a little dangerous to go out to sea. Su Yang smiled and said, what's the danger? I can swim. Besides, you need to wear a life jacket when you go fishing. Su Wei thought for a moment and said, okay, then you should be more careful. Since she had already made an appointment with someone, and the weather was good in the past 2 days, the wind and waves should not be too big, Sue naturally did not stop it. I probably won't be back until the evening, so please be careful. After a pause, Su Yang added, otherwise, let the parents pick up the two sons when the time comes. Sue smiled and said, it's only the 8th week now, there's no need to be so nervous. Besides, it's not like I haven't given birth before. You have given birth before, but you have no experience with twins. Okay, I'll pay attention and take good care of you two fortune tellers. Su Yang took the things, kissed Sue again, and then went out. Chapter 47. A woman who wants to take her baby out to sea. When Su Yang arrived at the dock, it was not yet 9 o'clock, but Li Jun was already waiting for him. There were a few other people nearby, and they seemed to be preparing to go fishing at sea like him. The ship owner was a middle-aged man with dark skin, and he looked like a veteran who had been sailing for many years. Are all the people here? If so, get ready to go. The ship owner counted the number of people while talking. Hey, there's one missing. There were a total of 10 people on this fishing trip, including the captain. Although the captain's original plan was to take on business from 10 people, he was unable to contact the last person. The time for sailing has already been agreed upon and cannot be changed. Besides, he still made some money from the 500 yuan boat ticket. Because there was one person missing, the captain looked at the list of members and found that a woman was missing. The captain looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock. He would rather lose $500 than delay others going out to sea. Doing business requires honesty. If he doesn't go out to sea at the specified time, others may not be willing to take his boat next time. The captain still knows what is more important. The captain was taking out his cell phone, preparing to call someone who had not arrived yet to inquire about the situation. Before the call was made, a woman was seen running towards this side. Finally caught up. When the woman arrived, she gasped a little. Su Yang took a look and found that the woman was quite pretty. He is about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a simple pair of beige trousers, her soft black hair was casually tied up, and a few strands of hair gently fell, making her face gentle and charming. Her every move exudes the calmness and charm of a mature woman. Her skin is wheat-colored, and I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that she often goes fishing at sea. Even if you apply sunscreen, the seawater, sea breeze, and sunlight will make your skin darker no matter how fair your skin is. At this time, not only Su Yang was staring at her, but other anglers were also looking at her. Just because she was carrying a child on her back. She has a good figure. At this time, with the help of the straps, it becomes even more prominent. I don't know if the little child she was carrying on her back was used to sleeping like this, because she ran so fast just now that he didn't wake up. The boat owner saw the woman arrive on time and put his phone back in his pocket. But when he saw the child she was carrying behind her, his brows frowned again. Lin Hongyu, why are you carrying a child here? It was obvious that the captain and the woman knew each other. Brother Yang, I originally asked someone to bring her here last night, but he had to go back home in the morning because of something urgent, so I had no choice but to bring her here. The captain frowned and said, you are kidding me. We are going out to sea to fish. Do you think we are going shopping? Brother Yang, it's okay. I can carry her on my back then. The captain hesitated for a moment and said, forget it. I'll return the money to you. You can go out to sea next time. Yang Hongyu was anxious. No, Brother Yang, I am fully prepared for this fishing trip. Besides, I am counting on catching big fish this time to earn some milk powder for my child. The captain still shook his head. I really can't agree to this. I know your situation, but this is on a ship. Adults will get seasick, not to mention that your child is only 6 months old. Brother Yang, please. You can go fishing, but you can't bring your children with you. The captain was resolute. Although going out to sea is not always dangerous, the captain cannot take the risk. After all, the child is only 6 months old. Then Brother Yang, wait for me for a while. Lin Hongyu hurriedly trotted forward with the child on her back. Not long after, Lin Hongyu came back without the child on her back. Brother Yang, I'll ask Sister Li to take care of the child for me. The captain sighed and said, I don't know what to say to you. Forget it, let's get on board first, the other passengers are urging us. Soon the captain invited everyone to get on board. The captain is Yang Punxing, a local fisherman. In the early years, I went fishing at sea, but later I bought a fishing boat and changed my career. Su Yang and others followed Yang Punxing to his fishing boat. Su Yang glanced at Yang Punxing's fishing boat. Judging from the visual, it is about 9 meters long and 3 meters wide, and the maximum load is 10 people. 260-liter fuel tank and 300 horsepower outboard. The interior configuration includes a live fish tank, a portable toilet, and a simple lounge. Su-young took a look and suspected that the simple lounge might have been a kitchen before. In order to increase the fishing space, the kitchen was demolished and turned into a lounge. This is an ordinary fishing boat with a speed of over 30 knots, suitable for short-distance fishing in coastal areas or island and reef waters. After getting on the boat, Su-young did not rush to find a fishing spot, but stood at the bow and looked at the endless sea in front of him. Of course, the sea they are in now is not that deep sea. The water at the dock is certainly not azure blue, it is even a little turbid. As the boat slowly moved away from the dock, the houses on the shore became smaller and smaller, and soon they were in the vast ocean. Su-young stood at the bow, the sea breeze blowing towards him, bringing with it a salty and humid scent. Su-young looked around and saw that the others had already found places to fish, so he walked towards Lee Jun. This time, there were two couples, and they all knew each other. However, from their conversation just now at the dock, the two women did not know how to fish, they were just out to sea for fun with their boyfriends. The other few were real fishermen. Lee Jun had met them several times, and with one of them he had gone fishing at sea with him before. I also took Yang Pingxing's fishing boat. As soon as he sat down, Lee Jun asked quietly, "That woman actually wants to take the child out to sea. Is it necessary to fight so hard?" However, it is speculated that in her case, her husband might be working outside and she stays at home to take care of the children on weekdays. Su-young also felt that he had tried his best. If the captain agreed, maybe she would really bring the child on board. As for why she works so hard, that is her privacy. Su-young is not familiar with her, so he naturally won't ask. "Yang, do you think she will divorce her man and raise the child alone?" Lee Jun continued to be curious. Su-young said calmly, "Why don't you just go and ask?" Lee Jun didn't dare. Instead, he looked towards Lin Hongyu from time to time, which made Su-young feel strange. Su-young didn't have the mind to care about other people's affairs. Get out your fishing rod and start fishing. He has to earn back today's boat ticket as soon as possible. Just like usual fishing, Su-young prepared two kinds of bait. For the first cast, he would definitely choose the bait sprinkled with fish meal. This was his first time fishing at sea in his life, and it had to be perfect. After throwing the rod down, Su-young began to maintain his concentration. After all, his situation is different from others. He is a cheating person. Less than a minute after Su-young cast the rod, the float had sunk and the rod was bent. Lee Jun was still putting bait on the hook. When he saw that Su-young had already caught a fish, he immediately shouted excitedly, "I've caught a fish!" Chapter 48, The Beginning is a King Bomb. When Lee Jun saw Su-young catch the fish, he felt happier than if he had caught one himself. You know, in the past 2 days, he told everyone that he went fishing with Su-young that day, and then witnessed how many groupers Su-young caught. Although he didn't fish, the others were unfamiliar with Su-young and were interested in his situation, so they naturally asked him. Otherwise, Su-young would have asked him last night if there was any boat to go out to sea for fishing. Although he had been fishing for several years, he also knew some people in the fishing circle. But compared with the entire fishing circle, his network of contacts is just a bottom-level one. He didn't know much information, such as how many boats went out to sea to fish every day. It was already past 11 o'clock last night, and it was an emergency. Under normal circumstances, he really wouldn't have been able to find a boat to go out to sea right away. Because of Su-young's miraculous performance in the past 2 days, it became Lee Jun's highlight moment in the fishing circle. These 2 days, Lee Jun has been studying those fishing games. But after 2 days of study, he still hadn't figured out how to simulate it in the game. But Su-young had never fished before, and suddenly he became very good at it. He really couldn't think which step he hadn't learned. But Lee Jun didn't think too much about it now. When he saw Su-young had caught a fish, he immediately waited with a scoop net. He also wanted to know what kind of fish Su-young would catch later. When the others heard Lee Jun's shout, they also looked towards Su-young. But no one really cares. If you go fishing at sea, you will definitely catch fish. Depends on what fish you catch. The fishing rod was not pulled too full, and it looked like the fish was not one that weighed dozens of kilograms. Su-young didn't play the fish well. After the fish floated to the surface, before Su-young had time to see what kind of fish it was, Lee Jun started shouting first. "Fuck! Big yellow croaker!" Lee Jun was very excited. Even more excited than Su-young. It looks like it weighs almost 10 pounds. Li Jun holds a handheld net, ready at any time. Just now, everyone heard Li Jun shouting that someone caught a fish, but no one paid much attention to it. Now that they heard it was large yellow croaker, everyone's attention turned to Su Yang. A few other people left their fishing area and came over. Yang Pengxing, who was driving, also quickly walked out of the cockpit. If someone catches a big yellow croaker, it is a good thing for him. In this way, more people will be attracted to rent his boat to go out to sea. Let me see. Yang Pengxing used to be a fisherman and had caught yellow croakers, but they were all relatively small. But even if the yellow croaker is not particularly heavy, he can still make a small profit. A wild yellow croaker weighing more than 10 kilograms can be bought for no less than 500,000 yuan on the market. It may even reach 1 million. Oh my goodness. Yang Pengxing is a man who has seen a lot of ups and downs, but he can make hundreds of thousands of yuan from just one fish, which makes Kuner very envious. As the fish floated to the surface, Su Yang quickly reeled in the rope. Although the fish was still jumping, it was hooked and it was not easy to jump out. When Su Yang tightened the line and the fish was pulled up, Li Jun immediately took the scoop net and put the fish in it. After seeing the fish go in, Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It's really a big yellow croaker. Wild yellow croakers this big are rare in the market. Fish like this have no chance of reaching the market. Many are taken away right after they are caught. Looking at the big yellow croaker struggling in the scoop net, the others were envious. Li Jun picked up the scoop net excitedly. It looks like it will definitely be no less than 10 kilograms. Captain, bring the scale over here and weigh it first. Without Li Jun's instruction, Yang Pengxing had already prepared the scale. Li Jun put the fish on and weighed it. 11.4 caddies. With a weight of nearly 12 kilograms, who wouldn't be envious? Gurgle. One could even hear someone swallowing their saliva out of envy. After the weight came out, Li Jun's face was full of excitement. Yang, you've made a fortune. Compared to Li Jun's excitement, Su Yang was very calm. This is routine for him now. But he was still a little surprised that he caught a large yellow croaker weighing more than 10 kilograms at the beginning. Although they are out to sea now, this area of sea is not deep sea, and the appearance of such a large yellow croaker can be said to be a miracle. Yang, this fish is probably worth more than 500,000. It may even be worth more than 1 million. Even though Su Yang is a brother, Li Jun is excited, but it would be abnormal for him not to be envious. Everyone has this mentality of being afraid that their brothers are having a hard life, but also afraid that their brothers are driving a Land Rover. In the past 2 days, Su Yang has also learned about the price of wild yellow croaker in the market. Yang, let me take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments first. Not only Li Yang took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, but others also took a lot of photos of the big yellow croaker in the scoop net. Even the girlfriend of the couple took a photo with Da Huang and made a heart and V sign. After everyone took the photos, Yang Pengxing asked, "Friend, are you ready to sell this fish?" Su Yang asked, "Has anyone asked for the price?" Right. Yang Pengxing just took a photo. He didn't post it on WeChat Moments, but posted it to a customer group. After all, it is almost impossible to find wild yellow croaker weighing nearly 12 kilograms on the market, so it needs to be reserved. Some of these items will even be put up for auction. Yang Pengxing had been fishing for a long time, but he had never seen such a big fish. As soon as he sent the photo to the group, someone immediately made an offer. There is a client who offers 700,000 yuan. If you think it's appropriate, I will make the decision for you. Although everyone knows that such a large wild yellow croaker would definitely cost hundreds of thousands. But when I heard that someone gave 700,000 yuan at the first opportunity, I was ready to kill and rob when I looked at Su Yang. The price of 700,000 is not very high, but it is not low either. After a moment's silence, Su Yang said, "Wait a moment, I'll make a call first." Su Yang thought of Lao Wang next door. He also has high-end chain clients. After getting to know each other for a while, Su Yang felt that he could do Lao Wang a favor. After all, Lao Wang next door knows a bunch of young women. No, that's not what he was after. After the call was connected, the voice of Lao Wang from next door was heard. "Is Boss Su well taken care of? I just caught a fish, it weighs about 12 pounds, I want to ask if you will take it." "What fish?" "Big yellow croaker." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Mr. Wang next door said, "Fuck. Boss Su, Brother Su, you must keep this for me." Lao Wang's voice next door was even more excited than Li Jun's. Has anyone made you an offer? That's right. Su Yang did not hide it either. Even though they knew each other, Su Yang would never sell it to Mr. Wang next door if the price was too low. Boss Su, you must keep the fish for me. No matter what price others offer you, I, Lao Wang, will give you the highest price. Okay, I'll keep it for you. Su Yang was willing to make this call to Lao Wang next door because the price he offered was within his ability. Mr. Wang next door is a fishmonger, so he will definitely be able to make some money. But Su Yang alone wouldn't be able to find so many high-end chain customers like this. Besides, who would do a business that doesn't make money? After hanging up the phone, Su Yang said to Yang Pengxing, "Brother Yang, I'm really sorry, my friend asked for it. Since someone wants it, I will reply to them." It's still a pity for Yang Pengxing. If he sells the fish to his customers, he can also make some hard-earned money from it. After releasing the big yellow croaker, the others had already returned to their fishing spots. Su Yang had just caught a big yellow croaker, and they wondered if a school of big yellow croakers might be passing by. No one wants to miss this opportunity to get rich. At this time, Su Yang was hesitating whether to fish again. According to previous situation, the first one was a large yellow croaker, and the following ones must also be large yellow croakers. If 6 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms are caught in a row, will the market price be driven down? Chapter 49 Best Friend. Scarcity makes things valuable. If there were a lot of yellow croakers all of a sudden, even though the price wouldn't be low, it would be impossible for every one of them to be sold at the same price. In order to make more money in the future, Su Yang was not in a hurry to take the bait. 2 days ago, he first caught 2 groupers, then changed to another place and caught 6 large yellow croakers. Plus the 6 consecutive rat spots before. If I were to cast the hook now, it would be 100% certain that it was a large yellow croaker. Of course, a fish worth millions, there is no way he wouldn't catch it. He's not to the point where he thinks the money is too much. At most, we can control the quantity. If you catch several large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms in a row, it will be amazing. Yang, who did you just negotiate the price with? Li Jun couldn't help but ask. Yang Pengxing has already offered a price of 700,000 yuan, but Su Yang did not sell it, which means that the price offered by the other party will be higher. A fishmonger. How much did the other party offer? Have no idea. Ah. Didn't you guys negotiate a price? We'll talk about this after the ship returns. What if it's lower than the 700,000 just now? Su Yang hesitated for a while and said, if it's too low, just jump into the sea. Li Jun's black question mark face. What does this have to do with me? Because you look so ugly, you scared the yellow croaker, which affected its nutritional value, and the number of customers decreased. Grass. Li Jun cursed with a smile. Okay, keep fishing. Don't let everyone else catch fish, but you are the only one left standing. That would be so embarrassing. Li Jun immediately became excited. Don't worry, I promise to catch a big fish later. Li Jun wanted to say yellow croaker, but he felt that he was not destined to do that, so he had to change his words. Su Yang smiled and said, how about another bet? Li Jun immediately shook his head. I know myself well and I won't bet with you. I feel that if I bet with you, I will definitely lose today. Besides, you made hundreds of thousands right at the start. If you dare not treat me to a meal, I will tell my sister-in-law that you went out fooling around today and then cover for me. Su Yang was speechless for a while. This is how best friends come about. The 2 men didn't speak anymore. Su Yang glanced at Li Jun. His buoy was still moving. It would sink for a while from time to time, but would soon float up again. There should be fish eating the bait, but they just won't take the bait. After thinking about it, Su Yang took advantage of Li Jun's attention, prepared a fish bait sprinkled with fish meal, and quietly placed it where Li Jun's bait was. He and Li Jun grew up together and can be said to be half-brothers. In the past, everyone was a wage earner, and he had to support his family on his own, so there was no chance for him to help out. Now that he has the ability of the system, it is normal for him to help his brothers. Li Jun's home environment is actually slightly worse than others. Although he doesn't have a gambling and alcoholic father, a paralyzed mother, or a sister who often hangs out with Huang Mao. But he has a father who needs to take medicine all year round and go to the hospital for regular checkups. Li Jun's father did blasting work in his early years. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to safety issues, let alone sudden dust and other things, so I didn't wear a mask most of the time. As we get older, problems arise. I was diagnosed with pneumoconiosis 2 years ago, and it is slowly spreading. Based on Li Jun's father's current condition, according to the doctor, even if he has a lung transplant, there will still be other complications. The doctor's advice is to have regular checkups, seek medical treatment if there are any problems, and eat whatever you want. The rest is up to fate. Even if Li Jun didn't say it, Su Yang knew that over the years, he had not dared to work elsewhere because he was worried about his father's health. So Su Yang was still willing to help him. There can be many drinking buddies. Best friends are hard to find. Grass. At this time Li Jun picked up the fishing hook and found that the bait was gone. He couldn't help but curse. After cursing, he continued to put bait on the hook. While Li Jun was changing the bait, Su Yang also cast his hook into the sea. Li Jun also followed suit. After the hook was cast, Li Jun said, "Yang, you said I wouldn't really come up empty-handed today, right? We've only just started, and it'll take several hours to get back. But if it's a vacuum army, you'll just have to accept your fate." Li Jun sighed, "Forget it, I don't expect to catch any big yellow croaker, it would be good enough if I can catch a decent fish." Su Yang smiled and said nothing more. Suddenly, Su Yang's buoy shook violently, and then sank into the water. Su Yang knew that he must have caught a fish. He immediately began to reel in the line. Li Jun had just finished complaining when he saw Su Yang had caught another fish. "Yang, you are so lucky today. The fish took the bait just after I cast the hook." Li Jun's loud mouth immediately attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the bent fishing rod, Li Jun said excitedly, "Damn! This fish is really strong. If it is a big yellow croaker, then this is really incredible luck." Su Yang was very calm. Li Jun immediately went to get the scoop net. But as soon as he took it, he found that his float had also sunk and his fishing rod was almost dragged away. "Fuck, mine got caught too." Li Jun quickly threw the hand net to the side and began to reel in the line. Su Yang also hung up the line. Not long after, Su Yang's fish floated to the surface first. Li Jun took a look while reeling in the line. "Damn, it's another big yellow croaker." Everyone lost their composure again and threw down their fishing rods and ran over. Su Yang calmly reeled in the line, then caught the fish with his hands. On Li Jun's side, he also reeled in the line, and the fish also emerged from the water. The moment the fish emerged from the water, Li Jun was stunned. It was a golden fish, not particularly big, weighing at least 5 or 6 kilograms. Is this a large yellow croaker?" Li Jun couldn't believe his eyes and his voice was trembling. Then Li Jun said "fuck" several times in a row. At this point, he no longer cared whether it was embarrassing or not. How can you still have any shame after catching a big yellow croaker? This is all money. Li Jun was very excited. For fear that the fish would escape, after installing the hand net, even the net mouth was tightened. 2 people caught big yellow croakers one after the other. The others became even more envious and also started to get anxious. Everyone was fishing in the same boat, and they were able to catch big yellow croaker, which meant there were schools of fish nearby. No one joined in the fun and everyone stared at their fishing rods. When Captain Yang Pingxing saw that Su Yang and Li Jun had both caught big yellow croakers, he immediately ran over to take pictures and posted them on his Moments and the customer group. Because when Su Yang caught the big yellow croaker just now, he posted it on his Moments, and many people have asked him when he will go out to sea next time. But those people were just asking and had not made up their minds. I guess after sending these 2 messages, he will be able to go out to sea again tomorrow. Would you like to sell these 2 large yellow croakers? Chapter 50 Passionate Youth. Su Yang didn't sell the fish he caught just now, but he caught another one now, so Yang Pingxing asked casually. Su Yang did not answer immediately, but weighed the fish first. The fish he caught weighed 12.2 kilograms, which was several ounces heavier than the one he caught just now. Li Jun's also weighs 4.9 kilograms. Su Yang thought about it and decided to leave it to Lao Wang next door. After considering it, Li Jun agreed to sell it to Yang Pingxing. A customer offered 120,000. It seems that his fish is similar to Su Yang's, weighing more than 7 kilograms, but the price of wild yellow croaker is different for each kilogram of weight. However, 120,000 was much more than he expected. Even if I sold it to someone else, the price would be about the same, so I sold it. Yang Pingxing was also straightforward. Li Jun agreed to sell it, so he directly transferred 120,000 yuan to him, as if he was afraid that Li Jun would suddenly change his mind. Li Jun's hands trembled a little when he looked at the sudden extra 120,000 yuan. It's not that he had never seen 120,000 yuan before, but he never thought that one day he would be able to sell a fish for 120,000 yuan. Trembling is caused by excessive excitement. But after the excitement, Li Jun quickly took the bait. Even he was able to catch the big yellow croaker, which meant that at this moment, they might be surrounded by the big yellow croaker. Su Yang took a look and saw that everyone on the boat was staring at the buoy, fearing that the yellow croaker would slip away if they were not careful. Beep, beep. Just at this moment, Lin Hongyu's cell phone rang. Lin Hongyu, who was fishing, saw the caller ID and quickly picked up the phone. What's wrong with Sister Li? She might be hungry. Give her some milk powder. Just 150 milliliters will do. Lin Hongyu chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone. Not long after, the phone rang again. 150 milliliters of water, add 3 spoons of milk powder, not 5 spoons, the one the child drinks is not a small spoon. After chatting for a while, Lin Hongyu hung up the phone again. But less than a minute later, the phone rang again. This time, Lin Hongyu didn't answer. But the other party kept hitting him. The person who was fishing frowned when he heard his cell phone ringing. You should know that Su Yang and Li Jun both caught big yellow croaker. Especially Su Yang, his income from catching 2 big yellow croakers was almost over 2 million. It's like getting rich overnight. No, it's even more amazing than getting rich overnight. After all, they earn nearly 2 million in less than 2 hours at sea. Who wouldn't be envious? There might be a school of yellow croaker at this time. If the fish were scared away because of Lin Honyu's cell phone ringtone, who would be responsible for the loss? Miss, can you please answer the phone first? Even if you don't want to answer the phone, you can just turn it to silent mode. Among the two couples, one of the men couldn't help but say something. Although the others didn't say anything, they had the same idea at this moment. The man became their mouthpiece and spoke their words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. After apologizing, Lin Hongyu immediately turned the phone to mute. She didn't turn on the mute mode just now because she was afraid that Mrs. Li would call her. The wind was strong and the waves were big at sea, so even if she turned on the vibration mode, she might not be able to hear it. Who knew that a phone call she didn't want to answer would keep coming in? Your fucking apology is useless. I just moved the float and now you scared the fish away. It's the same man from before. He yelled at Lin Hongyu. Then the man's words became more and more unpleasant. In fact, it was not the mobile phone ringing that scared the fish away. After all, the mobile phone ringing sound is only a little loud. It was the fish itself that did not take the hook. It was afraid that the big yellow croaker had been caught by someone else. Moreover, he had just boasted in front of his girlfriend that he would also catch a big yellow croaker and let her take a photo to show off on her moments. Now I haven't been able to catch a single fish, and hearing the continuous ringing of my cell phone, I feel annoyed. The man kept cursing and Lin Hongyu didn't dare to say anything. Li Jun couldn't listen anymore. He put the fishing rod aside and walked over. Can you please shut up? And can you please be more careful when you speak? Can you please speak properly? Why can't I just talk properly? The man yelled at Li Jun, but Li Jun was about 1.8 meters tall and strong, so the man's momentum immediately weakened. Li Jun is a single man, unlike Su Yang who has a family. Li Jun still has a lot of passion in his blood. Seeing that the man was still so arrogant, Li Jun reached out and grabbed his neck. Do you think you're awesome? The man was strangled by Li Jun's neck and breathing suddenly became difficult, so he immediately resisted. The man from the other couple was someone they knew, and he rushed up and tried to attack Li Jun. When he was about to attack, Su Yang grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. The two men's female companions hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting, stop fighting." In fact, the two men were not short, about 1.73 meters tall. It means that the person is thin and small. The man who was thrown over the shoulder by Su Yang was about the same size as Su Yang, but after being pinned to the ground by Su Yang, he couldn't move at all. Seeing this sudden situation, Yang Pengxing hurried over. This is the sea. Even though everyone was wearing life jackets. If a fight really breaks out and someone accidentally falls into the sea and something happens, he will be in trouble. Seeing that the situation became tense, Yang Pengxing hurried forward to mediate. Everyone, if you have anything to say, please talk it over nicely. Let's all come out and seek defeat. Besides, the sea is so big, the fish won't run away just because of a little noise. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. When Li Jun heard what Yang Pengxing said, he loosened his grip a little. But his eyes were still glaring at the man he had grabbed by the neck. Watch your mouth when you speak next time. With your patience, how can you learn to catch fish from others? The man was somewhat unconvinced. He was suppressed by Li Jun's momentum and dared not to be arrogant anymore. His face flushed, he gasped, and muttered in a low voice, I know, I said too much just now. If you can't beat the other person, you can only give in at this time. On the other side, Su Yang also released the man he had pinned to the ground. In fact, if Li Jun hadn't suddenly stood up and dared to do what is right, Su Yang would not have stepped forward to stop him. Lin Hongyu wanted to go fishing, and everyone else wanted to go fishing too. After all, everyone had paid the boat fare. Who doesn't want to catch a big yellow croaker? But the man's attitude was a bit bad. He just cursed a few times, but he kept cursing. So a passionate young man like Li Jun would get angry and start fighting directly. The two men were shocked by Su Yang and Li Jun's actions. Although they were still a little unconvinced, they didn't dare to say anything. I could only return to my seat in disappointment and pick up the fishing rod again. Seeing this, Lin Hongyu quickly said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Su Yang glanced at Lin Hongyu, said nothing, and returned to his fishing spot to continue fishing. He had a so-so impression of Lin Hongyu. Although the child has found someone to take care of him now, if the captain agrees, she will bring the child directly onto the boat to go fishing. It's just that Li Jun seems to have a different attitude towards her. Chapter 51 BMW becomes a motorcycle. Do you often go fishing? At this time, Li Jun and Lin Hongyu started chatting. He was originally fishing next to Su Yang, but at this time he simply took the fishing rod and moved to Lin Hongyu's side. Su Yang glanced at Li Jun and always felt that something was wrong with this guy's performance today. Why is this guy so obsessed with that woman? Su Yang muttered. He didn't seem to notice that Li Jun had the same hobby as Lao Wang next door. I have to remind him later, after all, that woman has a child and is a married woman. No matter how many ideas you have, don't act rashly. I've caught a fish. Suddenly, someone among the people who were fishing shouted. Because Su Yang and Li Jun both caught big yellow croakers, and someone else caught a fish, everyone was attracted to the fish. The man who caught the fish was also very excited at this time. If it's a large yellow croaker, let alone as big as Su Yang's, which weighs over 10 kilograms, it doesn't need to be as big as Li Jun's. Even if it's 2 or 3 kilograms, it's a big profit. The person who was caught in the fish was a middle-aged man named Chen Dedong. He was not very tall and not very strong, and his skin was slightly darker than everyone else on the ship today, except the captain. Chen Dedong is a professional fisherman. Li Jun once went fishing with him. He had good skills and he never returned empty-handed every time he went out to sea. Li Jun knew that he had never lost money on his ship ticket every time he went out to sea. The worst time was when I made 200 yuan, but the best time was when I made 2,000 yuan. Since he could earn more money in a month than he had previously earned from working part-time and had more freedom, he decided to become a professional fisherman. Chen Dedong was also a little nervous at this time. He has been fishing for a long time and has caught grouper several times, but he has never caught yellow croaker. This time, he felt that he had caught up with the school of yellow croakers, and he caught another fish, which made him more or less excited and nervous. This fish looks quite fierce in the water. Someone in the crowd said something. It looks like it could really be a large yellow croaker. It's so fierce. If it's really a big yellow croaker, it must weigh at least 8 kilograms if not 10 kilograms. Chen Dedong, if you really catch a 10-gene yellow croaker and sell it for hundreds of thousands, you will be really rich. There were several people on the boat who knew Chen Dedong. Yang Pengxing also came over at this time. He and Chen Dedong are old acquaintances. Chen Dedong takes his boat almost every time he goes out to sea. At this time, Chen Dedong was not in a hurry to reel in the rope, because the fish was biting the hook and pulling the rod a little hard, so he let it go for a few minutes. Yang Pengxing came to Chen Dedong and said with a smile, Old Chen, you are lucky today. Look at the way this fish is struggling. If it is really a yellow croaker as everyone guessed, you will be rich. The excitement on Chen Dedong's face could not be suppressed. I also hope it's a yellow croaker. I've been fishing for so long, but I've never caught a yellow croaker before. Yang Pengxing said with a smile, if you catch a big yellow croaker, you have to treat us. I asked you to go out to sea last night, but you didn't want to. Ha ha ha, this is a must. At this time, everyone thought that what Chen Dedong caught might be a yellow croaker. Su Yang couldn't be sure whether it was true or not. After all, if he can catch the big yellow croaker, others may have a chance too. The others stared at the straight fishing line on the water with envy in their eyes. Chen Dedong held the fishing rod tightly, beads of sweat already oozing out of his forehead. I hope it's a big yellow croaker. It feels really different. After playing with the fish for a while, I felt that the fish was not as tiring as it was at the beginning, so I began to reel it in carefully. The fish didn't seem to want to give in easily. It kept swimming and struggling in the water, and every pull made the fishing rod creak. Chen Dedong is a veteran after all. His legs stood firmly on the boat as if they were rooted, his body swaying slightly with the force of the fish, and his hands skillfully adjusting the angle of the fishing rod. Li Jun looked at the situation and said to Lin Hongyu next to him, "If we can really catch a big yellow croaker, today will be really exciting." Lin Hongyu didn't say anything, her eyes were full of envy. You know, a large yellow croaker can be sold for tens of thousands, which can solve many of her current problems at once. Lin Hongyu did not continue watching, but walked back to his fishing spot and continued fishing. Just when everyone thought the big yellow croaker was about to be caught, the fish suddenly changed direction and rushed deeper. Chen Dedong was startled and hurriedly pulled the fishing rod back with force, but the fish was too strong and the fishing line loosened a lot. I've been sliding for several minutes, but I still have so much energy. I didn't think it was a big fish just now, but now it seems that this fish is not small. Oh no, the fish is trying to escape. Someone shouted. Chen Dedong snorted coldly, "You've taken the bait. If I let you get away today, I'll write my name Chen upside down." As he spoke, he gripped the fishing rod even tighter with both hands and leaned his body backward, almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground. The people around were even more excited at this time. But in his heart, he didn't want Chen Dedong to really catch a big fish. "Old Chen, don't break the fishing rod, hold on," Yang Pengxing reminded him. Just now Su Yang refused to sell the yellow croaker to him. If Chen Dedong had caught a yellow croaker, given their friendship, he would definitely sell the fish to him. So at this time, he was even more nervous than Chen Dedong. Chen Dedong took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and began to reel in slowly again. This time, the fish seemed to have exhausted its strength and was gradually pulled closer to the boat. Finally, the fish floated to the surface. When everyone saw the appearance of the fish clearly, they were all stunned. This is not a yellow croaker at all, it is clearly a big sea bass that is more than 1 meter long. The people on the boat exclaimed at first, and then started laughing. "Ah, Chen Dedong, you are fishing for a bass. This really is a BMW turned into a motorcycle. Old Chen, this sea bass is pretty good. Although it's not a big yellow croaker, it can earn you back the money for your boat ticket," Yang Pengxing said to comfort him. Chen Dedong looked at the perch in the water and was actually a little disappointed. If it was a yellow croaker this big, he could lie down for a while without having to go out to sea to fish. But he still said, "I didn't expect it to be a big bass. But this bass looks very fat, so it should be able to sell for a good price. It's a big bass, so at least I'm not empty-handed today." He began to scoop up the bass with the scoop net, and the bass was still restlessly swinging its tail in the net. Chen Dedong took a lot of effort to get the sea bass into the cabin. This sea bass weighs about 8 or 9 kilograms. If we sell it at the market, we can definitely make some money. Well, this can be considered as an opening. Although I was a little disappointed that it wasn't a yellow croaker, I finally caught a fish, which was a good start. Chen Dedong caught the fish, and everyone returned to their fishing spots to continue fishing. They are still the Air Force now. Chapter 52, Being Remembered by the Young Woman. Next, people caught fish one after another. Even the man who initially scolded Lin Hongyu for disturbing the ringing phone also caught a fish, but it was a cutlass fish. But he also showed off in front of his girlfriend for a while. Seeing that everyone had caught fish, Lin Hongyu became anxious. She kept an eye on the float, and from time to time the float sank. There were obviously fish eating the bait, but they just wouldn't take the hook. If no one caught any fish, Lin Hongyu wouldn't be so anxious. But everyone caught fish one after another. Apart from her, there were only 2 girls who came fishing with their boyfriends. They were just there to join in the fun. It seems that they would rather see their boyfriends catch big fish than catch fish themselves. Lin Hongyu became anxious and ignored Li Jun, who was talking to her. "I've caught a fish." Suddenly Li Jun shouted. Lin Hongyu quickly came to his senses and saw that the buoy had sunk completely and the fishing rod was bent. Lin Hongyu wanted to reel in the phone as soon as possible, but there was no way. "This is a big fish. I can only try to fish first." There is also a fish taking the bait on Lin Hongyu's side. "Everyone look over here." Especially the man who had just had a conflict with Li Jun because of her. He stared at her closely. When he caught the cuttlefish just now, he deliberately showed off in front of Lin Hongyu. If Lin Hongyu caught a valuable fish at this time, he would be embarrassed. They also felt that the school of yellow croaker had not left yet. If what Lin Hongyu caught was a big yellow croaker, it must have been very big if it had been fishing for so long. After Lin Hongyu had been fishing for more than half an hour, she saw that the fish was not struggling so violently, so she started to reel it in. As the fish floated to the surface, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they confirmed that it was not a yellow croaker. Dragon grouper. Although it was not a yellow croaker, what was caught was a giant grouper. This giant grouper weighs at least 70 or 80 kilograms. Li Jun saw that Lin Hongyu was struggling and her fishing rod seemed to be unable to hold on. It was definitely not possible to use a scoop net, so he immediately took the rope to help. Su Yang raised his eyebrows as he looked at Li Jun's enthusiastic behavior. Could it be that this guy's surname was Chow in his previous life? Thinking of this, Su Yang recalled the time when Li Jun saw Lin Hongyu and the time when they were fishing together. No way. Many people like young women. Plus, Lin Hongyu is really good looking. I don't know if it's because she just stopped breastfeeding her child and is still in the breastfeeding period, but her figure is even more impressive. Lin Hongyu now does have a lot of lethality to men. However, Su Yang really didn't know that Li Jun had a special liking for young women. He is not the guy next door. Like Lao Wang next door, it is obvious that young women are more charming than young girls, but he only has a crush on young women. However, Su Yang felt that he might be overthinking it. Li Jun is still a passionate young man, and when he caught fish before, he was also very active in using the hand net. As Li Jun dragged the fish onto the deck, everyone gathered around. This one looks like it weighs about 100 kilograms. It's not that big, probably around 80 kilograms. I saw someone catch one before, and it wasn't much different from this one. If it's a big yellow croaker, it's worth a lot of money. Even if it's a giant grouper, this one is worth a lot of money. Everyone was talking about it. Lin Hongyu was very excited. This was the first time she caught such a big fish at sea. Looking at the giant groupers jumping around on the deck, the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than an AK. Although it is not a yellow croaker, the 80-pound giant grouper still makes people take photos and post them on WeChat moments. Not to mention Yang Pengxing. I took a photo immediately and sent it to my friends. Ha ha ha, I caught another giant grouper. Pictures. After posting on WeChat moments, Yang Pengxing sent the pictures to the customer group. After taking a look at the feedback from the customer base, Yang Pengxing finally spoke. Hongyu, you've made a fortune today. Yang Pengxing looked at Hongyu at this moment. Her proud figure made him unable to help but take a few more glances. Brother Yang, I am not getting rich. These two bosses are getting rich. It's just a little fortune, but you've made it anyway. After a pause, Yang Pengxing asked, will you sell this fish? Sell. Of course I will. Brother Yang, you know my situation. I am the only one raising my child now, and I rely on fishing to earn money for milk powder. Otherwise, the child will starve to death. I think you are a stubborn person. You can't catch big fish every day, so why don't you work? Forget it. I know your shit and I'm too lazy to talk about it. How about this? A customer just offered 25,000, and I negotiated it down to 28,000. Will you sell it? How many? Lin Hongyu thought she had heard it wrong. She knew the approximate market price of the giant grouper. If it really sells for 28,000, that would be 400 yuan per kilogram. 28,000. Yang Pengxing repeated. Logically speaking, the market price of your giant grouper is definitely not that high. But there is a guest who needs a relatively large grouper for a banquet. He is worried about not being able to find one, and your grouper can just solve his urgent need. Sell. 28,000 was beyond her budget. She was just thinking that if she could get 10,000 yuan, it would be a big profit. I didn't expect it to be so overpriced. If you agree, I will transfer the money to you now. Good. Yang Pengxing has Lin Hongyu's account, after all, they are acquaintances. I earn some hard work fees from others, but your situation is special, so I won't earn any from you. Brother Yang, this isn't appropriate. It doesn't matter if it's appropriate or not. It's not my money anyway. Besides, I've earned the hard work fee from the boss's big yellow croaker just now, so forget about yours. Thank you so much, Brother Yang. As a middleman, it would be normal for Yang Pingxing to take a commission of 1 or 2,000. If I were to sell it myself, how could I get such a high price? After receiving the information about the payment, Lin Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. The two men look about the same age, but compared with Li Jun, Su Yang appears more mature and stable. You just caught 3 large yellow croakers. I think there might be a school of fish passing by. Keep fishing. If the school of fish leaves, you'll suffer a great loss. Su Yang naturally knew. There are definitely no schools of yellow croaker. But at this time everyone was still fishing, so he couldn't just sit there doing nothing. Even though he had already caught 2 big yellow croakers, he didn't complain about having too much money. Just when Su Yang was about to start fishing, he suddenly felt the boat slow down and a wave surged towards him. The sea is calm at this moment, how could there be big waves? Su Yang turned his head and saw a ship slightly larger than his coming towards them from behind. The waves are so strong that even if there are fish below, they will be scared away. Yang Pingxing frowned when he saw the boat coming towards him. No good will come of this guy. Chapter 53, Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. What's going on with that boat? It looks like a fishing boat. It knew we had a boat here, but it was still looking over here. That's right, this is clearly a foul. Because the boat was coming and the waves were surging, even if there were a school of yellow croakers below, they would have run away by then. Several fishermen who were fishing immediately started complaining. It was not until the boat stopped 20 meters away from Yang Pingxing's boat that everyone's complaints stopped a little. Brother Xing, why didn't you call me when you came out to fish? On the boat that had just stopped, a man in a black jacket walked to the bow and shouted at Yang Pingxing. He took off his sunglasses and continued, Brother Xing, you've been out to sea for several times in a row, and you didn't even bring your brothers with you to make money. Yang Pengshan, don't come over here to try to get close to me. You come here at this time, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Whatever idea I have is to get some friends together to go fishing. Yang Pengshan looked at Yang Pingxing and asked, did any of you catch a big fish? A big yellow croaker? Yang Pingxing had a gloomy face and didn't want to pay any attention to that guy. He now regrets posting on WeChat moments just now. Yang Pengshan is actually from the same village as him. To be precise, they are brothers of the same clan within the 5th degree of mourning. However, even though they were within the 5 degrees of mourning, the relationship between the two families had actually long since faded. Moreover, in the early years, the two sides had a tense relationship over fishing issues. If someone had not called the police in time, someone would have died. His later purchase of this fishing boat was more or less related to Yang Pingshan's family. Originally he thought he would no longer fish, and would just take people out to sea to fish every few days to earn some boat fees. Unexpectedly, Yang Pengshan saw that he was doing well in this business and wanted to get involved. But Yang Pengshan was not a good person. Even though he had a fishing boat, he charged too much, and anyone who caught fish on his boat had to sell the fish to him. In fact, it doesn't matter who you sell the fish to. The key is that he also kept the price very low. Over time, Yang Pengshan had no business. He has no business, so he starts to be a troublemaker. He doesn't conflict with you. Whenever Yang Pingxing took people out fishing, if he knew about it, he would drive out in a boat and deliberately circle around. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish really is. But for fishermen, when the wind and waves are strong, they can only serve as air force. Yang Pingxing was naturally very angry. Even called the police. Unfortunately, it's of no use. According to Yang Pengshan, the sea is not his, and he is playing in the water nearby without affecting others. Although the two sides are brothers of the same clan, they are now almost like enemies. In fact, there are people like Yang Pengshan in every larger village. Although he was a village bully, he did not bully others everywhere. They say he is not a village bully, but when he does it, it is no different from a bully. He is the rogue type. No matter how he was scolded, he always had a playful smile on his face. He is just trying to provoke you, to piss you off, and then leave. But now Yang Pengshan probably won't leave anytime soon. It's his fault for posting it on WeChat moments just to show off. A wild yellow croaker weighing more than 10 kilograms is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who wouldn't he be jealous? Su Yan looked at Yang Pengshan, who was wearing sunglasses. At this moment, he looked like he really deserved a beating. Although he didn't know the conflict between Yang Pengshan and Yang Pingxing, he knew that they definitely needed to move to another place. Yang Pingshan's behavior is typical. I don't take the initiative to have a conflict with you, but I'll just be there to disgust you. Su Yang doesn't care. He already has 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms in size, so it doesn't matter to him whether he fishes or not. He also didn't expect that he would catch 2 wild yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms on his first fishing trip at sea. His assets increased instantly. But the unexpected surprise is that I was able to earn more than 2,000 labor points while fishing. After returning home tonight, I will directly do 2 10-draw combos. A single draw to produce a miracle? In the absence of a novice protection period, based on the fact that Su Yang has played so many games with lotteries, it seems that he has never drawn anything good in a single draw. Brother Xing, I heard that one of you just caught 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms. Can you let me open my eyes? Yang Pengshan pulled his jacket. I've been going to sea since I was a child, but I've never seen such a big yellow croaker in all these years. Can you satisfy my request? Yang Pengxing was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned to Su Yang and the others and said, I'm really sorry, everyone. I guess we have to move to another place. It's really bad luck. What kind of people are these? I was almost catching a big yellow croaker just now. A middle-aged fisherman couldn't help but say something. Yes, I almost caught it. My float has sunk. It must be a big yellow croaker. Mine got hooked, too. It was just scared by the other boat coming over, so it struggled and ran away. Boss Yang, you have to compensate us for what happened. The corners of Yang Pengxing's mouth twitched. If it weren't for the last sentence, I would really believe what you said. But this matter is indeed related to him. If it were any other time, he would definitely not compensate me for anything. The key point is that we did catch 3 big yellow croakers just now, so it is not impossible that a school of fish passed by. After thinking for a while, Yang Pengxing said, how about this, when we return, we will refund 100 yuan per person for the fare. Originally, the person proposed to compensate him, but that person was just saying it casually. Unexpectedly, Yang Pengxing really refunded the 100 yuan for the boat fare, so everyone had no objections. Under normal circumstances, Yang Pengxing would not want to retreat. But Li Jun's big yellow croaker just now made him some hard work fee. If each person refunded 100 yuan, that would be 1,000 yuan. Maybe it would leave a good impression. Taking advantage of the popularity of the 2 big yellow croakers caught by Su Yang, the price of the boat ticket will be raised in the next 2 days. If everyone knew what Yang Pengxing was thinking at this moment, they would probably swallow back the good impression they had just developed like swallowing a fly. Seeing that everyone had no objection to the compensation price, Yang Pengxing started the engine and prepared to leave the sea area. Su Yang noticed that Yang Pengshan's boat also started at the same time. Su Yang frowned. This Yang Pengshan was really like a piece of sticky candy that couldn't be thrown away. This bastard is determined to mess things up today. Yang Pengxing gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. Under normal circumstances, he would really endure it. Just today, someone took his boat out to sea and caught a big yellow croaker. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity, he will definitely have no worries about business in the next few days. If Yang Pengshan interfered like this, everyone would be hesitant even if they wanted to take his boat out. If that happens, Yang Pengxing will lose a lot of money. He endured it again and again, and now Yang Pengxing was also very angry. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Adding to the previous grudges, Yang Pengxing actually wanted to kill at this moment. Chapter 54 When the villain suddenly becomes cultured. Yang Pengshan, don't go too far. Yang Pengxing roared at Yang Pengshan. Yang Pengshan still had a playful expression on his face. Seeing Yang Pengxing getting angry, he had achieved half of his goal today. The other half, of course, was the 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms. When Yang Pengxing posted the photo of the yellow croaker on his WeChat Moments, a customer had already found him and wanted to buy it. Yang Pengshan must want to make some money from it. Yang Pengshan is usually a bit arrogant in the village, but he is not brainless. In a society ruled by law, even the village tyrants these days can't stand it, not to mention that he has not yet reached the level of a village tyrant and can only be regarded as a village evil. He would definitely not do such things as robbery or forced sales. A big yellow croaker costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. He probably has to clean up his mess and go in to sacrifice himself to those big guys. After seeing Yang Pengxing driving away on the boat, Yang Pengshan did not follow him immediately. When playing a game of chase, you don't necessarily have to follow behind. It is more interesting to give a little hope first and then make the other person feel despair. Yang Pengshan has always wanted to make Yang Pengxing's fishing boat have no business, so that he can monopolize the market. He might not dare to cause trouble in other people's areas. At least in this area, he just wants to monopolize the market. His plan never conflicted with Yang Pengxing's. If he creates the conflict first, he will be in the wrong. If he really calls the police, even if he knows a few small police officers, it will not be a good thing for him if the matter becomes a big deal. He is just provocative. As long as Yang Pengxing couldn't help but take action first, then I would have a way to make Yang Pengxing lose everything. Yang Pengxing's boat continued to move forward. After gaining some distance from Yang Pangshan until his boat was out of sight, they saw an area where the waves were relatively calm and stopped. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Many people have fished in this area before. We will stop here for a while. When everyone has finished fishing, we will move to another place. No one had any objection. After stabilizing the fishing boat, everyone cast their hooks again. Su Yang also cast the fishing hook. He naturally used bait sprinkled with fish meal. It's a rare opportunity to go fishing at sea, and with the help of fish meal, I must catch a few more fish. Not long after he cast the hook, the fish took the bait. Su Yang was no longer surprised. Unless at this time, he caught a bluefin tuna, in which case he might be more excited. But yellow croaker would be good too. Although in the world of his dreams, yellow croakers, including many wild fish, are listed as nationally protected species, fortunately, this has not happened in his world for the time being. As the fishing rod was bent, Su Yang immediately reeled in the line. Li Jun saw Su Yang making some moves and couldn't help but say, "You caught the fish too quickly, I obviously got the hook before you." Su Yang smiled and ignored Li Jun's complaints. The feeling this fish gave him was similar to that of the two big yellow croakers just now. I hope I don't catch another yellow croaker. As the fish emerged from the water, Su Yang discovered that it was not a yellow croaker that had been hooked. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet also felt a little disappointed. At this time, his thoughts were still quite contradictory. I want to continue fishing for big yellow croaker. They are also afraid of catching too many at once, which will disrupt the market price and attract more attention. But yellow croaker is money. Rat spots. Li Jun shouted first. This rat spot must weigh at least 10 kilograms. Li Jun exclaimed again. I've only heard that the largest rat grouper on the market weighs 8 kilograms. Your 10 kilograms is going to break the record. A 10-pound grouper, this really surprised Su Yang. Although it was not a big yellow croaker, Su Yang's luck still made Kohinoor, who was envied by others, purple. After everyone took pictures, Su Yang's fish, like the two yellow croakers just now, was given to Lao Wang next door. Yang Pengxing had no choice but to give up. After putting the fish away, Su Yang prepared to continue fishing. If you catch several groupers in a row, you can make a lot of money. Just as Su Yang was about to cast the hook, he found that the originally calm sea surface began to show white waves. Turning back, Su Yang saw Yang Pingshan's boat coming towards them again. Others saw it too. Boss Yang, this is not a solution. The anger that Yang Pengxing had just suppressed flared up again. Fuck this bastard Yang Pengshan. Li Jun came over with a frown on his face. Boss Yang, why don't we go to another place? There is a reef area 2 miles to the southeast. The water is deep but there are many fish. Most ships dare not approach. How about we go there? Yang Pengxing's eyes lit up. You mean Devil's Tooth Reef? There are indeed a lot of fish in Ghost Tooth Reef, but the water there is deep and it is also a hidden reef area, so not many ships dare to go there normally. Yang Pengguan was a little worried. I'm afraid if we go over there, we might run into a reef, and that would be troublesome. Li Jun spread his hands and said, but now, that guy will keep chasing me. He won't take action, but will just keep provoking me. This behavior is disgusting to watch. Yes, add Ghost Tooth Reef directly. Others shouted. Twice before, the fish was almost hooked, but was scared away. In this case, let's go to Ghost Tooth Reef. If he dares to come over again, we'll teach him a lesson. I saw that everyone was preparing to go to Guamen Reef. Under normal circumstances, Yang Pengxing would definitely be a good guy. Knowing it is a reef area, you still run over there. If the boat hits the reef and sinks into the water, who will be responsible then? But what Yang Pengshan did today was indeed wrong, and Yang Pengxing didn't want to continue to be disgusted by Yang Pengshan, so he gritted his teeth and changed course. Just as Yang Pengxing was turning the rudder, Yang Pengshan's boat also arrived. Brother Xing, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Pengshan's voice drifted over with the sea breeze. I don't have any requirements, I just want to see the big yellow croaker. Yang Pengxing ignored it and continued driving forward. Yang Pengshan followed for a while, and a man behind him suddenly spoke. Brother Shan, they are desperate. They are heading towards Ghost Tooth Reef. Yang Pengshan did not follow. Watching Yang Pengxing's boat sailing away, he sneered, Yang Pengxing, if the boat hits a reef and capsizes, and you die at sea, it has nothing to do with me. Then Yang Pengshan smiled sinisterly, I will definitely help you when the time comes. As for whether I can save you, that's another matter. Later, maybe I can apply for a bravery award. Although Yang Pengshan wanted to continue to discuss Yang Pengxing and make him angry. But Guimen Reef is a reef area, and many incidents have happened there. He is a man who cherishes his life, so he naturally won't joke about it. What a bunch of idiots. They become stupid after fishing. Yang Pengshan cursed. But deep down, I really hoped that they were a bunch of idiots, and that their ship suddenly hit a reef after reaching the Ghost Tooth Reef. After cursing, Yang Pengshan started laughing to himself and said to the younger brothers behind him, I really hope that the sky will suddenly turn dark, with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and a strong wind will suddenly blow up, bringing in 1,000-foot waves and blowing their boat over. The younger brother behind him flattered him. When Brother Shan was in school, he must have been the representative of the Chinese language department. This passage fully demonstrates Brother Shan's literary talent. Yang Pengshan. What the hell am I representing? I've never even been a team leader. Chapter 55, Ghost Tooth Reef, surrounded by lobsters. That's the marker buoy for Ghost Tooth Reef. Li Jun on the boat suddenly saw the buoy in front of him and shouted loudly. Yang Pengxing nodded and slowed down the boat. The fishing boat glided for a while due to inertia and stopped in a seemingly calm water area. Looking back, Yang Pengxing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Pengshan really did not follow him this time. After the boat stopped, Yang Pengxing said, There are reefs all over here, and only experienced fishermen know the safe route. Yang Pengxing used to be a fisherman, so he was naturally familiar with Gia Reef. Although I haven't been here much in recent years, this area has hardly changed. Everyone, just fish here. If we go further, the terrain there is complicated, so we won't go in. After a pause, Yang Pengxing added one more sentence. Although this location is safe now, everyone should still wear life jackets to avoid accidents. Su Yang felt that the fishermen on the boat were indeed a little crazy. This is a dark rock area and the water is deep. If an accident really happens, you can't survive just by wearing a life jacket. Su Yang knows how to swim. But if you really fall into this vast ocean, no matter how good you are at swimming, you may not be able to survive. But now that he was here, Su Yang felt like he was fishing with his life. So he decided not to hide his shortcomings anymore. Seeing that everyone else had cast their hooks, he also swung his hook. After a few seconds, Su Yang had already caught a fish. The others' expressions of shock at Su Yang's speed in catching fish changed to astonishment, then to acceptance, and finally to envy. But, about the fish he caught. There are only two words from beginning to end. Envious. Although the fish has not yet surfaced, everyone is still looking forward to what kind of fish he will catch. Ha! As something floated to the surface, everyone saw that this time what was caught was not a fish, but a lobster. After Su Yang completely caught the lobster, he found that it had colorful patterns on its body. This is splendid lobster. Someone has already recognized it. Su Yang really didn't know what kind of species this was. He had eaten lobsters before and knew there were many varieties of lobsters, but he could not recognize every type of lobster. But after seeing someone recognize it as the splendid lobster, he had an impression of it. Su Yang took a look at the lobster he had just caught. It looked to be about 1.5 meters long. But now he didn't measure it accurately. Is this lobster worth the money? Rather than the type of lobster, Su Yang wanted to know its market price. Valuable. Others may not understand the market price of lobsters, but Yang Pengxing naturally does. Like this kind of splendid lobster, each pound costs several hundred yuan in the market, and some even cost more than 1,000 yuan, or even more expensive. Yang Pengxing looked at the lobster that Su Yang had just caught, stared at it for a long time, and felt a little excited. As far as I can remember, someone once caught a 5-pound lobster and sold it for 600,000. I'm afraid yours won't be less than 5 pounds, so it's worth a lot of money. When the others heard that a lobster was worth hundreds of thousands, Koiner was once again filled with envy. Everyone stared at Su Yang. What kind of incredible luck is this? Is this still a human being? Yang Pengxing took the photo, but this time he did not ask Su Yang whether he wanted to sell it or not, because he saw Su Yang was talking on the phone with someone. From what I heard, it seems like someone offered a higher price and got it. Li Jun was very excited. Yang, you are amazing. I guess you must have earned more than 2 million today. Su Yang smiled and wanted to say something. It's still early. After talking to Li Jun for a few words, Su Yang took the bait again. It wasn't long before something else took the bait. What the hell? It's actually a splendid lobster, and it's about the same size as the one just now. Are we in a lobster pile now? But why do the lobsters only take his hooks and not ours? Su Yang thought that since it had already attracted attention, he laid the hook twice more. But what was caught was still a splendid lobster. Everyone looked at this situation. Koenner's face was no longer purple, but completely numb. Even Lin Hongyu couldn't get excited anymore. Su Yang didn't chat too much with others, so he decided to quit while he was ahead. The main thing was that he saw that other people began to break the rules and moved closer to him intentionally or unintentionally. Go back to your fishing spots. Yang Pingxing shouted at the fisherman who was trying to come over. He is the captain, so he naturally cannot allow others to break the rules. Those who were planning to approach Su Yang's fishing spot were somewhat dissatisfied. After all, who doesn't want to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go? But they didn't dare to do it too blatantly. The main reason was that Li Jun and Su Yang, both over 1.8 meters tall, still made them afraid to act rashly. But everyone was shocked by Su Yang's 4 consecutive lobsters, even though they also caught fish at the same time Su Yang caught the lobsters. But compared with Su Yang's, it is not on the same level at all. Despite the blow, no one seemed willing to leave. Everyone was thinking that Su Yang had caught 4 lobsters in a row. With so many people around, it was impossible that he had missed out on catching even one. Su Yang had almost finished fishing and actually wanted to go back. Yang Pingxing also saw that Su Yang wanted to go back. Now Su Yang has more than 3 million worth of goods, so he must want to go back and trade them. Yang Pingxing saw that the others seemed reluctant to go back and it was not time yet, so he did not want to urge them. It's getting dark. At this moment, Li Jun suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up immediately and saw that the area not far away was suddenly covered with dark clouds, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. Everyone, hang up the line. Yang Pingxing immediately rushed into the cockpit. The weather was obviously very good today. How could this happen suddenly? Yang Pingxing had naturally experienced the situation of encountering heavy rain while going out to sea, and he had experienced it quite a lot. But now they are at Ghost Tooth Reef. The situation in the sea area here is complicated, and there are many reefs underneath. If we encounter such strong winds and heavy rains, we will be in danger if we don't leave safely before the heavy rain falls. Although those people did not want to leave, they understood the current situation and immediately reeled in their fishing lines and packed up all their tools. Yang Pingxing is indeed an old captain, and he is quite familiar with the Gia Reef area. Seeing that it had become dark overhead, their boat began to sail away from Ghost Tooth Reef. Although it hasn't rained yet, the wind is very strong and the waves are rolling up all of a sudden. You go into the lounge first. If the wind is strong and the waves are high, if you are on the deck, you will get wetted any time. As a person who goes out to sea frequently, Yang Pingxing must always pay attention to the weather. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today, or even rain heavily. Although Yang Pingxing had often encountered such sudden weather changes when he went fishing at sea before. The weather forecast is not ineffective, but this kind of sudden convective weather comes violently and goes away quickly. But it is precisely because of this that the destructive power is so strong, just like a tornado. No one wants to be trapped here in the heavy rain. If we get trapped here, something will 100% happen. Chapter 56, Darkness in a Second. Su Yang didn't expect that he would encounter such weather on his first trip to the sea. At sea, this sudden weather is considered extreme weather. Although it hasn't started yet, the rain will definitely come. The air pressure is so low. The dark clouds almost covered the entire blue sky above the sea. The visibility around disappeared in an instant. Looking ahead, although one could still vaguely see the swaying of the seawater, it was pitch black in front of him. Yang Pingxing turned on all the lights. Although it was pitch black all around, the lighthouse in the distance could still be seen clearly. Yang Pingxing did not dare to be careless. They haven't completely left Gia Reef yet. If they are not careful, the boat may hit a reef and someone might die here today. Yang Pingxing is indeed an experienced captain. Although he was anxious when he saw the extreme weather was about to come, he was calm and composed in his operations. Yang Pengxing knew clearly that he must not be impatient at this moment. If you rush, accidents are more likely to happen. In addition, we were quite familiar with Gia Reef, so we hurried and finally left the Gia Reef area. Yang Pengxing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we leave the area of Ghost Tooth Reef, if we really can't avoid this heavy rain in the end, at least our safety will be greatly increased. Wiping the beads of sweat off his forehead, Yang Pengxing said as he controlled the steering wheel, it was dangerous. The weather near the Ghost Tooth Reef changed faster than a woman's face. But we are finally out of the danger zone. But no one let down their guard. The low-pressure area still loomed overhead. The sky is overcast. If it weren't for the lights on the ship, they would have been in complete darkness at this moment. Boss Yang, I think the weather is not at its worst yet. You should step up your efforts before the heavy rain comes. Good. Although it is in a safe area. But they were still in the ocean, and there was absolutely no so-called safe area. While enlarging the carriage, Yang Pengguan quickly checked the equipment on the ship to ensure that all instruments were functioning properly. Especially navigation systems and communication equipment. He also asked everyone to wear life jackets tightly to ensure that the life jackets would not fall off accidentally. Ha! At this time, Su Yang saw a light in front of him, but it was not the light from the lighthouse. Yang Pengxing is still here. It looks like he wants to stop us. Li Jun also saw it and frowned. That's a really bad guy. Don't be impulsive. That guy just wants to make us impulsive. Su Yang looked at Li Jun and said calmly, although that guy's behavior makes people feel disgusted, he is not a brainless person. He looks arrogant, but he may be smarter than you. Li Jun rolled his eyes, no personal attacks. At this time, everyone entered the lounge. The lounge is not very big. 10 people came in at once, and the space was a bit narrow, which made the already nervous people feel a little irritated. However, no matter how annoyed they were even more worried. If they didn't escape from the Ghost Tooth Reef before the storm came, they would be in danger. Although there was a strong wind outside at this time, the waves kept hitting the boat, making it sway. But because we were in a lounge, there were no doors or windows open, and people were crowded in here. Plus the air pressure suddenly increased so much, everyone felt a little stuffy. Su Yang also felt a little stuffy at this time. But at this time, he could only watch Yang Pengxing's operations. Leaning in the corner of the lounge, listening to the howling wind and the sound of waves hitting the hull outside, Su Yang was about to say a few words to Li Jun, but found that he was whispering with Lin Hongyu. Su Yang sighed inwardly. After getting off the boat, I have to remind Li Jun. If it was a single mother, Su Yang would not bother to care about it. After all, he would definitely not be able to persuade her in such a matter. If she was a married woman, Su Yang would definitely not be able to watch his brother jump into this triangular vortex and suffer. This damn weather changes so suddenly. It was inevitable that something bad would happen sooner or later, but it had to happen when we were out to sea. The girl who went out to sea with her boyfriend was very panicked at this moment. They each sat closely beside their boyfriend. That's right. It was supposed to be a good trip out to the sea, fishing or something, but now everyone is in a panic. I hope to get out of here soon. In fact, everyone has a lot of resentment towards Yang Pengxing. If he hadn't suddenly run out and disrupted things, they would still be fishing for yellow croaker in the original place. Even if we encounter this kind of weather, at least we can leave quickly. Lin Hongyu sat there, looking unhappy. She is a little worried about the child now. She took out her phone and wanted to call Mrs. Li to ask, but when she thought about the conflict that had occurred before because of the phone call, she finally gave up. In a situation like this, even if she called back, even if the child cried, she couldn't rush back. Yang Pengxing stood near the cab, his eyes fixed straight ahead, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He knew that now was the most critical time and he had to concentrate on dealing with the coming storm. Suddenly, a huge wave hit, the ship shook violently, and the people in the lounge fell to the ground. Someone exclaimed and was about to complain, but the tense atmosphere swallowed his words back. The two women then hugged their boyfriends and screamed loudly. Su Yang tightly grasped the handrail beside him. At this time, the boat was swaying and he could only try to keep his body steady. Everyone held their breath and silently endured the shaking of the ship. Everyone knows that the storm is coming, and whether everyone can be safe depends on the next period of time. Moreover, at this time, it depends on Yang Pengxing's reaction. Tension, anxiety, worry, all kinds of emotions spread in the lounge, like an invisible net that enveloped everyone. After a while, the ship shook even more violently, and the howling of the wind outside became sharper and sharper, as if countless evil spirits were roaring. A fellow angler shouted to Yang Pengxing, "Old Yang, can you go faster?" Yang Pengxing wiped the sweat from his forehead. "We are at the most stable speed now. If we go any faster, we will probably capsize more easily." At this time, it was pitch black all around. Yang Pengxing also saw Yang Pengshan's boat, and they were also speeding up to leave this sea area. Just as they sailed out of Ghost Tooth Reef, raindrops as big as beans began to fall. At first there were just a few scattered drops, but in the blink of an eye they became a dense curtain of rain. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed across, turning the dark sea white. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud boom, as if it exploded right above my head. Chapter 57, Thrilling, Lady Boss. Ah! The thunder was so loud that the two women screamed again. At this time, there was a strong wind outside and the rain was getting heavier. The two women looked pale. "Boss Yang, can we go faster? My boat has a 300 horsepower outboard engine and can only travel at 30 knots. In this situation, it is already the fastest." Yang Pengxing was indeed driving at the fastest speed. He wanted to go faster, but there was really no way he could go faster. And because the rain was so heavy, I couldn't see what was happening outside at all. Fortunately, this is the sea. If you are driving in this kind of weather, no matter how fast the wipers run or how clean they wipe, the visibility ahead will still be extremely low. Su Yang doesn't know how to sail a boat. However, he had encountered such extreme weather several times while driving. But now we are at sea, there are only two ships at present, and there is still some distance between them, so the probability of a collision is not going to happen. The wind is getting stronger and stronger, and the waves are getting bigger and bigger. The chance of capsizing is actually higher. At this time, everyone on the ship was quite nervous. Who would have thought that simply going out to sea for fishing would lead to such weather? For Su Yang, this was like winning the first prize. The rain was getting heavier, the wind was getting stronger, and the boat was getting more and more shaky. Fortunately, they left the dark rock area of Ghost Tooth Reef as soon as possible, otherwise they would have been trapped there in the current situation. Plus, the boat was shaking so much that there was a high chance it would hit a reef. Now it's better. Even though it's shaking violently, it's at least safer than at Ghost Tooth Reef. However, Su Yang knew that they were not safe yet. Since Yang Pengxing was familiar with this sea area, he took a shortcut when coming out of Glacier Reef. At this time, they were getting closer and closer to the shore. On the other hand, Yang Pengshan wanted to block Yang Pengxing and was ready to continue disgusting him. He kept the boat where it was just now. At this time, they were also trying hard to get to the shore. The horsepower of Yang Pengshan's boat is greater than that of Yang Pengxing's. However, it is not easy to drive the carriage at full speed in such strong winds and rough seas. When the boat saw the buildings on the shore, everyone, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Pengxing also wiped his sweat secretly. If he went fishing by himself, he would not be afraid of this kind of weather. After all, I have been at sea for so many years and have seen all kinds of storms. But now the boat is carrying guests. If something really happens, he will definitely have to go to jail for a few years. According to the navigation, they were still 2 kilometers away from the shore. Although the rain showed no signs of stopping at this time. At least everyone is becoming more and more at ease. "I will never go fishing with you again." In one of the couples, the girl with a high ponytail looked complaining. "Yeah, I'm not coming either. This fish wasn't that great, but it was thrilling." Another girl with shoulder-length hair added. "This sudden extreme weather is something no one could have expected. Anyway, I won't come with you anymore." The girl with a ponytail is throwing a tantrum. Okay, if you don't want to come, then don't come." For them, today's trip was indeed very depressing. Conflict with others. Encountering this kind of weather again. What made them most depressed was seeing Su Yang making millions. However, no matter how depressed they were, seeing Su Yang's catch today made them more determined to get rich by fishing. As a result, there were 2 more refugees in the fishing circle who wanted to make a fortune by catching yellow croaker. When the boat was about to reach the shore, the girl with the ponytail suddenly screamed. "Look, the boat capsized." Su Yang and others suddenly looked towards Yang Pengshan. Then we saw Yang Pengshan's boat suddenly capsized in the strong wind and waves. Yang Pengxing was also a little confused when he saw this scene. To save or not to save? This thought popped up in Yang Pengxing's mind. Yang Pingxing cursed in his heart more than once that young Pingshan would capsize in the sea one day and drown. But when I really saw him capsize and drown, I couldn't gloat over his misfortune. After all, they are brothers of our sect. However, after taking a look at Su Yang and others, Yang Pingxing did not turn around. Regardless of whether to rescue or not, the guests must be safely brought ashore first. But strangely enough, just as Yang Pingxing sent Su Yang and others ashore, the heavy rain that had just been like a raging demon suddenly stopped. A minute later, the dark clouds dispersed and the sun came out from behind. As the rain stopped, the wind slowly died down. The sea level did not calm down all of a sudden. After all, the rain has stopped, and even though the wind is not as strong as before, the waves are still a bit fierce. After Su Yang and others went ashore, they saw that Yang Pingshan's boat had capsized but did not sink. As for Yang Pingshan and the others, I didn't see them. The rain stopped as soon as they got ashore. Didn't this mean that Yang Pingshan and the others were destined to die? Call the police first. Su Yang reminded Yang Pingxing. Judging from his appearance, he was not prepared to go back to save people. This is also normal. The two of them already had a grudge against each other, and in a situation like this, he was not a professional rescuer. Not saving is the normal choice. After calling the police, rescue workers arrived quickly. Su Yang and Li Jun did not stay there. He has already called Lao Wang next door and arranged a place for the transaction. The transaction took place in a hotel not far from the pier. This is what Lao Wang from next door deliberately arranged to do here. Su Yang also guessed what Lao Wang next door meant. After the transaction was completed, he would treat them to a meal. In addition to him and Li Jun, there are also Lin Hongyu and her daughter. After getting off the boat, Lin Hongyu went to Mrs. Li to pick up her daughter, but there was no car leaving the dock. After seeing this, Li Jun asked Su Yang to stop the car and invited the mother and daughter to get in. Since Li Jun was shouting at the other person, Su Yang couldn't pretend he didn't see it, so he had to give Yang Hongyu a ride. When we arrived at the hotel entrance, Lao Wang was already waiting. "Boss Su, where's the fish?" Lao Wang went straight to the point. At this time, even a charming young woman like Lin Hongyu could not catch his eye. "It's all here." Lao Wang immediately opened the fishing box and saw two large yellow croakers with scales shining golden in the sun. His eyes widened. The other fishing box contained big lobsters, and Lao Wang was almost drooling just looking at them. "Boss Su, I sent the photos of the fish and lobsters before, and two big bosses have already made reservations. The price is 900,000 per piece. The boss has also given a price for those lobsters. 700,000 each. If you think the price is right, I will buy them all for you." "Okay." Readily. Old Wang immediately smiled happily. The last time I did business with Su Yang, I knew he was a straightforward person. But in transactions, the seller wants a high price and the buyer wants a low price. If Su Yang wants to add a little, there is nothing wrong with that. However, Su Yang agreed immediately, which made Lao Wang have a better impression of him. Whether it was yellow croaker or lobster, the price was much higher than what he had known. Naturally, he wouldn't think it's too little. After calculating the total, Lao Wang transferred the money to Su Yang. When seeing the information about the arrival of the money, Su Yang also felt some emotion. Earning millions in just one day seemed a little unreal to him. After loading the fish and lobsters into the car, Lao Wang prepared to call Su Yang in to eat. But at this time he noticed Lin Hongyu, who was holding the child. Old Wang was immediately attracted by the young woman's aura of Lin Hongyu. But he glanced at Su Yang. "Boss Su, is this the boss's wife?" Chapter 58, was your last name Chow in your previous life? Lady boss? Su Yang was stunned. The look on the face of Mr. Wang next door is not very good. Su Yang had been keeping a certain distance from Lin Hongyu, and when he saw that Lao Wang next door had poor eyesight, he once again distanced himself from her. "Boss Wang, you." As soon as Su Yang opened his mouth, Lin Hongyu hurried to explain. I'm not. I went fishing with them today, and they gave me a ride back." "Not the boss lady?" "Then she is a young woman." Although the proprietress is also a young woman, the nature is different. When Lao Wang is with clients, he always jokes that his surname is next door, so if people call him Lao Wang next door, he won't get angry, but instead feel very satisfied. But Lao Wang has principles. He doesn't touch the young women of his male clients' families. Unless the other party takes the initiative. He doesn't touch female customers either. He knew that business was business, and once they were related, he would feel embarrassed to offer too high a price later. If the girl said a few more coquettish words, he might get carried away and give it to her for free. Once some holes are opened, they will become a dam burst. Therefore, Lao Wan usually does not have any relationship with female customers. In special circumstances, as above, the other party takes the initiative. It's a passive skill. If others take the initiative, it has nothing to do with him. Since the young woman in front of him has nothing to do with Su Yang, he could consider having some relationship with her. Of course, Lao Wang still has a bottom line. He is just morally corrupt, not characterally corrupt, otherwise he wouldn't be able to thrive so well in this circle. Since we've met, let's have a meal together. Lao Wang kindly invited you. Lin Hongyu hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. We went fishing at sea, and the boat ticket cost 500 yuan. Actually, there was something to eat at noon, but it was just buns and the like. If you want to eat freshly cooked dishes, that's impossible. Because of her daughter's crying in the extreme weather just now, she hasn't eaten anything since she got on the ship. It would be a lie to say I'm not hungry. Finally, she agreed. After all, I'm really hungry, so there's no need to be pretentious. After entering the box, Lao Wang called the proprietress over directly. This time, I really called the boss lady. It was obvious that Lao Wan was a regular customer here. When ordering food, he was even flirting with the proprietress. Su Yang was very suspicious. If Lin Hongyu had not been there, given Lao Wan's personality, his conversation with the proprietress would probably have been even more explicit. The proprietress wasn't annoyed either. Lao Wang is a regular customer, and he is always generous when he invites people to dinner, so what if he takes advantage of you a little? The guests didn't come, so even if she had some good tofu, she wouldn't eat it. After ordering the dishes, the proprietress went out, and Lao Wang then withdrew his gaze. Seeing Su Yan looking at him, Lao Wang smiled embarrassedly. Occupational disease, bad mouth. Su Yan naturally didn't say anything. Everyone has the lifestyle they want to live. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Lao Wang asked Lin Hongyu indirectly and got a lot of information from her. According to what Lin Hongyu said, she met the wrong person. During the love period, the man behaves like a perfect lover. At that time, they both envied others. We had been in love for more than a year. We were already 27 or 28 years old at that time, which was considered old in the eyes of our family. Plus, my boyfriend was really good, so it was natural for us to get married. However, problems arose after marriage. Until Lin Hongyu couldn't figure it out. Why is it that after a year of dating, the other person can act so perfect, but their true colors are revealed after marriage? It's not like you won't have to live with her in the future just because you marry her. Besides, you have been able to pretend to have a good image for a whole year, so why can't you make it a habit? Lin Hongyu even looked up the question of how many days it takes to develop a habit. Most studies show that it takes 21 days to 2 months to initially form a new habit, but full consolidation may take 5 months or even longer. So Lin Hongyu still hasn't figured out which link went wrong. At first, Lin Hongyu could still bear it. After all, it's your own choice. I still thought that I would keep going even with tears in my eyes. It was not until her daughter was born that she saw that the man was still lazy and gluttonous, and was addicted to alcohol and would beat people at any time, that she really could not bear it anymore. The breaking point that finally made her choose to leave was that when the man heard his 4-month-old daughter crying, he did not comfort her, but instead picked her up from the crib and threw her onto the sofa. My daughter almost fell to the ground. After seeing this scene, Lin Hongyu resolutely took her daughter away. Although I left with my daughter and returned to my parents' home, my parents are actually very conservative and think that it would be embarrassing for them if a woman married off and then ran back. Speaking of this, Lin Hongyu tried hard to force a smile. But the smile was very bitter. I have no choice but to rent a house with my daughter. Li Jun asked casually, "Are you divorced?" "No." Lin Hongyu shook her head. The man said that we can get a divorce, but the daughter belongs to him, and he has to return the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. But he didn't give that much betrothal gift at the beginning. Speaking of this, Lin Hongyu laughed at himself. I was really in love at the time. He told me that his job was not particularly stable and he had not saved much money over the years. I thought that marriage is a matter between two people, and we would live together in the future just by the two of us, so I persuaded my parents to ask for a smaller gift price. My parents are conservative people who think that women over 25 are old women. They also hope that I can get married as soon as possible, so they asked for a dowry of 30,000 yuan. That guy is such a jerk. Lao Wang couldn't help but curse. A girl as beautiful as Miss Lin should be tortured to death by being locked up. How can you bear to beat her? Su Yang. What Lao Wang said is very obvious. Li Jun didn't quite understand Lao Wan's hobby of only loving young women. After hearing about Lin Hanyu's experience, he was as indignant as Lao Wang. This guy is a complete scum, don't let him run into me, or I will beat him to a pulp. Yes, it's a disgrace to the male world. Lao Wang ran his hand through his hair. Although he had a buzz cut, he thought his behavior was kind of handsome. Sister Lin, don't worry. Since you've met me today, I will naturally help you with this matter. Su Yang glanced at Lin Hanyu, wanting to remind her to be wary of Lao Wang. You know, the name Lao Wang is prefixed with the words next door. Su Yang and Lao Wang had only met twice, although they had a good impression of each other. Based on Zhou Chuanqing's introduction to Lao Wang, this guy is fine in other aspects except that he has a special liking for young women. But for a man as bold and unrestrained as Lao Wang, he will definitely not stay with a young woman like Lin Hanyu for too long. He will continue to be unrestrained. However, Lin Hanyu has not yet completely broken off her previous marriage. Even if Lao Wang is more attentive, it will be useless during this period of time. Besides, if Lao Wang can really take down Lin Hanyu, it is also his ability. So Su Yang could understand why Lao Wan was so positive towards Lin Hanyu. But Li Jun also cares so much about Lin Hanyu. Was he infected by Lao Wang, or was his last name really Chao in his previous life? Chapter 59. Are you planning to kiss Dad secretly? Although Lao Wang is interested in young women like Lin Hanyu, he is not the kind of person who would mess around. After dinner, Lao Wang offered to take Lin Hanyu home. Lin Hanyu didn't bother him. Lao Wang didn't say anything. The two parties exchanged contact information, and then he drove away in his pickup truck. At this time, he wanted to get the fish and lobster to the customers as soon as possible rather than to the young woman. For splendid lobsters, a total of 2.8 million, two large yellow croakers, a total of 1.8 million. Even with more than 4 million worth of goods in the car, he couldn't remain calm. Normally, he is not in a hurry for goods worth hundreds of thousands. You know, if he resells these two items, he will have to get at least 200,000 yuan. Mr. Su, just drop me off at the intersection ahead. When they were almost home, Lin Hanyu signaled Su Yang to stop the car. My home is nearby. There are rental houses there, and the road is narrow, so it's not easy to drive in. Su Yang actually knew that Lin Hanyu was being cautious. So after passing the traffic light ahead, I dropped her off at the intersection 50 meters ahead. Can you carry the child on your back and hold the fishing gear? Li Jun got out of the car to get Lin Hanyu's fishing gear and asked casually. How about I take the fishing tackle back for you? Don't bother. I'm already very grateful to you for today. It's not a lot, and I'm nearby, just a few steps away. Li Jun naturally didn't force it. After Li Jun got in the car, Su Yang suddenly thought of something and said something to Lin Hanyu, who was about to leave. Just now at the restaurant, I heard you say that you and your man met while fishing. What's his name? Lin Hanyu didn't know why Su Yang asked this, but she answered truthfully. His name is Chen Buotao. Su Yang nodded, then started the car and left. In the car, Li Jun couldn't help but ask, why did you ask that guy's name? Isn't that what you wanted to ask? May I ask? Yes, it's obviously you who wanted to ask, I'm asking for you. Li Jun scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. After sending Li Jun home, Su Yang said, you have been in the fishing circle for so many years, you should know some people. Look up Chen Buotao and see if anyone knows him. Although Li Jun was still a little confused. But he made note of it. When Su Yang returned home, Su Wei had already taken the child back. Dad! Dad! The two sons rushed over at once. Where have you been, Dad? Mom said you went fishing. The two sons let go of Su Yang and immediately went to look through the fishing box. There's nothing inside. The first 2 times he went fishing, Su Yang came back with fish. Now that they didn't see any fish, they became suspicious. Dad sold all the fish. Ah, why did you sell all the fish? In this case, we will have no fish to eat tonight. Normally, the two sons eat fish. Although I get tired of it sometimes, at least I'm not like some kids who refuse to eat fish. Although their city is not far from the sea, it is not easy to eat fresh seafood every day. Fishing boats have a set time to return. If the boat came back in the morning, the fishmonger would already be waiting there. If you happen to be there and want to buy fish, then take a good look, ask the price, and buy it directly. If you want to choose by size, it is very likely that when you turn around to ask for more, someone else will have taken the whole basket. The fish that enter the market are generally fresh fish, and there are not many stalls selling them. Usually at this kind of stall, when the fish are about to come back, there will already be many customers waiting to buy them. In the past, it was Su Wei who bought the groceries. She would occasionally wait for a while and then buy a few for her two sons. Generally, my two sons like to eat this kind of fish that has not been completely frozen. Su Yang also likes to eat it. After all, the price is much different from the fish that is completely frozen. The grouper and yellow croaker he brought back from fishing the previous 2 times had delicious meat, and they wanted to eat more after they finished eating them. This time I was a little disappointed to see that the fishing box was empty. Didn't he catch anything? Su Wei couldn't help but ask. Based on the situations of the previous 2 times, Su Yang would usually keep 1 or 2 to bring back for eating. I caught it, but I really don't dare to eat it this time. Su Wei's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a money grubber expression. She smelled money. How much did it sell for? Would you like to take a guess? No guess. Su Wei knew that she would definitely not guess correctly. Su Yang smiled and asked, how much would it cost to pay in full for the villa we looked at yesterday? Have you calculated it? Forget it. The house, yard and 2 parking spaces will cost more than 7 million. If you bargain, it can be a little less, but not by much. So are you going to buy a suite or a single-family house? Nonsense. Su Wei rolled her eyes and said, who doesn't like a single-family house? Not only will there be fewer conflicts with neighbors, but there will also be no conflicts between people living on the same floor. The place where they live now is a good example. In fact, their 2 sons are very obedient and rarely fight after 8 o'clock in the evening. But once, when she met the owner downstairs, she was reminded of this. She was so angry that she deliberately made noise when she returned home that night. This incident made her uncomfortable for a long time. But there is no way, I have to endure the discomfort. Su Wei looked at Su Yang. Don't tell me, you got some money for the down payment? According to the current national standard for commercial housing loans, the minimum is 20% 30%. It's similar here in Binhai. The down payment for a villa requires more than 1 million. Seeing Su Yang remain silent, Su Wei could not help but probe, you didn't really get a down payment, did you? Forget it, I won't keep you in suspense. Today, we sold a total of 4.6 million. What? Su Wei had heard it clearly just now, but she still couldn't believe the number she heard. Honey, kiss me. Shouldn't I pinch you? Anyway, what you want is the feeling, just kiss it, why do you need to hurt yourself? Su Yang smiled and kissed Su Wei on the cheek. The 2 sons watched their behavior. We were talking about fish, why did they suddenly start kissing each other? Occasionally, the couple would show affection in front of their children. Now that she was being stared at by the 2 of them like this, Su Wei still felt a little embarrassed. Su Yang asked, do you want to kiss your mother too? Think. Brother comes first. Su Yuan walked over and kissed Su Wei on the face with a smile. Brother, kiss this side. Boo. Su Yukon kissed Su Wei on the other cheek. After the kiss, Su Yukon felt a little embarrassed. Mom, when I kissed you just now, I drooled a lot and it got on your face. Su Wei pursed her lips and smiled softly. It's okay, this is the testimony of Xiao Kong's love left on Mom's face. Su Ankon naturally didn't understand this. You 2 go play first, Mommy and Daddy have something to say? Su Ankon looked at the 2 adults. Mom, are you planning to kiss Dad secretly? Chapter 60 Don't sleep if you shun tea. After hearing what their youngest son said, Su Yang and Su Wei looked at each other and laughed. Why does Mommy need to kiss Daddy secretly? She can just kiss him openly. After saying that, Su Wei kissed Su Yang on the face. Su Ankong stared at Su Yang's face for a while before speaking. Mom, why didn't you drool on Dad's face? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, Mom did forget just now. I will kiss Dad again now, so he can stay. After saying that, Su Wei kissed Su Yang on the other side. At the same time, a muah sound was made from his mouth. Su Yukon looked at it carefully again, and this time he was indeed drooling, and then he was satisfied. Go play first, and I'll take you to buy toys later. Oh yeah. The 2 sons immediately shouted excitedly. Dad, I want to buy an excavator. I want one too. I want too. I also want to buy a dump truck, a forklift, an ambulance, a fire truck. I want to buy these too. Su Yang. Look at how many excavators and dump trucks you have bought. If you buy more, our house will be full. Boys seem to have a natural liking for toy guns, excavators, and all kinds of cars. Although girls also like this kind of toys, most people prefer toys for girls. Those are all broken. My brother broke the big excavator. Su Yuan immediately filed a complaint and brought the evidence over. Dad, look here, it's cracked. Su Yakong immediately retorted, it was obviously not me who broke it. It was you who didn't hold it firmly. It's you. Humph, you also broke my dump truck. Look, the dump truck and the front truck are separated. Okay. When it comes to filing a complaint, the two of them are really active at this moment. Okay, Dad already knows. Go play for a while, and I'll let Dad take you to buy toys later. Su Wei knew that if the two of them continued talking, soon one of them would start crying out of grievance. This usually happens to the eldest son. After all, he is 5 years old. If he is wrongly accused of something he didn't do, he will feel wronged and tears will flow immediately. But you can only buy one. So now you must think clearly about what toy you want to buy when you go out. After Su Wei sent her two sons away, she asked seriously, did it really sell for 4.6 million? I kissed you just now, and it seems like there's no saliva on your face. I'll have to kiss you again. I'm telling you something serious. Su Wei glared at Su Yang. Su Yang smiled, then took out his cell phone and opened the message from the bank. See for yourself. Su Wei took the phone and saw the number on it, still a little bit unbelieving. After a while, Su Wei raised her head and looked at Su Yang. Husband, can I consider that villa? Su Wei looked at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes, with an expectant expression. Purchase. Hubby, I love you so much. Su Wei hugged Su Yang excitedly, and this time she took the initiative to kiss him. But no matter how excited she was, there were two boys next to her, so she could be intimate with him, but she couldn't be too outrageous. So when are we going to go see that villa again? Speaking of this, I almost forgot about it. Let's go tomorrow. The female salesperson from Hualong Real Estate sent me a message last night saying that their company will have a lucky draw tomorrow. She signed us up, so we can go and try it tomorrow. Su Wei asked, what are the prizes? Special prize, 1 house purchase coupon. First prize, luxury home appliance package valued at 29,999 renminbi. Second prize, branded smart home equipment valued at 19,999 renminbi. Third prize, exquisite home gifts valued at 9,999 renminbi. Su Yang told Su Wei about the content of the lottery. You should have participated. Even if you didn't win the grand prize, you should have received a souvenir, like a cup or an umbrella. Su Wei thought for a moment and said, then let's go over there tomorrow and try our luck. We can also look at the house while we're at it. Good. Su Wei looked at the text message on her phone and still felt a little unconvinced. After handing the phone back to Su Yang, Su Wei suddenly thought of something. You've made so much money these days, you need to find out whether you have to pay taxes. Su Yang nodded. He actually remembered this. Although fishermen are currently directly engaged in fishing or breeding activities and sell self-produced aquatic products such as fish and shrimp, they are exempt from value-added tax. Fish sold through fishing are also tax-exempt as long as there are fishing records, sales receipts, etc. to prove the authenticity of the business. However, Su Yang thought that he should go and find out more about the situation. It's best not to pay, after all, it's all money. If he really has to pay, he will definitely not save the money. Also, now that you have money, your dear wife still has to remind you. My dear wife, please speak. Tax what you should pay, and don't sleep what you shouldn't sleep. A related word. Su Yang understood what she meant and scratched her nose lightly. Make sure it doesn't flip over. Because Su Yang had just come back from eating outside, dinner was simple. As soon as the two sons finished their meal, they immediately asked, Dad, are we going to buy toys now? Su Yang smiled and said, I usually ask you to put away your toys, but you never remember. I only mentioned buying toys for you once, and you remember it so tightly. Then let's go quickly. Regardless of whether Su Yang agreed or not, one person pulled his arm and tried to pull him in from the sofa. Su Yang stood up and said, call your beautiful mother. There is a shopping mall near the community where I live, so it's a good place to digest my food after dinner. At first, the two sons were obedient and didn't walk so fast. As soon as I entered the mall, I ran to the toy area like a bird out of a cage. Slow down, don't fall. Su Wei called out from behind. But at this time, my son's attention was all on the toys, and they could no longer hear the reminders about whether he would fall or not. When they arrived at the toy area, the first thing they went to see was the excavator. The youngest son immediately picked up a big excavator. The eldest son was also ready to hug one. Su Wei came over and reminded, each person can only buy one. You'd better think carefully about what you want to buy. Su Wei noticed at the first sight that the large excavator her youngest son was holding cost more than 3 figures. In the past, Su Wei was just like everyone else who had just enough money to support their family. When buying something, she would first look at the price and then the quality. Especially when taking children out to buy toys, the first thing they look at is the price. Because there are a lot of toys, just a few small movements, but the price is not cheap. Generally, she won't let you buy this kind of thing. These days, I do have more money on hand, but the consumption concepts I have developed over the years will not change all of a sudden. After hearing what Su Wei said, the eldest son was originally preparing to pick up a large excavator, but at this time he hesitated. Seeing this, Su Yang said, "You can make an exception tonight and buy one more. However, you can only buy 2 large ones. If you want to buy small ones, you can buy 3. Think about it before you buy." After hearing this, the two sons became excited immediately. "Then Dad, if I buy 2 big ones, can I also buy a small one?" The eldest son asked tentatively. "Okay. Dad is the best." Su Wei glared at Su Yang and said, "Even if you have some money, you shouldn't spend it recklessly. Toys and other things are consumables for these 2 brothers. If the 2 babies in my belly are also boys, I guess I'll have to buy a lot more." "It's still early." Su Wei smiled helplessly and didn't really try to stop it. When she saw her 2 sons choosing toys, Su Wei suddenly asked, "Honey, do you think we should check our tummies to see if these are boys or girls?" Chapter 61 Danger Warning. Su Wei's words stunned Su Yang for a few seconds. After a moment's silence, Su Yang said, "It's only the 8th week, and there's nothing that can be detected." Su Wei said, "In the group of mothers I joined these 2 days, someone discussed this topic. They said that it can be checked by taking blood. They said that blood can usually be drawn after 6 weeks and then sent to Hong Kong Island for examination. Many people in the group of mothers have done it, and the cost is not low, several thousand yuan." After listening to Su Wei's explanation, Su Yang was impressed by this method of identifying the gender of the fetus. When Su Wei was pregnant with her second child, he and Su Wei thought that since the first child was a son, they naturally wanted a daughter for the second child. Having both a son and a daughter makes a perfect couple, which is the idea of most couples. At that time, when I was in the company, there happened to be a female employee who was also pregnant, and this topic was brought up during a chat. One of the female employees said that blood could be drawn to determine the sex of the fetus. Although Su Yang didn't have that idea, he still looked up the principle of this method on the internet. The principle is based on the detection of free fetal DNA in the blood of pregnant women. Because the chromosomal composition of the fetus is that males have a unique Y chromosome that carries the SRY gene, while females only have an X chromosome, the presence of the Y chromosome or SRY gene in the maternal blood sample is analyzed. After reading this principle, Su Yang still didn't understand it. He remembered that when he was in school, biology class mentioned that males have XY chromosomes. At that time, he knew there was such a method. But he knew more clearly that identifying the sex of the fetus was an illegal act. The most important thing was that at that time, they decided to have a second child. If it was a daughter, they would naturally be happy. If he really is a son, then I can only accept my fate. I didn't expect Su Wei to mention this suddenly. Think about it, if you are really pregnant with 2 sons, wouldn't that mean? Let me put it this way. If you really knew that it was 2 sons, would you not have given birth to them? Su Yang interrupted her. Su Wei thought about it, then chuckled and said, "If I hadn't won the lottery, I really wouldn't have made any preparations. Now that I've decided to have a baby, I naturally won't think too much about it." Yes, since you have decided to have a baby, why waste that money? If you know this in advance, you can have a few more months to think of a name. These days, naming is a technical job. Su Yang really had no way to refute it. According to his and Su Wei's ideas, the name should not be too common, nor too outstanding. But the older generation thinks differently. Not following the family tree is already a concession. Some have to be named according to the time of birth. If any of the 5 elements is missing, you have to find a character that belongs to the 5 elements to match it. After finding the right word, you still have to figure out which 2 words are the most suitable. In any case, in Su Yang's opinion, the name finally chosen was definitely not what they wanted. Generally speaking, among the several prepared names, the name combined according to the method of pairing the 5 elements is exactly the name selected later to make up the number. When the eldest son was born, his parents asked an acquaintance to calculate his birth time and horoscope, and the astrologer came up with a few names. After Su Yang and the others saw it, they finally gave up and made their own choice. Now Su Wei's proposal is not impossible to consider. Besides, considering that they already have 2 sons, it would be a bit self-deceptive to say that they don't want to know the gender of the 2 little ones who have not yet been born. If you really want to know, then Danger warning! Danger warning! Danger warning! The host is detecting that he is about to perform an illegal act on the baby. The baby is protesting severely and preparing to destroy the system. A voice suddenly popped up in his mind and Su Yang was stunned. After the system was integrated, it only left him with the words plain and simple and then pretended to be dead. I didn't expect that at this time, 3 warnings were issued in succession. What's wrong? When Su Wei saw Su Yang didn't say anything, she didn't know whether he agreed or not. You don't need to worry too much about naming. If it's a boy, give them the same character in the same generation, so you only need to think of 1 character. Besides, we still have some spare names from the previous ones. Su Wei chuckled and said, what if it's a daughter? That is something we need to think about carefully. Su Yang has already started thinking about it. He will first buy a Xinhua dictionary and then read some books like the Book of Songs. When you see it, you will think of a name that is pleasant to the ear, poetic and meaningful. But Su Yang knew it clearly. Before a child is born, there are all kinds of thoughts in the mind. Just like the name, I was already fantasizing about giving it a special and poetic meaning. When the child grows up, when introducing his name to others, he will add at the end, "This is what my father called me." After hearing this, the old father looked very proud. But after the child is born, it is discovered that the name prepared previously may not be used. Su Yang has been a father twice and has experience with this kind of feeling. Knowing that some things are useless in the end if you think about them too far in advance. He still has to do it. This is a process that prospective parents go through before their child is born. Naturally, he had to go there too. Don't worry about gender identification. There is no need to waste money. Besides, it's illegal. Su Wei chuckled and said, I don't actually have that idea, but there are quite a few people in the moms group who are talking about this topic. Su Wei knew that she was actually lucky. Su Yang does not have the idea of favoring boys over girls. It cannot be said that his parents-in-law are completely free of this problem, but at least they are not as obvious as his cousin. Another point is that she herself has 2 sons in her life, and she cannot empathize with this issue like other women. The expectant mothers in the mothers group come from all over the world. People in every place and every family definitely have different ideas. Su Wei had never joined a group of mothers before, and thought that most of the conversations in the group were about children. Unexpectedly, they don't talk much about children, but often talk about sex topics between men and women. This one said that her family's boyfriend was just average in that aspect and she couldn't be particularly satisfied. This one says that the one in her family is a bit fierce. There are even more explosive ones saying that she and her husband and wife play their own games. Su Wei is also one of the married women. She and Su Yang are an old couple. They occasionally imitate the culture of the island country and are not the kind of people who are too conservative. But the topics discussed in the group of mothers still made her feel that her worldview had been refreshed. The key is that no one is averse to this kind of topic, but instead everyone chats about it very enthusiastically. Chapter 62, Couples Evening Affairs. Dad, come here quickly. At this time, the youngest son Su Yukong shouted over here, and Su Yang and the other person stopped chatting and walked over. Dad, can I buy that Ultraman? Su Yukong pointed to a large Ultraman toy on a shelf above and asked. Su Yang took a look at the Ultraman. Although it was a toy, it was quite big. Su Yang must be familiar with Ultraman. This is the unique culture of the island country. Do you believe in light? Before becoming a father, Su Yang's only knowledge of Ultraman was Ultraman Tiga. Later, the eldest son began to know how to watch TV, and he liked watching Ultraman. So he began to know about Zero, Tiga, 7, the first generation, Jack, Zoffy, as well as Orb, Jeed, and Zeta. and the relationship between Ultra Father and Ultra King. But being able to call out the names is one thing. So many Ultramen look the same, and he can't recognize every one of them. Just like he now doesn't know how to distinguish between the first generation, Jack, and Zafy. Obviously, these three look exactly the same. But his two sons, especially the eldest son, know all the Ultraman characters very well. And can also distinguish each one. Don't we have a lot of Ultraman at home? Why do you want to buy more? This one is bigger. This reason is very convincing. You are not allowed to buy it. Su Wei disagreed. I just said that you can only buy 2 large ones, but you can buy 3 small ones. You already have 2 excavators. Su Wei did not directly object to the purchase. I took a look at the price and found that the Ultraman toy was a little cheaper than the 2 excavator toys in my youngest son's hands. If you want to buy it, then you put an excavator back. The younger son was confused. But I want to buy all 3. Then do you have the money to buy it? Dad has it? Su Yang shook his head and said, Dad has no money. All the money he has comes from Mom. Su Yukong turned his head and glanced at Su Wei, knowing that there was no chance of getting her to agree to buy it. He looked at Su Yang again. Dad. It's no use for you to call Daddy at this time. Seeing this, Su Yukong finally grunted and put one of the excavators back. Are you sure you want to change it? Su Yukong thought about it, then picked up the excavator toy he had just put down. I asked my brother to buy it. Su Yang. I'm not buying it. Su Yuan is the older brother, it is even more impossible for him to suffer this loss. Unlike the younger son who only chose 2 excavators, he picked an excavator and a remote control car. As expected of the eldest brother, he is older and smarter than the second brother. Okay, I'll buy the excavator first, and Ultraman next time. Su Wei said, your idea is really good. Su Yang looked at the toys his 2 sons were holding and asked, have you chosen everything? If you have, go and pay now. All right. It's not that Su Yuan has no interest in Ultraman now, but his interest is not as strong as before. Su Yukong was reluctant to leave and couldn't help but look at it a few more times, but in the end he didn't change it. By the way, Dad, didn't you just agree that if we buy 2 big ones, we can add a small one? Su Yuan suddenly said something. Before Su Yang could say anything, his youngest son started yelling. Then I want to buy an Ultraman. If not a big one, I'll buy a small one. Su Yang. Su Wei. After returning, the 2 sons looked very satisfied. With 3 toys per person, they will definitely not ask to buy any toys in the short term. During this trip, Su Yang also earned nearly 100 labor points. The labor value of the 2 sons is the minimum daily harvest. Because they had to go to school the next day, Su Yang didn't let them play for too long. After taking a shower at 8:30, I chatted with them for a while and let them go to bed before 9:30. After coaxing his 2 sons to sleep, Su Yang came out of the room and saw Su Wei sitting on the sofa flipping through a book, still wearing her daytime clothes. Haven't you taken a shower yet? Su Wei put down the book in her hand, raised her head and gave Su Yang a charming look. It seems like we haven't taken a shower together for a while. Let's take a shower together tonight. Every time a couple takes a bath together, it must take a lot of time. This time, it took half an hour less than expected. There was no way. He didn't dare to touch Su Wei now. After blow-drying Su Wei's hair, she suddenly felt sleepy. Wife, you seem to have a good appetite lately. Su Yang suddenly asked. Su Wei nodded, I find it strange too. I remember when I was pregnant with Shaoan, I started having morning sickness in the 7th week, maybe because it was my first child. Su Yang couldn't remember the exact time, but it was probably around that time. Su Wei smiled and said, at that time, I had just gotten pregnant with Shaoan, and no one had any experience. I searched a lot of information online, saying that pregnant women need to take supplements. Then you accompanied me for midnight snacks every day. I didn't expect that I didn't gain any weight, but you gained several pounds instead. When mentioning this, Su Yang touched his belly. He has managed his body well and hasn't developed a beer belly yet. Maybe I'm not old enough yet. It may also be because he was a little busy at work before, and it was impossible for him to be in a completely relaxed state. I want to gain weight, but I haven't reached that point yet. Now he is worried that if he has no more time, he will start to gain weight. I was really worried that you would be hungry. I remember that you ate supper every night and gained 6 pounds in half a month. I was shocked. So, why do you want to gain weight when I'm pregnant? This. Su Yang was stumped for a moment. Su Wei chuckled, how about, when you accompany me for midnight snack, you can have double the servings of these too. Don't do it. I'm afraid you'll dislike me then. Su Wei pouted her lips, revealing a girlish look, and then asked, if I gain weight suddenly after giving birth to my third child, will you dislike me? Su Wei looked at Su Yang, when you had no money, I was a little less worried. But now we have some money on hand. What should I do if you really despise me? Su Yang said without much thought, if your weight increases dramatically, then I will eat double the midnight snack to keep you gaining weight. Su Wei chuckled, after all this talk, you still remember that midnight snack. However, Su Yang's words still made Su Wei feel relieved. In fact, even if you have gained weight, you are still a beautiful mother. Su Yang looked at Su Wei and continued, have you ever seen a fat man who is called a handsome father? When I send my son to school and then go to buy oranges, I guess they won't feel the father's love when they see my back, but will just think I walk clumsily. Puff. Okay, I won't tell you anymore. Now that Su Wei was feeling sleepy, she really wanted to lie down on the bed and sleep. I'm going to bed first, you should go too. Good. Su Yang gave Su Wei a goodnight kiss and then walked into the study. As soon as he sat down at the computer, Su Yang received a message from Li Jun in their group of only 3 people, and tagged him. Yang, have you watched the news? It seems like something big has happened. Chapter 63, The Poison Queen and the Crystal Shoes Work Together. Su Yang looked at the content of the message and for a moment he didn't understand what the big deal Li Jun was talking about. Su Yang, what's the big deal? You didn't make over 100,000 today, and couldn't help but chat with some young woman who worked hard for a living and talk about her dreams, and then got caught on the spot. Li Jun, get out. Joyful and brilliant, Jun, you were arrested? Li Jun, no, can't you two hope that I get better? I mean, did you see the news today? After Li Jun sent the message, he sent a link. Su Yang clicked it. After reading the content, I was also a little surprised. Yang Pengshan is dead. This is really a big deal. Although he certainly didn't have a good impression of Yang Pengshan, there was no hatred between them. If there is anyone who wants him to die the most, it must be Yang Pengxing. According to news reports, Yang Pengshan's ship encountered extreme weather. While rushing to the shore against strong winds and waves, it hit a reef and the cabin was immediately flooded. Then the strong wind and waves overturned the boat. Yang Pengshan has lived by the sea for many years and was a fisherman in the past, so he is naturally good at swimming. Even though the boat capsized, they were wearing life jackets, and the heavy rain stopped shortly after they capsized. Logically speaking, no accidents should happen. At most the ship hit a reef and capsized, resulting in some property loss, but I didn't expect that people would lose their lives. The news mentioned that Yang Pengshan's fatal injury was in the head. He was hit on the head by a hard object on the boat when it capsized. When he fell into the water, he immediately passed out and eventually drowned. Several people who went out to sea with him were all rescued, except Yang Pengshan who died. Was this taken away by God? I wonder if Yang Pengxing was beating gongs and drums to celebrate at that time. Su Yang had no emotions about the death of a man like Yang Pengshan. I wasn't familiar with it. Moreover, if they had not encountered extreme weather, they would definitely have been entangled by Yang Pengshan when they came out of Gia Reef. Even if he didn't rob, his provocative behavior would make people feel uncomfortable. Su Yang, that guy was taken away by God. His death has nothing to do with us anyway. Leji Shanghui, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Jun, didn't Yang and I go fishing during the day? Then Li Jun recounted what happened during the day to Lo Hui in the group. Happy and brilliant, wow. Yang made 4.6 million in one day. Li Jun, yes. I am so envious that even Kuner is still excited. Leji Shanghui, no wonder you want to talk about life with those diligent and studious women. It seems that you want to reduce Kuner's excitement. Li Jun, get lost. Stop making up rumors. Even if you are my brother, I will sue you for defamation. Extreme joy makes one brilliant, 4.6 million a day, I would be envious and excited too. Happy and brilliant, Yang, how could you get rich secretly? Brother, I really can't bear to see you poor, but you suddenly drive a Land Rover, and I envy you. Joyful and brilliant, brother Yang, please take me with you and hold my thigh. Li Jun, can warm the bed and act cute. Su Yang, get out. Extremely happy, get out. After chatting in the group for a while and agreeing on a time for dinner, Su Yang put his phone aside and ignored it. Su Yang turned on the computer and entered the author's backend. Because it is a short story, Su Yang only opens it every evening to look at the data. This data has skyrocketed dramatically. Because it was just a fairy tale, Su Yang only published a few to test the waters. Although the market for paper reading has been squeezed by electronic reading and there is not much room left, he still feels that fairy tales are more suitable to be presented in paper form. Originally, Su Yang just wanted to test the waters, but he didn't expect the data to explode. Su Yang published 6 articles in total. The best data are Snow White and Cinderella, followed by Little Red Riding Hood and the Farmer and the Devil. The popularity of Snow White and Cinderella is as high as The World and the Dream. Su Yang looked at his income. Just from writing 6 fairy tales in just a few days, he earned over 30,000 yuan in royalties. Su Yang took the phone and entered the literature website app, and found that the most conspicuous recommendation on the homepage was actually his 6 fairy tales. This made him feel a little magical. Who could have thought that fairy tales could one day reach that position? And it was airdropped in just a few days. Su Yang took a look and found that in addition to the daily income from royalties, there were also some gift rewards. Su Yang does not have a strong dream of becoming a writer, but he is naturally grateful that his short stories are loved by so many readers. After expressing his gratitude, when Su Yang was about to close the background, he found an unread message, so he clicked it and took a look. He thought it was a private message from some activity on the website, but he didn't expect it to be a message from the editor. Does he have an editor? Su Yang had forgotten everything. He just signed the contract and submitted it. After it passed the review, he didn't bother to pay attention to anything else. The contact information left by the editor is QQ number. Since the launch of WeChat, the usage rate of QQ has become less and less. Su Yang is still alive when QQ was being used. Even though it is now the WeChat era, QQ still has to be retained. Before I was fired from my original company, I would occasionally use it at work, although not very often. I don't have to go to work these days and have rarely touched the computer, so naturally I haven't logged into QQ. Su Yang will add the editor. It didn't take long for the editor to approve the friend message. Su Yang didn't say any polite words and went straight to the point. Editor, dear, actually a publishing house has taken a fancy to the 6 fairy tales you published and would like to ask if you have any other fairy tales on hand. Editor, if so, you can choose to publish them in a book. If not, then I will discuss with you the publication of these 6 fairy tales. Su Yang, will there be a collection of other fairy tales? Editor, yes. So it would be best if you have other fairy tales on hand, so that you can publish them separately. Editor, for publishing, there are 2 options, profit sharing and buyout. Editor, since yours is a short story, my suggestion is to buy it out directly. The price offered by the other party is not low. Of course, the credit is still yours. Editor, if you choose to profit from the profits, it is better to publish it in a separate volume. However, if you choose to publish it in a separate volume, you can also choose the buyout plan. Messages from the editor came in continuously. Su Yang typed slowly. He could only wait until the editor had sent it before he could choose to reply. Su Yang, I do have a few fairy tales on hand, but I don't know how to use this one. Editor, if you don't understand, the website can help you negotiate. Of course, our advice is to buy out. Su Yang, I will think about it. Maybe you can send me the publisher's contact information so I can get in touch with them. It took a few minutes for the editor to send the publisher's contact information. After Su Yang discussed some related matters with the editor, he closed the chat box. Looking at the contact information sent by the editor, Su Yang really didn't expect that they would enter the stage of discussing publishing so soon. Is it the poisonous queen in Snow White that has taken effect, or is it Cinderella's crystal shoes that have activated the magic? As for the buyout proposal put forward by the editor, even if he didn't know the price offered by the other party, he would not consider this proposal. After adding the contact person from the publishing house, the other party did not immediately accept the friend request, so Su Yang did not pay any more attention to it. After finishing the tasks at hand, Su Yang was ready to start the highlight of the night. Lottery. When they got off the boat during the day, Li Jun was so sympathetic that he wanted to give Lin Hongyu and her daughter a ride. While eating at the restaurant, Lin Hongyu went to the bathroom and Su Yang helped hold the child, doing a lot of work on the child. He currently has 2,312 labor points. So he started his first 10 draw streak tonight. Chapter 64. This reward is just right. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill point 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill point 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining personal attribute point 5. Until the 7th draw, the treasure chest did not appear. Despite the 10 consecutive draws in the last round, a golden box appeared in the last 2. But he didn't think he would have such luck this time. The European Emperor's luck has probably run out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze box. Seeing that he had won the bronze box, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. At least there is a consolation prize. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze box. After 7 draws without any results, Su Yang thought there was no hope. There is only 1 draw left. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Su Yang. The guaranteed gold box is gone. Although a little disappointed, Su Yang felt that something like this would happen sooner or later. But there are at least 2 bronze chests left. See the rewards you get after completing 10 consecutive draws. There are 60 skill points in total, but only 10 personal attribute points. If we consider the last time we drew 10 consecutive draws, getting 2 gold boxes was the best result. Then this wave of 10 consecutive draws should be the worst. Su Yang was hesitating whether to continue with the next wave of 10 consecutive draws. According to the probability of the lottery, if you don't win in the first wave, no good things will appear if you continue to draw. The harder you try to draw, the less good stuff will come out. In the end, Su Yang held back. If the labor value is high, he can compete with this. Even if you can't draw good stuff, adding skill points is also good. But he only has more than 1,300 labor points left now, so there is no need to argue about it. His cooking skill had now reached 145. Without giving it much thought, Su Yang added the 60 skill points he had just drawn. As the skill points reach 205, the cooking level in the skill bar of the personal interface also changes. Cooking, Intermediate 5400. As his cooking skills improved, recipes for several of the 8 major cuisines suddenly appeared in Su Yang's mind. Just like before, he had never cooked Shandong cuisine and Anhui cuisine, and he had only cooked a few dishes of Sichuan cuisine. I didn't expect that after being promoted to an intermediate chef, the recipes and cooking techniques of several additional types of cuisines instantly flooded into my mind. Su Yan was clearly sitting in front of the computer. But at this moment he seemed to see himself standing in front of the stove. He cooks a variety of dishes with great skill. The aroma of braised pork, the deliciousness of steamed fish, the sweet and sour taste of sweet and sour spare ribs, the scallion fried sea cucumber, the braised fish with skin. A pile of dishes was placed in front of me. At the same time, various aromas intertwined together, so real that it made his mouth secrete saliva. Gurgle. Su Yang's stomach suddenly rumbled at this moment, and he felt hungry. This felt amazing to him. It was obviously Lao Wan who treated us today, so he ate a lot. He hadn't had a midnight snack for quite a while, and usually he didn't feel very hungry at this time. Just when various recipes appeared in his mind, his hunger became so strong. Su Yang quickly recalled all the recipes in his mind. If I continue like this, I will probably get hungrier and hungrier. Gurgle. After hearing the protesting sounds from his internal organs again, Su Yang finally stood up and walked out of the room. He went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to see if there was anything else to eat. I took a quick look and saw that there wasn't much in the fridge. Eggs, carrots, some meat, and noodles. It's definitely enough for a midnight snack. But it's almost 12 o'clock now. If I eat more noodles, I'm afraid I won't be able to digest them. In the end, Su Yang held back. He took out half a pack of soda crackers from the cupboard and took a few bites. After temporarily relieving his hunger, Su Yang turned his attention to 2 unopened boxes. Open. With a thought, the bronze box opened automatically. Congratulations on winning 1 bottle of all-purpose seasoning salt unlimited packing version. Note, this item can automatically adapt to the basic saltiness of any dish to make the salt evenly distributed. It can increase appetite and alleviate morning sickness. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This reward was very practical. Although Su Wei has not started to have morning sickness yet. But it doesn't mean it won't come in 2 days. There are only a very small number of pregnant women who do not experience morning sickness. Based on Su Wei's previous experience of being pregnant with her 2 sons, her morning sickness was actually quite severe. Su Yang still remembers that when she was in the period of morning sickness, she often vomited after eating a little. After the entire period of morning sickness, she lost a lot of weight. After the morning sickness period ended, she slowly gained weight. This all-purpose seasoning salt arrives just in time. Next is the final bronze box. Open. Congratulations on winning one bottle of pregnancy flavor fresh soy sauce unlimited edition. Note, soy sauce developed specifically for pregnancy can gently regulate the stomach and intestines while reducing morning sickness by 99.999%. Su Yang took out the Yunwei fresh soy sauce from the space and found that it was a light blue glass bottle. There was nothing else on the bottle except some ingredients. Su Yang took a quick look at the ingredient list, which was the same as what he usually bought. Perhaps this ingredient list was added in order not to attract the attention of other users. After opening the bottle cap, a mild and fresh fragrance immediately wafts out. Su Yang took a sniff. This fresh and fragrant smell was clearly fresh, yet had the mellowness of traditional soy sauce, without the pungent smell of ordinary soy sauce at all. Nowadays, there are more and more varieties of soy sauce, and they are getting fresher and fresher. The original taste of soy sauce disappeared. This smells really good. Su Yang couldn't help but smell it again. Although it is just a seasoning used in daily cooking, it is what Su Yang needs right now. He knew very well how uncomfortable morning sickness was for pregnant women. A lot of delicious food has already been eaten into the stomach, but it will be vomited out the next second. Otherwise, just some smells will cause morning sickness. It just so happened that his cooking skills had been upgraded to the intermediate level, which would come in handy for tomorrow's breakfast. After opening all the bronze treasure chests, I took a look and found that there were still 10 personal attribute points left. Now he is in good health, free of disease and pain, so there is no rush to add something to his health column. Although he wanted to know what changes would occur after breaking through the human limit of 100 and adding attribute points. However, there are 3 personal attributes of the body, and it is estimated that only one of them can reach 100. If the other 2 are not reached, there will be no changes. When eating, the nutrition should be balanced. As for physical condition, you can't just add one more item. After taking a look at strength and agility, Su Yang directly added to agility. As the attribute points were added, a chill ran through the body. It's the same feeling they get when the couple is having fun in the bedroom and reaches the climax. However, the changes in my body now, not only do I not feel tired. He even felt that his 100-meter sprint would improve. Su Yang even wanted to go downstairs to the community and run a lap to see if there was really any improvement. Chapter 65 Temporary Control, Morning Sickness. The next day, Su Yang remembered to go to Hualong Real Estate to participate in the lottery and did not choose to go fishing. However, when he got up early in the morning, he received a message from Yang Pengxing. Because Yang Pengshan had an accident at sea yesterday, all departments will strictly inspect fishing boats going out to sea for fishing during this period. Although in Yang Pengshan's case, it was completely an accident. Who could have thought that even the weather forecast did not indicate that extreme convective weather would occur? But they caught up yesterday. What was even more unexpected was that Yang Pengshan, who was better at swimming than most people, would eventually die in the water. The sudden strict control may be a bit excessive. But after all, someone is dead, and the usual rules don't apply. We need to at least wait for a few days, until the heat of this incident has passed, and then slowly relax control. Su Yang didn't care. This area of sea is temporarily not suitable for fishing. If he wants to go, he can go to another area of sea. Yang Pengxing is a little more conflicted. Yesterday Su Yang caught 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms and 4 lobsters, and sold them for 4.6 million yuan. The news has spread. Ever since Yang Pengxing posted the photo of his first big yellow croaker on his WeChat Moments yesterday, a bunch of people have approached him to reserve spots for today's fishing trip and specify where to go. I even want to meet the great god Su Yang. Unfortunately, Yang Pengshan's accidental death directly ruined his business. He wanted to go out to sea secretly. After thinking about it, I finally decided not to do anything rash at this critical juncture. His ship couldn't go out to sea, and neither could anyone else's. But Yang Pengxing forgot one thing. Just because fishing boats can't go out doesn't mean that fishing boats can't go out. In fact, in the sea area where he fished yesterday, where he caught the big yellow croaker, there were already many fishing boats operating nearby. Not only that, there were also several boats fishing in the dark rock area of Ghost Tooth Reef today. Not to mention the shore. They were lined up in a row, with someone fishing every few meters. Regardless of whether we can catch a big yellow croaker or not, the main purpose is to join in the fun. In addition to the rows of fishermen, there are also a bunch of mobile phone stands behind them that are broadcasting live. It doesn't matter whether you catch fish or not. If you can take advantage of this wave of traffic, you may become a big internet celebrity. Anyway, early this morning, the waters of Hohai have been surrounded. Su Yang felt that he needed to keep a low profile these days. Even if you want to go out to sea to fish, you have to change the place. Today is the weekend and my two sons still have to go to school. After Su Yang woke them up and sent them to school, he earned the minimum labor value for the morning. When he came back, Su Yang bought pork, Chinese cabbage, shrimp, and some beef. After returning home, Su Yang closed the door and heard the sound of water in the bathroom. Su Wei has already gotten up. Su Yang put away the vegetables he bought and walked to the bathroom. "How are you today?" Before he could finish his words, Su Yang saw Su Wei brushing her teeth. Her face changed and she vomited with a vomit. Vomit. I have morning sickness. Su Wei vomited for a long time before she stopped. After Su Yang took a tissue and asked her to wipe her mouth, Su Wei felt as if she was exhausted and had no strength at all. Go and take a rest. Although I know that the day of morning sickness will come sooner or later. Su Wei has also experienced 2 episodes of morning sickness. But every time I have morning sickness, it feels terrible. Looking at Su Wei's appearance at this moment, Su Yang could understand a bit. He used to drink occasionally when he dined with clients. I drank too much twice and vomited. That feeling is very uncomfortable. And this is only the first day of morning sickness. Once it starts, I'm likely to have it several times a day. If morning sickness is too severe, you may vomit even if you smell something irritating. After Su Wei sat down on the sofa, Su Yang went to clean the dirty things on the wash basin. After cleaning thoroughly, Su Yang walked up to Su Wei. Are you feeling better? Su Wei nodded, then spoke in a weak tone. It's all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly mentioned morning sickness yesterday, it might not have started. Su Yang smiled and said, it seems that the 2 fortune tellers in my belly heard it. I think it's the god of wealth. If it were a girl, she wouldn't have gone against you. They are now against you. Su Wei glared at Su Yang and said, don't show off. The more you show off now, the more likely Huang Mao will stop you from showing off. Su Yang. Looking at Su Yang's deflated expression, Su Wei felt proud. When is the real estate lottery? 10:30. It's still early. I'll wash my face and have breakfast before going over. After a pause, Su Wei asked again, what do you want to eat in the morning? I bought pork, Chinese cabbage, shrimp and beef. I will make Chinese cabbage and lean meat porridge, and then stir-fry shrimp and scrambled eggs. Save the remaining beef for dinner. Su Wei hesitated and said, that's fine, but you don't have to cook so much. Since you've started to have morning sickness, I'm afraid you'll throw up whatever you eat later. I've watched a lot of cooking videos online recently, especially those on how to relieve morning sickness. Today, they came in handy. Su Wei chuckled, you are planning to use me as a guinea pig? Definitely not. After studying cooking for a few days, I found that my cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. You learned it by watching the video? Shouldn't it be that you can do it with your eyes, but not with your hands? You'll find out in a moment. Su Yang's cooking skills are not particularly bad. As for his progress, Su Wei didn't know to what extent he had improved. Su Wei ignored her and went to wash her face. Su Yang went into the kitchen and washed and cut the pork he had just bought. While cutting pork, Su Yang discovered that his knife skills had improved a lot. He just forgot to buy a potato or tofu and wanted to see if he could cut the potato quickly and finely. Also, can the tofu be cut to the same quality as Wensi tofu? However, it has been fully verified that after reaching the intermediate level of cooking skills, cooking techniques and knife skills will improve accordingly. After cooking the porridge, Su Yang cleaned the shrimps and took out a few eggs from the refrigerator. When he saw that the porridge was almost done, Su Yang took out the all-purpose seasoning salt that the system rewarded him last night and sprinkled it into the pot. Then I added a little bit of soy sauce provided by the system to make it more flavorful. After stirring evenly, turn off the heat. Then Su Yang served it out and set it aside to dry, then started to fry the eggs. Su Wei originally wanted to go in and take a look, but she was worried that the smell of oil smoke inside would make her unable to bear it, so in the end she did not go in and sat on the sofa and looked at her phone for a while. The porridge is ready, you can eat it. Su Wei walked over. It smells so good. The fragrance made Su Wei feel hungry. I had just vomited out everything in my stomach, and when I smelled this fragrance again, a feeling of hunger suddenly surged up in me. Su-wei first tested the temperature, and when it didn't feel hot, she took a bite. Ha! After taking a bite, Su-wei was surprised. The porridge you cooked today is indeed tastier than usual. I've been told that my cooking skills have improved. Su-wei smiled and quickly finished the bowl. Normally she would feel that one bowl was enough. Maybe it was because she had just vomited, but also because the porridge was really delicious, she wanted to have another bowl. Just a little worried. She had just eaten a bowl of soup and had no signs of morning sickness. She was worried that if she ate again, she would vomit out everything she had just eaten. Chapter 66, Making Friends Out of Nothing. Chapter 67. After hesitating, Su-wei decided to eat another bowl. Honey, this shrimp fried egg is delicious. Just now, Su-wei was afraid that she would vomit, so she only drank porridge. Now I took a bite of the shrimp scrambled egg, and it felt like the egg really melted in my mouth. The shrimp meat is also very fresh and has no fishy smell when eaten. Hubby, how come your cooking is so delicious all of a sudden? Su Yang took a bite of the shrimp scrambled eggs, and the taste was indeed completely different from what he had made before. The taste was even better than what he had eaten in star-rated hotels. This is the intermediate level of cooking. Don't think that I watch so many food videos for nothing. I memorized the recipes and every step. Su-wei was puzzled and asked, I usually watch it, but why isn't it as delicious as what you cook? You usually watch it, but when you're cooking, you always like to add something on impulse, or add more water if you see that there's not enough. Su-yan looked at Su-wei and smiled, I will strictly follow the steps and do it 1:1. I will definitely not make any mistakes. Really? Su-wei was skeptical. But when I think about it, she does often have inspiration when cooking, or she innovates on her own. After finishing the second bowl of porridge, Su-wei was already 70% full. Although she could still eat a little more, she didn't dare to eat anymore. Honey, the porridge and fried shrimp and scrambled eggs you cooked today are so delicious. If I wasn't afraid of vomiting later, I would have eaten another bowl. Eat if you want. Su-wei hesitated for a moment, but finally shook her head. Forget it. If I vomit later, all I just ate would be in vain. Su-yan didn't force it. I glanced at Su-wei and she didn't seem to be showing any signs of morning sickness. It's worthy of being a seasoning sent by the system. After Su-yang finished cooking, he put the all-purpose seasoning salt and fresh soy sauce back into the system space. Su-wei started to have morning sickness, so she was no longer needed to do things like cooking. After drinking 2 bowls of porridge, Su-wei was very careful when going out, for fear of vomiting. Morning sickness is a very strange thing. When you don't have a reaction, you 1T vomit no matter how much you eat. Once it starts, even the slightest pungent smell can cause discomfort. Su-wei even wanted to not participate in the lottery and let Su-yang go alone. But in the end, she couldn't resist Su-yang and went out. Su-wei, feeling nervous as if she was going to vomit at any time, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she arrived at the door of Hualong Real Estate Sales Department. Strange, I didn't vomit. Honey, send me the link to the video you watched online so I can watch it too. What link? A link to an island love action movie? Go, get serious. Su-wei spat, the one who cooks. Didn't you say that following the instructions in the video can reduce morning sickness? Let me take a look too. I'll go back and look for this. You know, I usually never pay attention to videos I watch, I just wait for big data to push similar ones. Su-wei was speechless for a while. You're acting really strange. It's not surprising, many people are like this. Su-wei was not in a hurry to get it. Take a deep breath of fresh air after getting off the bus. By the way, honey, please send me the link to that Japanese movie you just mentioned tonight. Su-yang looked puzzled. You are in this state, and you still watch something so exciting? It's not like the couple had never watched this kind of movie together. A friend of mine asked me the other day if I had any, and I just happened to think of this. Friends from nothing, or Cece? Don't worry about that. Su-wei naturally didn't explain. The two walked into the sales office, where there were already quite a few people. Today's lucky draw is open to everyone, whether you have already purchased a house or have viewed a house before. Real estate companies are casting a wide net. Regardless of whether the deal can be concluded, invite the people first. There are only a few grand prizes, and you may not win them. If among the people who come to participate in the lottery there are customers who have viewed the house before and are still hesitating, Came here today suddenly determined to make a deal. That's obviously earned. Mr. Su, you are here. Hearing a familiar voice, Su Yang turned around and saw Zhou Xiuli walking towards them. Just like the last time they met, Zhou Xiuli was wearing formal attire, but her makeup seemed more delicate today. However, it is normal to wear makeup when working in a sales department. Besides, for jobs like this, companies usually require you to wear makeup. Mr. Su, the lucky draw will start in half an hour, please find a seat first. Su Yang asked, how do you draw? The host will call the number later. Zhou Xiuli took out a number plate as she spoke. You are number 18. But let me tell you, even though you are number 18, the draw is not in order. You can only go up to draw the lottery according to the number called by the host. Su Yang took the number plate and joked, it has a FA at the end. I wonder if I can win the grand prize. Zhou Xiuli smiled and said, I hope Mr. Su and Ms. Su can win the grand prize. Ms. Zhou, what is the special prize? I don't know either. Su Wei glanced at the prize. Although there are several grand prizes available and dozens of people have participated, it may not be their turn. After chatting with Zhou Xiuli about the house for a while, Su Yang and the other man took their seats while Zhou Xiuli went to greet other guests. About half an hour later, two hosts, a man and a woman, came on stage. After all, it is a real estate event, so the host will inevitably introduce the properties. Next, the developer representative spoke. This process is actually a bit boring. After all, most of the people who came today came for the lucky draw. If you really want to hear about the structure of a house, it would be better to go directly to the sales lady and let them introduce it to you. 20 minutes later, the lottery officially began. Su Yang had heard from Zhou Xiuli before that the order of the draw was not based on numbers, but the host randomly drew numbers from a box. The first to come on stage were number 9, a middle-aged couple. They didn't win the grand prize, but only the Outstanding Customer Award. The reward they received was a set of cups printed with the words Hualong Real Estate and priced at 500 yuan. The second one was number 12, who also didn't win the grand prize, but got an umbrella priced at 500 yuan. The prize value is certainly inflated, but at least it can give participants some comfort. Then a few more people went up, but none of them won the grand prize. Just when everyone thought there was no grand prize at all, couple number 37 won the second prize, and the scene suddenly became exciting. It turns out that the grand prize really exists. Before everyone calmed down, another lady won the first prize. The scene became even more lively. This event has 2 first prizes, 3 second prizes, and 4 third prizes. 1 first prize has been drawn, and there is still 1 first prize and a special prize left. Those whose numbers had not been called began to get anxious. Next, please invite number 18 to come on stage to draw the lottery. When they heard the host calling their numbers, Su Yang and Su Wei stood up. Honey, why don't you go up and draw the lottery yourself? I'm a little nervous. Besides, I'm a sucker for winning the lottery, so I'm afraid I won't win. Why should we be so nervous? At worst, there will be a consolation prize. Su Wei thought about it and decided to go on stage with Su Yang. Although Su Yang had received a house purchase coupon before, he was still unsure at the moment. Chapter 67 Su Wei, it feels like a dream. Su Yang walked onto the stage holding Su Wei's hand. When standing on the lottery table, Su Yang felt that Su Wei was a little sweaty. Hubby, it's a bit uncomfortable to be stared at by so many people at once. Su Wei said softly. Su Yang smiled and said, don't be nervous, just treat it as a game. When you were working before, you were trained in front of hundreds of employees. That's different. Training and lottery are 2 completely different things. Besides, when I was undergoing training, those were all my colleagues. And now the people below are all strangers. In addition, I haven't been to work for many years and have rarely experienced situations like this, so I was naturally a little nervous. At this time, the host walked towards them with a microphone in his hand. Who's going to draw, you two? The host pointed to a red lottery box in front of him and said. You two can draw together, but you can only draw 1 envelope. If you draw 2, it will be invalid. Su Wei thought for a moment and said, Hubby, you should come. I have never won any prizes since I was a child. Su Yang smiled and said, there's nothing to worry about. Maybe you didn't win the prize before because it was a small prize and you didn't think highly of it. Now there is a chance that a big prize will be drawn, and you will suddenly become the emperor of luck. I am afraid that you will win the special prize later. Su Wei pursed her lips and chuckled, "You make it sound like there are special prizes everywhere." After Su Yang said this, Su Wei didn't feel nervous anymore. She took a deep breath and reached into the red lottery box. Su Wei felt that there were quite a few envelopes inside. He swirled his hands around inside, and the papers rustled. She didn't pick and choose, just picked one at random and took out the red envelope. The host looked at Su Wei and asked, "Would you two like to open it yourselves, or would you like us to open it for you?" "Let's do it." Su Wei had already drawn the envelope, so it was natural for him to draw the prize. The 10% off purchase coupon awarded by the system is in his possession, although it is not certain that the reward will remain unchanged if Su Wei opens it. In order to avoid any unexpected events, he opened it himself. After Su Yang opened the envelope, there was a lottery ticket inside. Su Wei stood next to him. The two hosts were also staring at his movements from the left and right. As the lottery ticket was opened, Su Wei was stunned. Special prize. She thought she had seen it wrong, so she rubbed her eyes and looked again carefully. The next second, Su Wei hugged Su Yang excitedly. "Honey, we won the special prize." "What? Special prize?" The crowd below the stage also became excited. The two hosts quickly took the lottery ticket from Su Yang, on which were clearly written the words "special prize." "Wow! It really is the special prize." The host couldn't help but get excited. They have hosted many lottery events, and occasionally someone has won the first prize, but since the establishment of the special prize, no one has ever won it. Unexpectedly, they encountered it today. Special prize. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Number 18 for winning the special prize of this lottery, the hostess announced loudly. The scene instantly erupted in warm applause and exclamations. Su Wei's inner excitement at this moment could no longer be expressed in words. "Hubby, did we really win the special prize?" "Of course it's true. I told you that you didn't win the lottery before because you were destined to be the one who wins the big prizes and don't care about the small prizes." Su Wei could no longer suppress the smile on her face. She originally just thought that if she could draw a third prize, she would be satisfied. "I didn't expect to win the special prize, it was totally unexpected." Next, Mr. Shui Shenghua, General Manager of Hualong Real Estate Company, will present the special prize to couple number 18. As soon as the host finished speaking, a fat middle-aged man walked over with a golden envelope in his hand. Shui Shenghua handed the golden envelope to Su Yang. "The grand prize is a 10% discount coupon for buying a house. With this coupon, you too can buy any house under our company at a 10% discount. At the same time, this coupon also includes decoration. Decoration costs within 1 million are all included." There was another exclamation from the audience. Even the lady who just won the first prize felt that the first prize in her hand was not worth much at this moment. Su Yang took the envelope from Shui Shenghua, while Su Wei was still in a daze. It was only when Su Yang reminded her that she had to take a photo that she came back to her senses. After taking the photo, the two returned to their seats, but everyone was staring at them, especially at the golden envelope in Su Yang's hand that contained a 10% off housing coupon. "Honey, am I dreaming?" Because the first prize is worth 39,999 yuan, she thought that the special prize, although certainly higher than the first prize, would probably also be worth 59,999 yuan. Even if it is bigger, it will probably be 99,999 yuan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a 10% discount coupon for buying a house. This huge surprise completely stunned her. "Would you like me to kiss you so you can confirm whether you are dreaming or not?" Because there were a lot of people staring at her, Su Wei still felt a little embarrassed. But she knew that this was not a dream, they had really won the grand prize. "Honey, if we buy a villa, can we use this 90% discount coupon?" Before Su Yang could answer, Zhou Shili walked over quickly with an undisguised look of surprise on her face. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, congratulations on winning the grand prize." Zhou Shili didn't know that the grand prize was a 10% discount coupon for buying a house. If she knew, she would definitely ask her family to participate in the lottery. Such lottery activities will be held every day if the company launches a new property. Or sometimes when you want to hold a promotion to attract a lot of people to see the house, it will be exciting. But in previous raffles, even the special prize, the usual prizes were only 100,000 yuan for decoration costs. If the customer is not using the item for the time being, they can exchange it for cash at a 50% discount. Who could have imagined that the prize for this special prize was beyond everyone's imagination? "Ms. Zhou, I have to thank you again this time. If you hadn't notified us to come to the lottery, we wouldn't have won this special prize. Jo Shirley smiled and waved her hand. I was just responsible for notifying you. After all, you happened to come to see the house that day and you are eligible. As for winning the first prize, that's just your luck. Although she was envious, Jo Shirley knew that this kind of thing could not be achieved by envy. She didn't just notify Su Yang and his wife to come over. That night, she sent the lottery information to almost all the guests who had come to see the house recently. Many people came among them. They didn't win the lottery, but Su Yang and his wife did, so it was their luck. Mr. Su, how do you plan to use this 90% off coupon? Jo Shirley took this opportunity to ask a question. Su Wei asked directly, Miss Shou, if we want to buy a villa, can we use this voucher? Of course. Let's sign the contract now. Chapter 68 Double Surprise. When leaving the Hualong real estate sales office, Su Wei still felt it was magical. Honey, have we bought the villa? Wife, you can wake up now. Moo-ah. Su Wei kissed Su Yang. I never thought that we would win the special prize. Su Yang smiled and said, I told you before that you didn't win the lottery because you looked down on those small prizes. Look, you made a move and saved our family several million. So, you are a great contributor to the purchase of the villa. Okay, I'll take the credit. If you make me unhappy in the future, I can justifiably kick you out. After saying that, Su Wei started laughing. Although it was magical, they had already signed a contract with Jo Shirley in the sales office just now, and paid the full amount directly. The money I can currently come up with is naturally the full amount. So when can we move in? To say that you don't want to move in right away is, of course, deceiving yourself. Definitely not that fast. Su Yang looked at Su Wei and said, what style of decoration do you need? And how to decorate it? I will discuss this with the decoration company later. After a pause, Su Yang suddenly thought of something. Oh, how could I forget that your major is interior decoration? Su Wei looked at Su Yang with a smile. I thought you had forgotten my major. Su Yang really forgot. After her eldest son was born, Su Wei became a full-time housewife. Although I still take some orders occasionally. But after leaving the company, it is impossible to earn much by taking orders on my own. With the birth of her second son, she no longer had time to even touch the computer, let alone take orders. But I'm worried about you now. No, I have to come up with the decoration design myself. Su Wei shook her head. When I bought the house I live in now, I bought a fully furnished house to save trouble. The decoration inside, although not particularly bad, at least did not meet my requirements. There was no other way at that time, as manpower and budget were limited. Now I have to design this villa myself. Her major is design, and she has always been thinking that she must design her own house in the future. She missed the first house. In fact, after moving in, Su Wei always felt regretful. You know, many people can probably only buy one house in their lifetime. Based on their previous income, they didn't know if they would have the chance to buy a second house in this lifetime. So for a long time, she lamented to Su Yang that if she had not been so anxious at that time, she could have bought the unfinished house next door, and then the house could have been designed according to her favorite style. She originally thought that she had no chance, but she didn't expect that she would have this opportunity again. Naturally, she would not miss it again. Okay, I'll leave the house to you to design in the style you like. Thank you, husband. Su Yang scratched her nose and said, what's there to thank me for? If I really want to thank someone, I should thank you. After a pause, Su Yang continued, but you still have to take care of yourself. Especially in the first 3 months, you must not overwork yourself. Su Wei also knew that the first 3 months were the critical period. So when are we going to tell my parents about buying a new house? Su Yang thought for a moment and said, how about this? After 12 weeks, I'll give them a double surprise. Good. Su Wei thought so too. The house has indeed been bought, but the baby in my belly is not yet in a stable period. I had a prenatal checkup a few days ago. The next one will usually be between 11 and 13 weeks, so I should try to be careful during this period. After returning home, Su Yang suddenly thought of something. Now that we have bought the house, we have some spare money. Do you want to start a small business, such as a maternity and baby store or a baby swimming pool? Su Wei looked curious. Why did you suddenly think of opening this? Su Yang naturally couldn't say it, because these two methods were easier to obtain labor value. Especially for baby swimming pools, if the business is booming, you can earn a lot of labor value every day. The confinement center has also been considered. Although there are many babies delivered in confinement centers every day, such centers not only have many procedures but also require a professional team, including nurses, nannies, nutritionists, etc., and practitioners must hold a health certificate and professional qualification certificate. Although these people can be hired at high salaries, it is difficult to handle in a short period of time. Wrong. Su Yang suddenly thought of a solution. He can just buy a store. The ones that come from confinement centers are too popular, and it's hard to sell them. After all, they are making money, so there is no way the boss would sell it. If the premium is too high, it's not worth it. A baby swimming pool would be better. Moreover, he has more opportunities to interact with children than in a confinement center. The labor value multiplier obtained from January to March is the same, so it is safer to open a baby swimming pool. He glanced at the skill column and found that there was indeed a skill called baby care. However, unlike other skills, this skill currently does not even meet the entry-level standards. However, if he decides to open a maternal and child care center such as a baby swimming pool, he can directly improve his skill of infant care. Besides, this skill will come in handy soon after the two babies come out of Su Wei's belly. How about this? I decided to open a baby swimming pool first. Even though he can go out to sea to fish, a person must always have a main occupation. Fishing would be considered a waste of time. Besides, the purpose of running a baby swimming pool is not to make money, but to obtain more labor value. Being able to make money is naturally a better thing. Otherwise, if he didn't have a main business to support himself, and suddenly bought a house and a car, and went out fishing every day, when he returned to the village, people might think that the money came from unknown sources. Su Wei looked at Su Yang, who seemed to be thinking about something, and couldn't help asking, "Husband, do you have a plan in mind?" Su Yang nodded. "Actually, I was just thinking, since we have some spare money now, we can try to do some small business. It can increase your income, and I think you can also feel more at ease." These words really hit the nail on the head for Su Wei. Su Yang did make a lot of money from fishing these days, and she knew that Su Yang's money was clean. But now I have bought a house, even if I still have some savings. Just because Su Yang made money from fishing these days doesn't mean he can make money from fishing every day. The various prenatal checkups for the third child, as well as the various expenses for confinement, all cost money. If she had a stable store, Su Wei would feel more at ease even if the income was a little lower. It's not impossible to open a baby swimming pool. But now many maternity and baby stores offer this service, so the competition will probably be quite fierce. The existence of competition also means that there is a market. Su Wei thought about it and decided that it was worth a try. So where are we going to open it? There's no rush. I'll do some market research in the next 2 days. This is also my job, so it's not a difficult task. Since you already have a plan, I will naturally support you. Su Wei naturally would not object. She also hopes that Su Yang can succeed, so that she will be more confident when he returns to her parents' home with her. Chapter 69 Market Research, Temporary Plan. Because of the accident that happened to young Pengshan at sea, the entire Hohai area was under control for half a month. In the past half month, Su Yang has not gone out to sea to fish. It's not that money isn't valuable. But I'm busy dealing with house matters for a while. Including the decoration company also needs to be coordinated. Zhou Xiuli will follow up on the house side. Although she bought the villa at a 10% discount, the company did not reduce her commission. Zhou Xiuli also earned a lot of commission from this order. So she was also quite enthusiastic about Su Yang's house. Hualong Real Estate has several cooperating decoration companies, but not every decoration completed by each company can satisfy the owners. In this regard, Zhou Xiuli selected several decoration companies with better prices and quality to connect with Su Yang. After various selections, we finally chose a decoration company called Dafeng in the city. Although the price offered by the other party was not the cheapest, Su Yang was very satisfied after seeing their renovated house. Regarding the renovation costs, Hualong Real Estate said at the time that it would cover everything within 1 million yuan. But we still have to talk about the price. If you don't bargain, the 1 million will be based on the price charged by the decoration company. If you bargain, the 1 million will be based on your own ideas. The final effect is completely different. After negotiating with the decoration company, Su Yang did not start work immediately. Firstly, Su Wei's drawings have not come out yet. Secondly, even if we start work, we have to choose an auspicious day. Because they had discussed before that they were going to give their parents a double surprise, they planned to wait until Su Wei was 12 weeks pregnant before telling them. According to the decoration time given by the decoration company, all the main materials are in place and it can be completed within 2 to 3 months. After the decoration is completed, you certainly cannot move in right away. You have to connect the house together and finally test whether the formaldehyde content exceeds the standard before you can move in. It's entirely possible to complete it in time before the third child is born. Although Su Yang has not gone out fishing in the past half month, he has been conducting market research recently in order to find a good place to open a baby swimming pool. I also visited various baby swimming pools to find out. At the same time, he also obtained a lot of labor points. He was ready for a luxurious lottery tonight. There are currently 30 maternal and child stores in the city that offer baby swimming services, 5 of which are profitable. Although the profit of the 10th store is not as high as the first 5, after deducting labor and rent, they are still profitable. The remaining 10 companies are barely able to break even. As for the remaining 5, they are currently making losses due to the impact of their locations. Among the 5 stores, 4 have posted notices of popular shop transfer. As for the remaining family, since it is their own house, even though it is also incurring losses, they have no intention of transferring it for the time being. However, among the 30 companies, except for the 5 most profitable ones, the others have the idea of transferring. Many of them asked for the price. Probably because some people asked for the price, many of them asked for a very high price directly, as if they wanted to make back the money they had lost over the years from the transfer fee while transferring the property. As a result, when the people who asked for the price heard that the transfer fee was so high, they were immediately discouraged and ran away without even looking back. After Su Yang surveyed the market, he eliminated those properties with poor locations. He doesn't have to make money. But if the location is too bad and no customers come, then it will be meaningless. At the same time, the transfer fees are the highest. Firstly, the location itself is not particularly good, and the transfer fee is ridiculously high, and he is not doing charity. If the transfer fee is the same, even if it is slightly more expensive, he will definitely choose the Vaughn area. After eliminating those baby swimming pools with poor locations and ridiculously high transfer fees, Su Yang focused his attention on several stores with a certain amount of customer traffic and relatively reasonable transfer fees. He once again conducted in-depth inspections around these candidate stores to learn in detail about the surrounding residents' consumption level, population density, and number of potential customers. After several days of detailed analysis, Su Yang preliminarily selected 2 stores. One is located at the main entrance of a large residential area, surrounded by several schools and kindergartens and with a large flow of people. Moreover, most of the residents are young families who invest heavily in their children's lives and education, and have a high acceptance of emerging consumer projects such as baby swimming pools. The other is located near a mid to high-end community. Although the store area is not very large, the surrounding residents have strong purchasing power and high requirements for quality and service. If we could open a baby swimming pool here, focusing on high-end services, it should be able to attract a lot of customers. Su Yang decided to talk to the owners of the 2 stores. I told Su Wei about this while having breakfast. Would you like to come with me? Su Wei yawned. It's been 10 weeks and she's starting to get a little lethargic. I won't go there. Su Wei shook her head. I feel sleepy after eating recently. I am almost turning into a pig. And my weight is obviously increasing every day. Su Wei looked puzzled. I remember when I was pregnant with my 2 sons, especially Shao Kong, morning sickness was tormenting me to death. These 2 are strange. They vomited once that day and never vomited again. Su Yang naturally would not tell her that this was because of the universal seasoning salt and soy sauce provided by the system. No morning sickness, which is a good thing. And it's already 10 weeks. Should we go for a prenatal checkup next week or 12 weeks later? Su Wei thought for a moment and asked, what will be included in the prenatal checkup next week? NT test and chorionic villus scan to confirm whether it is monochorionic or dichorionic. Su Wei hesitated for a moment and said, then let's do it next week. She was also a little impatient to meet the 2 little ones in her belly. Even though it's only been less than 10 weeks, she seems to be slowly becoming aware of their presence lately. After breakfast, Su Yang packed up and was about to go out when he received a call from Zhou Quanqing. Brother Su, the control of Hohai has been lifted. Are you free today? Let's go fishing together. Can we go out to sea now? Right. Are there any ships out to sea now? We have our own boat, and we've been cooped up for a long time. Now that there are no controls, we will definitely want to get out as soon as possible. Su Yang had never asked Zhou Quanqing what his job was before. But the last time he saw the fishing gear he used, he checked the brand after he went back and found that each piece was not cheap. He guessed that even if he was not a wealthy man, he was at least related to him. Now he said he had his own ship to go out to sea, so it seemed his identity was better than he had guessed. Originally, Su Yang was going to talk to the owner of the maternity and baby store about something, but after thinking about it, he decided to make money first. There is still a whole bottle of fish meal. He had to make back the money he earned from selling the store first. Chapter 70. Why do I feel like you are going to attend the Haitian feast? After Su Yang said something to Su Wei, he drove to the place where Zhou Quanqing had agreed to meet. When we arrived at the meeting place, Zhou Quanqing was already waiting there. Besides him, Lao Wang from next door was also there. There were 2 men and 2 women, but Su Yang had no impression of them. However, judging from their attire and the fact that they were walking together with Zhou Quanqing, they must be either rich or noble. The 2 women were dressed slightly sexily. This outfit doesn't look like something for going fishing at sea. However, seeing the 2 women leaning against the 2 men at this time, they must be the female companions they brought with them on this trip out to the sea. The 2 men looked to be around 40 years old. The 2 women were probably around 23 or 24 years old, so they were certainly not their regular female companions. Brother Su, you are here. Zhou Quanqing was very enthusiastic when he saw Su Yang. Boss Su, we meet again. Su Yang and Zhou Quanqing nodded and greeted each other. Then Zhou Quanqing introduced 2 people to Su Yang, one was Lin Xiangming and the other was Zhang Chao. The 2 men looked at Su Yang, but because they were unfamiliar with him, they did not take any action. Su Yang could also understand. Even he couldn't show enthusiasm. Old Zhou, are all the people here? If so, we'll set off. Lin Xiangming's tone was somewhat impatient. After saying this, he put his arm around his female companion and left. Zhang Chao didn't say anything, he just followed with his female companion in his arms. Seeing this scene, Su Yang knew that they probably didn't take him seriously. For some reason, he actually felt a little excited. The plot of the Return of the Dragon King is coming. First he was looked down upon, then he caught a big fish, and then they were not convinced and wanted to gamble with him. After that, he caught a lot of big yellow croakers, but they didn't catch any fish, only a small shrimp, and he was very angry. All right. Su Yang thought that he must have been affected by the fake skits he saw last night. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the idea just now. Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhou, who are your 2 friends? One is from the capital, and the other is from the provincial capital. Su Yang was excited again. Doesn't this fit the identity background of the Dragon King's face-slapping plot? But after the excitement, he felt like he was possessed by a demon. What's so exciting about this? For a small fry like him, if the other party is really a young master from the capital, wouldn't he be bringing trouble upon himself if he had a conflict with them? They are both my clients, and we are preparing to discuss a cooperative project. Zhou Quanqing continued, when we were having dinner last night, I mentioned to Lao Wang that the fishing scouts were allowed to go fishing. They were also interested, so we made an appointment to go out to sea today. We will probably stay overnight and return tomorrow. Overnight? Zhou Quanqing had not mentioned this on the phone before. Yes, it will probably take overnight. Zhou Quanqing looked at Su Yang, is it inconvenient? It's really not very convenient. If it was in the past, this wouldn't matter. He occasionally had to go on business trips at that time, so the family let Su Wei take care of the 2 sons alone. It was just that the situation was different then. Now Su Wei is pregnant with her 3rd child, twins. If possible, he really didn't think about staying overnight. How about this, you guys go today, and we can go together again next time if there's a chance. Zhou Quanqing naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to go fishing with Su Yang. The main reason is that his previous record was too legendary. We can catch 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms at a time. There were also beautiful lobsters, 4 of which were caught in a row. He did have some money, but he was also envious of someone who earned 4.6 million in half a day. How about this, I'll go talk to them and see if we can return today, but it will definitely be a little later. Su Yang nodded. It's not that he's become pretentious now. The situation is different when you are pregnant with twins or a single baby, even in the early stages. Besides, if he has fish meal, he can still catch yellow croaker even without going to the deep sea. The reason we agreed to go out to sea today was mainly because Zhou Quanqing said that they might go to the deep sea area to fish for a while. That's why Su Yang decided to go out to sea with them. There are more types of deep-sea fish, and you might even have a chance to catch a bluefin tuna. Of course, this is just an idea. You know, fish like bluefin tuna can weigh hundreds of kilograms. With a regular fishing rod. Su Yang felt that having such an idea was outrageous. If you really go out to sea to fish for bluefin tuna, you will at least use a heavy trolling rod. Heavy-duty trolling rod. Bluefin tuna swims very fast, reaching speeds of 60-80 kilometers per hour. When using a heavy trolling rod, you also have to use a large fishing reel and extra strong fishing line. Otherwise, you need to use other fishing gear such as iron rods, and you also need some auxiliary tools such as electric fishing reels. With the fishing gear Su Yang brought today, there is no need to think about catching bluefin tuna, just some yellow croaker. Maybe the yellow croaker he caught in the deep sea could break his previous record. On Zhou Chuanqing's side, he caught up with Lin Xiangming and the other man and talked to them. Zhou Quanqing pointed in Su Yang's direction. Lin Xiangming and Zhang Chao glanced over there and then continued talking. Because Lin Xiangming and the other man were a little further away from Su Yang. At this time, they were talking and there was sound, but I couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. Not long after, Zhou Quanqing came back and said, they did agree to send you back in the evening, but the place where you disembark may not be this pier. Su Yang doesn't care about this. In fact, it's not that he really can't spend the night outside, he just wasn't prepared, and it was very last minute to stay overnight. There were also a few unfamiliar people around, and he wasn't used to it. Although Lin Xiangming agreed to send him to the shore, Su Yang still made preparations and called Su Wei in advance to tell her. Before boarding the boat, Su Yang called Su Wei. You need to stay overnight when you go fishing? It seems like the boats for fishing aren't very big. Su Wei's uncertain voice came from the phone. Su Yang was not very clear about which ship they would take to go out to sea. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhou Quanqing and others walking towards a yacht. Su Yang took a look and found that the yacht Zhou Quanqing was on actually had 3 floors. A 3-story yacht like this is almost fully equipped with living areas such as bedrooms, kitchens, bathrooms, etc. There are other recreational spaces as well. If you stay overnight, there is really no problem at all. Su Yang took a photo and sent it to Su Wei. Honey, are you going out fishing? Why do I feel like you are going to a feast at the sea and sky? I am not eligible to attend the Hai Tian Grand Banquet. I am just telling you that I may go back late. I may not be able to make it back in time. Yes. Thank you, Queen, for your permission. Su Wei's silly laughter came from the phone. One last word of advice. You must ensure safety. Chapter 71 I want to be the Dragon King today. After getting on the yacht, Su Yang said to Zhou Quanqing, Brother Zhou, is this yours? Oh, I thought I had the leisure time to go fishing, so I bought a boat like this. Who knew that I don't have the time to go out on weekdays? This is absolutely elegant. How much? Zhou Quanqing did not answer, but asked, why, do you want to buy it? If you want to buy it, I can sell it to you at a lower price. The main reason is that I have been busy lately. If it weren't for the 2 customers who wanted to go out to sea today, I don't know how long I would have stayed here. It's not a big deal just to put it here at the dock. The key is that if you don't turn it on, this fee will continue to be incurred every day. Zhou Quanqing really regretted buying this yacht. Although the boat is equipped with all the necessary fishing tools, for him, if he cannot find the right person to go fishing at sea, it is better to fish directly at the beach and satisfy his fishing craving. As for renting it out, he was even less interested. Su Yang immediately shook his head, I can't afford this. Brother Su, you are being modest. Others may not know, but I do know that half a month ago, you became a legend in the entire fishing circle. Zhou Quanqing looked at Su Yang and said, you know, in the past half month, many people have wanted to meet you. Fortunately, no one took a picture of you and posted it to the fishing group that day, otherwise many people would have come to see you. Su Yang smiled and said, that was just luck. Others may not know, but your brother Zhou should know that to many people, I am a complete novice. Zhou Quanqing said, Brother Su, you are being too modest. Su Yang smiled and didn't explain much. After Lin Xiangming and Zhang Chao boarded the yacht, they each held their female companions and walked towards the deck. It's not summer yet. If it were summer, Su Yang guessed that the 2 female companions would probably be walking around in sexy bikinis. Su Yang took a look at the situation of the yacht. Although Zhou Chuanqing's original intention of buying this yacht was to take his family and some friends on a tour when he had time. But it is mostly used for fishing. So he still installed a lot of fishing-related functions. Brother Su, I'm afraid this fishing rod of yours is not very suitable for fishing in the sea. I have a lot of fishing rods here, you can choose one. Okay. Su Yang was not polite either. His fishing rod was indeed not quite suitable. Su Yang didn't know what the first fish he would catch would be. After choosing a fishing rod, you are ready to start fishing. However, as soon as he sat down, Lin Xiangming's female companion started shouting at Lin Xiangming, who was still on the deck. Ming Xiao, this is a good spot. I feel like we can definitely catch a big fish here. Su Yang frowned. Is this intentional? Lin Xiangming's female companion glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Su Yang looked at Lin Xiangming, who was walking towards him, and felt that something was not right. The young man from Beijing is already over 40 years old and has seen all kinds of scenes. Why would they target an ordinary person like him and make things difficult for him? Or maybe the so-called young master of Beijing was just a title he called himself. When Lin Xiangming came, he didn't look at Su Yang. Zhang Chao and his wife didn't come over. Zhou Quanqing also saw the scene and didn't know what to say for a moment. Because the amount involved in this business is quite large. If the contract is really signed, he will be able to continue fishing leisurely for at least a few years. Even if you suddenly want to buy a yacht, you can still buy it at will. So at this time, Zhou Quanqing could only feel sorry to Su Yang, but he couldn't say anything. Boss Su, this way. Lao Wang from next door waved at Su Yang. Su Yang walked over with a fishing rod. As soon as I walked over, Lao Wang next door started cursing. Fuck. What a stinky bitch, she really thinks she is so great. Mr. Wang next door was very dissatisfied. What a pity. Old Wang, I am not good at this. I really don't know what those people think. She is so skinny and has no flesh at all. How can I eat her? After that, Lao Wang next door said to Su Yang, Boss Su, I'm really sorry for making you angry. Su Yang sighed and said, there is nothing we can do. We are still poor. Lao Wang next door shook his head. In fact, the quality of truly rich people is still quite good. My clients are a lot of rich people, but they are all very low-key and polite. Those two guys are older than me, but they act like idiots. Su Yang smiled and asked, how old are you, Boss Wang? I just turned 35th last month. What? 35 years old. Su Yang stared at Lao Wang for a long time, and really couldn't tell that he was only 35 years old. If this appearance indicates that he is 35 years old, he is indeed growing up too fast. It's reasonable to celebrate your birthday at the age of 35. I'm sorry, Brother Su. Zhou Quanqing also came over. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have called you over. Zhou Quanqing paused and continued, if the contract is signed, I really won't bother with him. It's a pity that he is being strangled by others now. I understand. Su Yang had encountered the same situation before when he was entertaining people. Brother Su, thank you for your understanding. After the contract is signed, I will treat you to a good meal. Su Yang smiled but didn't say anything. If the ship had not yet left, he would have definitely found a reason to get off. When can't you go fishing? However, the situation just now did not affect Su Yang. Of course, it doesn't affect his mood for fishing, but people always hold grudges. He is now going to transform into the Dragon King. Boss Wang, if we catch some fish later, will you keep them? Collect it. Lao Wang from next door was completely forced here by Zhou Quanqing today. He is developing a relationship with a young woman. Zhou Quanqing said that the other party brought a female companion out to sea, so he wanted him to come and accompany her. This left him speechless. He brought a female companion with him, and Zhou Quanqing called him over. How could this be? But there was no way, he and Zhou Quanqing had a life-and-death friendship. Naturally, the idea of developing feelings for the young woman was put on hold. He actually came along just to keep her company. As for whether I can catch fish, I don't expect it. People like Lin Xiangming and Zhang Chao don't seem to be short of money. If they catch a fish, they prefer to take photos to show off rather than sell it. Since you collect fish, that's good. Su Yang took out the earbait and hung it on the fish hook. Then you have to prepare more money. I found some money when I went out today. I feel lucky. Maybe today's luck will be superimposed with a buff. Haha, Boss Su, just fish as much as you can. No matter how expensive the fish you catch is, I can afford it. Lao Wang patted the small black bag on his waist. If it's not enough, ask Lao Zhou to borrow. Su Yang didn't say anything else and skillfully threw the rod into the sea. Today he wants to be the Dragon King. Equals 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 equals. Thanks to user 245961014 for the character summon gift, and other friends for the gifts. 3 updates first. I will try to update more later. Finally, please give me 5 stars as a motivation. Chapter 72. It's amazing. After Su Yang started fishing, Lin Xiangming also started. Lin Xiangming has some skills in fishing, which can be seen from the way he swings the rod. As for the female companion he brought with him, when I was throwing the hook into the sea, I got hooked the first time because the line was too short. The second time I let the line go too long. Just tangled the lines into a ball. It's more like making trouble than fishing. That's not right either. But that's normal. People went out to sea today with the original purpose of eating eels. Whether you fish or not is secondary. Ming Xiao, I heard that yellow croaker is very difficult to catch. If you catch a yellow croaker later, please take a photo for me and I will send it to my sisters. Lin Xiangming pinched the woman's plump place and said with a smile, I also want to catch big yellow croaker. However, big yellow croaker is indeed difficult to catch. But a while ago, didn't I hear that someone caught 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms? I heard that one of them was sold for 900,000 yuan. Apparently the woman did some research before going out to sea. Lin Xiangming nodded. Indeed, someone caught 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms. That person is now a big shot in the fishing circle. Does Mr. Ming know him? I don't know him. Lin Xiangming shook his head. I only know that he is from Bincheng. I came here this time because I wanted to meet him. Then young Master Ming will have to take me to see him then. That's no problem. Although Su Yang and Lao Wang were fishing on the other side, they could still hear the conversation between Lin Xiangming and the others clearly. Su Yang and Lao Wang looked at each other. I was immediately happy. However, they have not yet disclosed their identities. Boss Su, your buoy is moving. Lao Wang suddenly reminded. Su Yang noticed it. The fishing rod was bent a lot at once, but it was not too exaggerated. It seemed that the fish weighed about 10 pounds. Boss Su, you collect the fishing line and I'll help you with the net. Lao Wang only loves young women, and he goes fishing just to make up the numbers. Seeing Su Yang catch a fish, he must be very positive. If he doesn't keep it for himself, the fish will be his. Since it was not a big fish weighing dozens of kilograms, Su Yang didn't even need to reel the fish in and could just reel in the fishing line. Not long after, the fish surfaced. A shimmering golden light passed before my eyes. Su Yang was very familiar with this kind of light. Lao Wang is also familiar with it. Fuck, big yellow croaker. Boss Su, you are amazing. Lao Wang's voice is even louder than Li Jun's. Looking at the big yellow croaker struggling in the air, Lao Wang became anxious. He stretched out the net, but his arms were too short. Boss Wang, don't get excited. Be careful or you might fall into the sea. I can't help but be excited. This is a big yellow croaker. And judging by its size, it feels even heavier than the 2 previous ones. This is all money. Even when fishing in the sea, he would put the yellow croaker into the net first. As the fishing line is pulled harder and harder. When the fish came in front of him, Lao Wang pulled it over and put it into the scoop net without saying a word. Looking at the big yellow croaker jumping lively on the deck, Lao Wang immediately shouted to Zhou Quanqing, Lao Zhou, bring the scale over here. I need to weigh the size of this fish. Damn, it feels like it's going to break the record. Lao Wang was very excited. He knew that yellow croaker could grow to weigh dozens of kilograms. But this kind of thing is almost extinct. Even large yellow croaker weighing more than 10 kilograms has long been a scarce commodity in the market. Wild yellow croaker grows slowly, gaining only about half a pound per year, and it takes 3 years to reach 2 pounds. It would probably take more than 10 years for one weighing 10 kilograms, and there are definitely fewer and fewer of them now. Zhou Quanqing was very excited when he saw Su Yang catch a big yellow croaker with his first cast, and he quickly ran inside to get a scale. Lao Wang put the fish on the scale. It's fucked. Lao Wang found that in just these few minutes, his heart was so excited that it seemed like it could not bear it. 15.6 caddies. Lao Wang is really excited. Zhou Quanqing next to him was equally excited. This is probably the heaviest wild yellow croaker that has appeared in recent years. Su Yang was also a little surprised. Judging from the way the fish pulled the rod just now, he thought it was about 10 kilograms, but he didn't expect it to be 15.6 kilograms. This really broke the record of the largest yellow croaker he had ever caught. Boss Su, are you selling this fish? Sell it, it's so expensive, even if you want me to keep it, I don't dare to eat it. How about this, Boss Su, your fish should be popular with many customers. I'll take a photo and send it to the customer group to ask them one by one. For a 15.6-pound wild yellow croaker, Lao Wang must send it to his customer base. As soon as the photo was posted in the group, a lot of people gave prices immediately. Lao Wang took a look. Although he had some idea of the financial situation of the customers in the group, he was still shocked when he saw the prices they offered. After looking at the prices offered by everyone, Lao Wang finally spoke. Boss Su, I have a client who offered 1.5 million. If you think it's a good deal, send me your account number and he will arrange for someone to transfer the money right now. Su Yang was also surprised. Although the two pairs sold for 900,000 each half a month ago, this one's price of 1.5 million is still ridiculously high. This also fully proves that wild yellow croaker weighing more than 10 kilograms is almost extremely rare in the market nowadays. Sell. If Su Yang thought about it for one more second, it would be disrespectful to the price. When Lao Wang heard that Su Yang was going to sell, he also breathed a sigh of relief. The other party just issued a strict order in the group, saying that if he couldn't catch this big yellow croaker, he would quit the group directly. The other parties are all Lao Wang's wealthy friends. If they quit the group, Lao Wang would definitely not be willing to let them go. After communicating with the customer for a while, Lao Wang asked Su Yang for his bank card account number. Not long after Lao Wang sent the message, Su Yang received the information that the money had arrived. The money has arrived, Boss Wang, the fish is yours. Lao Wang was overjoyed. He bled the yellow croakers and stored them at low temperature. Although they went deep-sea fishing, they didn't go very far, so keeping the fish at low temperatures was enough. If it is caught out to sea, the storage conditions for such a large yellow croaker will be different in order to ensure its nutritional value. However, now that it is in this state, the nutritional value is greater. The first one was a great start, so Lao Wang was naturally happy. Not to mention how much reward he could earn from the fish just now, Su Yang just caught a king bomb and severely slapped Lin Xiangming and his female companion in the face. Brother Su, your luck is really amazing. Zhou Quanqing sighed. But then he thought of something and quickly set the hook. Brother Su, you caught a big yellow croaker. Maybe we'll run into a school of big yellow croakers. I can't miss it. Chapter 73. I'm old, afraid of heights, and don't want to be an Air Force officer. Zhou Quanqing felt that there should be a school of yellow croaker nearby at this time. Moreover, the radar on the yacht just now did detect a school of fish nearby. Lin Xiangming and Zhang Chao also witnessed the whole process of Su Yang catching the big yellow croaker. They also found it incredible. Although 1.5 million is not a small amount, it is not too shocking for Lin Xiangming. What shocked them was that Su Yang looked very ordinary and was not in the same circle as them, but how could he catch such a big yellow croaker? In their perception, they are rich, so rare fish species like yellow croaker should be on their hooks. He shouldn't be lured away by an ordinary person like Su Yang. For example, the market price of wild yellow croaker is not cheap even if it weighs 2 or 3 kilograms. How can ordinary people afford it? Just like the 1.5 million yuan yellow croaker just now, it should be eaten by them. Su Yang didn't know what Lin Xiangming was thinking at this moment. If he knew what he was thinking, he would probably doubt his IQ. Ming Xiao, let's quickly cast the bait. Lin Xiangming's female companion urged. I heard that if you catch a fish like yellow croaker, there is a high chance that there will be a school of fish. Maybe right now, the whole area is filled with yellow croaker. This woman made a strategy. But this guide seems to have only done a little bit. Lin Xiangming is also looking forward to it. If he could catch a big yellow croaker, at least in their fishing circle, he would be able to show off for a long time within a short period of time. Although some people catch yellow croaker from time to time, no one in Lin Xiangming's circle has ever caught one. So they had made a bet long ago that whoever caught the yellow croaker first would have the priority to choose whatever they did in the future. Even if you are out looking for women, you can get priority. When Lin Xiangming thought about this, he became excited. Zhang Chao, who was less than 2 meters away from him, was also excited. His personal wealth is not as great as Lin Xiangming's. And naturally, his backstage connections are not as strong as Lin Xiangming's. On this trip out to sea today, Zhang Chao actually wanted to curry favor with Lin Xiangming. He had even thought that if he caught a yellow croaker, he would say it was caught by Lin Xiangming. There was no way. The resources that Lin Xiangming had at his disposal were indeed beyond his reach. In fact, Zhang Chao knew very well that everyone wanted Lin Xiangming to have a good time on today's fishing trip. As long as we can make him happy, there will be more and more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Not to mention Zhou Quanqing. His project actually started out as a collaboration with Zhang Chao. However, there were some things that Zhang Chao had not handled properly, and the projects were too big. Zhang Chao's company was a little small, so there were some projects that he was not qualified to take on. Then he needs a larger carrier company to endorse him. The first person Zhang Chao thought of was Lin Xiangming. At present, Zhang Chao and Zhou Quanqing mainly want to serve Lin Xiangming well. Unfortunately, Zhou Quanqing was not particularly familiar with Lin Xiangming. He only knew that he was from Beijing and was familiar with his company, but he could not find out the real background of the other party. Although people coming from Beijing don't necessarily have scary backgrounds. But Lin Xiangming was born and raised in Beijing, and his company is still based there. Even if he doesn't have an impressive background, at least his connections are stronger than those of a businessman like him. Although Zhou Quanqing also wanted Lin Xiangming to catch a big yellow croaker and make the other party happy, he might sign the contract on the spot. Unfortunately, when it comes to fishing, skill is one factor, but luck is a big one. Everyone was setting the nest at the same time, using the same materials and even the bait. Unfortunately, this fish just eats other people as hooks, so there is nothing we can do about it. You can't just dive down, grab a fish and hang it on by force. Although Zhou Quanqing really had such an idea at this time. Lin Xiangming had been fishing for a while, but there was no movement from the float, which made him a little anxious. At this time, Su Yang set the hook again. Lao Wang came here to keep people company, but now he was even less interested. He held his phone, constantly sending messages and occasional voice messages. I didn't know he was chatting with a young woman. One device for multiple chats. Be prepared for a equinduotio when the time comes. Lao Wang was indeed chatting with the young woman, but his eyes kept glancing at Su Yang's buoy from time to time. After Su Yang just caught a large yellow croaker with a record-breaking weight in recent years, I began to believe what Su Yang just said about his luck today possibly getting a buff. If another yellow croaker of similar weight comes along, I'm afraid today's fishing circle will really explode. Bao, you stay at home for the next 2 days. I'm going to go over there, fuck. Before Lao Wang could finish his words, he saw Su Yang had caught another fish. And it's a big yellow croaker. After he sent the voice message, he immediately put away his phone and ran over. Boss Su, you are truly amazing. This time, Lao Wang shouted even louder than before. Although the yellow croaker that Su Yang just caught was not as big as the one just now. But who can withstand 2 big yellow croakers in a row? When the fish entered the deck, Lao Wang quickly caught it with a net. Then Lao Wang weighed it. 4.5 caddies. Compared with the 15.6 caddies just now, it is much smaller. But this is a large yellow croaker. Even if it weighs 4.5 kilograms, the market price is tens of thousands. Boss Su, are you selling this one? Why keep it? I'll definitely sell it. I still think that no matter how expensive the fish is, it's better to hold the money in hand first. Ha, I just like doing business with people like you, Boss Su. The yellow croaker that Lao Wang bought from Su Yang before was also about this size, and cost 30,000 yuan per piece. He gave 40,000 directly for this one. You know, recently, he has earned dozens of thousand yuan because of Su Yang's yellow croaker. After bleeding the fish and preserving it at low temperature, Lao Wang took out his mobile phone and prepared to continue chatting with the young women when he found that one of them had sent him a sexy photo. Lao Wang still doesn't understand what's going on. I took a quick glance at the photo and saw that the young woman was lying on her side on the bed with one hand on her thigh. In addition to the provocative pose, the main thing about the photo is that the young woman looks very cool. Lao Wang had been lusting after this young woman for a while, but she had always treated him with a vague sense of ambiguity. Lao Wang is ready to give up. Looking back at the chat history, he wondered if it was the last voice message that changed things. Lao Wang didn't think too much about it. At this time, we must strike while the iron is hot. Su Yang saw Lao Wang's obscene and servile expression, and he and Zhou Quanqing next to him shrugged helplessly. Sure enough, if you lick someone, you are a dog licker. If you can lick a bunch of people, then you are a romantic. Brother Su, these big yellow croakers are specifically targeting your hook. No matter whether the fish is big or small, it is a yellow croaker after all, and Zhou Quanqing must be envious. Su Yang smiled and said, "It's probably because when we were making the nest just now, we happened to encounter a school of yellow croaker passing by." Su Yang said as he threw the hook again. Zhou Quanqing said, "Then you have to leave me one. I'm old, afraid of heights, and don't want to be an Air Force soldier." As soon as Zhou Quanqing finished speaking, Su Yang's buoy moved again. He immediately began to reel in the line. After dozens of seconds, the fish floated to the surface. Oh my god, why is it another yellow croaker? Chapter 74 Split Personality Disorder. 3 big yellow croakers in a row. Lao Wang no longer flirts with young women. The big yellow croaker that Su Yang had just caught was about the same size as the second one, and Lao Wang bought it again for 40,000 yuan. Su Yang caught 3 large yellow croakers in a row, but Lin Xiangming still had no luck. However, they set their sights on the place where Su Yang was fishing. Lin Xiangming exchanged glances with Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao immediately walked over to Su Yang with all his heart. "My friend, you are lucky. Big yellow croakers are rare, and you caught 3 at once. This is really luck." Su Yang knew Zhang Chao's purpose. Zhou Quanqing and others also knew it. Lao Wang immediately felt dissatisfied. "My friend, you see we are still empty-handed today. Maybe you just laid the nest here first and the fish are gathering here. Can we change positions?" Su Yang had a faint smile on his face. "Everyone fishes normally, so you should know the rules of fishing." Zhang Chao naturally knew it. Lao Wang said in a deep voice, "I have disliked you guys for a long time. If you can't catch fish, it's your skill problem. How dare you take others' place by force?" Zhang Chao was a little embarrassed. Of course, they were wrong in this matter. "How about this? I'll pay you 10,000 yuan for this fishing spot." Before Su Yang opened his mouth, Zhou Quanqing felt a little embarrassed. "Lao Zhang, this isn't a good idea. Brother Su is my friend, and I invited him here today. It's very difficult for me to do this." Lin Xiangming walked over. "Mr. Zhou, let's do this. If you convince your friend to let me use this fishing spot, I will sign a cooperation agreement with you. And I can promise that I will also let you do another project." Zhou Quanqing was stunned. This makes it difficult for him. If Lin Xiangming is willing to sign the contract, this will be a business worth over 100 million yuan. Moreover, he has been busy with this matter recently. Now that the other party has agreed directly, he must be very excited. There is another project, which also involves over 100 million yuan in funding. If he really gets it, his wealth might increase a bit. Zhou Quanqing glanced at Su Yang and then at Lin Xiangzhen. After hesitating for a while, he slowly spoke. "Mr. Lin, how about this? Today's weather doesn't look good, so we won't fish for this fish. Let's return now and fish again when we have a chance." Zhou Quanqing refused. Su Yang said, "Brother Zhou, it's just a fishing spot, it's nothing." "No." Zhou Quanqing said seriously, "Business is business, and friends are friends. I asked you to go fishing today. If I really asked you to give in, then next time, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to go fishing together again." Su Yang didn't say anything. Now that Zhou Quanqing has really agreed, they will really not have any contact with each other in the future. They were not particularly familiar with each other to begin with, and now Zhou Quanqing wanted to embarrass him for his own benefit, so he was not worthy of being a close friend. In fact, the fishing position has no effect on him at all. The fish was caught not because of his technique but because of the bait sprinkled with fish meal. Of course, Su Yang was indeed unhappy with Lin Xiangming's behavior. When he got on the ship, he was ready to become the Dragon King, so he would definitely let Lin Xiangming and the other man return empty-handed. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Lin Xiangming suddenly laughed. "Mr. Zhou, I really appreciate your attitude. Don't worry about the project. We will sign the contract after the ship returns. There is another project, and I will let you do it then." "Ah, this." Zhou Quanqing was stunned again. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Originally, I came here to sign a contract with your company. After all, it's over 100 million yuan. I've already investigated your company's situation. I know your company has the qualifications." Lin Xiangming glanced at Su Yang and continued, "I won't mess around with business matters. As for what happened just now, it was indeed our arrogant attitude. Mr. Su, I apologize to you." Su Yang's mouth twitched. "Mr. Su, I want to trade fishing with you. As long as we are in my fishing circle, we have an agreement before. Whoever catches a yellow croaker first will have priority no matter what they do. Lin Xiangming is not the kind of brainless and arrogant person. Although his family background gives him more opportunities than others. But he knew even more clearly that he was not the only capable person in the family. But many people were watching his every move. If the business strategy goes wrong and causes the company to suffer heavy losses, he will definitely be removed and replaced by another capable person. At the same time, one's personal behavior is also being watched. Nowadays, even the smallest thing will be magnified infinitely. If it only affects one individual, it's a small matter. In fact, many times, personal reasons often cause a company's stock price to fall. Mr. Su, I really want to catch the big yellow croaker, so I am a little anxious. I apologize to you again. Then Lin Xiangming pointed at the female companion beside him. And you, apologize to Mr. Su as well. Although Lin Xiangming's female companion didn't understand why she had to apologize to Su Yang suddenly, she dared not disobey Lin Xiangming's order. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. If I've offended you, please be magnanimous and don't be angry with me. Su Yang had no idea what Lin Xiangming was up to. But his expression at this moment was truly sincere. Of course, Su Yang did not follow the Dragon King's path. Everyone else has apologized, and there hadn't been any conflict before. If he were to retaliate and ridicule them, that would be inconsistent with the path he wanted to take. Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, Lin Xiangming spoke again. Mr. Su, to be honest, half a month ago, someone in the fishing circle caught 2 large yellow croakers weighing more than 10 kilograms. You should have heard about this. Su Yang nodded. And I heard that he had caught 6 large yellow croakers before. He is definitely an expert at catching large yellow croakers. Speaking of this topic, Lin Xiangming became a little excited. You may not know that he is now an idol in our fishing circle. I came here this time for 2 reasons. I am preparing to sign a contract with Lao Zhou, and another reason is that I want to meet my idol. Su Yang and Zhou Quanqing looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should admit that their idol was actually me. Mr. Su's performance today has broken my idol's record. Especially the 15.6 gene yellow croaker, which is probably the largest yellow croaker so far. Su Yang couldn't help but ask, you already recognized him as your idol, but didn't you find out his identity? Lin Xiangming shook his head. My idol is very mysterious. It is said that he suddenly caught 2 large yellow croakers and then disappeared. No one knows his true identity. Su Yang. He is so mysterious. There were obviously a lot of people fishing that day. Ha 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 ha. Lao Wang suddenly laughed. I'm really sorry, I usually don't laugh unless I really can't help it. Chapter 75 Contrast. Lin Xiangming was somewhat confused by Lao Wang's sudden laughter. What's wrong? Lao Wang knew that laughing at someone in front of them was indeed impolite. Zhou Quanqing also wanted to laugh. But thinking that the contract with Lin Xiangming had not been signed yet, he didn't dare to act rashly. After Lao Wang stopped laughing, he pointed at Su Yang. Your idol is here, do you want to say hello to him? Greet? Lin Xiangming was stunned for a few seconds, then reacted. Fuck! Lin Xiangming shouted, are you the master who specializes in catching big yellow croakers? Looking at Lin Xiangming's huge reaction, Su Yang nodded. If I caught 2 relatively large yellow croakers in half a month, it was definitely me. Idol, it's really you. Lin Xiangming was very excited and quickly reached out to shake hands with Su Yang. Su Yang. How come this is different from what he thought? The young master from Beijing. He is around 40 years old, and based on what he just said, he is at least one of the top 2 people in the company. People like this must have seen the world. How come you suddenly become a little fanboy? Could it be that he discovered the Dragon King's temperament in me? Su Yang muttered to himself. After all, Lin Xiangming's attitude towards him at the beginning was disdainful and cold, no different from those domineering presidents. Suddenly becoming a little fanboy, Su Yang even had a thought just now. Does the other person suffer from schizophrenia? The one who has become his fanboy now is not the previous Lin Xiangming, but his other personality that has come out. Idol, can you teach me how to teach big yellow croaker? Mr. Lin, you're too polite. I'm actually just a novice. I'm not as exaggerated as you guys make me out to be. No. Lin Xiangming shook his head. I didn't believe it at first, but you just caught 3 big yellow croakers in a row, so I don't doubt it at all. Mr. Lin. Call me Xiaoming. Su Yang. Zhou Quanqing. Lao Wang. The two girls. The person who is talking to him now is definitely not the real Lin Xiangming. No, Lin Xiangming is indeed Lin Xiangming, but it is his other personality. A normal Lin Xiangming would never let people call him Xiaoming. After all, he is older than Su Yang. Lin Xiangming was too enthusiastic, and his behavior was very puzzling. Su Yang was not infected by his enthusiasm, but became alert instead. Master, please teach me how to catch big yellow croaker. The word master really scared Su Yang. He quickly shook his head. Mr. Lin, it's over, it's over. For a person in charge of a listed company, this kind of behavior is indeed excessive. Too much pretense. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I'm just a little excited to see you. Lin Xiangming restrained himself and made himself look like a normal person in front of others. What I just said is true. I came here really for you. I thought you were so mysterious, and it would be hard to find out your identity. What Su Yang actually wanted to say was that he had not intentionally hidden his identity that day. As to whether anyone took a photo of him at the time, it is unknown. However, no photos of him have been circulated for such a long time, perhaps because everyone's attention was focused on the yellow croaker at that time. At that time, compared with the big yellow croaker, he was just a small shrimp and did not attract anyone's attention. Mr. Su, you must teach me how to catch big yellow croaker. Lin Xiangming's tone became a little anxious. Mr. Su, you may not know that your story is now being spread throughout the fishing community. Lin Xiangming took out his mobile phone and opened a fishing forum. Look, this post called Mysterious Yellow Croaker Killer has over 10,000 replies. Su Yang leaned over to take a look and almost choked on his own saliva. The posts not only contain various exaggerated descriptions of his fishing skills, but some people even call him the reincarnation of the King of the Sea. This is too outrageous. Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really hasn't paid any attention to the discussions about him on the internet. One reason is that he really hasn't had much time recently, and another reason is that he hasn't paid much attention to things in the fishing circle. However, I learned from Li Jun that because boats cannot go out to sea to fish and are under surveillance, the shore of Hohai has been crowded with people for more than half a month. But I just saw some exaggerated rumors about him on the internet. He believed that after the boat was able to go out to sea today, many people would fight at the place where he caught the yellow croaker that day. Mr. Lin, this is indeed an exaggeration. I am actually a novice and only started learning fishing a while ago. Boss Wang can testify for me on this point. Lin Xiangming still didn't quite believe it. Whether Mr. Su is a novice or not, based on your previous record and today's record, you can indeed be my idol, Lin Xiangming. I'm not worthy of being called an idol. In fact, Mr. Lin's fishing skills are better than mine. Besides, when it comes to fishing, skills are often important, but luck is more important. What the idol said makes sense. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched, and he didn't bother about how Lin Xiangming called him anymore. Boss Lin, I think there should be some big yellow croakers around here. Let's go fishing first and talk later if anything comes up. Right. Lin Xiangming didn't want to miss the opportunity to catch big yellow croaker, so he immediately returned to his previous position. Originally, Su Yang wanted to catch a few more big yellow croakers in front of Lin Xiangming to give him a silent slap in the face. Now that Lin Xiangming has become a little fanboy, I'm afraid I can't slap him in the face anymore. If he catches another big yellow croaker later, the other party will definitely admire him more and more. After Lin Xiangming returned the money, Su Yang whispered to Lao Wang, "What's going on now?" Lao Wang shrugged, "I don't understand what Lin is doing either." "Forget it, let's go fishing first." Regardless of whether Lin Xiangming's behavior just now had other purposes, it was a rare opportunity for him to go out to sea today, so he naturally had to make money. According to previous experience, if you change the fishing spot, then when you cast the hook again, what you catch may not be the same as what you caught before. The fishing spot had not been changed yet, so Su Yang caught another big yellow croaker not long after he cast the hook. I don't know if it's because I caught a 15.6-pound fish at the beginning, but then I caught 5 in a row, all weighing around 4 pounds. In fact, Su Yang felt that this weight was normal. If all 6 weighed 15.6 catties, that would be abnormal. However, Lin Xiangming kept the 3 large yellow croakers that were caught later. Moreover, he directly doubled the price to 100,000 yuan per piece. Lin Xiangming has offered such a high price, Lao Wang will definitely not snatch it away. After Lin Xiongming bought 3 large yellow croakers, he put one on his fishhook and asked Zhang Chao to take a few photos for him before putting the fish in a low-temperature chamber for preservation. After doing all this, Lin Xiongming said, "Mr. Su, I have an unwelcome request." "What's up?" "Don't tell anyone else about the big yellow croaker you caught today. Just keep it to us." Su Yang didn't understand what Lin Xiongming meant at first. Chapter 76 Idle, this is your choice. A few seconds later, Su Yang thought of Lin Xiongming's behavior of taking pictures with the big yellow croaker hooked just now, and seemed to have guessed something. "That's no problem." Su Yang had already guessed what Lin Xiongming meant by his words. As I said before, there is an agreement in his fishing circle that whoever catches a yellow croaker first will have priority. It is estimated that the so-called fishing circle agreement is actually just the people he knows in the Beijing circle, and they may have grown up in the same compound. Su Yang didn't think he was at a disadvantage in this matter. All the fish he caught were sold and the money was already in his pocket. It really didn't matter whether anyone knew about it or not. In fact, Su Yang didn't want more people to know. Now the news of his previous catch of yellow croaker has spread widely on the internet. If people knew that he caught 6 more fish today, one of which weighed 15.6 kilograms, I'm afraid he would be praised more and more as an amazing fish. When everyone pays attention to him, it will not be a good thing for him. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Su. Seeing that Su Yang agreed so readily, Lin Xiongming's impression of him became better. Lin Xiongming then explained, "In fact, most of the people in our circle are childhood friends who grew up together and usually like to compete with each other. If they see me catching a big yellow croaker this time, they will definitely be envious for a while." Su Yang nodded to show his understanding. "I understand, this kind of thing is normal." "That's right." Lin Xiongming suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Su, you are such a good fisherman. I have a friend who works at a TV station and is planning a fishing show. If you are interested." Su Yang waved his hands quickly. No, I'm just an ordinary fishing enthusiast, forget about being on a show or anything like that." He now wants to keep a low profile on the matter and doesn't want to be on TV again. Although increasing exposure and becoming an internet celebrity may also increase income. But he doesn't need to do that right now. Lin Xiongming thought he was just being modest and didn't want to be in the spotlight, so he naturally didn't force him. Because everyone is still at sea at this time, even though everyone has opened their business. Except Lao Wang. He had always only been flirting with young women, fishing and such, and didn't care at all. Moreover, he had just sent a voice message by mistake, causing the young woman, who had been keeping him on suspense, to flirt with him. Now he wished he could return to discuss life with her face to face. Su Yang changed to the earbait without fish meal and continued fishing. Using earbait sprinkled with fish meal is simply cheating. Now he wants to use his skills to see if he can catch some cost-effective fish. After all, he has now inherited the master-level fishing skills from the world of his dreams, and now is the time to really put them into practice. When he first went fishing, he only had theories. After several fishing trips at sea, he has turned his master-level theoretical techniques into practice. After casting the rod, this time the fish did not bite the hook automatically as it did before. After about 10 minutes, Su Yang saw the float begin to sink, and then the fishing line was suddenly pulled tight and the fishing rod was bent. Knowing that he had caught a fish, he quickly began to reel in the line. Although Lao Wang was chatting with many young women, his eyes were always on Su Yang. Seeing Su Yang started to hang up the phone, the young woman ignored him. After all, Su Yang caught the big fish and sold it to him, so he also made money. Without money, even the best young woman can only flirt with you but cannot make any further progress. Because Su Yang had just caught 6 large yellow croakers in a row, although Lao Wang felt a little numb, he still thought that he had caught large yellow croakers. As the fish emerged from the water, Lao Wang immediately caught it with a scoop net. "Hey, it's not a big yellow croaker." Lao Wang was slightly disappointed. "I say, Lao Wang, don't keep thinking about the yellow croaker. If there were really so many yellow croakers, they wouldn't be precious." Lao Wang took a look at the hairtail in the scoop net and chuckled twice. "The main thing is that you just caught a big yellow croaker, but now it has become a hairtail. It's just like the young woman you flirted with online, when you looked at her photos or even videos. She is obviously a woman with a plump figure, and every part of her body is charming. When we meet, he becomes a different person. Imagine how that feels." Su Yang's mouth twitched. Sure enough, in Lao Wang's mouth, everything can only be compared with young women. Su Yang put the cuttlefish he had just caught into the live water tank. There was only one thing. Although Lao Wang was willing to accept it, Su Yang also knew that Lao Wang was doing it out of favor. Thinking back to a time ago when he went out fishing and came back empty-handed, his two sons still asked him for fish. This time when I go out to sea, I must bring back some fish. Aren't they asking us to bring back the cutlass fish? Then let us get one back. Wrong. One line is missing. He still has to catch a few more to bring back. So he changed the bait to one sprinkled with fish meal and caught 5 cutlass fish in a row. As for my son, I cannot let him eat too well all at once, otherwise he will become picky and refuse to eat this or that, and then he can only eat sticks. Brother Su, you have disturbed the nest of hairtails. Zhou Quanqing walked over and took a look. But he thought this was normal. If he continued to catch yellow croakers, he would begin to doubt whether this entire sea area was filled with yellow croakers. Maybe there's a school of hairtail in the way. Brother Zhou, did you catch anything? I caught 2 common tunas and a mackerel, so at least I didn't come back empty-handed. It's still early. By the time the ship returns, your live water tanks might be full. Zhou Quanqing smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Su." He paused and explained, "I was talking about the project. I was not sure about it at first. I didn't expect that after this trip, Mr. Lin agreed to sign the contract and also agreed to hand over another project to my company. This is all thanks to you. I didn't help much. My idol. Brother Zhou, please don't make fun of me. If Lin Xiangming was younger than him, he wouldn't think there was anything wrong with the word idol. The key point is that Lin Xiangming is much older and has a much higher status than him, but calling him an idol makes him feel a little embarrassed. Anyway, even if you didn't help directly with the signing, you still contributed indirectly." Zhou Quanqing smiled and continued, "No wonder I heard a magpie calling when I went out today. It turns out that I really have a benefactor like you to help me." Su Yang shrugged, "Brother Zhou, you are not such a superstitious person." No, actually I'm a very superstitious person." Zhou Quanqing shook his head, "When I went out to sea today, I burned incense to pray for a smooth trip. It seems that God has heard my request." Su Yang said, "In fact, you have done your job well. If your company cannot meet Mr. Lin's requirements, I am afraid he will not choose your company to cooperate with." "No, idol, you chose this." Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then he and Zhou Quanqing started laughing. Chapter 77, The Lazy Father and the Frail and Sickly Mother. For lunch, everyone just had a quick bite because they were full in the morning. Dinner was different. After a day of fishing, everyone was a bit bored. In the afternoon, Su Yang did not use the bait sprinkled with fish meal much, but relying on the fishing techniques he remembered, he still caught a lot of fish. But they are not very valuable. As for others, they also gained a lot. We didn't eat much at noon, so everyone was naturally hungry. Knowing that they might have to spend the night at sea, Zhou Quan prepared various dishes early in the morning. Zhou Quanqing's cooking skills are not bad, so he cooks himself. Originally Su Yang wanted to show off his cooking skills, but then he thought about it and realized that he had obtained intermediate cooking skills, but only his wife Su Wei had tasted it, and even his 2 sons had not had the chance to taste it. After thinking about it, he still didn't take action. No matter what, his cooking skills must first serve his family before being tasted by others. While Zhou Quanqing was cooking, Zhang Chao's female companion came over to help. Compared to Lin Xiangming's female companion, Zhang Chao's female companion Chen Mengmeng knows how to cook, and she said her cooking skills are not bad. The main reason is that she has a lazy father, a weak mother, and a younger brother who has been a yellow-haired boy since he was 16 years old. When she was studying, her grades were average, so she dropped out of school early. Zhou Quanqing felt pity for Chen Mengmeng when he heard her words. He has a daughter. I am currently in the 3rd year of junior high school and am in the rebellious period. If it was a good girl, he wouldn't be so worried. Because she has been spoiled since she was young, she could still be controlled when she was young, but now she is in the 3rd year of junior high school and feels that she is about to lose control. Sometimes when he said something harsh, she would just lock herself in the room, so now he doesn't even dare to say a harsh word. But sometimes, when I see her behavior, especially when she is chatting with others on the phone, Zhou Quanqing becomes uneasy when she hears that the other person's voice is a boy. If you. Driven by a feeling of pity, Zhou Quanqing felt sorry for the girl and wanted to help her. But when the words came to my lips, I hesitated. After a while, Zhou Quanqing finally spoke out his words. Actually, if you want to find a job, you can come to my company after you get ashore. Chen Mengmeng glanced at Zhou Quanqing and nodded. Okay, I'll come to your company to see you tomorrow. After finishing the work in the kitchen, Chen Mengmeng cooked the dishes herself and asked Zhou Quanqing to leave. At this moment, Zhou Quanqing was attracted by Chen Mengmeng again. He even thought of a sentence to describe Chen Mengmeng. Out of the mud but untainted. Old Zhou, is that girl pretty? Lao Wan's sudden appearance startled Zhou Quanqing. Why are you walking without making any sound? That's because you're focusing on the girl next door. Zhou Quanqing looked a little embarrassed, as if his secrets had been exposed. Don't forget, that girl is Zhang Chao's female companion. Even if you want to eat young grass, don't do it. If you really want to eat it, you have to wait until they separate. Zhou Quanqing hurriedly said, What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have that kind of thought. Humph, Lao Zhou, don't let me not remind you. I have seen more young women than you. TSK, you said you were looking at a young woman, but she's not married yet. The key is that every young woman has been through a teenage period. How could I not understand this better than you? This. Zhou Quanqing was speechless for a moment. No, I just chatted with her. Are you thinking too much? Lao Wang shrugged, I'm just reminding you. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go talk to Brother Su. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. Because everyone was a little hungry at this time, the whole table of food was quickly eaten up. After eating and drinking, everyone rested for about half an hour. Lin Xiangming said, Let's fish for another hour, and then we'll return. Zhou Quanqing asked, Boss Lin, didn't you say you wanted to stay overnight? No. Lin Xiangming shook his head slightly, didn't Brother Su say he would go home later? Besides, I stole his credit, and I wanted to show off the big yellow croaker to others, so I can't wait. In terms of addressing each other, after the meal, everyone became closer. Lin Xiangming actually insisted on calling him his idol. Su Yang did not agree. Lin Xiangming said he wanted to return, and no one objected. Zhou Quanqing also hopes to finalize the contract as soon as possible. Most of the time during the day, Su Yang used bait without fish meal. There is only 1 hour left and he has to keep making money. This time, Lin Xiangming took the initiative to choose to fish at the spot next to Su Yang. Brother Su, you have caught a lot today. If we have time, we can go on a bigger sea fishing trip. After taking the bait, Lin Xiangming took the initiative to talk to Su Yang. In larger waters, it's very likely that you'll catch bluefin tuna. A large tuna like that could be sold for 10 million. There is also yellow croaker, especially its fish bladder, which is a good thing. Unfortunately, the fish bladders on the market now are much worse than those of yellow croaker. Su Yang knew this. The maw of yellow croaker is regarded as a treasure in traditional medicine. It has the effects of nourishing and tonifying the kidney, and there is huge market demand for it. For example, fish maw is not sold by pound, but by gram. If I have the chance, I would like to go to deeper waters to take a look. Su Yang wasn't being polite either. He did have such an idea, but for now, it was just an idea. Under the current circumstances, he would definitely not go out to sea casually. At this time, Su Yang also took the bait. Brother Su, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. At our age, it's very important to replenish our kidneys. Hey, I got caught. Su Yang also saw the buoy sinking. Su Yang took a look at the fishing rod. It was quite full, almost forming a semicircle. This fish is quite strong. Su Yang didn't dare to be careless either. He let the fish slip for a while and then reeled it in. At this time, everyone came running over. As the fish floated to the surface, everyone saw a fish jumping continuously. It's just that it was a little dark at night, so I couldn't see what kind of fish it was at first. As the fishing line was slowly reeled in, the fish got closer and closer. Everyone felt that the line looked familiar, but they couldn't confirm it for a moment. When he saw the fish had left the water and was about to reach the deck, Lao Wang was already prepared. As soon as Su Yang pulled the fish in, he immediately caught it with a net and placed the fish on the deck. The fish kept jumping on the deck. Although it hadn't been weighed yet, it looked like it weighed no less than 20 kilograms. This is not small. After Su Yang untied the fishhook shield, he looked at it carefully. The dorsal side of the fish is brown-gray with orange-yellow, the ventral side is grayish-white, and there are obvious black spots in the armpits at the base of the pectoral fins. The body is covered with silver dollar-shaped tenoid scales, and the head is round scales. Lao Wang and others stared at it for a while, and suddenly shouted out in unison with Zhou Quanqing and others. Chapter 78, A Date with a Girlfriend, a Fierce Draw. Yellow croaker. Fuck. Brother Su, I've reserved this fish. Lao Wang shouted immediately. He often lingers around young women and really needs some nourishment. But he knew that yellow croaker was expensive. Wild yellow croaker is already expensive enough, but the price of yellow croaker is not lower than it. Moreover, yellow croaker has medicinal value. If you have to choose one of the two, I guess more people would choose yellow croaker. Lao Wang took a photo immediately. He can't afford such expensive fish. Although he also wanted to supplement his body, he could sell the fish to rich people and then use the money he earned to buy supplements to reward himself. Lao Wang's wishful thinking has already started to work out. But the next second, he felt that his abacus beads had fallen off. Please give me some respect and don't fight with me for this yellow croaker. I want it. Lin Xiongming spoke. Zhou Quanqing didn't mean to. Zhang Chao is even more boring. Su Yan doesn't care, he is selling it anyway. It doesn't matter who you sell it to. Only Lao Wang felt sad. He watched his supplements slowly disappearing with him. The little blue pill. No, he didn't need the little blue pill yet. If it were someone else, Lao Wang would still want to fight for it. After all, there are many wealthy people among his client base. But Lin Xiongming spoke, and his attitude suddenly took a sharp turn. He was no longer the cold and domineering president, and he was not so annoying anymore. Besides, Zhou Quanqing still had to wait for the other party to sign the contract, so he did not argue. The most important thing is that the fish belongs to Su Yang, and he has no say on who to sell it to. Brother Su, I just mentioned yellow croaker to you, and I didn't expect you to catch one right away. You are indeed someone I, Lin Xiongming, admire. It's no loss to call you my idol. Lin Xiongming looked at the yellow croaker jumping around on the deck, thought for a moment and said, I want this yellow croaker for 1.5 million. Lin Xiongming offered this price, not because he is stupid and has a lot of money. According to him, many years ago, a 140-pound yellow croaker was sold for nearly 3.5 million yuan. Just 2 years ago, someone caught a 70-pound yellow croaker and sold it for 2 million. In addition, the price of yellow croaker has been getting higher and higher over the years, so 1 million is not a high price for him. Although there are indeed some human reasons behind this, there is a slight premium. But it's not too outrageous. The main thing is that this yellow croaker is of great use to Lin Xiongming. Su Yang glanced at Lao Wang. Do you want to compete with Mr. Lin? What the hell? Lao Wang rolled his eyes. How can I have that ability? Lin Xiongming smiled and said, Old one, with your current body shape, I'm afraid you won't be able to take the supplement. Don't fight with me for this. Lin Xiongming took a knife, drained the blood of the yellow croaker, and then preserved it at a low temperature. Brother Su, I think there are still yellow croakers. Keep fishing. Maybe you'll find another yellow croaker. Su Yang naturally knew that the next one would definitely be the yellow croaker. He did not hesitate and hooked again. This time, he deliberately threw the hook a little off. After all, the fish will bite the hook automatically, and there are a lot of people watching, so you can't catch the fish too quickly. Only. He ignored the power of fish meal as a plug-in. As soon as the hook was thrown down, the buoy sank again after a few seconds. Another fish. Su Yang immediately hung up the phone again. When the fish floated to the surface, even though the light was a little dim, everyone could still recognize at a glance that it was a yellow croaker. This is incredible. Brother Su, this time you didn't disturb the nest of the hairtail fish, but the nest of the yellow croaker. Lao Wan was very excited. It seems that this one is his. Old Joe, why are you still standing there? Go and fish. Maybe you can catch a yellow croaker, and then you can become famous. Zhou Quanqing reacted immediately. If he caught a yellow croaker, even if he came up empty-handed every day afterwards, he could still use his glorious record to shut up other people. After Zhou Quanqing cast the hook, Zhang Chao and the two women also quickly threw their hooks down. Just now, Su Yang sold a yellow croaker for 1.5 million. Zhang Chao might still be able to remain calm. Chen Mengmeng and the other girl couldn't remain calm. They don't need 1.5 million, even 150,000 is enough to make them excited. Lin Xiongming also threw the fishing hook down. But he just went with the flow. I took a look at the yellow croaker caught by Su Yang. It was a little smaller than the one just now, weighing 2 kilograms less. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiongming said, sell them all to me at the same price as before. Lao Wang was anxious. Boss Lin, you just bought one, can you give this one to me? Good things come in pairs. Lin Xiangming originally planned to give the yellow croaker away. He felt that this gift was a little bit lacking. If there were two, it would be perfect. Lao Wang gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, a gentleman should help others achieve their goals. I will give it to you." There is no way, he can only rely on the power of others to bully others. Lin Xiangming is truly a lion and a fierce beast with sufficient capital. Old Wang, don't worry. If Brother Su catches another yellow croaker next time, I promise I won't snatch it from you. That's what you said. Lao Wang immediately urged Su Yang to take the bait. Su Yang didn't think too much about it. Not long after the third hook was cast, another yellow croaker was caught. However, this one weighs a little less than the previous two, only 15 kilograms. Lin Xiangming did not grab this one. Finally, one of Lao Wang's clients bought it for 1.3 million. After catching 3 yellow croakers, Su Yang saw that the time was almost up, so he stopped fishing and everyone returned. After getting off the boat, Lin Xiangming said, "Brother Su, you really opened my eyes today. An idol is an idol. I have a lot to learn from you." After hearing these words, Su Yang couldn't modestly say that it was due to luck. After leaving contact information with Lin Xiangming and making an appointment to go fishing together again next time they had the chance, we went our separate ways. Zhou Quanqing left as he still had to entertain Lin Xiangming and others. Su Yang is with Lao Wang. Should I send you home directly? No, please take me to the west side of the city. I have an appointment with a friend. Woman friend? Right. Lao Wang didn't hide it either. She's been troubled by some things lately, so I'll go over and help her solve them. As long as it's a question about your girlfriend, I'm sure nothing will be difficult for you. Lao Wang smiled, a little obscenely. After sending Lao Wang to the west of the city, it was already 10:30 when I returned home. The two sons have already fallen asleep, but Su Wei is still awake. She knows that Su Yang will probably be back around this time, so she naturally has to wait until he comes back before she can fall asleep peacefully. I'm back. Su Wei walked out of the room. So many fish? Su Wei looked surprised. Didn't you sell it? I sold a few. I brought these back specially to eat, so that my two sons wouldn't want to eat fish tomorrow and say I didn't catch any fish. Su Wei pursed her lips and chuckled. After Su Yang put the fish in place, Su Wei immediately came over. Cell phone. Su Yang handed the phone over and Su Wei opened the text message. Honey, am I seeing right? Did you sell so many? Yes, I caught a few big yellow croakers, and then I caught 3 more yellow croakers. After hearing this, Su Wei kissed Su Yang. Hubby, you're awesome. After Su Yang came back, Su Wei slept peacefully. However, Su Yang did not feel tired. It's normal to have trouble sleeping since your wealth increased by nearly 6 million in an instant. Going to the study, Su Yang took a look at the labor value. I have been saving for a while, and my labor value has now reached 5,176 points. I should be able to draw something good now. Start drawing. Chapter 79 Gambler's Psychology. He had been saving it up but hadn't drawn it before, so he just wanted to give it a try, making 10 consecutive draws a few times to see if he could get something good. However, before making 10 consecutive draws, Su Yang made a single draw. During the novice benefits, he created a miracle with a single draw. Smoke. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 skill points. All right. As expected, after leaving the novice village, there are no so-called novice benefits. Su Yang didn't try again. Directly carry out 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. 9 consecutive draws will give you guaranteed attribute points or skill points. Su Yang stared at the last pull. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. In the end, no gold box was opened. It seems that the system is preparing to kill its familiar. I didn't get anything good in my most recent 10-pull draw. This wave of 10 consecutive draws obtained 20 personal attribute points and 70 skill points. Come again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 skill points. The first 8 draws were the same as before. Just when Su Yang thought that this time it would still be a guaranteed bronze box, he didn't expect that the last 2 draws would still be guaranteed skill points. Su Yang was speechless. Even if you want to kill a cooked animal, you can't do it like this. System, come out and have a chat? The system did not respond. Su Yang sighed lightly, and after 2 waves of 10 consecutive draws, plus the previous single draw, his current skill points have reached 160 points. This wave of personal attribute points is relatively small, only 10 points. I just don't believe this. Su Yang's psychology at this moment was the same as that of a gambler. Like buying size. I didn't win the first time, so I thought it would come out the second time. It didn't come out the second time, so I thought it would definitely come out the third time. But after several rounds of betting, there was no big draw, so I started to argue. So Su Yang made another wave of 10 consecutive draws. Even if you fail to open the treasure chest, at least there is a guaranteed reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. When Su Yang saw the rewards for the third wave of 10 consecutive draws, he finally became excited. 1 gold and 1 silver, even if you only get a bronze box in the first 21 draws, it seems to be worth it now. This time his gambler's mentality was successful. However, his psychology is different from that of a gambler. The gambler's mentality is that if he continues to fail to win, then he will have nothing. His is different, at least there is a guaranteed reward. Looking at the treasure chest he had just drawn, Su Yang thought about it and made another round of 10 draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bronze treasure chest. The first 3 directly won the grand prize. Even Su Yang found this kind of luck incredible. Could it be that because we just called the system out for a chat, it was afraid of being complained about, so it changed the probability of winning? After the last draw, this wave of 10 consecutive draws only had skill points left, not even any personal attribute points. After taking a look and seeing that there were still more than 1,000 labor points left, Su Yang finally didn't continue. After 41 draws, I opened 2 gold treasure chests, 2 silver ones, and 2 bronze ones. The system really does average the values. In addition to these, there are 245 skill points and 40 personal attribute points. This result can only be considered a good result. Looking at the 245 skill points he had just obtained, Su Yang brought up the personal attribute interface. Labor value, 1076. Talents, painting beginner, piano beginner, 1050, cooking intermediate, 5400, fishing master, maintenance beginner, massage and nursing layman. The following are omitted. Strength, 7560 for a pass and 100 for a normal person. Agility, 5560 for passing and 100 for normal people. Physical condition, 90 healthy. Looking at the personal attribute table, Su Yang pondered for a moment and decided to add the physical condition column to 100 first. After adding 10 personal attribute points, Su Yang immediately felt his body shiver as if he had added the attributes before. Then a warm current appeared in the body, dispelling all the fatigue. At this moment, it was as if all the burdens on my body had been completely unloaded, making me feel very relaxed. Su Yang glanced at the attribute column, and his physical condition had now become 100, very healthy. Looking at the data, Su Yang thought for a while, and then added 5 personal attribute points to the physical condition. Warm reminder from the system, your health has reached its best. If you want to make a breakthrough, you need to develop in an all-round and balanced way. Attribute points cannot be added. This was exactly what he had guessed before. Once it reaches 100, if you want to break through again, the other 2 must keep up. There are currently 30 attribute points left, and Su Yang also wants to give it a try. After breaking through the normal range of values, he will go one step further to see if his physical condition will improve. His current data is just that of an ordinary person. Like some athletes, their physical conditions are definitely different from those of ordinary people. If I continue to improve, my strength and speed will increase, and I will have a chance to win the Olympic 100-meter title. Of the remaining 30 personal attribute points, Su Yang directly added 25 to strength. In daily life, if you have more strength, you will feel more relaxed whether carrying heavy objects or dealing with emergencies. With the injection of 25 personal attribute points, Su Yang felt that his physical strength was instantly enhanced. Every muscle fiber seemed to be filled with strength, and every cell in my body felt like it was boiling. He tried to clench his fists and could clearly feel the power surging. At this time, he really wanted to find someone to beat up. Why don't we wake up our sons and spank them a couple of times to see if they can take it? Su Yang naturally wouldn't really do that, he just increased his strength and it didn't affect his IQ. But now, at that moment, he really felt like there was a force gathering together. Then this force gradually became comfortable, and the state of excitement gradually disappeared and returned to normal. At this time, he believed that he could carry 100 kilograms of rice to the third floor. Or you can add 2 more layers. His strength only reached the limit of ordinary people, but he was not strong enough to carry 100 kilograms of rice, walk briskly, and rush up dozens of floors in one breath. This is the current limit of the physical fitness of ordinary people. I wonder if there will be a breakthrough after all 3 attributes reach 100. Su Yang guessed that a breakthrough would definitely be possible. After all, ordinary people, fitness experts, and athletes are completely different in terms of physique. Chapter 80 Emergency. Both physical condition and strength have reached 100, and the remaining 5 personal attribute points are naturally allocated to agility. Although he did not live in the world of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, there were not so many people hunting him down. But the body's reaction speed and flexibility are equally important. Even if there aren't so many people chasing you, danger is always there. It's like a normal person walking on a road that he has walked thousands of times, and then being hit and killed by a billboard. Whether dodging danger or seizing fleeting opportunities, his agility gives him the upper hand. As his agility reached 60 points, his body began to change slightly again. However, since it only increases by 5 points, it cannot change as much as when the strength suddenly reaches 100. If you want all 3 values to reach 100 points, it seems you have to continue drawing lots. There are still more than 1,000 labor points left. Su Yang did not start drawing directly, but opened the treasure chest first. First, open a bronze one to test the waters. After silently repeating the word open with telekinesis, the bronze treasure chest in my mind slowly opened, and even a ray of light shot out from the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a barrel of premium wrinkle removal cream 10 caddies. You can use a small bottle when using it. It has been automatically put into the space. Note, the special anti-wrinkle cream can fully repair skin fibers, remove facial spots and freckles, including some shallow scars on the body. It can also effectively remove pigmentation and stretch marks produced during pregnancy. After reading the introduction of the reward, Su Yang thought it was good. Su Wei is pregnant with her 3rd child, and based on her experience when she was pregnant with her 2 sons, the stretch marks she had during pregnancy were not as deep as those of other pregnant women. But there will be some. Moreover, it is currently impossible to remove stretch marks 100%. Although some can be removed up to 80%, some still remain. Su Wei's stretch marks were not particularly severe at first, and she had them slightly treated after giving birth. But at present, there is still some residue on her belly and it cannot be completely removed. It is almost 11 weeks now. As the baby grows slowly in my belly, the stretch marks will definitely become clearer. Women all love beauty. Even though Su Wei's stretch marks are not serious, she still feels a little concerned when she looks at the marks left by pregnancy on her belly. This bottle of premium wrinkle removal cream can just solve her problem. The first bronze treasure chest is off to a good start. There are still 6 left, especially the 2 golden treasure chests. Su Yang is really looking forward to what can be found in them. Next is to open the 2nd bronze treasure chest. As the 2nd bronze treasure chest opened, Su Yang saw that it was a comic book. Congratulations on receiving a copy of the comic Laughing School. The copyright has been automatically registered. Ha! Hilarious school life. Some images immediately emerged in Su Yang's mind. Compared with the previously released Old Master Q, Su Yang was more impressed by this Laughing School. In the memory in the dream, he was still in school when he read this comic. At that time, it was not possible for all students in the class to circulate a comic book, but most of them would borrow it and take a look at it. The Su Yang in the dream loves to read funny comics like Laughing School, which are loved by both male and female students. Moreover, he remembered that there was a classmate named Ajuan who imitated the characters in the movie and did some funny things. After obtaining the reward, the characters and plot of laughing comics kept flooding into my mind. Including the Laughing School that I just drew, I already have 2 comics. I took a look at my drawing skills and they are still at the entry level. Su Yang thought that since he already had 2 comics on hand, he could improve his drawing skills a little and draw these 2 comics. The characters in the two comics are not particularly complex, and do not require a significant improvement in drawing skills. In fact, Su-young couldn't confirm what the audience would be like after the works like Old Master Q and Laughing School were completed. But he felt that since he had obtained these two rewards, and these two comics were indeed popular in the world in his dreams, the system gives these two rewards, perhaps not necessarily for him to make money from them. Perhaps I want to pass on some things from another world to this world. Su-yang had not made a decision before, but now, he can actually take some time out to draw comics occasionally. Su-yang was very satisfied with the rewards from the two bronze treasure chests. Catch. Next is the silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, Energy Potion X3. Note, after using it, you will not feel tired within 72 hours and can concentrate on doing things. And there are no side effects. Hey, this thing is good. Su-yang's eyes lit up. If you take one bottle, you don't need to sleep for 72 hours and can keep working. He was thinking of taking some time to draw two comics. But painting, although seemingly simple, is actually not easy. Okay, Su-yang said some nonsense. But then Su-yang thought about it and decided that this so-called energy potion, if viewed from another perspective, could also be called ox and horse potions. As soon as I drink it, all I can think about is working overtime, and overtime. However, think about it from another angle. If the pile driving is done at night, can it become a 72-hour perpetual motion pile driver? All right. Even if Su-yang could do it, Su-wei couldn't bear it. After the first silver is opened, there is 1 silver and 2 gold boxes left. Just when Su-yang was about to open the second silver box, he suddenly heard someone calling Dad. Su-yang quickly got up and went to his son's room. With the dim night light in the room, Su-yang saw his youngest son Su-yukong sitting up. Dad! Su-yukong shouted again, his voice containing a hint of tears. What happened to Shao Kang? Su-yukong did not respond, but continued to call for his father in a crying voice. Su-yang walked over, zipped up the yurt-style mosquito net, and sat on the bed. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Su-yukong didn't answer, and then a sound came out of his mouth. It sounded like he was crying, but he wasn't really crying. But when I asked him questions, he just wouldn't answer. His eyes weren't fully open either. I was still dreaming at that time. I didn't know what I was dreaming about, and I hadn't fully woken up yet. Dad is here. Su-yang comforted. But Su-yukong hadn't opened his eyes yet, so these comforting words didn't have much effect on him. The only way to calm him down is to wake him up. Shao Kang, Dad is here, lie down and have a good sleep. It still didn't work. Su-yang touched his youngest son's forehead and felt something was wrong. Chapter 81 Guardian Potion. What's wrong? Su-wei also woke up and walked into the room. Su-yang turned around and saw Su-wei walking towards him with sleepy eyes. Your forehead is a little hot. Take the thermometer from the medicine box. Su-wei was stunned for a moment, then walked to the living room and took out the medicine box. I saw there were 2 types of thermometers, an electronic one and a mercury one, so I just took both. Because electronic thermometers have some errors and sometimes seem inaccurate, I always keep a mercury thermometer at home. It's just that the mercury thermometer takes a little longer. Sometimes when a child is sick and feels hot, I will use a digital thermometer to measure it first to have a rough idea. Don't let yourself lose your composure when you feel your forehead is hot. If the temperature is between 38.5 degrees, there is no need to worry too much. If you want to be more accurate, measure it with a mercury thermometer. If the temperature is over 39 degrees, it is a high fever regardless of whether you measure it or not. After all, if the temperature difference is too big, it only means that the electronic thermometer is broken. Su-yang first measured it with an electronic thermometer. 37.6 degrees. Su-wei saw the temperature displayed and touched her youngest son's forehead with her hand. A little hot. I was fine before going to bed, how come I suddenly have a low-grade fever? Su-yang picked up his youngest son and let him lie on his shoulders. Just now, because she was feeling uncomfortable, she kept making whimpering sounds with her mouth, but she stopped making those sounds after she was picked up. The temperature difference between morning and evening is quite large recently, which has an impact. Also, it may be that they have been rewarded with too many irritating foods recently, which may have caused the inflammation of the throat. Children of this age will almost always have a fever if there is something wrong with their throat. This situation will only get better when you are a little older. For example, my eldest son occasionally eats some spicy food, but it's no big deal. Sue smiled bitterly. It seems that we need to let them eat lighter meals these 2 days. After a pause, Sue asked, "Do you want to take antipyretic medicine? This temperature is not necessary for the time being. Let me wipe his body with warm water first." That being said, in reality, even if a child has a low fever at night, it is almost impossible to reduce the fever without taking medicine. However, Su Yang would not use medicine casually. Since it is not time to take antipyretics yet, just use physical methods to reduce the temperature temporarily. After struggling for half an hour, I took my temperature again. It hadn't gone down yet, but it was a little lower than when I took it just now. It's 37.3 now. Let him sleep for a while. Although it only dropped by 0.3, sometimes, even a difference of 0.1 can make people feel much more comfortable. Looking at his little son who had fallen asleep, Su Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. He is not a new father now. He remembered that when his eldest son had a fever, he had no experience and was quite nervous. I can't say I'm calm now, I can only say I have experience. If the child is normally fine but suddenly has a fever, I can probably guess the cause. Moreover, the body temperature is not very high and the emotions are not particularly tense. You should go to bed first. Su Yang said to Sue, "Don't stay up late now. I will measure his temperature again when I go to bed later." Sue was a little worried, but she trusted Su Yang and did not force herself to stay up late. Then you should pay more attention to Xiaokan's situation. After Su went back to bed, Su Yang looked at his sleeping little son and thought of a problem he had already considered. His body is now in a very healthy state and he hardly gets sick. But the physical condition of his family members is different from his. He kept wondering when he would be able to draw a reward that could improve the physical condition of his family. After taking a look at the 1 silver treasure chest and 2 gold treasure chests that were still left, Su Yang placed his hopes on them. He didn't think any more and opened the silver treasure chest directly. Congratulations on obtaining a special item, a bottle of health protection potion 750 milliliters. Note, only 1 drop of the health protection potion is needed to restore your health within 1 minute. At the same time, it can enhance your immunity and last for 3 months. Remark, this medicine is a regular version, and is only suitable for influenza and common viruses. It is not suitable for special viruses such as cancer. Su Yang was stunned. Did the system hear his thoughts? Or maybe it was because she had 2 babies in her belly and was worried about the older brother, so this reward was triggered. After all, his system was forcibly bound to the 2 babies, and Su might have sensed it when she came over just now. Regardless of the reason, obtaining this bottle of health-protecting potion at this time can be said to solve his urgent needs. The body temperature has indeed dropped a little now. But based on Su Yang's experience, there is a high probability that body temperature will rise in the second half of the night. Now with this bottle of health-protecting potion, he can sleep well later. However, the system mentioned that this is the ordinary version of the health protection potion. In other words, it is possible that a more advanced version may be drawn in the future, and will it be able to eliminate cancer? Su Yang didn't know. Everything will have to wait until the draw. Su Yang did not continue to open the golden treasure chest, but extracted the health protection potion. He tiptoed to his youngest son's bed, looked at Xiaokan's peaceful sleeping face, and touched his forehead first. Still hot. Then he followed the instructions, poured out a drop of medicine, and carefully dropped it on Xiaokan's forehead. I originally thought that it would be like the effect of antipyretic medicine, and it would usually take about half an hour to reduce fever. Unexpectedly, something magical happened. After dripping the medicine onto the forehead, about a minute later, Su Yang touched Xiaokan's forehead again and found that it was no longer hot, and it had returned to its normal body temperature. Su Yang was afraid that the temperature of his hands was not right, so he immediately picked up the electronic thermometer to measure it. 36.7. The fever has gone away. It's worthy of being a medicine produced by the system. Although the fever had subsided, Su Yang still observed for about half an hour. My temperature was measured several times during this period. Everything is working fine. After confirming that the fever had completely subsided, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was just thinking, if he was going to stay up late tonight, should he drink a bottle of energy potion that he had just opened from the bronze treasure chest to keep himself awake? That is no longer necessary. After covering his youngest son with the quilt, Su Yang returned to the study. There were still 2 gold treasure chests left, so he would naturally wait until he had drawn all of them before going to bed. If I don't finish smoking, I will always think about this thing in my mind. Normally, I can fall asleep as soon as I lie down, but I am worried about something and toss and turn. I might even suffer from insomnia because of these two golden treasure chests. That would be a waste of time. This time, Su-yang directly opened the two golden treasure chests together. As two golden lights shot out from the box in my mind, two rewards then appeared before his eyes. Chapter 82. The reward is a bit surprising. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 special medical experience cards. Note, special medical experience card, the host can use it on anyone. Through the medical experience card, the user's physical condition can be observed and monitored. Valid for 3 months. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a deep sea treasure location card. Note, the deep sea treasure locator card can accurately locate shipwrecked treasure within a depth of 5,000 meters in any sea area around the world. And it has the legal right to salvage. Su-yang's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the two new rewards that appeared in front of him. The special medical experience card comes at the right time. With this, he can monitor the physical condition of his family members at any time, especially the current health of Su Wei and her two children. There is currently no special reward that can improve their physical condition. If he uses the special medical experience card, he can monitor changes in their physical condition within 3 months. Then, according to the changes in their physical condition, we will make some interference at any time to keep them healthy. Su-yang immediately took out a special medical experience card. When the medical experience card was taken out, it was a blue and white card with gold threads on the 4 sides. The method of using the medical experience card is very simple. You just need to write the other party's name and ID number, and then contact the user, and the experience card can be used. Without saying a word, Su-yang took out a medical experience card and wrote down the name and ID number of his youngest son Su-yukong. After all, there are so many people with the same name, and the data is not accurate enough if we just write down the name. After writing, Su-yang walked into the room where his son slept, then tiptoed to his youngest son's bed and gently placed the card on him. When the card touched Su-yukong, it instantly turned into blue light and merged into the child's body. Then a virtual interface immediately appeared in Su-yang's mind. Name, Su-yukong. Age, 3 years and 3 months. Current body temperature, 36.7. Health status, good. Abnormal tips, mild pharyngitis recovering. Immunity, improving health guardian potion in effect. After seeing these detailed data, Su-yang was completely relieved. This medical experience card is more comprehensive than the physical examination in the hospital and can monitor in real time. Then Su-yang took out another medical card, wrote the name and ID number of his eldest son Su-yuan, and used it on him. As the blue and white medical experience card disappeared, the eldest son's information also appeared in front of him. Name, Su-yuan. Age, 5 years and 6 months. Current body temperature, 36.5. Health status, good. Abnormal tips, slight nasal congestion, slight injury on the knee. Tooth condition, the first deciduous tooth is loose, expected to fall out within 2 weeks. After looking at my eldest son's data, there seems to be no physical problem with him. Mild nasal congestion generally does not require any treatment. Just let him drink more water tomorrow. If it is too heavy, it needs to be dealt with. However, seeing that his eldest son had an injury on his knee, Su-yang couldn't help but roll up his trouser leg to check. Carefully pulling his pants down to his knees, Su-yang discovered that there was indeed a little friction wound on his knees. But this is not a major wound. It might be caused by running too fast and accidentally falling to the ground. It's not a big problem. As for teeth, the first deciduous tooth actually started to loosen. This is normal. Although in Su-yang's opinion, it was still a little early. But it's already loose, and I can't use glue to fix it. There is no major health problem for my 2 sons. Then Su-yang took out another medical test card and used it on Su Wei. Then Su Wei's message appeared in front of him. Name, Su Wei. Pregnancy period, 10 weeks plus 3 days for twins. Current body temperature, 36.8. Health status, good. Fetal condition, good. After reading Su Wei's information, there was also information about the fetus, which was pretty good. Being able to monitor your physical condition at any time during pregnancy is more important than anything else. After returning to the study, Su-yang thought about the deep sea treasure location card. There are naturally many shipwrecks in the deep sea, and there must be a lot of treasures of various kinds. This location card can locate 3 treasures. I guess he could become rich if he salvaged one of them. The most important thing is that they also have the legal right to salvage. But there is a problem. Even if he has the legal right to salvage, the treasure he salvages may not belong to him. He has the salvage rights, and the treasure belongs to the country. He can also go fishing on the high seas. But even if the treasure was salvaged from the high seas, he might not be able to get it. After all, it is a treasure, and countries will certainly use various high seas treaties to find excuses. Just like he had read a report before, an ocean exploration company salvaged a warship of the Bull Country, and was eventually ordered by the court to return $500 million worth of silver coins to the Bull Country government. Because the shipwreck it salvaged was a warship of the Bull Country, it enjoyed sovereign immunity. All I can say is that when the treasure that is salvaged is of too high a value, everyone will stare at it. So after finding the treasure, you have to salvage it without anyone noticing. But the treasures are all in the deep sea. Even if he knows how to swim, he is not good enough to dive thousands of meters to the bottom of the sea. He doesn't have any special powers, nor is he a cultivator. If he could solve the salvage problem, and if he could really salvage the treasure, he could put it directly into the space. Only then can 1 cubic meter of space truly play its role. Although it is not useful now, he has already thought of several sea areas where shipwrecked treasures may be hidden. When the time is right, it might bring in some unexpected wealth. But before that, he had to consider buying a boat. Things like treasures naturally cannot be made known to others. After taking a look at the balance in his bank card, he decided that buying the boat could be put on hold. It is estimated that most of the world's treasures that can be salvaged have been salvaged. Those that have not been discovered are naturally still lying in the sea. After a few days, if he has time to go out to sea, he can also test it in the nearby waters. Let's see if there are any hidden pearls in this sea nearby. After collecting all the rewards, Su Yang stretched. Although it was a bit of a hassle tonight, I gained a lot. He tiptoed back to the bedroom and lay down next to Su Wei. But just as he lay down, Su Wei woke up. Has Xiao Kang's fever gone down? Su Yang immediately glanced at the monitoring interface and saw that his youngest son's physical condition was normal. Resigned. That's good. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was lying in bed just now, she was worried about her youngest son's condition and was not actually sleeping very deeply. Su Wei rubbed against Su Yang's body. Su Yang stretched out his hand habitually. Su Wei raised her head and then rested it on his arm. In Su Wei's opinion, sleeping with a pillow was not as peaceful as sleeping with Su Yang's arm. As for Su Yang, at the beginning, his arm was resting on Su Wei's head for a long time, and it felt a little numb. Now I have mastered it, and I won't feel numb even if I lie on the pillow for a whole night. Chapter 83 Husband, Touch Me. After getting up the next day, Su Yang went to his son's room to wake them up. Xiao Kang had a low-grade fever last night, why don't we let him take a day off today? Su Wei also woke up. She lay on the bed and talked to Su Yang. Su Yang took a look at the values on the medical test card and found that his youngest son's values were normal. His condition was caused by an inflammation of the throat, but it was not particularly serious. After using the health protection potion, everything is almost fine. But Su Wei didn't know about this situation. I'll wake him up later. If he's in good spirits, let him go to school. If he doesn't want to go, let him take a leave. He is just in kindergarten now, and at this stage, he is not taught anything, just playing. The eldest son will also be taught pinyin and simple addition and subtraction in advance. It's just kindergarten, and Su Yang doesn't want to be so stubborn. Most of the children nowadays are sent to kindergarten at the age of 3. If he were to finish college normally, he would be imprisoned for at least 20 years. If I meet a chicken baby again. This kind of child probably has to be arranged by his parents for intensive activities and various training classes before he even goes to kindergarten. Anyway, there are various volumes. If you don't roll your eyes, a bunch of people will. In fact, Su Yang and Su Wei had also discussed whether they should follow the trend and turn their son into a chicken baby. After final consideration, not so much. Firstly, their financial situation does not allow them to push their children so hard. Secondly, they all understand that Su Wei, in particular, was forced by her parents to practice piano when she was young. Despite her various objections, she still practiced until she graduated from elementary school. Perhaps this way of curling will be useful after entering society. But that kind can be rolled. It is really hard to roll it up. I guess in the end, either the kids will become insane or the parents will go crazy. Although Su Yang and Su Wei had never thought of raising their son as a pushover, they still felt that if allowed, they should pay attention to his education. Now, Su Yang just let nature take its course. With the help of the system, he could only work hard on himself and make his sons rich second generations. Su Yang went over to wake up his eldest son first, and after gaining 5 labor points, he went over to wake up his younger son. There is nothing wrong with his health, it just depends on whether he wants to go to school. Dad, I'm very sleepy and want to go back to sleep. So, are you going to school? Su Yakon looked at Su Yang. Can I not go? If you don't want to go, that's fine. Before Su Yakon finished speaking, Su Yuan, who had just woken up and hadn't brushed his teeth yet, spoke immediately. Dad, why doesn't my brother go to school? He had a low-grade fever last night, but he's fine now. But even though the fever has subsided, we still need to observe him. So Dad lets him choose whether to go or not? No. Su Yakong answered immediately. Su Yang knew that this would be his answer. Dad, if my brother doesn't go, I won't go either. Normally the two of them go together, but now the younger brother can be lazy and not go, so naturally the older brother doesn't want to go either. Su Yang smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't go. Today is Friday. After today's class, you will have 2 days off. But I want to tell you that on Friday Brother Panda and his friends will come over, and Sister Cat will also come over to play games with you. If you don't go, you won't be able to play games with them. The kindergarten has physical education classes every week. There will be special third-party early education institutions. They will arrange some games and activities for every child to participate. Of course, if a physical education class is added, the tuition for each semester will naturally increase." My eldest son, who had originally planned to take leave, hesitated for a moment when he heard about the physical education class and finally changed his mind. Dad, I'm not sick. I'll go to school. The teacher said that if you don't ask for leave without permission, you will get an extra sticker on Friday. Su Yang knew this. This is also a way to cultivate children's enthusiasm for going to school. There is nothing good or bad about it. If my younger brother doesn't want to go, then I'll send my older brother. Su Yakong thought about it and then said, Dad, I want to go too. I want to get stickers too. If you want to go, then get up and brush your teeth, or you'll be late. After hearing this, the two sons went to brush their teeth immediately. Su Yang returned to the room and said to Su Wei, Xiaokong's fever had subsided when I went to bed, so he's fine now. He said he wanted to go to school, so let him go. Su Wei hummed lazily, then you send them off. I'll continue to sleep for a while. Good. Su Yang lowered his head and kissed Su Wei on her lips. Su Wei opened her eyes, put her arms around his neck, and responded actively. The two kissed for a while before separating. Su Yang walked out of the room and saw that his two sons had finished washing and were preparing to change their clothes. After they changed their clothes, Su Yang threw the clothes they had just changed into the washing machine. By the way, I gained 10 labor points. By the time I send them to the school gate, the minimum labor value for the morning has been completed. Su Yang bought some vegetables as usual. Usually, in the morning, most of them cook some porridge to drink. Now I am worried that Su Wei is already 10 weeks pregnant and sometimes her taste may become a little picky. There were some things that Su Wei hardly ate before she was pregnant. This taste changed a little when I was pregnant with my two sons. I want to try things that I don't eat. During this period, Su Yang almost used magic tricks to make different breakfasts for her. I don't know if it's because his cooking skills have been upgraded to the intermediate level, but some foods like snacks seem to be more difficult to prepare in his opinion. Now it feels like nothing. But today Su Yang plans to make egg pancakes. Yesterday while having breakfast, Su Wei mentioned that she wanted to eat omelette. Then just arrange it. Compared to making other snacks, egg pancakes are the easiest food to make, even simpler than making porridge. As we all know, porridge is not limited to white porridge or lean meat porridge. If you want to cook something more complicated, it will take time to prepare all the ingredients. Making egg pancakes is really not difficult. Su Yang came back with the groceries, and Su Wei also got up and had finished brushing her teeth. In fact, she was already a little sleepy at this time, but her biological clock had not changed completely, so she would usually wake up at this time and get up. After washing her face, Su Wei came out and looked towards the kitchen. She saw Su Yang washing onions, so she shouted at him. Hubby, come over here and take a look. Su Yang thought Su Wei had something to do, so he stopped what he was doing and walked out. What's wrong? Come and take a look. Su Yang walked up to Su Wei and saw that she suddenly lifted up her pajamas. Honey, have you noticed that my belly seems to be bigger today than yesterday? Su Yang stared at it for a while and it seemed to be a little bigger, but he felt there was no change. But if you look closely, your belly does seem to be slightly more protruding than before. Hubby, touch it. Chapter 80 for the Best Son-in-Law. Chapter 80 for the Best Son-in-Law. When Su Yang was about to touch it, he found that his hands were still wet. He reached out and took a few pieces of paper from the coffee table to dry his hands, then rubbed them again to warm up his palms before gently placing them on Su Wei's belly. Did you feel any movement? Su Wei knew that asking this question was a bit incompatible with her IQ. This is my third baby, not my first. It's not even 3 months old yet, so how can I feel anything? But at this time, she still couldn't help asking. Nothing seems to have changed. No, it is bigger. Although it was almost 3 months, Su Wei had not gone out much in the past few days, so she took out some of the larger clothes she had worn when she was pregnant with her 2 sons. Plus, she was wearing a coat, so it was really hard to see the changes in her belly. But Su Wei would definitely be able to feel the size of her belly better than Su Yang. Because the baby is growing day by day in her belly, her body is the most direct physical sensation. Maybe you're pregnant with twins. I think your belly will be visible in the next week. Next Tuesday will be 11 weeks. I will make an appointment in advance in 2 days. The time spent on prenatal checkups is actually spent waiting. First, wait to see a doctor. The doctor asked a few questions, then wrote me a prescription and asked me to go for various tests. Do a round of the ultrasound and blood test first. Generally speaking, in a maternity and child hospital, if you need an ultrasound, you will have to wait if you go too late. Honey, what do you think would be the reaction of our parents if they knew we were pregnant with 3 children, or twins? Su Yang smiled and said, given my parents' personalities, they will at most be excited, but they will be relatively restrained. At the same time, they will ask you to pay more attention. In the next few months, my mother will probably come over here more often. Su Wei thought about it and felt that it was really as Su Yang said. Su Yang looked at Su Wei, what if your parents knew? Su Wei thought for a moment and said, I really don't know about this. Calculating the time, we haven't visited them for a while. Su Yang is located in Bincheng, 40 minutes away from the city. My father-in-law and mother-in-law live in the city. In the past, they would go there once every 2 weeks. But this time, it seems like more than a month has passed since the last time. Did your mother call you and ask you why you didn't visit them for so long? I did ask, and I told you that you've been busy with work lately and can't spare the time for now. Su Wei wasn't lying. Last month, Su Yang still had to go to work, and happened to have a weekend when he was planning to go, but he had something urgent to deal with, so he changed his schedule. Then he was laid off. In the next half month, I have to follow up on the house matters and I can't spare the time for now. Su Yang said, after the prenatal checkup next week, we will find a time to go there. Although Su Yang knew that he was not the best son-in-law in the eyes of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But Su Wei has been married to him for so many years and even has 2 children. Even if he is not the best son-in-law, she will not have any big objections. However, if they knew that Su Yang suddenly lost his job, they would probably bring up the old matter again when they talked to Su Wei on the phone. After chatting with Su Wei for a while, Su Yang went into the kitchen to continue making omelets. After finishing breakfast, Su Yang was going out. Yesterday I was going to talk to the owner of a maternity and baby store who I had previously investigated as having the idea of transferring the business, but because Zhou Quanqing had an appointment to go out to see, I changed my plans. He needs to go over there today to finalize it. Last night's lottery draw almost consumed all of my labor value, and now I have to replenish it. After reminding Su Wei to be careful when she was alone at home, he took another look at the information on her medical test card. Everything was normal, so Su Yang went out. I learned before that there were several companies that were preparing to transfer the properties, but the prices they offered were relatively high. Su Yang selected one from several maternal and child stores that were about to be transferred. Taking into account the geographical location and traffic of other maternal and child stores, he went to discuss it first. Su Yang came to a mother and baby store located in the corner of the commercial street. Although this store is not located in the most central area, there are many residential areas around it and the flow of people is quite considerable. Moreover, the store covers a relatively large area, because in addition to maternal and child products, there is also a baby swimming pool at the innermost part. This is what Su Yang is interested in. He pushed open the door and found the store was warmly decorated and filled with a wide variety of baby products. A woman in her 30s is arranging the shelves. Seeing Su Yang coming in, he smiled and greeted, "Welcome, how can I help you?" Su Yang glanced at the woman in front of him and directly explained his purpose. "My last name is Su. I'm here to discuss the transfer of my store. I've contacted you before." The lady was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Oh, it's Mr. Su." The woman put down her work. "Mr. Su, please sit down for a moment. I'll put the things on the shelf in front of me and then come over." Su Yang nodded and walked straight to the sofa in front. The owner of this store is a woman named Yang Xiao. It should be the woman just now. After the woman had tidied up the shelves and tidied her appearance, she walked over. "Mr. Su, please have some water." Yang Xiao placed a glass of water in front of Su Yang. Su Yang went straight to the point. "Boss Yang, are you really planning to transfer your store?" Yang Xiao nodded helplessly. "I don't really want to transfer it, but because of some unexpected circumstances, I urgently need some money, so I want to transfer the store." Yang Xiao paused and sighed again. "Mr. Su, to be honest, I have invested a lot of effort in this store. The equipment and decoration are almost all new. If I hadn't really had no other choice, I wouldn't want to transfer it." Su Yang noticed it when he came in. The decoration of this store is completely different from the ones he had visited before. Although this location is not the most prime location, the purchasing power of the residents nearby is not low. Su Yang was also very satisfied. "Boss Lin, if you really want to transfer the business, I would also like to take it over. But can you please lower the transfer fee a little bit?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "I spent a lot of money to open this store, so I really can't lower the transfer price any further." After weighing the pros and cons, Su Yang compared the transfer prices of several other companies and the decoration of the store, but he didn't think about it too much. "Okay, then we'll go with the transfer price we discussed before. Let's sign the contract when it's convenient for you." Yang Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Su Yang to be so straightforward. "Mr. Su, if you can take over, it will be a great help to me." Yang Xiao was a little excited. "But I have one request. The transfer fee must be paid in full at once. As you know, I'm in urgent need of money." "That's no problem." After hearing this, Yang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, please wait here for a moment. I will have someone draw up a contract and call the owner over." After Yang Xiao went to work, Su Yang was left alone in the store. The more he looked at the decoration style of this store, the more he liked it. Just then, a man walked into the store. Su Yang turned his head and looked towards the door, then was stunned. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Chapter 85. How many good sisters do you have? Old one, why are you here? The person who came in was Lao Wang, which surprised Su Yang a little. As far as Su Yang knows, Lao Wang is currently single. As for whether he had children, he didn't say, and Su Yang naturally didn't ask. "Are you here to buy milk powder or diapers for the child?" "I came here to buy milk." "No, you almost confused me." Lao Wang reacted. "I live next door." The real Lao Wang next door. The owner of this maternity and baby store, Yang Xiao, is about 30 years old and is indeed quite charming. A man like Lao Wang who loves young women and lives next door would probably come over every day to chat with her, no matter if he has anything to do or not. "Are you here to see the boss?" "Right." Lao Wang nodded. "She called me just now and asked me to come and take a look at the transfer contract." Su Yang was stunned. "Are you the owner of this guy's store?" "Right." Lao Wang seemed to have thought of something. "Brother Su, this store is not going to be transferred to you, right?" "That's right." Su Yang laughed. "I didn't expect you to be the owner of this store." Lao Wang said, "When this place was first developed, the shops around here could be bought outright. I just happened to have some money on hand, so I bought a few to rent out." Su Yang is not very clear about the situation here. However, it is not uncommon for him to buy out shops. "Brother Su, why do you suddenly want to buy this maternity and baby store?" Old Wan looked at Su Yang, puzzled. "This family has a good business, but the amount of nutrition she gets in a year is probably not as much as what you get from catching a big yellow croaker." Su Yang smiled and said, "This is incomparable. Fishing is not a proper job, but opening a shop is a real business." Lao Wang also laughed. "It sounds like it makes sense." While the two were chatting, Yang Xiao had already returned with the contract. "Brother Wang, you are here." When Yang Xiao saw Lao Wang, he greeted him. "I called you here today to check the contract. Although the contract I signed with you previously does not require your consent when transferring it, in order to avoid legal disputes between you and the operator who takes over, I still asked you to come here and draft a new contract. Don't bother. Brother Su and I are acquaintances. You can just go through the contract procedures there. Yang Xiao was stunned. You two know each other? Right. That way, it would save a lot of trouble. However, even though the two of them knew each other, Yang Xiao still asked Lao Wang and Su Yang to go over the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, the two parties signed a transfer contract, which then transferred the money into Yang Xiao's account. After confirming that the money had arrived, Yang Xiao was completely relieved of the anxiety caused by worrying about money issues in the past few days. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Su Yang said, I should thank you. After all, your store was profitable before, and now I am getting a bargain. Whether I can make money or not is another matter. The key point is that I really need money recently. Some people have come to ask before, but they thought the transfer fee was too high and eventually gave up. Lao Wang interjected, I said I could lend you money. Brother Wang, I appreciate your kindness. I know you have money, but I'm afraid I can't pay it back. Yang Xiao actually knew what kind of person Lao Wang was. Lao Wang also said that he was just borrowing money and there was no conditional transaction. But Yang Xiao knew better. Once you accept the money borrowed from Lao Wang, you will owe him a favor. If he makes any requests in the future, you will not have the confidence to refuse. If you don't accept it, there will be no transaction in the future. Mr. Su, the store is now yours. There are currently 4 employees in the store. I will send you their information later. Yang Xiao added, originally, there was an employee who was supposed to work with me this morning, but she happened to have something to do, so she asked for leave. I arranged for another employee to come to make up for her, and it will take about half an hour to get here. Yang Xiao talked to Su Yang for a few more words, explained some things, and then left in a hurry. The female boss seems to be wary of you. Lao Wang shrugged, I can't help it. It's mainly because I'm so charming that she misunderstood me. In fact, I've always treated her as my sister. I only have the love that a brother has for his sister. Old Wang, you have several good sisters. Ha 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 ha. Lao Wang laughed. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Although I feel a little regretful, I, Wang, have always been a principled person. I don't force anyone, and I don't engage in money-related transactions. After the pause, Lao Wang still felt a little regretful. In fact, that woman is really my type, but she has a husband who treats her well. Even if I like a young woman, I will definitely not do anything to break up other people's families. Su Yang felt that what Lao Wang said was ambiguous. Just because he only prefers young women, how can he not break up other people's families? But this is Lao Wang's way of life, and he can't say anything. After all, Lao Wang really didn't do anything against the law. Then why is she in such a hurry to transfer the store? I heard something happened to her husband and he is now paralyzed. As for what it was, she didn't say and I'm too lazy to check. Su Yang thought that Yang Xiao left in a hurry after the money arrived, probably to go to the hospital. Then Lao Wang waved his hand and continued, let's not talk about this. Since we have met, call Lao Zhou out and we can have a meal together later. Is Brother Zhou free today? Isn't he going to receive Lin Xiongming and the others? Lin Xiongming signed a contract with Lao Zhou after returning last night. He rushed back early this morning, saying that he had to give a gift or something and couldn't delay. The first thing Su Yang thought of was the 2 yellow croakers he had caught. Su Yang doesn't care much about things like eating. But when I met Lao Wang, I couldn't refuse his kindness. But you need to wait a while. Yang Xiao just said that the employee will not be here for half an hour. I need to tell her something. That's no problem. Go ahead and do your work. I'll go call and make an appointment with Lao Zhou. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and walked out while talking on the phone. Su Yan looked at the time and saw that the employees had not arrived yet, so he prepared to take a closer look at the decoration of the store. After looking outside, Su Yang walked into the baby swimming pool. I didn't expect that I now own a store directly. Su Yang walked to the swimming pool. Unlike other swimming pools, this one is designed for babies and is stricter in every aspect than ordinary swimming pools. Because he didn't know when the clerk would come, Su Yang couldn't leave for a while. The employees know about the change of boss. Originally, Yang Xiao was planning to stay and tell his employees. She was in a hurry to go to the hospital again, so Su Yang had to come and take over by himself. Chapter 86, Mom. After looking around, I am still very satisfied with the store I just took over. At this time, the automatic door of the store opened and a woman walked in holding a child. Excuse me, can children swim here? Yes. How much does this cost? This stumped Su Yang. When Yang Xiao took over the business, he did not mention any charges to him. The employee didn't come over again. However, Su Yang soon noticed a price list posted on the wall. Su Yang turned slightly and pointed at the price list on the wall. If it's the regular type, it costs 40 yuan per session and the duration is 1 hour. The general services include bathing, swimming and basic care. Then Su Yang pointed to another place below. There is also one-on-one service or water education, early childhood education, which is slightly more expensive, 100 yuan per session, and the duration is also 1 hour. The lady thought for a moment and asked, if I apply for a card, will there be any discounts? The price list does not mention the amount required for this membership card. But the store is his now, and he will decide how much to charge and how much to give away in the future. If you want to apply for a membership card, you have to top up 500 yuan at once, and then you get 100 yuan for free. If you top up 1000 yuan, you get 300 yuan for free. Although this was the first customer after he took over the store, Su Yang was not sure whether the other party would open a membership card. Quote a price first, then wait for the employee to come over and ask how the membership card is charged. When he was doing market research, he knew that every store had membership cards, and also offered gifts based on the amount of top-up. The price he just quoted was the price set by one of the baby swimming pools, and he was temporarily applying it. The subsequent prices will be improved after all employees come over. Su Yang saw that the woman was a little hesitant, probably because she thought the price was too high. After all, he was his first customer, so he naturally wanted to make this deal if possible. In fact, if you apply for a card, this price is quite cost-effective. Just think about it, for 40 yuan per time, your child can enjoy a one-stop service of bathing, swimming and basic care, which is very cost-effective for you. And if you get a card, you can earn points for every purchase, and when you accumulate a certain number of points, you can get an extra swim. In the long run, it saves a lot of money. Su Yang looked at the woman in front of him. He was hesitant just now, but now he felt a little moved. Strike while the iron is hot, Su Yang naturally understood this truth. Also, if you choose one-on-one service or aquatic early education courses for your child, the price per session is 100 yuan, but this includes more professional guidance for the child. It is very helpful for children's intellectual development and improvement of physical coordination ability. If you become our member, you can enjoy priority reservations and other privileges. The woman, who had already begun to have some thoughts, became even more eager to get a membership card after hearing Su Yang's words. That sounds good. Although she was moved, the woman did not express her feelings immediately. After a moment's silence, the woman asked, what does this water education, early childhood education include? When deciding to open a baby playroom, Su Yang naturally learned about the relevant information in this regard. We have a wide range of water education courses. We will develop personalized course plans based on the child's age and development. How old is your baby now? Just 6 months. At this age, they are already very active. If they are in the water, we will develop some imitation games. Actions like ducklings swimming and fish blowing bubbles allow children to feel happy in the water while exercising their muscle strength and sense of balance. At the same time, we will let children interact in the water as much as possible, under the premise of 100% ensuring their safety, which can promote the development of their brains. The woman was even more moved. She held the child, looked at the surroundings carefully, and did not express her opinion immediately. Su Yang didn't urge him either. Providing sales promotion can indeed help customers make decisions quickly. But today as consumers are not the same as before, especially mothers, who will make impulse purchases for their children. But before making impulse purchases, they will do some comparisons and need to know more. When it comes to things involving children, they can be impulsive, but they will also be more cautious. The more anxious you push, the more counterproductive it will be. When the woman was thinking about whether to open a membership card, the hat she was holding with her child suddenly fell to the ground. Su Yang bent down and picked up the hat. Obtained 64 labor points. This business hasn't started yet, so let's get some benefits first. This is a little boy. Although only 6 months old, he is already very active. He obviously didn't want to be held by his mother, and especially hated the hat on his head. As soon as Su Yang picked it up, he threw it to the ground again. So Su Yang picked it up for him naturally. Obtained 64 labor points. This time the little boy took the hat and didn't throw it again. Su Yang's inner world, why don't you throw it away? He glanced at the little boy, who was looking back at him. What are you looking at? I didn't look at you. I looked at you and you looked at me. I'm not looking at you, you're looking at me. One big and one small, the encounter of their eyes seemed to produce the above inner world dialogue. He. The little boy suddenly laughed. After hearing the laughter, his mother retracted her gaze and saw Su Yang teasing him. She said with a smile, he is very naughty and not afraid of strangers. It's a good thing that the child is not afraid of strangers. If he is, then being a mother would be much more difficult. The boy's mother nodded in agreement. He's better. His sister followed him wherever he went before he was 3 years old. But no matter where you go, she sticks to you and can't leave you. No matter how unfamiliar the people are, when they talk about children, they seem to have a common language. While the two were chatting, the boy threw his hat down again. Su Yang picked it up for him again. Obtained 64 labor points. After the boy took it and was about to throw it away, he was stopped by his mother and scolded in a blaming tone. If you throw it again, I'll hit you. The boy naturally didn't understand and wanted to throw it away anyway, so his mother confiscated the hat. Su Yang felt a little regretful. This is 64 labor points. The boy's mother changed his position and held him better. Perhaps it was the small talk just mentioned, and the idea that the boy's mother was going to apply for a membership card, that added to it. But she still wanted to know more. Can the water quality of your store's swimming pool be guaranteed to be hygienic? After all, it is the children who are swimming here, so this is very important. Chapter 87 Technician Number 8. You can rest assured about this. Su Yang said it with certainty. I believe that no matter who it is, when a customer asks this question, they will not say that there is a problem with their product. Our swimming pools are equipped with professional purification equipment, and water quality testing and purification are carried out every day to ensure that the water quality meets the high standards for infant swimming. The water temperature of the swimming pool is also constant all year round, so children will not feel uncomfortable swimming here. The boy's mother is 90% determined to apply for a membership card. However, there are endless reports about stores closing down the next day after people sign up for membership cards. This is also where she hesitated. But she couldn't ask about this kind of thing. You can't just ask, "Boss, I got a membership card, when will your store close down?" How about this, I won't apply for a membership card yet. I'll try the regular service and see how it goes then. No problem. Even though the membership promotion was unsuccessful, as long as the customer has the intention to consume and the service can satisfy her, then the membership can be said to be a sure thing. Su Yang led the boy's mother to the swimming area and pointed to a small baby pool. This is the swimming pool we prepared specifically for babies. You can see that the water is crystal clear. This is the parent area, you can observe your child's every move throughout the process. The boy's mother read it and was quite satisfied. Then let me experience it first. The employees had not come over yet, and Su Yang took a look at their skill points. I won a lottery last night and saved 245 points. He was planning to distribute the skill points after the draw, but his youngest son fell unwell, so the skill points were not distributed after the draw. Now he wants to take action himself. He glanced at the skill bar and found that the skill of massage care is currently at the outer level. Su Yang first added 10 skill points to see the changes. After adding 10 skill points, Su Yang looked at the interface of his personal attributes. He was originally at the outer gate level, but now it has become entry level, 1050. As the massage care skills reached the entry level, a lot of knowledge about this aspect flooded into Su Yang's mind in an instant. This knowledge includes massage for adults as well as knowledge related to infants. Massage skills, plus a talent for washing feet. This combination always made him feel a little weird. Su Yang imagined a scenario in his mind. A rich woman walked into a foot massage parlor and said this directly. I want technician number 8, Xiao Su. Bang! Su Yang quickly slapped this strange thought away. But now he can confirm that the massage care skill can be applied to infants. Without much hesitation, he continued to add 50 points. In this way, the data for massage care becomes primary, 10-200. If you improve the skill of massage care, you will have more contact with babies and increase your chances of gaining labor value. Su Yang didn't think too much about it and directly upgraded to the intermediate level. When the skill reaches the intermediate level, knowledge related to acupoints also appears in the mind. Su Yang has always only known the approximate values of the acupuncture points on the human body. However, there were only a few acupuncture points that he could name. Temple, I believe everyone knows this. In addition to the temples, Su Yang can also name more than a dozen acupoints. After all, he is not an old Chinese medicine practitioner and he does not have any specialized knowledge of acupuncture points. Naturally, not much is known. It's different now. He knows all the large and small acupuncture points on the human body clearly. Almost every acupuncture point can be named. It seemed that he had suddenly become an experienced Chinese doctor. This was something Su Yang didn't expect. Just to upgrade the skill of massage care, you actually need to understand the acupuncture points of the human body. Looking at it from another angle, massage itself really requires familiarity with the acupuncture points on the human body. Even if I become the 8th technician. In addition to the acupuncture points on the human body, he now also knows more about caring for infants. In fact, he has some experience in childcare. He helped Su Wei raise her 2 sons. If it comes to taking care of a baby alone, he should be considered a beginner. But if I do massage together, I really can't reach the entry level. It's different now, our ability in this area has improved. At this time, the boy's mother put away her luggage and walked over carrying the boy. Do I put the baby directly into the water? Su Yang was just about to speak when the automatic door opened again and a woman who was about 22 years old walked in quickly. When the woman saw Su Yang, she looked at the boy's mother again, and for a moment she didn't know which one was the new boss. The woman's name is Xia Letong. When she rushed to the store, she had already learned from the group that the store had a new owner. Because she doesn't know what kind of person the new boss is, even though she was called in temporarily to cover the shift, she is worried that she will leave a bad impression on the new boss, which makes her a little nervous. Su Yang glanced at Xia Letong and saw that she looked a little nervous. He guessed that she should be the employee called over to cover the shift. So he waved at her. This mother wants to experience our regular baby swimming service first. Please follow up first. Xia Letong quickly put her bag aside, then took an apron from the shelf and tied it around her body. Okay. Then Xia Letong turned to the boy's mother and said, I'll take the child to change clothes first. You wait here for a while. Xia Letong carefully took the child from the boy's mother and went to the locker room next door to change the boy's clothes. Then she put on a swimming ring, tested the water temperature with her hand, and then carefully put the boy into the water. At first the little boy was not used to it and resisted in the water. However, when he saw a little duck next to him, his attention was attracted and he started moving his hands and feet. The boy's mother was watching from the side, afraid of something unexpected happening. However, Xia Letong is very professional. Plus, there is only the little boy here, and the new boss Su Yang is watching the whole process, so she definitely won't dare to make any mistakes. After the little boy had swam almost completely in the water, Xia Letong picked him up and prepared to start the next step of basic care. After Xia Letong put the little boy in the nursing area, Su Yang said, I'll do this. Xia Letong looked at Su Yang with some confusion, wanting to say something, but finally held back. After all, he is the new boss and I haven't figured out his temper yet. However, Xia Letong didn't say anything and walked aside to let Su Yang come over. Su Yang flexed his fingers. Although he is now a mid-level nurse, this is his first time to actually do it. After wiping the water droplets off the little boy's body, she began to gently pinch the boy's back. Obtained 64 labor points. System prompt, the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 2 times the critical hit. Su Yang? There was a critical hit. Chapter 88 Gaining the Mother's Satisfaction. This was the first time Su Yang encountered a critical hit. Although it only has a 2x critical hit rate, it increases the labor value by 80 points. This is only an intermediate massage care skill. If it is upgraded to an advanced level, the person being massaged will feel more comfortable, and will the critical strike multiplier increase? There was just one thing that Su Yang was confused about. His cooking skills were clearly at the intermediate level, so why didn't he produce any critical hits? After thinking for a while, Su Yang felt that the taste of the food produced by his intermediate cooking skills failed to resonate with the internal organs of the tasters. So there was no critical hit. This is a new system function that has been explored. Next, Su Yang did not stop the movement of his hands, and continued to skillfully pinch the little boy's back along both sides of the spine. At the same time, knowledge about human acupuncture points continued to flow into his mind, making his techniques more precise and effective. Just after swimming, I had a lot of fun playing with the toy duck and bubble fish in the water. When I picked him up, he was still reluctant and was in an excited state. Now, with Su Yang's massage treatment, the little boy felt very comfortable. His excited emotions slowly eased down and he even narrowed his eyes in comfort. At the same time, his little mouth made smacking sounds from time to time, as if he was eating delicious food. The little boy's mother was watching from the side. She even took out her cell phone and filmed the massage treatment in progress. The boy's mother naturally did not include Su Yang in the photo. In this case, she must have been taking a photo of her own son. After shooting a short video, the boy's mother edited a text and posted it on WeChat Moments. "You little brat really enjoys it. Covering face, the boss's massage skills are really good." After posting the circle of friends, the boy's mother said, "My son has been to many swimming pools, but this is the first time that he has been so obedient to get a massage after swimming. I see that your massage techniques are completely different from those of some swimming pool staff before. Are you professional?" Su Yang said, "It's not professional. I learned it by massaging my son after he took a bath. Later, I learned it specifically in order to open a baby swimming pool." The boy's mother praised, "Your technique is great. Look at my son, he was so comfortable that he fell asleep directly." Su Yang took a look and found that the little boy was indeed asleep. I don't know if it's because of his body and mind, but he only felt particularly comfortable the first time, and the feeling afterwards was the same as the first time, and there was no critical hit again. After seeing the little boy fall asleep, Su Yang realized that the massage was almost over, so he stopped and put clothes on the little boy. Even though there were no more critical hits later, just from the massage and care, a round of labor value was obtained of 880. Adding to what he had gained from picking up the hat before, he earned the labor value of 10 consecutive draws directly from the little boy today. After the little boy put on his clothes, he still didn't wake up. The boy's mother looked at her son who was sleeping soundly and praised him again. "My son usually sleeps lightly. No matter how deep he sleeps, when I hold him, he will wake up at the slightest movement. Now, he didn't wake up even when I dressed him just now. It seems that he is really comfortable." The boy's mother was watching the whole process. "The reason why my son is sleeping so soundly now is not because of any physical condition after swimming. He fell asleep because the massage treatment Su Yang just gave him was so comfortable. It seems that the service here is really good." Su Yang chuckled and said, "Don't worry, our service standards are very high, and we pay great attention to the experience of every child. You see, this massage treatment not only relaxes the child, but is also good for the development of his body functions." The boy's mother also watches a lot of parenting videos, including various videos that she thinks are just a waste of money. Of course, she had tried services like infant massage and care, and she felt that they were a complete waste of money. She used to believe what was said in the video. But when she saw her son sleeping so soundly, she directly denied what she had seen in the video. "Boss, if I apply for membership now, can I earn points for this time?" "Of course you can." "Okay, then please open a membership card for me and I'll top up 1,000 yuan first." After a pause, the boy's mother asked, "If I top up 1,000, will I get 300 for free?" "Right. What if I charge 2,000? Naturally, 600, and so on." The boy's mother thought for a moment and said, "Then just charge 2,000 directly." "Good." Su Yang turned around and looked at Xiao Ladong. "Take this mother to apply for a membership card first." When Xiao Ladong saw the new boss, she was surprised to see that he immediately asked the customer to apply for a membership card and directly recharged 2,000 yuan. After hearing Su Yang's words, he quickly came to his senses. "Please come to the cashier and I'll do it for you. It is not complicated to apply for a membership card. Just register your mobile phone number. I have signed up for membership. If I bring other children here, can I use it as well?" Su Yang nodded, "It's all right." The boy's mother didn't say anything else and just became a member. After getting the membership card, the boy's mother saw that her son was still asleep and did not continue to stay in the baby swimming pool. After saying a few polite words to Su Yang, she left with her son in her arms. "Boss, you are awesome. I have been working here for so long, but this is the first time I have seen a mother top up 2,000 yuan directly." Xiao Ledong felt incredible. Some mothers are indeed more generous. Even in other stores. But her store doesn't have that. At present, she knew that only one mother had recharged 1,000 yuan. And that mother is also a friend of the original boss Yang Xiao, and she was just there to show her support. Su Yang smiled and said, "What's your name?" Xiao Ladong finally came to her senses and quickly introduced herself. "Originally, I wanted your former boss to call all of you over so she could get to know you. But she had something urgent to do, so that didn't happen." Xiao Ladong said, "Actually, Sister Yang has already told us about the situation in the store. Don't worry, boss. No matter who is the boss, we will work hard." Xiao Ladong immediately expressed her loyalty. Su Yan looked at Xiao Ladong, and from her appearance, she was indeed a sunny and energetic woman. As for the work attitude, this remains to be seen. "How many people are there at work?" "4. Xiao Ladong replied, "But usually there are 2 in the morning. Because there are fewer customers at this time. In addition, Sister Yang is in the store almost every day, so in the morning, there are 2 employees, plus Sister Yang." Su Yan thought for a moment and said, "How about this, let's exchange contact information, and you can send me the WeChat accounts of other colleagues later. Because I just took over, I don't know the situation yet. But for the work arrangements, please follow the previous arrangements for the time being." "Good." After Su Yang explained some things, he reset all the cameras in the store and then bound them again. Chapter 89, is this a plan to make a profit and then run away with the money? There weren't many guests in the morning. In addition to the previous mother, at 12 o'clock, 2 more mothers came in pushing strollers. "Chi-Chi's mom, Xiaoya's mom, you're here." When Xiao Ladong saw the 2 mothers coming in, she immediately went to greet them. "Xiao Xia, are you the only one working today?" The person asking the questions was Kiki's mother. She had short hair and wore a yellow and white top and jeans. The child in the stroller doesn't look very big. Kiki's mother is still breastfeeding, but her figure has not changed. It can be said that after the child is born, only one part is obviously larger, and the other parts are almost the same as before pregnancy. Chi-Chi's mother's figure made Xiaoya's mother, who came with her, very envious. Before she got pregnant, she was 1.63 meters tall and weighed only 95 kilograms. It's not that heavy. But during her pregnancy, she gained 30 pounds. She would accept it if 1/5 of the 30 kilograms was given to the child. But throughout her pregnancy, she took a lot of supplements, originally intending to nourish the baby in her belly. Unexpectedly, when the baby was still in the belly, it didn't absorb the food well, so it was all taken by her. The child weighed only 4.6 kilograms when he was born. If all the indicators had not been good at birth, I might have had to follow the doctor's instructions and put the baby in an incubator. Now that the child is born, the weight has not come down. Xiaoya looked at Chi-Chi's mother, who was also breastfeeding, and wondered why she could wear beautiful skirts every day while she had to wear plus-size ones. Chi-Chi's mother looked at it again and asked, "Where is Sister Yang?" Xiao Ladong replied, "Sister Yang has already transferred the store, and this is our new owner." "Transferred?" The 2 mothers looked surprised. Why did they transfer it out of the blue? "I've checked out the business of this store and it seems to be doing okay." Xiaoya's mother was a little worried. "Can I still use the money I recharged before?" Xiao Ladong said hurriedly, "Xiaoya's mother, you can rest assured. Sister Yang transferred the store for personal reasons. After the new boss takes over, everything will remain unchanged." Xiaoya's mother and Chi-Chi's mother looked at each other and were still a little worried. Su Yang listened to their conversation and walked over. "Don't worry, although I have taken over the store, the benefits you enjoyed before will not change. In order to give back to old customers, if they are members who have applied for a membership card, we can give them 2 extraordinary services. At the same time, from now on, no matter it is the regular service, one-to-one service or water education early childhood education model, every time you consume, you can accumulate points. After 10 times, you will be given 1 free point." Just now, Su Yang had learned about the store's previous business situation from Xiao Ladong. Members also received gifts, but not as much as he did. Su Yang opened this baby swimming pool not mainly to make money, but to gain more labor value. Of course, it would be best if the business could become popular and make money. No one wants to run a store and lose money at the same time. And now we have a new offer. If old customers top up, they can get 100 for free if they top up 500, 300 for free if they top up 1,000, and 700 for free if they top up 2,000. Su Yang felt that such an offer was attractive enough. Sure enough, when they heard about this benefit, both Chi-Chi's mother and Xiaoya's mother were excited. They are regular customers of this store. But at that time, I only charged 1 or 200 yuan. This time I have a new boss, and the benefits are really good enough. But the two mothers were a little worried that the store would be closed just after they finished recharging. In a situation like this, most consumers have such thoughts. After all, there are many such things. Chi-Chi's mother thought for a moment and said, "If we top up more than 1,000 yuan now, will Shuiyu early childhood education give us anything extra?" Su Yang naturally knew what Chi-Chi's mother was thinking. From his perspective as a consumer, he also hopes that the store can provide as many benefits as possible. "Because I just took over the store today, if you two top up more than 1,000 today, in addition to the benefits just given, you will get 2 extra water education early childhood education sessions. If it's more than 2,000, you can get 1 more normal mode session." When Chi-Chi's mother and Xiaoya's mother heard this, they thought this benefit was indeed a lot. If it's 2,000, that means 4 more water-saving early childhood education sessions and 1 normal mode. For example, in a 1-to-1 model, 1 session costs 80 yuan, including the 700 yuan gift, plus the other 4 sessions, you can enjoy nearly 40 sessions of consumption. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. The main reason is that they are not other mothers, they just bring their children here occasionally to experience it. Depending on how old their children are now, it's 2 to 3 times a week at most. 40 services can be used for 3 months. Then give me 2,000 first. Chi-Chi's mother made the decision directly. Xiaoya's mother thinks that directly recharging 2,000 yuan is a little more. The main reason is that her family's financial situation is slightly worse than that of Kiki's mother. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoya's mother said, "Then I'll charge 1,000 first." Xiaoyu's mother, "I think it's more cost-effective to top up 2,000 directly. The boss said that this discount is only for old customers, and maybe it won't be given away tomorrow." Su Yang continued, "Yes. This is a discount for old customers, and it only lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, the price will return to the same as other members." Looking at Xiaoyu's mother, who was still hesitant, Su Yang continued, "You are old customers of the store, so you must be different. Old customers are naturally treated differently than new customers in all aspects. After all, they are old friends of our store." Xiaoya's mother was still hesitating. But Su Yang's words gave her enough psychological satisfaction. Yes. She is an old customer, and her status in this store is definitely different. She is an old customer, but she enjoys the same benefits as new members. If this gets out, people will definitely think she is stupid. Another point is that if she meets a new member next time and talks about this welfare topic with others, she can increase her sense of superiority. After thinking it over in her mind, Xiaoya's mother's psychological satisfaction increased again. It's not like she can't come up with 2,000 yuan. Okay, I'll also top up 2,000 yuan. Thank you very much for your support to our store. Then Su Yang said to Xiao Ladong, "Help them register first, and then wait for Xiaoli and the others to come over before you start taking care of the baby. There are not many customers in the morning, so generally not too many staff are arranged. Afternoon, there will be more people, and other employees who have not taken a break will come to work." After talking to Xiao Ladong, Su Yang said to the two mothers, "If you have a friend who introduces you here, and they top up more than 1,000 yuan, you can pick any pack of diapers in the venue. If you recharge more than 2,000 yuan, you can pick a can of milk powder in the store if your baby is eating it. If not, 1-to-1 service can be added twice." The two mothers were excited. On the contrary, Xiao Ladong, the employee next to him, was confused when she heard the various benefits offered by Su Yang. The boss doesn't plan to run the business anymore. Or, he wants to run away with the money. Chapter 90, The boat of friendship can capsize at any time. No wonder Xiao Ladong would have such an idea. Because the offer Su Yang just proposed was obviously beyond the scope of making money. It really feels like they just circled one wave and then ran away. At this moment, Xiao Ladong was thinking whether she should resign today and maybe she could still get her salary. But when I think about it, even if I quit now, I won't be able to get last month's salary for the time being. Unlike Xiao Litong's worries, Chi-Chi's mother and Xiaoya's mother were excited. They definitely don't lack the money for a can of milk powder. But no matter how well off their families are, even if their families are billionaires, they still want free things when they come across them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a lot of people lining up early in the morning just to get a free egg worth a few cents. Free things are not necessarily the best. But this was given to me by someone else, and everyone else can get it, so how can I fall behind? Chi-Chi's mother couldn't hide the excitement on her face. "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course it's true. You're the one who introduced business to my store, so I'll naturally give you more discounts. If you introduce someone now and the other party recharges more than 2,000, You can take a can of milk powder home anytime if you find it suitable. Okay, I'll contact my sisters now. They told me 2 days ago that they want to change swimming pools. It just so happens that you have an event here, so I'll recruit them for you now. After saying that, Kiki's mother took out her cell phone and started making a call. As for the child swimming, it is no longer important now. Seeing that Chi-Chi's mother had already called, Xiaoya's mother naturally didn't want to be left behind. A small part of their circle of friends is actually repeated. Whoever calls first will have a higher success rate. While the two mothers were making phone calls, Xiao Letong walked up to Su Yang. After hesitating for a while, he still asked in a low voice, "Boss, with so many discounts, can our store still make money? If you want to retain customers, you must sacrifice some interests in the early stage. Think about it, if they directly top up 2,000 yuan, it is equivalent to spending here for 3 months. The main reason is that your service is good, and they are used to spending money here, so they will continue to top up. Isn't this money earned back?" After listening to this, Xiao Letong felt that it made sense. No wonder he is the boss while she can only be an employee. Wrong. Xiao Letong suddenly thought of a key question. If they are so busy every day in the future, they won't be able to slack off. Of course, I dare not express this thought out loud. The boss definitely doesn't like an employee who likes to slack off. But as a worker, who doesn't want to slack off occasionally? After Chi-Chi's mother came back from the phone call, she excitedly said to Su Yang, "Boss, I have brought you a customer." She was originally a member of the baby swimming pool in the city center. Whether you can keep her here depends on your charm, boss. Chi-Chi's mother was joking with Su Yang. Chi-Chi's mother was originally good looking, and now that she is breastfeeding, her figure has become even better. Su Yang is in line with her aesthetic taste. Su Yang offered such a favorable membership price. Chi-Chi's mother had a good impression of him and even started to tease him in her words. "It would be my honor if your friend is willing to become a member here." Su Yang did not force such things. Not long after, Xiaoya's mother finished her call and came back to tell Su Yang that two friends also said they were planning to come over to take a look. They happen to be nearby and will probably be here soon. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Su Yang had made an appointment with Lao Wang for dinner. In this case, the dinner may need to be cancelled. Just as I was taking out my phone to tell Lao Wang, the automatic door of the store opened and two more mothers walked in pushing their children. "Penping's mom, Feifei's mom, you're here so soon." When Xiaoya's mother saw the two mothers coming in, she hurried to greet them. When passing by Chi-Chi's mother, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the corners of his mouth slightly raised with a hint of pride. Kiki's mother didn't notice this. Otherwise, it is very likely that the friendship will capsize at any time. Su Yang did notice it, but he didn't say anything. Everyone has a desire to compare. "Feifei's mom, this is the store I just mentioned to you on the phone. Didn't I bring you here to see it before, and you ended up choosing another one?" The two mothers looked around and were impressed by this baby swimming pool. "Oh, I should have chosen this store with you. My daughter went to that store to swim twice and came back with a rash on her skin." Feifei's mother sighed and said, "When I went to them to ask for an explanation and a refund, they refused to admit it and didn't want to refund the money. Did you withdraw later?" "I called the police directly and took the hospital's test report to them. They couldn't return it even if they didn't want to." Xiaoyu sighed, "It seems that I made the right choice here. Since you haven't found a new swimming pool yet, just sign up for membership at this one. The previous owner of this store transferred the business due to an emergency, and the new owner has just taken over and has given a lot of discounts." After a pause, Xiaoyu's mother looked at Su Yang and said, "Boss, although my two sisters have never shopped here before, what is the discount like?" Su Yang smiled and said, "They are your friends. They will definitely enjoy the same benefits as you do. The boss is really generous." Xiaoya praised it and then introduced the situation of recharging membership to the two mothers. After hearing this, the two mothers hesitated. Xiaoyu's mother, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I just cancelled my membership from another company, and now I'm a little worried." "There's nothing to worry about. Although there's a new owner, the rest of the people in the store haven't changed. Hygiene and care are the same as before." In order to get the reward, Su Yang didn't even need to ask for anything. Xiaoyu's mother took the initiative to promote him. After hearing this, the two mothers, Peng's mother, felt that a one-time payment of 2,000 yuan was a bit too much and decided to consider it for the time being. Feifei's mother heard Xiaoya's mother's words and hesitated for a moment before saying, "How about this? My daughter also wants to swim today. Let's see if she is willing to go in the water. Feifei's mother glanced at her daughter lying in the stroller and continued, before, she developed a rash after swimming, which made her feel uncomfortable. Now she doesn't dare to go into the water. After hearing this, Pengpeng's mother also said, my son is like this too. He cries when he takes a bath now. This didn't happen before. After a pause, Pengpeng's mother continued, if he is willing to join, I don't mind opening a membership. After hearing this, Su Yang said, that's fine. I'll arrange for someone to provide ordinary services for your two babies. Su Yang was just about to call Xiao Ledong to get ready when a white car stopped in front of the store. When Kiki's mother saw the white car, her eyes lit up and she walked towards the door. Su Yang also glanced towards the door. It was a 4-seater sports car, and Su Yang was somewhat attracted by its appearance. Then I saw the car door open, and first I saw a pair of slender legs, and then I saw a fashionable woman with orange-colored hair and slightly curly hair getting out of the car. Su Yang looked at the woman and she seemed familiar. Why does she look so much like a woman in a video he had seen? Equals. Thank you all for your gifts, so I can only add more chapters to repay your kindness, but it will be a little late finally. Please give me 5 stars to increase my points. Chapter 91, Mom, this boss is really capable. After the woman got out of the car, she then carried a little boy down from the safety seat in the back seat. If Su Yang felt that he had seen that woman somewhere before, after she entered the store, Su Yang was sure that he had seen her video. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't an art, culture or action video, but a video of the woman in front of him that he had seen when he was watching TikTok videos before. Junjun's mom, you're here. Chi-Chi's mother called out enthusiastically to the woman who walked in. The call of Junjun's mother immediately made other mothers turn their heads. When he heard the name Junjun's mother, Su Yang also confirmed why he felt familiar with her. Junjun's mother is a small internet celebrity and currently has more than 1 million fans. In addition to being beautiful, she also has an outstanding figure and a very good temperament. Before Su Yang lost his job, he would watch videos when he was bored at noon, and Junjun's mother's videos had been recommended to him. After he clicked in to take a look, he was continuously selected and pushed to it by big data. I stopped brushing it later, which reduced the number of similar recommendations. From Junjun's mother's video, Su Yang learned that she was a full-time mother, but her family living conditions were very good. Moreover, Junjun's mother had many talents before she got married. That's why her unique temperament is highlighted. Junjun's mother came in holding a little boy who looked about 1 year old. After entering the store, Junjun's mother took off her sunglasses. She looked around the store's decoration and frowned slightly. Chi-Chi's mom, is this the store you were talking about? Right. Chi-Chi's mother responded quickly, with a hint of flattery in her tone. There is no way, Junjun's mother is a small internet celebrity and her family is well off. If you can maintain a friendly relationship with her, you will definitely not suffer any loss. Junjun's mother didn't seem particularly satisfied with the environment in the store, but she didn't show much dissatisfaction either. However, it is impossible to get her to spend money here. Junjun's mother looked at it for a while and said, Chi-Chi's mother, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Junjun's mother's meaning is very clear. Chi-Chi's mother opened her mouth to say something, but Junjun's mother's cell phone rang. Junjun's mother took out the cell phone from her LV bag. Xianqing, I think I saw your car just now. Are you in Bincheng now? Junjun's mother tilted her head, held the phone between her legs, and changed her position to hold the child better. Yes, I just happened to come here to do something today, and then a friend told me there was a nice baby swimming pool, and I happened to be here, so I came to take a look. Baby swimming pool? I called to tell you about the swimming pool my son used to go to. It just got a new owner, but the owner's massage skills are amazing. After my son finished swimming and got a massage from him, he took a nap and his appetite improved a lot. Junjun's mother glanced at Su Yang and continued to talk to the phone. Is the store you are talking about called Yubao Maternal and Child Spa? Right. I just happened to be here. Then you have to let your son try it. My son is in good spirits after the massage. I topped up 2,000 yuan there. I'll tell you the card number directly. You can take your son to try it. Good. Junjun's mother was about to leave, but changed her mind after receiving the call. Boss, how do you charge for one-on-one service here? 80 yuan a time. Junjun's mother pondered and seemed to be making a decision in her heart. She looked at her son in her arms and then took a look at the facilities in the store. Although she was not particularly satisfied with the overall environment of the store, she wanted to give it a try when she heard her friend on the phone say that her son had a good experience there. Then let my son swim here. Okay, then please take the baby to the lounge in front and wait for a while. There are 2 more guests here. Everything has a first come, first served basis. Even Junjun's mother doesn't have priority. Junjun's mother frowned slightly, but didn't have any big objections. She held her son and followed Xia Letong to the lounge. Suddenly, there were a few more guests, and Xia Letong became busy. After checking the time, she found that the other 2 employees had not yet arrived to take over. She took out her cell phone and couldn't help but call to urge them. However, just as she took out her cell phone, the automatic door opened and 2 women of the same age as Xia Letong walked in. When he saw several mothers with young children in the store, he was stunned at first, then quickly put the things in his hands on the cashier counter. Sister Lu, Sister Ro, you came at the right time. Take these 2 mothers to Area 1. They both chose the one-on-one service. Xia Letong quickly explained the situation to 2 colleagues who had just come to work, and then carried Kiki's mother's baby to Area 2. Because there are 5 babies, if they all choose one-on-one tutoring, there won't be enough staff. Fortunately, Xiaotia's mother and 2 other mothers only chose Shuiyu Early Education, and they were able to free up 1 person to provide one-on-one service to Junjun's mother. After Junjun had almost finished swimming, Su Yang asked someone to carry him out first. One of the employees was Lu Yushan, who was preparing to provide care for Junjun. Su Yang came over and said, "I'll do the massage treatment." Lu Yushan didn't know Su Yang and was a little surprised. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm your new boss. We'll talk about the details later." Su Yang took Junjun from Lu Yushan and then laid him flat on the table specially used for massage and care. After Su Yang wiped the water droplets off Junjun's body, he started massaging his shoulders first. Obtained 49 labor points. No critical hits occurred. Chi-Chi's mother said that Junjun used to go to the best swimming pool in the city, where the staff were more professional. So the massage Su Yang just received did not give him the most comfortable feeling. From the 70 labor points just obtained, we know that Junjun is not yet 1 year old. Since he doesn't feel comfortable, then we must make him feel comfortable. Su Yang continued to massage while using his intermediate level skills. Obtained 49 labor points. Obtained 49 labor points. System prompt: the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 2 times the critical hit. After receiving this reminder, Su Yang immediately became alert. "Boy, I thought you could hold on for a while, but now you can feel comfortable." Su Yang continued pressing. System prompt: the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 2 times the critical hit. Wow, it's really enjoyable. The first boy who gave me massage treatment only had 1 critical hit, but I didn't expect it to happen twice to Junjun. The harvest was good. After Su Yang finished massaging Junjun, Junjun's mother, who had been watching him the whole time, saw that her son was sleeping soundly with a smile on his face. She seemed very satisfied with the massage just now, which made him feel extremely comfortable. This was the first time that Junjun's mother saw her son with such a comfortable expression. She also noticed that her son's complexion seemed to be much better after the massage. Junjun's mother glanced at Su Yang. This boss is really capable. Junjun's mother also made a decision at this time. Just as she was about to speak, Su Yang's expression suddenly changed. Then Su Yang shouted at Xia Letong, "Xiao Xia, look after the store. I'm going to go out for a while." After Su Yang said sorry to Junjun's mother, he quickly left the store. Chapter 92: A Small Accident. Su Yang left the store in a hurry because when he was giving Junjun a massage, he noticed that the data on his eldest son Su Yuan's medical experience card had changed. After walking out of the store, Su Yang confirmed the information above. Name: Su Yuan. Age: 5 years and 6 months. Current body temperature: 36.6. Health status: good. Tooth condition: the first deciduous tooth is loose, expected to fall out within 2 weeks. Abnormal tips: slight nasal congestion, slight injury to the knee. Soft tissue damage to the nose, signs of bleeding. Head injury, slight bleeding. When going out this morning, Su Yang looked at the medical examination cards of his 2 sons and found no changes in the data. He paid attention to it again in the morning. Why did my nose and head suddenly start bleeding? Su Yang was about to call the teacher to ask, but it felt a little strange to call him suddenly. In some kindergartens, parents can directly connect to the surveillance camera and see their children's daily situation clearly. However, there are not many such kindergartens. Even though the kindergarten my two sons attend now charges a lot of fees each semester, the kindergarten does not provide 24-hour full-day monitoring access. I don't know if there are any in other places, but at least according to Su Yang's understanding, there is no kindergarten in Bincheng where he is currently. I wonder if the class teacher would feel strange if I called to ask. But since he already knew that his eldest son was injured, he definitely wouldn't think too much about it. You don't have to ask directly, you can find other excuses to ask. Just when Su Yang was about to make a call, his cell phone rang first. He picked it up and took a look. It was a voice call from Su Yuan's class teacher. After that, the voice of the head teacher was heard. Is it Yuan's father? Yes. Yuan's father is sorry to bother you, but this is what happened. Yuan accidentally fell to the ground while playing with his classmates just now. Because I fell on my stomach and hit my nose and forehead. If it is convenient for you, please come to school. Okay, I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang prepared to call Su Wei. After thinking about it, I finally decided not to fight. If I call her at this time, she will definitely be worried. It takes half an hour to drive from the store to the kindergarten where my son attends. After arriving at the school, Su Yang explained his purpose to the security guard at the gate. After the security guard opened the door, Su Yang came to the class where his son was studying. Yuan Dad, I'm so sorry. As soon as Su Yang arrived, his eldest son's class teacher immediately apologized to him. Su Yang didn't say anything. Where's Yuan? It has just received medical treatment and the bleeding has stopped now. The head teacher said this as he took Su Yang to the medical room. When he arrived at the medical room, Su Yang saw his eldest son lying on a bed with a band-aid on his forehead and his nose had stopped bleeding. Dad! When Su Yuan saw Su Yang, he immediately sat up. Su Yang walked over, took a closer look, and then asked, "Where did you hit?" Su Yuan pointed to his forehead. Does it hurt? Su Yuan shook his head. It doesn't hurt at all. I didn't. I just had a nosebleed when I fell. But Teacher Lu and the headmistress have already stopped the bleeding for me. Su Yuan stared at his nose for a while. Except for the blood inside the nose, the outside had been cleaned. Shaoan is so brave. Su Yang praised. I'm really sorry, Yuan father. It's our fault that we didn't take a good look at it. A woman wearing glasses who had been standing nearby spoke up. Su Yang glanced at the woman. She was Yan Feng, the principal of the kindergarten. Su Yuan has been studying here for 3 years, so Su Yang is naturally no stranger to her. Although they did not have much contact, every morning when she sent her 2 sons to the kindergarten, she and other teachers would be at the gate to pick up the children and bring them into the kindergarten. As for his eldest son's class teacher, Lu Xiaohua, Su Yang has more contact with her. Can I see the surveillance? Okay, I'll take you there. Su Yang glanced at his eldest son and according to the information obtained from the medical test card, he currently has no problems. It was just a minor injury on the forehead and nose bleeding. Since it has stopped, there were no other abnormalities on the medical test card. This means that the nose was not seriously injured. Shaoan, are you going with Dad, or are you staying here with the teacher and waiting for Dad? I'll go with you. Su Yang picked him up and followed the director to the office. The head teacher pulled up the surveillance footage on the computer. Su Yang saw on the surveillance screen that Teacher Lu was playing games with the children, and Su Yuan was in a group with a girl. The two of them were originally going to work together to get something, but because Su Yuan walked faster, the girl couldn't keep up. The girl was a little anxious and was about to hold him back. Unexpectedly, she originally intended to pull him, but instead of pulling him, she staggered forward and lost her balance, and ended up pushing him. Then Su Yuan lost his balance and fell down. Judging from the surveillance footage, this was indeed an accident. The game itself is not dangerous, and teachers usually play it with children. This time, it was purely an accident. And the little girl also fell down, she just fell a little and was not injured. The kindergarten treated the Wan quickly and notified him to come over immediately, instead of waiting until after school when he came to pick him up. If that were the case, Su Yang would definitely be angry. Even though it was an accident, no parent wants to see their child get hurt. Yuan Dad, I'm really sorry, we didn't pay attention to this matter. Su Yang said, this is just a small accident, and it's not your fault. Su Yang is not the unreasonable person. This was a purely accidental incident. If he was unreasonable, I'm afraid no one would dare to play games with his son again. Thank you for your understanding. The headmaster looked apologetic. We also told Yuxuan's mother about this. She knew you were coming and said she would come and apologize to you in person. Su Yang waved his hand. This is not necessary, it's just a small accident. Although he didn't want his son to get hurt, it was an accident after all, and the little girl also fell down. It would be unacceptable to make things difficult for the parents. However, when Su Yang and others walked out of the office, they saw a woman walking and holding a little boy. Teacher Lu. Lu Xiaohua raised her head and saw the woman, and hurriedly said, Yuxuan mother, you are here. What's the situation now? Lu Xiaohua said, Mother Yuxuan, this is Yuan's father. He just learned about the situation. The woman looked at Su Yang and was suddenly stunned. Boss Su, why is it you? Chapter 93, I have a female classmate, and I don't even want my father anymore. Su Yang also recognized who the woman was. This was the first customer after he took over the swimming pool. He had just applied for a membership card and recharged 2,000 yuan. Boss Su, did my daughter bump into your son? Su Yang nodded, but I just watched the surveillance video, and it turned out that the two of them didn't cooperate well when they were playing the game. Yuxuan's mother looked apologetic. I'm really sorry. My daughter, before she was 3 years old, stuck to me wherever she went, just like a leech, and she couldn't get rid of it. After she started kindergarten, she suddenly became a wild girl. A lot of kids are the same, and my son is pretty much the same. Yuxuan's mother said, I will definitely have a good talk with her when I get back. She is always so rash when doing things. This is unnecessary. It's just a joke between children. My son is also responsible for his poor cooperation. Besides, your daughter also fell down. If you scold her again, she might have other ideas. Yuxuan's mother took a look at the band-aid on Su Yuan's forehead and still felt a little sorry. However, Su Yang did not pursue the matter, so she did not say anything else. After they chatted for a while, Su Yang thought of the customers in the store, so he said to the headmaster, it's already 1 o'clock, and school will be over in 3 hours. How about this, call Yukong down and I'll pick them up directly. The headmaster thought for a moment and said, at this time, Yukong should be taking a nap. Should we wake him up? Su Yang had forgotten about this. If I call my youngest son back home now, he didn't have a good nap, and if he goes back home tonight, he will definitely throw a tantrum early. Su Yang knew his youngest son too well. At his age, if he doesn't sleep at noon, he will cry if something doesn't go his way. If we take him back now, his blood pressure will definitely soar tonight. It's better to let him get some sleep. After thinking for a moment, Su Yang said, then I'll take Yuan back first. Dad, I have to wait for my brother to go back together. Please come and pick me up after school. Su Yuan immediately shook his head. But Su Yang wanted to say that he had an injury on his forehead, but when he looked at the wound, he found it was just a slight scratch and not serious. When the wound heals, there will be no scar. But even if scars are left, it won't have any impact. He had previously obtained a bottle of special wrinkle removal cream from the system. If scars are left, he can apply some on it to remove them. You really won't come back with me? No, I'm going to wait for my brother to go back together. I just told Yuxuan that I want to continue playing games with her later. Su Yang. You little brat, you only care about your dad and play with your female classmates at such a young age. Don't forget, Yuxuan's mother is still here. You really won't go back with me? Su Yang asked again. No, I want to play with Yuxuan. My son refuses to go back and is only thinking about his female classmates. What should I do? Then Mr. Lu, please pay more attention to him. If anything happens, call me immediately. Good. Teacher Lu took Su Yuan back to the classroom, and the head teacher chatted with Su Yang for a while before leaving. Boss Su, have you eaten yet? If not, I'll treat you to a meal. Regardless of whether it was an accident or not, your son was still injured. I'll treat you to a meal to apologize to you. Su Yang smiled and said, no need, Yuxuan mother. Besides, it's my son who was injured. What's the point of inviting me to dinner? How about this, tomorrow is the weekend, call a few kids out, and I'll take them to McDonald's or KFC. Su Yang did not agree immediately. I don't know if I have time tomorrow, so I'll discuss it with the kid's mother tonight. Because Yuxuan's mother is a member of his store and her attitude has been very good from beginning to end. Since the other person had this intention, Su Yang did not refuse in person. After adding WeChat, Su Yan looked at the time and it was already past 1 o'clock. After turning on the surveillance camera, it seemed that there were more people in the store. There are only 3 employees today, and it looks like they are overwhelmed. Yuxuan's mother, I still have to go back to the store. If you have anything, I'll contact you on WeChat later. Good. Yuxuan's mother knew that Su Yang had just bought a store and he definitely couldn't leave for too long at this moment. By the way, Boss Su, I have a friend who was in your store just now. Everyone calls her Junjun's mom. I wonder if she has a membership in your store. I'm not sure about this for now. I had just finished massaging her son when I received a call from the teacher saying that my son had fallen, so I rushed over. Then I'll ask her later. That's it for now, I'll go back to the store first. After Su Yang left, Yuxuan's mother was thinking about whether she should introduce a few more friends to his store to become members. Although this was caused by the children playing games, it would be fine for her if the children were not hurt. Now that the child is indeed injured, she feels guilty and always wants to do something to make up for it. She was not sure whether Su Yang would agree to invite the 2 children to come out and play tomorrow. After all, he had just taken over the new store and might not be able to spare the time. Yes, we should introduce more customers to his store. Yuxuan's mother made a decision, took out her mobile phone, entered a local mothers group, and sent a message. When Su Yang returned to the store, he saw many mothers chatting with their children in the store. Xia Letong is helping a customer complete their membership application. Seeing Su Yang coming in, he quickly said, "Boss, you're back." Su Yang nodded and took a look at the situation in the store. How many babies are still not being served? There are 4 more. Xia Letong said quickly. Feifei's mother and the others who came at the beginning saw that Junjun's breath was much better after you massaged him, and they were all waiting for you. Okay, then you go and entertain the other guests. I'll take care of those who have already finished swimming. After saying that, Su Yang walked towards the waiting area. I'm really sorry, everyone. My child fell down at school, so the teacher called me and asked me to come over. I'm late. Kiki's mother and the others had been waiting for more than an hour and were indeed getting a little impatient. They originally wanted to ask the employees to give the child massage and care, but after seeing Junjun's condition after the massage, they also wanted to try whether Su Yang's skills were really that good. So just wait a while. I didn't expect the wait would last more than an hour. But now when he heard him say that it was an accident that happened to the child at school, and that it involved the child, the mothers would be a little more understanding. There are 4 babies in total. If we provide one-on-one service, each one will take at least 10 minutes. If it's first come first served, it's normal for other mothers to wait. These mothers came here almost together and have been waiting for more than an hour. If they continue to wait, they will definitely be resentful. So he had to find a way to satisfy several mothers at the same time. Chapter 94. Draw a big pie first. The babies have been waiting for a long time. How about this, I massage both babies at the same time? The effect will be the same. In this way, everyone won't have to wait so long. The baby is not very big, so just control the strength. Although the 4 mothers all hoped to have one-on-one time, they had indeed waited for more than an hour. And we still don't know whose baby will be the first and whose will be the last. If it's the last one, you have to wait another half an hour. Okay, that's fine. Kiki's mother had no objection. One person had no objection, and the others had the same idea, so they didn't object. Su Yang first brought the babies of Chi-Chi's mother and Xiaoye's mother over. They were the first 2 to arrive. Originally, he should have served these 2 babies first, but at that time they chose Shuiyu Early Education, so Su Yang provided one-on-one service to Junjun. Place both babies on their tummy. When they first lay on their stomachs, both babies were not used to it and started crying. Su Yang began to press gently on their shoulders for a while, and the babies, who were still crying, suddenly stopped. Labor value plus 64. Labor value plus 49. Neither baby had a critical hit. Su Yang didn't care either. The baby was still crying just now, so he definitely won't start enjoying it so soon. One baby was 8 months old, and the other was a little over 9 months old. Su Yang first massaged their shoulders, then gently grabbed the skin on their backs and slowly rolled it up. Labor value plus 64. System prompt, the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 2 times the critical hit. What is coming has finally come. The one who caused the critical attack was Kiki, who was only 8 months old. Labor value plus 49. Xiaoya still didn't have a critical hit, but at this time she was lying on her stomach, her pair of round eyes looking around. The chubby little hand stretched out as if trying to grab a towel in front of it. However, her chubby little hands could not reach it, and she made a humming sound with her mouth. It seems that she is not concentrating yet. After kneading Xiaoya's back, Su Yang gently pressed the acupoints on her head. Xiaoya was a little curious and raised her head, but then she stopped moving and let Su Yang massage her obediently. Labor value plus 49. System prompt: the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 2 times the critical hit. After Xiaoya also achieved a critical hit, they were already in a state of enjoyment. Xiaoya stopped making a fuss at this time, but she was still very curious. After all, there was a pair of hands moving above her head, and her eyes looked this way and then turned that way. The 4 mothers were watching. When Xiaoya's mother saw her daughter's expression at this moment, she immediately took out her mobile phone and took a cute photo of her. The same is true for Kiki's mother. When the two came, they actually had a good relationship, but now they are secretly competing with each other. Chi-Chi, smile at your mother. Chi-Chi didn't smile, but just looked at her mother, then closed her eyes, with an expression of enjoyment again. When Kiki's mother saw her appearance, she laughed instead. She took several photos in succession, then posted one to her moments, and then posted it to a group. After Su Yang finished serving the 2 babies, unlike the previous 2, they did not wake up. However, there was no sign of fatigue on their faces. And after the massage, the 2 babies smiled happily. Then Su Yang gave massages to the other 2 babies. After all 4 babies were served, all 4 mothers were very satisfied. When leaving, the 4 mothers all recharged 2,000 yuan to become members. After the next few babies finished swimming, the final step of massage care was still handled by Su Yang. After all, you can get hundreds of labor points from each baby. The baby who currently obtains the least labor value is Junjun, because he does not receive many critical hits. Only after seeing off the last guest did Xia Letong breathe a sigh of relief. However, when she saw that the boss was still there, Xia Letong immediately forced herself to cheer up. Everyone must be tired. Su Yang could naturally see it. Fine. Of course, you can't say that you are tired in front of your boss. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone performed very well today. Su Yang called the other 2 employees over, introduced himself first, and said some polite words. He knew that working in the service industry was not an easy job. Especially when it comes to infants, who are only a few months old, every detail must be done well and every aspect must be handled carefully without any carelessness. Although I am in charge of the store, you don't need to worry about wages. The wages will be paid on the same day next month. If there are holidays, we will try to arrange to pay them early. After hearing this, the 3 employees' eyes lit up. It should be a matter of course that wages are paid on time. But when holidays really come, everyone wants to have more money on hand, so that things will be easier to arrange. In addition to what I just said, starting today, everyone's salary will be increased by 15%. Boss, really? Xia Letong was a little excited. Based on her current salary, if it increases by 15%, that would be several hundred yuan. It's said, so it must be true. Su Yang chuckled and said, I only have one requirement for your work, you must be serious. The people you serve are not adults, but mostly infants. In this group, if you have any accident, it will not only affect you, but everyone. After a pause, Su Yang continued, it's important that you work hard. Every quarter, I will calculate how many members have been added, and then take out some money as bonuses. So if you want to get more bonuses, just let those moms become members. Of course, you must do your job well first. You can't just think about getting people to sign up as members and ignore what you should do. When they heard that there was a quarterly bonus, the 3 employees couldn't hide their excitement on their faces. I still say the same thing. As long as you work hard, even if you can't recruit anyone to join, I will make sure you get a satisfactory bonus every quarter. Long live the boss. Xia Letong couldn't help but shout. But after shouting out loud, he started laughing embarrassedly. There is a colleague who is absent today due to some matters. Please tell her about this later. Su Yan looked at the time, it was already 2 o'clock. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have not had lunch. Today I was thinking about taking my employees out for a meal after work, as a celebration of a good start to the work. However, there is still one person missing, so we have to wait until everyone is together before proceeding. At this time, Su Yang thought of what Lao Wang next door said about making a dinner appointment. But Lao Wang hasn't shown up yet. Didn't Lao Wang say he wanted to have dinner with me? But he didn't show up, and he didn't even call me. Could he be lying in bed with some young lady? Su Yang muttered. You can't lie in your bed in broad daylight, I think you can handle it. Chapter 95 Concerns about having a daughter. Su Yang muttered to himself. But just as he finished muttering, Lao Wang walked in from outside. I'm so sorry, Brother Su. I almost forgot about the dinner appointment I made with you. Su Yang looked at Lao Wang, who was sweating profusely and seemed to have put on his clothes in a hurry. It was as if he had just crawled out of the young woman's gentle nest. Old Wang is so fierce in broad daylight, can you handle it? Lao Wang was stunned for a moment, then explained, don't get the wrong idea. Just now a fishing friend said he caught a grouper, so I went to collect the fish. Unexpectedly, my car broke down halfway back. Lao Wang wiped his sweat and continued, the car is not ready yet. I thought about the dinner appointment with you, but my phone is out of battery. There is no shared power bank nearby, and I don't have a data cable in my car, so I can't charge it. Su Yang's mouth twitched. Old Wang, it turns out that you usually focus on the young woman. Ha ha ha, it's true that it's more focused on that aspect. Lao Wang didn't hide it either. Brother Su, have you eaten yet? I just finished my work and then I remembered that I haven't eaten yet. What a coincidence. Let's go eat now. There's a restaurant nearby that's delicious. Where's Brother Zhou? That guy called me in the morning and said he was free. When I was collecting fish, he suddenly said he was not free and wanted to spend time with his daughter. After a pause, Lao Wang complained, it's mainly because of Lao Zhou. If he hadn't called me to chat for a while, my phone would have run out of battery. Su Yang smiled but said nothing. Brother Zhou's daughter, I heard her say she's in the 3rd year of junior high school? Yes, she is 15 years old this year. Lao Zhou told me that he was not at home last night. His daughter went out for a while and was brought back by a yellow-haired boy. Su Yang. When you are 15 or 16 years old and meet a yellow-haired guy, I feel like few things will turn out well. Didn't Brother Zhou ask anything last night? Lao Wang shrugged his shoulders and said, I did ask, but his daughter didn't want to say anything. She is in her rebellious period now, so Lao Zhou didn't dare to push her too hard. Su Yang sighed in his heart. He only has 2 sons now, and he only needs to worry about whether they will become yellow-haired in the future. In my heart, I was really looking forward to the 2 babies in Su Wei's belly being girls. In fact, Su Yang is feeling somewhat conflicted right now. Deep down, he really wanted both of them to be daughters, and even if only one of them was a daughter, his wish would be fulfilled. But when I think about the fact that girls have always been surrounded by dangers since they were young, some thoughts come to my mind. It's not that Su Yang would have such an idea. There is an endless stream of news about this. However, Su Yang didn't need to think about all these things now. Before the baby was born, he didn't know whether Su Wei was pregnant with a boy or a girl. If he ever thinks about identifying the gender again, the baby will protest and destroy the system. Su Yang said, in today's society, we really have to be careful. Girls nowadays, although not innocent, are all very smart. But the devil is always stronger than the virtue, so we have to be careful. Yes, Lao Zhou also realized that he was negligent. So, he decided to have a good talk with his daughter, so he broke the appointment. As Lao Wang spoke, he and Su Yang walked out. The 2 came to the restaurant with delicious food and found a seat by the window. After ordering the dishes, Su Yang suddenly thought of something. Lao Wang, do you have any channels for second-hand fishing boats? Lao Wang raised his head and looked at Su Yang, do you want to buy it? I have this idea, but it's just an idea for now. After all, even if it's second-hand, it's probably going to cost a lot of money. Lao Wang thought for a moment and said, I do know someone, but it depends on what price you want and how big it needs to be. Is it purely for fishing, or can it be used occasionally for sea fun? Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, for now, it's just going out to sea for fishing. So are you going to buy one that's less than 12 meters, or one that's more than 12 meters? What's the difference? Lao Wang explained, for small yachts under 12 meters, they usually only need to be registered. For large fishing boats over 12 meters, they need to be registered with the Maritime Safety Administration and obtain a ship certificate. But if you really want to buy one, I would naturally recommend buying one over 12 meters. After a pause, Lao Wang continued, before buying a boat, you have to pass the test first. Just like you need a driver's license to drive a car, you also need a ship driver's license to drive a boat. You should know this. Su Yang nodded. Although buying a boat was just an idea for now, he still learned some relevant information in advance. If you really want to take the test, I suggest you take the A1F test. One certificate can be used for multiple purposes, so you don't have to take the test again when you need to drive a boat with sails. Su Yang also felt that he could just take the A1F exam, no matter if it would be useful or not, at least he would have the qualification. Lao Wang took a sip of tea and continued, actually, you don't need to consider buying a boat for now, unless you really need it, or if you have extra money on hand, then you can consider it. Otherwise, I suggest you take the test first. If you really want to go fishing, just rent a boat. You can drive by yourself, so you don't need a driver. Otherwise, when you buy a boat, you don't have time to go out to sea every day, and it's meaningless to just leave it there. Just like Lao Zhou, he bought a boat on a whim and left it there, and it's almost become a scenic boat at the dock. Brother Su, do you want to go fishing? Lao Wang then asked. Su Yang nodded, I have this idea. The purpose of his buying the boat was to consider the deep-sea treasure location card. If you really find treasure one day, you can use it to detect it. But since it is a treasure, it cannot be found in shallow waters if it has not been found yet. But it would be more convenient and safer to have your own boat. Actually, if you want to go out to sea, you can just take Lao Zhou's boat. This is not good. If Brother Zhou suddenly needs to use the boat, I'm afraid I'll delay him. Please delay. Lao Wang complained directly, since he bought the boat, he has not even been out to sea 10 times. Besides, he has just signed the project, so he probably won't have time to go out to sea, let alone go fishing from time to time. As Lao Wang was speaking, the waiter pushed the door open and brought the ordered dishes. After the waiter left the room, Lao Wang continued, if you feel embarrassed, just give him some gas money. But if you want to go fishing, you have to find someone who knows how to drive a boat. It's best to find someone you know, because people's minds are unpredictable. After a pause, Lao Wang added, but the people who bury you are often familiar with you. After saying that, Lao Wang burst into laughter. Su Yang also smiled. What Lao Wang said is indeed true. So if you want to go fishing at sea, it is better to know how to drive a boat yourself. It is also more convenient to have your own boat. Chapter 96, Suddenly Becoming Rich. After finishing his meal with Lao Wang, Su Yang returned to the store to take a look. While he was eating, a few more customers came to the store. They brought their babies to swim and then became members. Su Yang looked at the membership records open today. A total of 16 mothers became members after making their purchases. Among them, Jun's mother recharged the largest amount. Judging from today's income, if it is this considerable every day, business must be good. However, even if he doesn't make any money, as long as he can break even or even make a small loss, Su Yang can accept it. He mainly wants to obtain labor value. From the day he took over the store until now, he has earned nearly 8,000 labor points from those babies. Adding the more than 1,000 left, it is only a few dozen points away from 10,000. The labor value suddenly skyrocketed. Su Yang had never been so rich before. There are still a few dozen points left. You can get them by doing anything later. With 10,000 labor points, he can have a good and luxurious draw. I don't know what good things will be drawn then. At around 3:30 in the afternoon, Su Yang saw that it was almost time, so he said goodbye to Xiao Letong and the others, and then drove to the kindergarten to pick up the child. After picking up the child and returning home, Su Wei was lying on the sofa taking a nap. She thought it was about time and was about to cook. Su Yang called and told her not to do it and to wait until he came back. Su Wei thought that Su Yang's cooking skills had improved a lot recently, and the food he cooked made her want to eat more. I don't know if it's really related to Su Yang's cooking skills, or if it's because she is already 10 plus weeks pregnant and is pregnant with twins, which has caused her appetite to suddenly increase. Come back. Before she finished speaking, Su Wei noticed that her eldest son had a band-aid on his forehead and asked quickly, Shaoan, why is your forehead injured? Su Yang then told her about his eldest son's situation at school. Why didn't you tell me before? I'm afraid you'll worry. If I told you, you would definitely run to school immediately. Su Wei really can do it. I've seen the wound, it's just a scratch. It hit my nose and caused a nosebleed. It's not a serious problem now. Su Wei stared at her eldest son for a while, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his injuries were not serious. Play with your son for a while. I'll go cook. When I was about to go to the kitchen, I took a look at the information on the medical test card I used on Su Wei before going to bed last night. The values above showed that everything was normal, so Su Yang went into the kitchen to cook. Because Su Yang's cooking skills have recently improved to an intermediate level, the dishes he makes are getting better and better. Not only does Su Wei's appetite increase, but his two sons also enjoy the food. Before, when he cooked, his two sons would occasionally be picky about food. They don't eat much vegetables, they just like to eat meat. No matter what kind of dishes Su Yang cooked, or how he cooked them, they just didn't eat much. Unless you put it in their bowls and force them to eat a little. It is impossible to ask them to pick up the food and eat it on their own initiative. Sometimes, even after the rice in the bowl is finished, the vegetable is still intact in the bowl. These days, they will take the initiative to eat vegetables. This fully proves that it's not that the son doesn't like vegetables, but that the dishes he cooks do not taste like what they want. Now that his cooking skills have improved, and with the help of the all-purpose seasoning salt, he has become less picky about food recently. Tonight, we both ate 2 small bowls of food, and ate a lot of vegetables and meat, and our stomachs were full. After dinner, I took them to the community to digest the food. Because it was Friday, there were a lot more people in the community. As soon as the 2 little ones went down, they were like birds out of a cage. The space at home is really small, but downstairs is spacious and there are many people, so I can naturally let myself go. Su Yang took a look at Su Wei's belly and felt that it seemed a little different from this morning, but not quite the same. Is it a little bigger? Su Wei also noticed Su Yang's gaze and asked casually. Not so fast. Su Wei pursed her lips and chuckled. I didn't think it was that fast before, but when I got up in the morning, I found that my stomach seemed to be a little different, and I felt that my belly was growing very fast. When I was pregnant with Xuan and Xiaokan, my belly wasn't that noticeable because it was from below. I wonder if it will be the same with twins. It's hard to say. Su Yang didn't know how big Su Wei's belly would be by then. Seeing his 2 sons playing with some familiar friends in front, Su Yang walked side by side with Su Wei along the community road. There's something I almost forgot to tell you. Su Yang suddenly thought of Yuxuan's mother and told Su Wei about it. At the same time, I also told her about what happened in the store. Su Wei knew what was going on in the store. When Su Yang signed the transfer contract, he mentioned this matter to Su Wei. He was busy in the store afterwards, so she also knew about it. You have to help out in the store tomorrow, right? Can you leave? As for the store, there will be 4 employees working tomorrow, so it should be fine. The group of guests who came during the day took their babies to take a bath, so they will definitely not come tomorrow. Babies need to swim, usually only 2 to 3 times a week. It is impossible for them to come frequently every day. He doesn't actually need to go to the store to help, but if he wants to get more labor value, it is still necessary to go to the store. After thinking for a while, Su Yang said, I'll send a message to Yuxuan's mother to see when she has arranged the time. If the store really can't leave, you can take the 2 of them together. If you don't want to go, I'll tell her later. Su Wei has not met Yuxuan's mother yet. She took out her cell phone, entered her son's class group, found Yuxuan's mother's profile picture, and clicked on it to take a look. The other person's profile picture was of a woman holding a little boy, and there was a little girl beside her teasing the little boy. It should be a photo of the 3 of them, mother and son. Why don't we go? I guess since Xiaoan got hurt because of playing games, Yuxian's mother still wants to make up for it. If we don't agree, I'm afraid she will always think about it. Tomorrow is Saturday, so I'll take my son out to play. Otherwise, when my belly gets bigger, it will be inconvenient for me to go anywhere. When she was pregnant with a single baby, she would occasionally go for a stroll during the 2nd trimester. In the later period, apart from the necessary daily activities, she was not very interested in going to far places. If it weren't for the late stage of pregnancy, many times even lying in bed would not be comfortable, and she really wanted to lie in bed all the time and not go anywhere. Su Yang glanced at his son. The eldest son was playing on the slide, and the youngest son saw a pile of mud in the flower bed and was having a great time playing there. Looking at his youngest son's hands covered in dirt, Su Yang could only smile bitterly. If you stop him from playing at this time, he will definitely make a fuss. Chapter 97, Couple Night Talk. As soon as the 2 sons finished taking a bath in the evening, Yuxuan's mother sent a message asking if he was free to take the children out to play. I will reply in the evening. After agreeing on the time and place to meet tomorrow, neither party continued to send messages. Su Yang was still a little surprised at Yuxuan's mother's concern. This is nothing strange. Although other parents in the same class don't communicate much on a regular basis, most of them only meet once at parent-teacher conferences. In fact, when it comes to talking about their own children, if one party takes the initiative, everyone is willing to make friends. Su-wei said as she was holding her clothes and preparing to take a shower. That Yuxuan mother, I looked at her circle of friends, she should be one of those social elites. Su Yang thought about Yuxuan's mother's personality, but he couldn't tell whether she was a community leader or not. After Su-wei took a shower, Su Yang thought about it and decided to tell his two sons the news. When the eldest son Su Yuan heard this, he immediately became excited. Dad, are we really going to eat French fries tomorrow? Yuxuan's mother is treating us. Yeah. Su Yuan shouted excitedly, Dad, I told you that I played games with Yuxuan again this afternoon. This time neither of us fell down. Then you're all awesome. Dad, Dad. Su Yakon next to him also shouted. I didn't fall down when I played games this afternoon, and I ran faster than Ichen when we played the handkerchief throwing game. Then Zihan ran slower. And Zihan didn't run at all, just sat there. Su Yang. After coaxing his two sons to sleep, Su Yang returned to the room and saw Su-wei also lying on the bed. But she hasn't fallen asleep yet. She is holding a tablet and looking at something. Is your hair dry? Su-wei touched her hair and replied, when I came out of the shower, I blew my hair for a while but didn't completely dry it. It's almost dry now. Su Yang looked and saw that it was only 10:30. For him, it must be early to go to bed. Su-wei is different. Recently she has gotten into the habit of going to bed around 11 o'clock. Looking at her now, she seems to be in high spirits. What are you looking at? The design drawings for the house's decoration. Su Yang walked over and took a look at the tablet in Su-wei's hand. Honey, is it necessary to have 2 bathrooms on the first floor? There was originally only 1 bathroom on the first floor, but since the villa is a single-family house, adding 1 more bathroom would not have much of an impact. For drainage, just connect the sewage pipe to the original bathroom sewage. It is not a very complicated project if it is renovated during decoration. But this will require reducing the living room space a bit. Although it is a little smaller, it does not have a particularly big impact on the size of the living room. It's just that Su-wei feels that there is no need for that. 2 isn't too many. And I think it's necessary. Su Yang explained, think about it, our family will soon be 6 people. Even if there is a bathroom upstairs, and each room has a private bathroom. But in the past few years, the children are still young, so most of our activities are on the first floor. If someone happens to be using the bathroom, they have to run upstairs. Sometimes the first or second floor doesn't seem high, but when things get really urgent, adults are fine, but children will just poop at will. Besides, the children are growing up. Can you guarantee that each of them can take 5 minutes to bathe? Su-wei smiled, then glanced at Su Yang. Are you implying that I'm slow in taking a shower? I wouldn't dare. In fact, Su-wei is not slow in taking a bath. It's about the same time most women take to shower. He was worried about the little ones. They are still young now, and when they take a bath, Su Yang will watch them and urge them to hurry up. When the child grows up, it will be difficult to control the time if he locks himself in the bathroom to take a bath. Another point is that after the renovation is completed and you move into the new house, you will be in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, and it will be even more inconvenient to run around. Su Yang glanced at Su-wei and said, in addition to these, when you are in the 3rd trimester, your parents will worry about you being alone, so they will come over to stay for a while. So 1 more bathroom is not too much. Su-wei thought about it and was convinced by Su Yang's reasons, and she also felt that it made sense. But it doesn't have to be so big, it can be made a little smaller. Big, it has to be big. Su Yang rejected Su-wei's suggestion. In Su Yang's opinion, the place people spend most of their lives is the bathroom. The room is small, which doesn't have much impact because it is a place to sleep, not for activities. You know, even if you stay at home, you still have to go to the bathroom several times a day. The space is too small, and even when squatting in the toilet, I feel oppressive. If there are no conditions, Su Yang naturally won't ask for it. Just like the house I live in now, the bathroom is not particularly big. Even if some rental houses only have a 1 square meter bathroom, he has to accept it. After all, one's own economic conditions are there, and one has limited choices. Now that he has this opportunity, he naturally wants to reserve a larger bathroom. The kitchen will also retain its current area. According to the original design, the 2 walls on both sides will be demolished. They are not load-bearing walls and have no impact. If you install aluminum alloy directly, the kitchen will be brighter and you don't need to turn on the light every time you enter. Su-wei has no objection to the kitchen being a little bigger. If it is too small, cooking will be inconvenient. However, Su-wei couldn't help but mutter, "Didn't they say that the house should be designed in the style I like, but this one is clearly designed in your style." Ha ha. Su-yang laughed twice. There are only the bathroom and the kitchen. As for the rest, you can do whatever you like. Su-wei pouted her lips, with a cute expression like a girl. In that case, let's not change it. Let's stick to the previous plan. After the prenatal checkup next Tuesday, let mom choose a good day to start the work. Su-wei put the platform aside, yawned, and began to feel sleepy. Su-yang kissed her on the lips. Then you rest first, I'll go to bed later. Okay, not too late. Su-wei lay down on the bed and covered herself with a quilt. Go check on your two sons later to see if they've kicked off the quilt. After Su-yang walked out of the room, he went to see his son. The eldest son did not kick the quilt, but the younger son's sleeping posture has always been ungentlemanly, and kicking the quilt is a common occurrence for him. After covering himself with the quilt, Su-yang went to the study. After turning on the computer, Su-yang logged into QQ. This has become a routine operation after turning on the computer. However, as soon as he logged into QQ, Su-yang received several messages. Hey, why didn't I receive any messages on QQ? Su-yang took the phone and took a look. The message was received, but for some reason there was no notification. When he opened the settings, he realized that he might have turned off the message notifications by mistake, which resulted in him not noticing the messages during the day. The news came from the publishing house. Hello, regarding the publishing matter, the publisher is more inclined to buy it out. In fact, the buyout price we offered is already very high. You wrote a fairy tale, but fairy tales are not that popular in the current market. Taking 500,000 yuan at once is definitely not a loss in the current market. Looking at the message sent from the publishing house, Su-yang sent a symbol. Then Su-yang directly blocked the contact of the publishing house and deleted the friend. Chapter 98. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Chengdu, the copyright contact person for Qingfeng Publishing House, was about to turn off his computer to take a break after finishing his work when he heard a message on QQ. Taking a look at the flashing avatar, Chengdu saw that it was a message from an author from a literary website whom he had recently contacted. The other party published several fairy tales on a literary website, which are currently doing well on the website. Who could have thought that fairy tales would one day have a chance to make it onto the bestseller list? The word count is much different from those of novels. Chengdu felt that this was impossible. But it just went up. Of course, the word count and length of several fairy tales are limited, so even if they are on the bestseller list, they can only be among the last few. This was beyond his imagination. Chengdu had naturally read those fairy tales. The story is very strong. Like fairy tales, there is no need to show off your writing skills. You just need to tell a reasonable story and make the readers understand it. Those fairy tales are also simple and easy to read in terms of plot. If you don't read it with an adult's perspective, it is indeed a good fairy tale. But Chengdu never expected that fairy tales would be loved by so many adult readers. This is also the reason why these fairy tales can be included in the best-selling list. The paper reading market is indeed far behind at the moment. But there is still a market for paper fairy tales. Chengdu has already thought of it. After the book is successfully published, he will come up with some gimmicks to promote it. Still able to sell a lot. If the influence is great enough and one of the articles is selected as one of the students' extracurricular reading materials, the situation will be even more different. Of course, in a situation like this, it's not that easy. However, in Chengdu's opinion, if the publisher buys out the copyright for 500,000 yuan, it will definitely make a profit in the long run. Chengdu is also very confident that he can get the publishing rights this time. If he wins, he may also get some bonuses, so he naturally wants to facilitate this buyout contract. During the day he contacted the fairy tale author, but the author did not reply to his message. When I saw the message, I sat down again and clicked on it immediately. When he saw the 4 question marks also popped up in Chengdu's mind. After thinking for a while, Chengdu typed a line of words on the keyboard and sent it out. Master, is there something you don't understand? After the message was sent, another message popped up. The message has been sent, but it has been rejected by the other party. Question marks popped up in Chengdu's mind again. He thought he had read it wrong and sent it again. The message has been sent, but it has been rejected by the other party. Twice in a row, Chengdu reacted. He was blocked by the other party and deleted as a friend. Chengdu was a little dumbfounded. What is this operation? Chengdu was about to call Su Yang, only to realize that they had not talked to the point where they needed to leave phone numbers. After thinking about it, Chengdu sent a message to the editor of the literary website. Chengdu Qingfeng Publishing House, Lao Mao, the fairy tale author under you suddenly blocked me. Can you help me find out what is going on? Qingfeng Publishing House, where Chengdu works, has always been cooperating with literary websites. Chengdu has a good relationship with the editors of the website. Cute cat? Chengdu Qingfeng Publishing House, stop asking questions. I am full of questions too. Cute cat, how would I know that? Haven T, you been in contact with him recently? Chengdu Qingfeng Publishing House, I sent him a message during the day, but he didn't reply. Chengdu Qingfeng Publishing House, he just sent me a message, and after I replied I found that he had blocked me. Cute cat, what on earth did you post? Chengdu Qingfeng Publishing House, what else could there be? It's about the publishing of fairy tales. Chengdu Qingfeng Press, he said before that he had a few more articles on hand and could publish them in a book. I gave him a buyout price of 500,000 and sent him the information. Cute cat, your publishing house is really stingy. Do you know how much these fairy tales earned on the website? 500,000 yuan. Are you treating beggars like this? Chengdu Qingfeng Publishing House, a website is a website, and publishing is publishing. I think the buyout price of 500,000 is not too much. Cute cat, I'll ask for you. But since the author has blocked you, you should be mentally prepared. On the other side, Meng Mao had just finished reviewing the manuscripts and found several good quality openings. He was in a good mood and was preparing to take a shower and have a good sleep. Seeing the message sent by Chengdu, I felt helpless. The buyout price of 500,000 makes it difficult for him. After thinking about it, Meng Mao sent a message to Su Yang. Cute cat, big brother, the publishing house just sent a message saying that you blocked him. Is that true? Dongyang Nuanri, yes, I contacted him before and the discussion was based on profit sharing. Dongyang Nuanri, they discussed for a few days and quoted me a buyout price of 500,000, which meant they were not considering profit sharing, so there was no need to cooperate. Cute cat, are you really not considering a buyout? Warm winter days, not considered. Cute cat, I understand. After Su Yang responded to the editor, he ignored it. Fairy tales are just testing the waters. I didn't expect it to become popular. After all, the market audience has been determined from the beginning. Who could have thought that it would become so popular for no apparent reason? Fashion is a circle, and many things have inexplicably become popular again in recent years. Music has also been a circle in the past 2 years, and some musical instruments that were popular many years ago have also become popular. Su Yang didn't know if it was because there was no grim-as fairy tales in this world, and it was a reward selected by the system. So it became popular. Otherwise, the system cannot verify the statement that products produced by the system must be high quality. After taking a look at the author's income in the background, I didn't check it for a few days and found that the royalties had increased again. Su Yang was still very satisfied. After closing the author's back end, Su Yang is now in good spirits. He decided to draw Old Master Q and Laughing School. Grimm's Fairy Tales has proven to be a hit. Su Yang speculated that these two comics might also become popular. Regardless of whether it will become popular in the end, since he has won this award, it is normal to draw it. However, my current drawing level is still at the entry-level stage. I can draw characters but I cannot draw them vividly. Su Yang took a look and found that his current cooking skills were at the intermediate level. If he wanted to upgrade to the advanced level, he would need nearly 400 skill points. Other skills will not be upgraded for the time being, so the impact will not be significant. As for the cooking skill, if Su Yang had extra skill points, he really wanted to upgrade it to a high level. After massaging the babies to make them feel comfortable physically and mentally, a critical hit occurred. Su Yang was thinking, if his cooking skills reached a high level and the food he cooked could make people feel a great sense of satisfaction after eating it, would the same critical hit result occur? Chapter 99 New Lottery Mode. The current labor value has exceeded 10,000 points. The unprecedented wealth made Su Yang very excited. Regarding the speculation that the improvement in cooking skills just now might lead to a critical hit, he felt that after drawing 10,000 labor points, there would definitely be a lot of skill points. But for now, he plans to draw 2 comics first. Regardless of whether your cooking skills need to be improved now, comics are a cultural product, so just draw them first. Anyway, the copyright has been automatically registered by the system when it was obtained. Once he finishes the drawing, I will consider drawing some to test the waters. Old Master Q is a typical 4-frame comic, and also combines the forms of single-frame comics and comic strips. Laughing School is different, it is a multi-frame comic. But Su Yang feels that this kind of youth-oriented comic that combines nonsensical comedy and campus themes may have a chance to become popular in this world. He didn't think that much. It's still the same idea. Whether it can become popular is another matter. It has to be drawn first and put on the market for verification. Just do it. However, before starting to paint, Su Yang naturally had to improve his painting skill points first. After taking a look, it seemed that there were no skill points left after upgrading a wave of massage treatments during the day. Let's draw a prize first. I earned 10,000 labor points in just a few hours today. If the store's business continues to be as good as today tomorrow, I can probably earn a few thousand more. Just when Su Yang was about to start drawing, he suddenly saw an extra option on the lottery interface. Previously, there were only 2 options, single draw and 10 consecutive draws. Now there is an additional direct exchange. Su Yang simply accepted it and clicked on the instructions of direct exchange. Because the host's labor value has reached 10,000 points, the direct exchange mode is enabled. Mode description. Exchange conditions. Each time you use the direct exchange mode, you will need to consume 10,000 labor points cannot be split. Reward mechanism. After redemption, you will definitely receive 10 treasure boxes as a reward, including treasure boxes of random levels. Special rules. This mode is a high-value exchange channel. Compared with ordinary exchanges, the quality and quantity of rewards are significantly improved. Finally, a caring reminder from the system: due to the huge single consumption, it is recommended to use it when the labor value is sufficient. Direct exchange? Must I get 10 treasure chests? Su Yang stared at the system interface, his eyes shining slightly. This lottery mode seems to be good. As the labor value will increase in the future, 10 consecutive draws will definitely not be enough to satisfy you. A direct exchange can save time and effort. Although it is a bit painful to consume 10,000 labor points at a time, but directly getting 10 treasure chests is equivalent to having a guaranteed treasure chest for every 10 consecutive draws. At that moment, Su Yang really had an urge to directly use the direct redemption lottery mode. Finally got it under control. Direct exchange does allow you to directly obtain 10 treasure chests of random levels, but it lacks skill points and personal attribute points. And based on the concept of treasure chests obtained from previous draws, a guaranteed treasure chest will appear in almost every 10 draw streak. There were even a few times when I got 3 treasure chests out of 10 consecutive draws. If the direct exchange is for 10 gold treasure chests, even if you are not so greedy, you will make a profit by exchanging directly, as you are guaranteed to get 3 gold treasure chests. Now that's randomness. If it is 9 bronze treasure chests plus 1 silver, or 9 bronze treasure chests plus 1 gold, it is a loss. After thinking about it, Su Yang finally gave up the lottery method of direct redemption. In general, there is not enough labor value on hand. It seems that he will have to stay in the store more often, collect money for 10 days or so, accumulate 100,000 labor points, and then participate in the direct exchange lottery mode. Now he needs personal attribute points and skill points, even though the instructions mention that the quality and quantity of rewards for direct exchange have been significantly improved. But there was not much surplus food at home, so he didn't dare to spend too much at once. In the end, Su Yang resisted his curiosity about the lottery mode and chose 10 consecutive draws. However, before making 10 consecutive draws, he still clicked on a single draw first. Click once for each draw, and continue to experience whether you can get a miracle with a single draw. When it comes to lottery, if you get something good from 10 consecutive draws, compared to getting a miracle from a single draw, the former is exciting while the latter is thrilling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 skill point. Alright. No exciting situation happened, and he even got an unprecedented 1 skill point. Looking at the reward he had just received, Su Yang had a feeling that he had started off badly. I should have done a 10-draw combo earlier. Su Yang muttered. There was no good start, but instead there was a sense of uneasiness about the next draw. But he didn't think too much about it and started drawing directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 skill point. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host for winning a stainless steel bowl with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a height of 5 centimeters. This is what I got in the first wave of 10 draws. Also, what happened to the skill points? Previously the minimum was 5 points, but now it's just 1 point. Got a stainless steel bowl though. I have never drawn this kind of daily necessities before. In the first round of 10 consecutive draws, you will get a total of 20 skill points plus a stainless steel bowl. Even though I didn't get the treasure chest, it's nice to have a stainless steel bowl. It's just right for my son to eat. The stainless steel bowls produced by the system must not allow it to eat 2 bowls of rice at every meal. Su Yang comforted himself and then started the lottery again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning a stainless steel bowl with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a height of 5 centimeters. Su Yang. Is it because the system thinks that he has 2 sons and 1 stainless steel bowl is not enough to share, so it rewards him with another one so that they don't have to fight over it? Right. It must be that the 2 babies in my wife's belly were afraid that their brothers would snatch the things away, so they gave such a reward. So thoughtful, she must be my daughter. After comforting himself again, Su Yang no longer believed it. The gambler's mentality strikes again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. It really got better. The natural satisfaction of the gambler's psychology. At least there is a bronze treasure chest this wave. Maybe in the next wave, a golden treasure chest will appear. However, Su Yang was not satisfied with the rewards for these 3 waves of 10 consecutive draws. I should have used the direct exchange lottery mode earlier. After feeling a little regret in his heart, Su Yang immediately put it behind him. Chapter 100, Childhood Innocence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 skill points. Congratulations to the host for winning an A4 drawing paper. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 2B pencils. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze treasure chest. Su Yang was so angry that he almost laughed. Including that single draw, there were a total of 41 draws, and only 2 bronze treasure chests came out. There are only 76 skill points. As for personal attribute points, there are only 9 points. In an instant, Su Yang had the idea of fighting to the end. Although the single draw at the beginning only has 1 skill point, this does seem to lower the concept of winning. However, Su Yang soon realized that it had nothing to do with the single draw, but was the reason for the emergence of the direct redemption lottery mode. Just like the current games, after the skins are released through lotteries, if it is an ordinary lottery, it is almost impossible to win the grand prize. Only by recharging Krypton Gold can you draw good things. Looking at the remaining 5,000 labor points, Su Yang finally held back and did not continue to accompany him to the end. With my face looking so dark tonight, I may not be able to draw anything good if I continue drawing. Unless there is a guaranteed gold treasure chest for each subsequent 10 draws. However, before deciding not to draw, Su Yang couldn't help but order a single draw. Congratulations to the host for winning an eraser. Su Yang was happy. Then ordered again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ordinary pencil sharpener. Very good, system, is this what you want to do? I'll have another draw. Congratulations to the host for receiving a student-specific ruler. So even though he was clearly thinking about not drawing, Su Yang drew the jackpot 11 times in single draw mode before he really decided to stop. Looking at the reward that was obtained with half of the labor value, Su Yang sighed inwardly. Although Su Yang didn't get anything good out of the 52 draws tonight, he felt a little regretful but didn't think too much about it. At least every draw was a winner. No matter whether it is a big prize or a small prize, it is better than coming back empty-handed after fishing. After not continuing the lottery, Su Yang prepared to open 2 bronze treasure chests. First one. Open. Congratulations on obtaining the primary left-right fighting ability. Note, the ability to fight with both hands can coordinate the 2 hands and the brain to multitask, so as to achieve things like painting and writing. The higher the level, the faster the speed. Warm reminder, this is not a peerless martial arts skill. If the host wants to be a martial arts master, please be cautious. This is directly given the skill. Su Yang confirmed that among the skills he currently knew, he did not have the ability to fight with both hands. In this case, can he just use his left hand to fight with his right hand? No, it seems that now he can also hit with his left hand as well as his right hand. As for writing or painting at the same time, he really can't do it. Although it is only at the beginner level, this ability is like a pillow sent to him when he is sleepy. Su Yang was very satisfied with the rewards he got from the first bronze treasure chest. Keep going. Congratulations on receiving the special benefit of 2 times consumption refund. Note, maximum cashback is 5 million. This is good. However, it was only 2 times, and the cashback was only 5 million. The amount was too low, which made Su Yang somewhat dissatisfied. It would be nice to just have an unlimited one. If there is no restriction, can he create nesting dolls infinitely? Think about it from another angle. This was opened from a bronze treasure chest, and it is very likely that consumption refund benefits with a higher upper limit will be opened in the future. Although he now has several million in savings, he is still relatively restrained when it comes to spending money. For example, he wanted to buy a boat. When he mentioned this to Lao Wang during the day, he just had this idea. If there was this special benefit of double consumption refund, then he wouldn't have to worry so much. A fishing boat like Zhou Chuanqing's costs 4 or 5 million yuan. He got a cashback of 5 million yuan, which is just enough to earn enough to buy a boat. But there is no rush to buy a boat for now, let us get the certification first. Although he was a little unlucky in the lottery tonight and only got 2 bronze boxes, he was very satisfied with the rewards. Su Yang took out all the drawing pencils, erasers, rulers, and A4 drawing paper that he had drawn tonight from the space, and prepared to draw Old Master Q in Laughing School. He first improved his painting skills from entry level to elementary level. As his skills improved, Su Yang gained a deeper understanding of painting. Whether it is sketching or quick sketching, the knowledge and proficiency will become different in an instant. Su Yang took out an A4 drawing paper and 2 drawing pencils, and the plot of Old Master Q emerged clearly in his mind. He drew the Old Master first. With both hands at hand, the character of Old Master Q was immediately drawn, followed by the big sweet potato. Because he had practiced with the comic book Old Master Q before, and his drawing skills have improved now. With both hands working at the same time, the original 1-hour workload is compressed into less than half an hour. The first thing Su Yang chose to draw was a single volume. In this way, the story will have continuity and will attract more readers. After finishing the single volume of Old Master Q, Su Yang then drew a few chapters of Laughing School. Call. Although I was able to draw with both hands at the same time, my speed increased, but I had to concentrate all the time, which still consumed a lot of energy. Su Yang stretched and looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Su Yang did not continue drawing. After organizing the drawings and putting them into his space, he tidied up the desktop and planned to ask the editor of the literature website tomorrow if there was any reliable website for publishing comics. Although Meng Mao is the editor of a literary website, it is normal that he knows about comics websites. After going to the room to check that his son did not kick the quilt, Su Yang returned to the room. As soon as he lay down, Su Wei opened her eyes, then moved over and hugged him. Su Yang bent down and kissed her on the lips, then they fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, it's reasonable to sleep in a little later on weekends. I don't know if it's because I mentioned last night that Yushuan's mom would treat her 2 sons to French fries today, they didn't even sleep in, but got up and knocked on the door at the usual school time. After Su Yang and Su Wei woke up, they looked at each other with helpless expressions. After getting up and washing up, Su Yang made a simple breakfast. He had just finished packing when his 2 sons came urging him to do more. Dad, hurry up, Yushuan is waiting. The eldest son is urging me. How do you know they're waiting? I just used your phone to send a message to Yushuan's mother to ask if Yushuan had left the house. Su Yang said angrily, usually when I ask you to go out, you drag your feet, but now a female classmate asks you out so quickly. Son, you still have half a year before you go to elementary school. The 2 sons were urging her to go out, and Yushuan's mother also sent a message saying that she was getting ready to go out. After looking at the time, it was almost time, so Su Yang gathered his things and went downstairs. The place where I agreed to meet Yushuan's mother was at McDonald's. When they arrived at the agreed place, Su Yang parked the car and pulled one of them with one hand to go to the McDonald's across the street. Yuan. Across the street, a little girl with 2 pigtails and wearing a skirt was waving and shouting at Su Yuan. Yushuan. Su Yuan also raised his hand to say hello. Yushuan's mother held her daughter's hand, but seeing how excited she was, she said unhappily, "You're so excited to see your classmates, stand still and don't move." As soon as Yuxuan's mother finished speaking, Yuxuan broke free from her mother's hand and rushed across the street. At this moment, a car was coming. Yuxuan! Yuxuan's mother rushed over immediately, but was still a step too slow. Chapter 101 Women's Intuition. Su Yang held his two sons' hands, but the eldest son was also very excited when he saw his classmates. However, the traffic was quite heavy at the moment, and Su Yang held them tightly for fear that he would run around. At this moment, if I let go, they would definitely rush to the other side of the road. However, Su Yang did not expect that Yuxuan would actually run towards him. Because it was in front of a zebra crossing, the car was not going very fast. But Yuxuan ran out like this, and even if she ran at a slower speed, she would be seriously injured if she was hit. Su Wei also saw the little girl running over and felt inexplicably panicked. Careful! When the little girl ran to the middle of the road, she heard an adult shouting and suddenly stopped, but the car had already driven in front of her. Su Yang's expression also changed. Without any hesitation, Su Yang immediately used the rage potion. Su Yang, who was originally holding his two sons' hands, suddenly let go of their hands and rushed towards the road. After obtaining the rage potion, Su Yang went to a deserted place to try out its effects. After use, the speed and power are faster than a car that advertises a 3-second 100-meter acceleration. Yuxuan! Yuxuan's mother yelled at her. When Yuxuan ran to the middle of the road, she was stunned and stopped. But she didn't react, so Su Yang picked her up and ran back quickly. As soon as they backed away, the car braked suddenly at the place where Yuxuan had just stood. The driver was a man, and he was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was not driving fast, if he really hit someone, the situation would be troublesome. I originally wanted to roll down the car window and say something, but in the end I started the car and slowly drove away. Yuxuan also saw the car about to hit her, and before she could react, Su Yang suddenly picked her up, and she was also startled. A pair of big eyes filled with fear, he turned to look at Su Yang. Her face was pale and she was at a loss for a moment. After a while, she opened her mouth and cried, "Uncle, It's okay." Su Yang put Yuxuan down and breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if the scene just now was captured on camera, but given the situation just now, he couldn't care less. Even if I get caught on camera, I can explain it myself then. But if she hadn't taken action just now, Yuxuan would have really been hit by the car. At this time, Yuxuan's mother also arrived, and her face was also pale. Only after she saw that her daughter was safe and sound did she calm down. However, because of the panic just now, her hands and legs felt weak at this moment. After a while, perhaps because she had recovered some strength, Yuxuan's mother's face suddenly darkened. Do you know how dangerous that was? If you get hit by a car, you won't even be able to see your mother. Since giving birth to her second child, Yuxuan's mother hasn't learned any other skills, but her temper has become much worse. There is also the lion roar kung fu, which he learned completely by himself without any teacher. After scolding her for a few words, Yuxuan's mother slapped Yuxuan's calves a few times. Even though I didn't beat him to death, I was still very angry and the slaps still hurt quite a bit. Su Yang feels that when children do something wrong, especially something like this, the correct way to deal with it is for parents to get angry. In this situation, how can one remain calm and talk about principles? After receiving several slaps on her calf, Yuxuan felt the pain and recovered from her panic. With a wow sound, Yuxuan started crying. How dare you cry? Yuxuan's mother was really angry, or maybe she wanted to release the panic she had just felt. It was just unfortunate that my daughter became the target of his venting. Seeing this, Su Wei stepped forward and pulled Yuxuan aside. Yuxuan's mother, don't be angry. After all, there were outsiders present, so Yuxuan's mother didn't really chase her daughter to beat her. In fact, she usually just procrastinates when it comes to telling her daughter to eat or take a bath. When she doesn't take any action after she has called her 3 times, she can't help but yell a few times. I usually don't really want to fight. She was really scared and angry just now. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lose composure like this in front of outsiders. Taking a deep breath, Yuxuan's mother said, Yuan's father, thank you very much this time. You're welcome. Anyone would do the same thing if they were in this situation. That being said, if he hadn't used the hourglass, he would definitely not have been able to save Yuxuan when she rushed out just now. Yuxuan's mother glanced at Yuxuan and scolded her with a stern face, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Yuxuan didn't dare to say anything. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go. Today is the weekend, so there will probably be a lot of people. If we go too late, there might not be any seats. Su Wei changed the subject. At Yuxuan's age, she is indeed very scared now. After some time, I guess she will dare to do this again. After entering McDonald's, French fries, chicken legs, hamburgers, and taro pie have become the children's favorite foods. However, Su Yang and Su Wei control the amount of food their two sons eat. At their age, they can tolerate eating fried food, so that's fine. If you can't bear it after eating it, your throat will turn red in the middle of the night or the next day, and you will definitely start to suffer. Of course, it is impossible to completely control them from eating. Only when the time is right would Su Yang take them out for a meal. Yuxuan's mother directly ordered 2 family buckets, and the 3 children shouted excitedly. Su Wei looked at the chicken nuggets and spicy chicken legs on the table and her mouth was watering. She usually loves to eat. Sometimes when she wants to eat, she always coaxes her son to sleep early in the evening, and then asks Su Yang to buy it. After eating, she destroys the body to prevent her son from finding it when he wakes up the next day. After finding out she was pregnant with her 3rd child, Su Wei only ate it twice and didn't dare to do it again after that. Now it seems that she really wanted to eat, but she finally controlled herself. The 3 little kids were chattering non-stop while eating French fries. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Su Wei watched her youngest son stuffing French fries into his mouth and reminded him from time to time. Mom, it's delicious. Bring me here to eat again tomorrow. No one eats these things every day. It's delicious. The 3 adults looked at each other and smiled. Halfway through the meal, Su Yukong said he wanted to pee, so Su Yang took him to the bathroom. Yuxuan's mother looked at Su Wei and suddenly asked, Yuan's mother, are you pregnant? Su Wei was stunned for a moment, then she chuckled and asked, how did you know that? Yuxuan's mother smiled and said, don't forget, I am also a woman, and I just gave birth to my 2nd child a few months ago. When we were outside, I saw you subconsciously put your hand in front of your belly. As someone who has experienced this, I can still see it. Chapter 102 Boss, if you don't come to our store, it will be demolished. Since it was discovered, Su Wei admitted it generously. How many months? Almost 11 weeks. Yuxuan's mother took a look at Su Wei's belly. I thought it was more than 3 months, but you look a little bit pregnant now. After a pause, Yuxuan's mother continued, I was pregnant with both babies, so at that time, in the later stages, my belly was so big that people thought I was pregnant with twins. Su Wei did not say that she was pregnant with twins. She smiled and said, I was pregnant with both my sons, so when I was about to give birth, everyone thought I was only 4 or 5 months pregnant. Well, hello. I was in the late stage of the disease at that time, and I was so exhausted that I had difficulty breathing. So I was very envious of Xiao Huai. Su Wei shook her head slightly, having a lower back pregnancy isn't that good either. It just doesn't make your belly look obvious, but you'll have backaches early on. And having a lower back pregnancy is more likely to put pressure on your bladder, so you'll be running to the bathroom all day. Alas, that's why being a woman is the hardest thing. Then the 2 women continued to talk about parenting. After Su Yang brought Su Yukong back, he said to Su Wei, I'm going to the store. Su Yang talked to Su Wei about taking over a mother and baby store with a baby swimming pool when they were taking a walk in the community last night. Then go ahead. Su Wei actually guessed that Su Yang might be busy in the store today. He had just taken over yesterday, and many people came to sign up for membership, so it would be better for Su Yang to be in the store. Although they had won nearly 1 million yuan in the lottery over the past half month, and Su Yang had made a lot of money from fishing, Su Wei still felt that something had to happen. If they won the lottery once, they might not have the chance to win again. After all, they had no chance to meet the director of the lottery center, so how could they win a big prize every now and then? Su Yang did make money from fishing, but it was impossible for him to catch valuable fish every day. Moreover, she would still worry every time Su Yang went out to sea. If he could go out to sea less often in the future, she naturally didn't want him to go out to sea fishing often. Having a physical store, no matter how much profit you make, can give people a sense of security. Boss Su, go ahead and do your work. After we finish eating, I'll take them to the amusement park in the nearby mall. Thank you for your help. What's the trouble with this? Compared to these, you just saved Yuxuan, which is a lifetime favor to me. Su Yan didn't say anything else. He told his 2 sons to be obedient and went to the store. Yuxuan's mother looked at Su Yang's departing back and said, your husband looks like a good man. Sue smiled and said, "Whether he is good or not, it's your own choice. But he is really good to me and my son. Tell me, what are the good qualities of your husband? I will write them down and tell my husband about them when I get home. I will ask him to learn from them." When Su Yang just arrived at the store, Xia Ledong felt like she saw a savior when she saw him. "Boss, you're finally here." Xia Ledong was very excited. "Xiao Xia, what's that expression on your face?" Xia Ledong pointed at the mother who was waiting in the waiting area. "Those mothers are waiting for you. What are you waiting for me for?" "He is not a friend of women like Lao Wang. After you massaged and cared for several babies yesterday, several mothers gave feedback that your massage technique was very good. I heard that several babies' milk supply increased significantly after they went home, and they slept through the night after eating a meal last night." Su Yan wondered if Xia Ledong was exaggerating. It was just an intermediate-level massage treatment, and the baby did feel very comfortable at the time, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a critical impact. Logically, it's not exaggerated to that extent. Yesterday he just pressed some of the baby's acupoints in a familiar manner, including those for relieving bloating and others related to the stomach and intestines. Although it was effective at the time, he didn't know how long this effectiveness would last. But there is no need for those mothers to exaggerate the facts. If the facts were exaggerated, so many mothers wouldn't have come to his store today. "When will your boss come over?" "That's right. We've been waiting for an hour. If your boss doesn't come, we're going to file a complaint." Employee Lu Fan was busy comforting the mothers who were beginning to become impatient. "Please wait a moment, we have called the boss. He doesn't live nearby, so it will take some time for him to get here." "This didn't work. Your boss's speed is not good enough. It's not like he's doing something slow with his wife in the room. Business needs to be fast." As soon as one mother finished speaking, the other mothers immediately started laughing. When they grow from young girls to young women and then to mothers, they will not feel shy at all about these words. Lu Fan could only smile along. "Call again to urge him. If he still doesn't come, we will cancel his membership." Lu Fang didn't dare to offend the customers and could only go along with what they said. "Okay, I'll call the boss now. Please wait a moment." After Lu Fang finished speaking, she hurried out of the waiting room. Lu Fang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Xia, boss, you are finally here." Like Xia Ledong, Lu Fang felt like she had seen a savior when she saw Su Yang. Su Yang smiled bitterly. "Look at the expressions on your faces. If I had been an hour later, wouldn't the store have been demolished?" "Really? You don't know those mothers. Once they lose their patience, they speak harshly and even say you." When the words came to her lips, Lu Fang felt that it was inappropriate to say those words to her boss in person, so she didn't continue. "You guys go help serve the other babies, I'll take care of the ones in the waiting area." Xia Ledong and Lu Fang responded quickly. When they walked to the waiting area, Su Yang asked, "Are massage treatments the only thing left for those babies?" "Right. Okay, leave it to me." Su Yang arrived at the door of the waiting area and heard several mothers chatting. "The boss of this shop is really something. He couldn't come earlier. He must be making love with his wife in bed in broad daylight. It's possible. When my husband first got married, he would really bother me when I woke up. But now, since the child was born, he always makes excuses saying that the child disturbed his sleep and sleeps in the next room. My husband is the same. He says the kids are bothering him when he's sleeping, and when he wants to do that, he deliberately shows his affection in front of me. Sometimes, I really want to kick him off the bed. Ha ha ha. My family is the same. I always feel that those men are like that. When you ask them to take care of the baby, they say they are tired or make other excuses. After holding it in for a few days, they have another face. Sometimes I think, if he gives me living expenses on time every month, he can go to whoever he wants." Su Yang, who was about to knock on the door, heard the conversation between several mothers and his mouth twitched. Is this a topic he can listen to? Chapter 103 Diamond Treasure Box. It's coming. Day. Su Yang knocked on the door, waited for a few seconds, and then pushed the door open. Several mothers were surprised to see a man walk in, thinking it was another mother's man who came to visit them. Just as they were guessing, Su Yang spoke. "Excuse me for waiting, everyone. I am the person in charge of this store. Sorry, it's the weekend today and I'm a little late due to traffic jam." Whatever the excuse, they would definitely accept the traffic jam. The place where they are now belongs to the old area of Binchang. Unlike the newly developed area, the road here is a 2-lane area. As long as there is a car parked on the side of the road, the traffic jam can last for a while. If these mothers were locals, they would definitely know about the traffic jams in Bincheng. Although the traffic jam is not too serious, it is usually only during rush hour and when students go home from school. There is not much traffic jam at other times. There is traffic jam on weekdays, but not so much on weekends. However, the mothers didn't say anything about Su Yang's reasons. Are you the boss? I remember the boss seemed to be a woman. For some reasons, the previous owner transferred the store to me. Su Yang explained briefly. It doesn't matter who is the boss, as long as your baby can enjoy themselves, that's the most important thing. After hearing this, several mothers thought it made sense. You're the one who does the massage, right? Right. Then you should give my son a massage right away. Yesterday, a friend of mine brought her daughter here. After the massage, she drank a lot more milk that night. She said that she had always been restless when she went to bed before, but she slept soundly last night. The mother held her son in her arms as she spoke. The other mothers were a step slower to react, but it was not convenient to rush in at this time. They were just a little anxious, so they stood up one by one, wanting their child to be the next. Although everyone knows that it will be their turn eventually, no one is willing to wait. It's okay for adults, but if children wait too long and become emotionally unstable, they will start crying. This made the adults, who were already irritated by waiting, even more irritated. Su Yang saw several mothers rushing over at once and understood their feelings. But no matter whether they were in a hurry or not, they had to queue up. Don't worry, everyone. We'll be in groups of 2. We won't keep you waiting too long. The first 2 mothers in line immediately carried their children and followed Su Yang to the nursing area. Seeing this, other mothers also picked up their children and followed him. They wanted to see how Su Yang took care of his children. After placing the child steadily on the nursing bed, Su Yang continued to do the same thing as he did yesterday. However, when he started massaging, he thought of the ability of fighting with both hands that he acquired last night. You can draw and write at the same time, but I don't know if you can do massage at the same time. Su Yang has long been familiar with the meridians and acupoints of the human body. If he could do both at the same time, the speed would be much better. Su Yang first pressed the baby on his left side with his left hand, and then pressed the baby on his right side with his other hand. The ability of fighting with both hands can come in handy at this time. Moreover, because the massage care skills have reached the intermediate level, coupled with the elementary level of left-right combat, the effect is better than painting and writing. Labor value plus 64. System prompt: the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 2 times the critical hit. Labor value plus 49. System prompt: the service recipient feels comfortable, generating 3 times the critical hit. It seems that the effect of left and right fight is very good. The baby on the right has produced 3 times the critical hit. It seems that she is enjoying it very much at this moment. After completing the massage process, both babies fell asleep on their stomachs. During the massage, Su Yang relieved the baby's bloating and pressed several acupoints related to the stomach and intestines. If it were in the past, he would definitely not dare to press those acupoints randomly. He was not a Chinese medicine practitioner, so he naturally didn't understand. When he took his 2 sons for a physical examination, the doctor taught him to press several acupuncture points on their bodies every day after returning home. He would not press other points randomly. It's different now. After receiving a lot of information related to this aspect and reaching the level of intermediate massage care, he is like a veteran and has already become proficient in it. During the massage just now, the 2 babies farted several times in succession, and they seem to be much more relaxed and are sleeping soundly now. Yesterday he also took care of 2 babies at the same time, but he was unable to do 2 things at once. Do it at the same time, press carefully, and it takes a lot of time. Now I can do 2 things at once, and my technique has improved, so I shortened the time by 10 minutes, but the effect is more significant than yesterday. After massaging the 2 babies, Su Yang continued to take care of the other babies. After a busy operation and seeing off the last mother, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the person he has to serve is a baby of a few months old, so no matter how skilled he is, he must always concentrate. If this continues, your physical and mental strength will naturally be consumed a lot. Thank you for your hard work, boss. Have a drink of water first. As soon as Su Yang came out of the nursing room, Xia Ledong brought him a glass of water. Now you don't need to call the boss for help. Xia Ledong smiled embarrassedly. After drinking the water, Su Yang checked the time and said, "We are done with today's work. There won't be that many customers this afternoon. I have something else to do. If you are too busy, call me." After leaving the store, Su Yang drove to the shopping mall next to the McDonald's to pick up Su Wei and the two children. "Today I ate some crispy food like French fries and played in the amusement park for 2 hours. My two sons were reluctant to go back when I called them. After dinner, because they had played outside at noon and did not take a nap, the two guys felt sleepy at 9 o'clock. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, the two little ones fell asleep soon after lying on the bed." Su Yang chatted with Su Wei for a while, telling her about the situation in the store and some plans for the store in the future. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Wei began to feel sleepy. After Su Wei lay down, Su Yang returned to the study. "Even though I was busy for more than 2 hours today, the harvest was quite good. Adding the previous work, I now have more than 15,000 labor points. Must draw." He was in a bad mood last night, so he must avenge himself tonight. Start drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. Congratulations to the host for winning a fountain pen. Congratulations to the host for winning a box of hand-torn bread. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 personal attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning a towel. Congratulations to the host for getting a car subwoofer. Because he didn't believe in evil, and because he had a lot of work value today, Su Yang's gambler mentality became even stronger, and he directly drew 9 waves of 10 consecutive draws in one breath. Then he was dumbfounded. Apart from daily necessities, skill points, and personal attribute points, there is not even a treasure chest. My face is darker tonight than last night. Su Yang was almost dumbfounded. After looking at the remaining labor value, Su Yang didn't think too much about it and continued with a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for winning a disposable cup. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 personal attribute points. After the 9th draw of the 10th wave of 10 consecutive draws, there was still no treasure chest. Su Yang was already numb. There was only one draw left, and he was too lazy to even look at the result. After all, he was really unlucky tonight. Etc. Just now, something seemed to flash in his mind, brighter than gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving a diamond treasure chest. Oh shit. It's coming. It's finally here. Chapter 104 Physical Changes. Su Yang thought that he would continue to be in a bad mood tonight. Didn't he expect that the last draw would give me a diamond treasure chest? It is equivalent to exchanging 10,000 labor points for a diamond treasure chest. Before the diamond treasure chest was opened, Su Yang didn't know whether he made a profit or a loss. But now that he has a diamond treasure chest as a guarantee, Su Yang feels much better. There are still more than 5,000 labor points left, so he can accept any reward offered later. If no treasure chest is opened after the next 5,000 labor points, he will consider using the direct redemption lottery mode next time. Skill points and personal attribute points are indeed necessary. But for 10 boxes, even if they are of random levels, if the probability of winning the grand prize is taken into account in the draws over the past 2 days, it would be better to redeem them directly. I earned several thousand labor points at the baby swimming pool yesterday, and today it exceeded 10,000. Judging from the growth in labor value over the past 2 days, tomorrow will probably be similar. For a labor value of 10,000 per day, you can use direct exchange once first, and then slowly make 10 consecutive draws to gain skill points. With a diamond treasure chest as a guarantee, Su Yang did not hesitate too much. He took out another 3,000 from the remaining 5,000 labor points, leaving 2,000 as a reserve. I don't know if it was the diamond treasure chest that reversed my luck for the whole night, but with the subsequent 3,000 labor points, I actually got 1 gold, 2 silvers, and 3 bronzes. Let us take a look at the results of tonight's work. In addition to the treasure chests above, there are also various daily necessities, and the skill points are 659 points. The personal attribute points are a bit of a surprise. 103 points. This was a bit beyond Su Yang's expectations. His 3 physical attributes and physical condition are currently at 100, which is the healthiest condition for an ordinary person. Strength also reached 100. Except that the agility attribute is slightly worse. Looking at the results of my labor tonight, I can't say I'm particularly satisfied with the 13,000 labor points I spent on the draw. However, because the next 30 draws changed my fortune, overall, I'm still satisfied. With almost no hesitation, Su Yang directly filled up the personal attribute of agility. As the agility attribute reached 100, some subtle changes began to occur in the body. Su Yang felt as if his limbs were injected with a light force, and his muscle fibers became more flexible and elastic. The whole body seems to become lighter. It feels like carrying someone on your back and suddenly the burden is lifted off your shoulders. Wrong. This is not a horror movie. This feeling of lightness seemed to increase his speed a lot. He tried to jump lightly on the spot, and he jumped much higher than usual, and his landing was unusually stable. Su Yang thought that his feeling just now was wrong, so he jumped up and touched the wall again. It is indeed a much higher jump than before. Because we are in the room now, we cannot test whether his 100-meter sprint has improved. Although this improvement is definitely not as fast as that of a 100-meter sprinter, he now has the attributes of a full-level ordinary person, so his speed will definitely be faster. After pondering for a while, Su Yang saw the water cup on the table. He took it and flipped his wrist. The cup drew a graceful arc in the air and landed steadily in the other hand without spilling a drop of water. This really surprised him. This sense of precise control over his body reminded him of the masters in the martial arts movies he watched as a child. Although he is still far from that level now, after reaching the full-level attributes of ordinary people, he may be able to go further. After taking a look at the system interface, Su Yang saw that the 3 basic attributes had already reached the limit of ordinary people. After thinking about it, he increased the agility by 10. Then he saw that the values on the system interface had changed. Labor value, 2088. Talents, painting elementary, 5200, piano entry level, 10100, cooking intermediate, 5400, fishing master level, maintenance layman. The following are omitted. Strength, 100 normal person's limit. Agility, 110 200 amateur elite. Physical condition, 100 healthy. Amateur elite level. Su Yang muttered. Sure enough, the limit of ordinary people is not the end, but just a starting point. He moved his body again, feeling the change brought about by the 10 points of agility, and felt lighter than before. He tried again the jumping in moving conditions he had just tested. In terms of jumping, it seems to be a little higher, but not outstanding. As for speed, he did the same action as before with the spinning cup. This one doesn't stand out even more. The water still didn't spill out, but there was no apparent change either. After all, 10 attribute points don't change much, so it's normal that you can't see it. But he did feel that his body had some subtle changes after adding those 10 personal attribute points. In any case, being able to make further breakthroughs is a good thing for his body. If 100 points of agility allowed him to reach the peak of ordinary people, then now, he has begun to surpass the category of ordinary. Looking at the remaining personal attribute points, Su Yang thought about how to allocate them. But he still decided to open the treasure chest first. 3 faint lights flashed by, and the shadows of 3 objects appeared in front of Su Yang. Congratulations on getting the underwater breath holding extension card 1. Note, after use, you can move underwater and hold your breath for up to 15 minutes without using other auxiliary tools. Congratulations on receiving a luminous diving guide bracelet 1. Note, after wearing, it can provide a soft light source in dark waters and display the depth, direction and water temperature in real time. Congratulations on obtaining the primary diving card 1 and automatically obtaining international commercial diving certification. Looking at the rewards given out, Su Yang was a little surprised. It's all about diving. He knows how to swim, but as for diving, he really doesn't know how to do that. After all, swimming is different from diving. In addition to equipment, various factors such as underwater atmospheric pressure must also be considered. In the past, Su Yang was just a slave. He didn't have the money or leisure to practice diving. Now, he has directly acquired the skill of diving. Su Yang directly used the underwater breath-holding extension card. When the card disappeared, Su Yang didn't notice any changes in his body. He walked into the bathroom and poured a basin of water. He wanted to verify whether he could really hold his breath for 15 minutes. After the basin was filled with water, Su Yang took a breath and then buried his face in the basin full of water. At this time, Su Yang was counting the time in his heart. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Su Yang still didn't feel any sense of oppression due to holding his breath. It wasn't until the 12th minute that he felt a slight pressure. But this feeling is not particularly obvious. It was not until the 15th minute, when he had almost reached his limit, that Su Yang began to experience the feeling of almost being unable to breathe when swimming or diving. Crash! When he felt that he had reached his limit of holding his breath, he suddenly raised his head. After taking a breath, Su Yang looked at the time. 15 minutes. It really is accurate to the second. Chapter 105. My wife is so excellent. Su Yang remembers that the current world record for static breath holding is 24 minutes and 3 seconds. He is still a little short of the world record. However, static breath holding and doing activities while holding your breath are completely different. He can now swim underwater for 15 minutes with his breath held, which has surpassed the current record for breath holding diving. Although the rewards from the 3 bronze treasure chests are all related to diving, Su Yang doesn't think they are bad. The first 2 times he went out to sea, although he wore a life jacket every time, Su Yang himself knew how to swim. He certainly couldn't compare to a professional swimmer, at least he wasn't a landlubber. But he would improve his swimming skills later. After all, it was the sea, full of dangers. And the incident at Ghost Tooth Reef was caused by extreme weather, which was indeed dangerous. Now that you have the ability to dive, and with tools like Luminous Diving Guide Bracelet 1, your chances of survival will be greatly increased if you really fall into the sea. But it's just an increase in the probability. Su Yang must still feel that it's not enough. All he has to do is to ensure that there is 100% no danger to his life if he falls into the sea due to strong winds and waves. After opening the 3 bronze treasure chests, Su Yang looked at the 2 silver and gold treasure chests. I don't know if I continue to open it at this time, what I find will still be related to diving. After thinking about it, Su Yang opened the 2 silver treasure chests again. Congratulations on receiving a special oxygen cylinder for the System Unlimited version. Congratulations on receiving a fishing rod specially provided by the system. Note, the fishing rod can bear large fish weighing less than 200 kilograms, and is equipped with a special fish hook. Once the fish is hooked, no matter who comes, it will not be able to escape. Foldable and convenient. Su Yang took out the oxygen cylinder and fishing rod specially provided by the system. The oxygen cylinder was a little smaller than he had imagined, but because it was an unlimited edition, it was smaller and did not take up much space when placed in the space. Then Su Yang unfolded the fishing rod and roughly estimated that it was about 4.5 meters long. However, the system is designed to be more user-friendly. It can be folded into a short rod without affecting the feel. Su Yang held the fishing rod in his hand. It was very light, even lighter than the one he was currently using. He was somewhat skeptical. Could such a light fishing rod really handle a 200-pound giant fish? It seems he has to find time to try it. With the silver treasure chest opened, the only ones left are the gold and diamond treasure chests. After thinking about it, Su Yang put the golden treasure chest aside. At this time, he thought it would be better to open the diamond chest directly. Maybe the reward he gets will allow him to wear it directly on his body and dive to a depth of 1,000 meters under the sea. In this case, how could the deep-sea treasure escape from his hands? The idea was good, but he doubted whether the system could create such powerful diving equipment. It's open. Su Yang opened the diamond treasure chest directly. Unlike the golden glow of gold, the diamond treasure chest is more dazzling, more gorgeous and more brilliant when opened. After all, this is a diamond treasure chest, and these special effects are used to highlight its nobility. As the special effects disappeared, Su Yang also saw the rewards that were given out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent attribute allocation card. Note, after using this card, the host can allocate his unused skill points and personal attribute points to other people. It must be noted that the allocated skill points and personal attribute points cannot exceed the value added by the host. Skill points will be subject to certain restrictions based on age and physical condition. When Su Yang saw the reward, he was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. This talent attribute distribution card is really a very unique reward. Currently, his physical agility has surpassed the level of ordinary people, but he still needs a lot of personal attribute points. But now, the minimum labor value of 10,000 is guaranteed every day, and both skill points and personal attribute points will be drawn continuously. If one day all skills have been upgraded to the highest level, but physical attributes have reached the limit and can no longer be improved, then the remaining skill points and personal attribute points will be useless. Now this talent attribute distribution card can distribute the excess to others. Su Yang thought of Su Wei first. In fact, he had long been wondering whether those personal attribute points could be added to his wife, son, parents, and other relatives. He had tried, but personal attribute points could only be added to himself. Now that he had this talent attribute distribution card, he could solve the problem that had been bothering him for so long. Now Su Wei is pregnant with twins, even though the medical test card can monitor the condition of the fetus. But as the fetus grows bigger in her belly, Su-wei's body will definitely feel the strain. Even if it can be monitored, there is still a worry that emergencies may occur. If she could get her physical condition back to optimal condition in the next few months, the danger would be reduced. This talent attribute distribution card came at the right time. Su-yang used the talent attribute allocation card as soon as possible, and then a virtual interface appeared in front of him. Above is a character information form, which requires your name to be written on it, just like a medical test card. However, this talent attribute distribution card is somewhat different from the medical examination card. The latter needs to be taken out and then the name of the person who needs to be monitored is written on it. Just let Su-wei go up as is. Su-yang just silently repeated Su-wei's name. Then the interface in front of me changed. Name, Su-wei. Talents, Piano Intermediate, 385 400, Painting Elementary, 165 200, Cooking Entry Level, 85 100, Dance Intermediate, 25 400, Vocal Music Elementary, 10 200. Strength, 50 Normal Person. Agility, 50 100 Normal Person. Physical Condition, 55 Sub-Healthy. After reading Su-wei's personal information, Su-yang was still a little surprised at her talent. He knew that Su-wei was forced by her father-in-law and mother-in-law to practice piano when she was a child, and she continued to practice until junior high school. I didn't expect that her piano level has reached the intermediate level and is almost reaching the advanced level. This shows that she has a lot of talent in this area, but she just didn't continue practicing. As for painting, just like piano, I was forced to learn it for several years. However, compared to piano, she has been painting ever since then, but she didn't learn it specifically. She just painted according to her own interests. As for dancing, Su-yang found out about this after he started living with Su-wei. After all, some slightly more difficult postures require a good dance foundation to complete. In terms of talent, Su-wei has quite a few. Su-yang has always known that Su-wei is very outstanding, so he feels that the reason he was able to pursue her at the beginning might be that his ancestral grave suddenly emitted smoke and gave him a helping hand. But in terms of physical condition, Su-wei is a little worse. Chapter 106, Emotional Value reaches its maximum in the early morning. Su-yang looked at the remaining personal attribute points and immediately added 10 points to Su-wei's physical condition column. Su-wei's condition was the same as before, and she was also in sub-health. But his situation is different from Su-wei's after all. She is pregnant with twins. Her sub-healthy physical condition will have a greater impact on her as the months go by. However, Su-yang did not dare to add too many personal attribute points at one time. When he added attributes to himself before, he could clearly feel that as the attribute points increased, some changes would occur in his body. After adding the attribute points, Su-yang went to the room. He needed to observe Su-wei's physical changes. Although it has been verified in his own body, he will only feel some different feelings, but there will not be any side effects. Su-wei's situation is different from his, so he naturally has to be more cautious. Because Su-wei was sleeping soundly and Su-yang did not turn on the lights, he could not see the changes on Su-wei's face at this time. With the help of the light outside, I saw Su-wei's body move, but she just turned over to make herself more comfortable, and then continued to sleep. Su-yang looked at the interface and saw that the column for Su-wei's physical condition had indeed changed from 55 to 65, but she was still in a sub-healthy state. Seeing that Su-wei did not wake up and did not feel any discomfort, Su-yang knew that adding this attribute point would be applicable to her and would not have any effect at all. However, after adding 10 points, Su-yang did not continue. In Su-wei's current situation, she must proceed step by step and not rush too much at once. As for skill points, I just drew 659 points. Su-yang thought about it and didn't rush to use it. He can save more of this, and then, if needed, he can directly upgrade it to a higher level. The next day. Yesterday, my two sons got up early as they were thinking about going out to eat French fries. Today, it's almost 9 o'clock and I'm still sleeping in. In addition to her son sleeping in, Su-wei also sleeps in. Su-yang couldn't sleep that long, so he got up at almost 8 o'clock to buy something and make breakfast. Although porridge is usually consumed for breakfast, it also needs some side dishes. As for white porridge, my two sons are picky eaters and may not be willing to eat it. Su-yang didn't make it too complicated, just served it with some fried noodles. After they finish eating the noodles, they can just drink some porridge to moisten their throats. When the porridge was almost done, Su-wei also got up. The first thing she did was look at her belly and touched it with her hand. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but her belly seemed to be slightly bigger than yesterday. Su Wei walked out of the room and saw Su Yang busy, so she asked, "What do you want to eat this morning? Porridge and noodles? Is that okay?" "Sure. I like anything you make." Listen, Su Yang's emotional value has been filled up early in the morning. Where can he find such a wife? Su Yang walked over and kissed her. "It's about time you brush your teeth and wash your face before waking up your son." Su Wei nodded and continued, "Honey, I felt I slept very comfortably last night. I don't even know what time you came to sleep last night. And I slept very deeply this time. At the same time, after waking up, I didn't feel the soreness, pain, that I usually feel when I sleep too deeply." Su Yang knew that it was probably because of the 10 personal attribute points that were added to her last night. "Maybe it's because I was out and about most of the day yesterday, so I slept better last night." Su Wei didn't think that was the reason. But if it wasn't this reason, she couldn't figure out what the reason was. "Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore." Su Wei took a rubber band and tied her hair while saying, "It would be nice if I could sleep until I wake up naturally every day in the future." "Maybe it will work." Su Wei shook her head, "That's definitely impossible. Sleeping is uncomfortable in the second trimester. In the third trimester, the 2 babies in the belly must be holding the microphone and shouting, 'Mom, don't sleep anymore, get up and have fun every night.'" Su Yang smiled and said, "Then, if you feel them pushing against you with their buttocks, you can spank them, and maybe they will quiet down." Su Wei chuckled, "I was afraid they would really take pictures, thinking I was playing with them. I was just singing karaoke, but it instantly turned into a disco, and there was no need to sleep. If the baby is still in the belly and is too fussy, the mother doesn't need to sleep at all. But in the late pregnancy, I started to worry because I didn't feel any movement for too long. So even though the baby is most likely sleeping, you still try to wake him up using various methods." Then the baby started to get excited again. After Su Wei finished washing up, she woke up her 2 sons, and Su Yang could start making fried noodles. He took out 2 seasonings, all-purpose seasoning salt and Uxian, and then began to stir-fry the noodles skillfully. The 2 sons just came out of the room, rubbing their eyes, looking like they haven't woken up yet. Suddenly I smelled a fragrance and immediately walked into the kitchen. "Dad, what are you cooking that smells so good?" "Chow mein," Su Yang said as he flipped the pan skillfully. The 2 sons had seen Su Yang frying noodles before, but had never seen him flip the wok. When I suddenly saw this scene, my eyes widened. "Brother, look, Dad is so awesome." "Yes, Dad is using magic fried noodles." "Wow, Dad is so amazing. He even knows how to use magic to fry noodles." "Noodles fried with magic must be delicious." "Of course. Did you see that? Dad's magic is too powerful." This side was not even thrown out. Su Yang. "Son, why don't you go and perform crosstalk?" However, being able to be praised, Su Yang's emotional value was once again maximized. "Okay, go brush your teeth and wash your face, then you can eat later. If you don't brush your teeth and wash your face, standing here will affect Dad's magic, and you won't have food to eat later." When the 2 brothers heard this, they immediately ran to wash their faces. Su Wei had already changed her clothes and walked over. "Wow, my husband's magic is really getting more powerful. Now that I've become so powerful, what reward will my wife give me?" Su Wei walked over and kissed Su Yang on the face. "Hey, I forgot you were cooking and there's oil on your face." "Then kiss." "Muah." Su Wei kissed him and did not disturb Su Yang from eating fried noodles. Because the noodles fried by Su Yang were so delicious, the 2 sons finished their breakfast very quickly without any need for urging. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Su Yang asked, "Where are you going to play today?" Su Wei asked, "Don't you need to go to the store?" "It's going to go." "Then you go to the store today. I'll just stay here and play with my 2 sons." After a pause, Su Wei asked, "Do you want to change the store name and sign?" Su Yang nodded, "Let's change it, but business has been good these 2 days, so it may not be easy to do." "There is no rush, I will do it later. Then I'll have time in the next 2 days to think about the store name and design the plaque." Because there was a medical monitoring card, Su Yang told his son to listen to his mother and then went out. Not long after he went out, Su Yang received a call from Lao Wang. "Brother Su, something happened." Chapter 107, The Problem of the Genius Girl. "Brother Su, something happened." Old Wang's words made Su Yang stunned for a moment, and then he asked hurriedly, "What happened? Didn't I tell you about Lao Zhou's daughter the day before yesterday? She met a yellow-haired guy." Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. Nothing will happen. Only 15 years old. Mr. Joe wanted to have a good talk with his daughter that day. They were chatting happily, but somehow they started arguing. Yesterday his daughter locked herself in her room all day and refused to eat. This morning, Lao Zhou went to knock on the door, but no one was in the room. Su Yang frowned, but at the same time he felt relieved. Just because the person is missing doesn't mean anything has happened. However, now that the person is missing, it is also a big deal. Brother Joe has surveillance cameras at home, right? If we check the surveillance cameras, we will know when his daughter left home. Nothing. No surveillance? Yes, but I heard from Lao Zhou that her daughter went into the back end of the router and shut down the entire network. Su Yang. A genius rebellious girl? It's hard to explain over the phone. Lao Zhou called me and asked me to come over. Are you free? If you are, let's go together. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang called Xia Ledong. Tell her that if a customer requests a massage from him today, she should make an appointment first. And the number of reservations per day is controlled at around 20 people. 20 people a day is enough for him to earn tens of thousands of labor values. Besides, unless the baby swimming pool continues to gain popularity, if it can maintain 20 people every day, it will already be very popular locally. The more labor value, the better. But it needs to be developed in multiple directions. Besides, the swimming pool cannot rely on him alone. Once you open a store, you definitely want to make money. But he can't always be in charge of the store, and in the end his employees have to take on the responsibility. After meeting Lao Wang, Su Yang drove to Zhou Quanqing's house. At this time, Zhou Quanqing was at home and couldn't settle down. Old Zhou, what's the situation now? Have you found the person? Zhou Quanqing shook his head. I'm worried because I haven't found the person yet. Did Yan Yan call back? Zhou Quanqing's daughter is called Zhou Qinyan, and old Wang has watched her grow up since she was a child. When I was young, I always called him Uncle Wang from behind. It was not until junior high school, when the child had grown up, that he would just say hello when he saw him and was no longer as enthusiastic as when he was little. No. I called her phone, but it was always turned off. Su Yang asked, have you called the police? Zhou Quanqing shook his head and said, he was at home last night, but he disappeared this morning. It's only been a few hours. Don't they say you can only report someone missing after 24 hours? It's only been a few hours, I don't think the police will accept the case. Brother Zhou, according to our country's laws, if a minor goes missing, you can call the police immediately without waiting for a time limit. When government agencies receive reports of missing minors, they should also immediately accept the case and start searching for them. Zhou Quanqing's business has been growing bigger and bigger over the years, but he has never paid attention to this aspect. Mainly because in the past few years, I have been so busy with business that I haven't paid attention to the affairs of minors, and I don't even have much time to spend with my own children. By the time he had time to accompany his child, the child had grown up and no longer needed his company. So he chose to go fishing. Moreover, my daughter was so obedient when she was young, and she didn't show any rebellious behavior at home. Who knew that the gap between them would be so big? Brother Zhou, why don't you call the police first? Zhou Quanqing hesitated. She ran away from home only a few hours ago. Will calling the police be considered a waste of police resources? Su Yang, Brother Zhou, sometimes you should watch less police and gangster movies. Call the police earlier, whether the person ran away from home or for other reasons, so that they can be found earlier. Lao Wang couldn't bear it anymore. I say, Lao Zhou, why do you want to save face at this time? Didn't you say that Yan Yan knew a yellow-haired guy? If the yellow-haired guy did anything to Yan Yan, it would be too late for you to regret it. When Zhou Quanqing heard this, he immediately became anxious and took out his cell phone to call the police. Not long after, the police sent someone to investigate the situation. Zhou Quanqing told the truth and played the previous surveillance video. However, if you don't watch the surveillance, you won't know that it seems that their surveillance has been disconnected by Zhou Qinyan in the background a long time ago. Lao Wang said, I say, Lao Zhou, do you two really never care about your children? Zhou Quanqing didn't know how to answer for a moment. His wife Ho Chaolan also hesitated and didn't know what to say. Seeing Ho Chaolan's hesitant expression, Zhou Quanqing could not help but said angrily, I told you to play less mahjong and spend more time with the children here, but you refused to listen. You played mahjong until midnight. Zhou Quanqing pointed at Ho Chaolan and became even angrier. I'm telling you, if you dare to go out and play mahjong again, I'll break both of your legs. Ho Chaolan also said angrily, "You only know how to talk about me, why don't you talk about yourself? When you have free time instead of spending time with your children, you just go out fishing. I've been fishing for so many years, but I've never seen you catch a big fish. The biggest fish you caught was bought from someone else, and then you said it was your own and showed it off to everyone." Zhou Quanqing was immediately embarrassed when his past was exposed. Seeing this, Su Yang started to persuade them, "Brother Zhou, sister Zhou, this is not the time to talk about this. Find the person first." Zhou Quanqing sighed and said, "But I don't usually care about the child, and I don't know where she will go." Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "I heard from Lao Wang that you saw a yellow-haired man bringing your daughter back home before. Do you remember the time? We can check the surveillance." Zhou Quanqing asked, "Wasn't this surveillance video disconnected from the internet a long time ago? How can we still see it?" Su Yang looked around. Zhou Quanqing does not live in a suite, but in a detached house he built himself. I just observed that the neighbors around you have surveillance cameras at the door. Ask them for the surveillance. As long as you find Huang Mao's photo, you can ask the police to scan it. Your daughter is probably with Huang Mao right now. In fact, Zhou Quanqing also knew, but he didn't know who Huang Mao was, let alone where Huang Mao lived. The main thing is that I feel embarrassed. I can't just listen to the neighbor saying that his daughter ran away with Huang Mao at the age of 15. This is so heartbreaking. But there is no way. If I don't find Huang Mao, I want to find my daughter. Besides, if he could find his daughter sooner, maybe the thing he was worried about could be prevented from happening sooner. Zhou Quanqing didn't care about anything else and immediately ran out to find the neighbors who had surveillance cameras at the door and asked them to turn over the surveillance footage from that night. Chapter 108. I am yellow-haired, but I love life. After Zhou Quanqing obtained the surveillance videos from his neighbors, he found that one of them captured Huang Mao's face. Although it was nighttime, the neighbor's surveillance camera captured the scene clearly. Although Huang Mao was wearing a safety helmet at the time, he raised his head, which happened to be under the surveillance camera, so his face was captured clearly. With a straight face, it is much easier to find someone. After handing the photos over to the police, about an hour later Zhou Quanqing brought Su Yang and others to Huang Mao's house. Huang Mao grew up in an ordinary family. He didn't want to study in his early years, so he dropped out of school early and entered society. He originally came out just to stretch his muscles, but suddenly he saw Zhou Quanqing and his gang rushing towards him and was shocked. Huang Mao didn't know Zhou Quanqing and didn't feel any familiarity at all. Just look at him walking in the front, looking so aggressive. However, Huang Mao was not afraid of Zhou Quanqing. The main reason was that there was a uniformed policeman following him, which made him feel that something seemed to be wrong. As soon as Zhou Quanqing saw the yellow-haired man, he immediately asked in a deep voice, "Is Zhou Qingyan here with you?" "Yes, yes." Huang Mao was frightened when he saw this scene. "Did you do anything to her?" "No, no. She's doing the test inside." Zhou Quanqing didn't believe it and broke into Huang Mao's house. However, when he pushed open the door, Zhou Quanqing was still a little dumbfounded. Because he saw his daughter was wearing headphones and actually doing the test paper. Besides her, there was another girl of similar age. Zhou Qingyan and another girl panicked when they saw so many people suddenly rushing in. However, when Zhou Qingyan saw her parents, her face suddenly darkened. "What are you doing?" Zhou Quanqing didn't expect this to be the case. She was clearly at Huang Mao's house, but the scene was completely different from what he imagined. Didn't he get yellow-haired? Ugh! Zhou Quanqing wanted to slap himself. How could he have such a thought? "Yan Yan, why didn't you tell us when you ran away from home? You know, we have called the police to find you." Zhou Qingyan noticed the police outside the door. Zhou Qingyan was originally sitting, but when she saw the situation, she stood up with another girl. Because the person had been found, the police understood the situation, talked to Zhou Qingyan for a while, and then went out to question Huang Mao. After understanding the situation, the police naturally withdrew their team because the person had been found and nothing else had happened. "Yan Yan, come back with us." "I'm not going back." At this time, Zhou Qingyan became a rebellious girl again. "You go back. If you don't go back, you will never go back again." Zhou Qingyan also yelled at Zhou Quanqing, "You lock me up at home every day, not letting me go anywhere. Do you know how bored I am? I'm not going anywhere now. I just came to do the test with my classmates." The girl was Du Tiantian, Zhou Qingyan's classmate and Huang Mao's biological sister. That night, Zhou Qingyan went to see Du Tiantian to discuss math problems. Because it was late, she asked Huang Mao to send her back. It happened to be seen by Zhou Quanqing. In the subsequent conversation between the two, Zhou Quanqing directly concluded that Zhou Qingyan and Huang Mao had an improper relationship, and a conflict between father and daughter broke out. That's why something like this happened today. Facing his daughter's roar, Zhou Quanqing felt that as a father, he felt humiliated by his daughter's roar. He wanted to use his father's authority to suppress her arrogance, just like he did when they were children. Unfortunately, Zhou Quanqing forgot that a child in his rebellious period can be as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Let me ask you one more question, will you go back? Zhou Qingyan said coldly, believe it or not, the next time you find me, I will be a corpse. These words immediately blocked whatever Zhou Quanqing wanted to say next. Because this sentence is too destructive. Directly knock out Zhou Quanqing. The air seemed to freeze. Zhou Qingyan's words were like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Zhou Quanqing's heart. He opened his mouth, but found that no sound came out. Ho Qiaolan held her husband's arm tightly, fearing that he would say something irritating to their daughter again. Du Tiantian was also frightened by Zhou Qingyan's words, and timidly pulled the corner of Zhou Qingyan's clothes. Yan, don't be like this. Zhou Qingyan didn't say anything. At this time, Huang Mao walked in and felt that the atmosphere was extremely depressing. He looked at Zhou Quanqing, then at Zhou Qingyan, and couldn't help but speak. Student Zhou, why don't you go back first? Huang Mao's eyelids kept twitching this morning, and he knew something bad was going to happen. Now the police have come to his door, as if he had done something bad. Zhou Qingyan bit her lip and finally walked out with an expressionless face. Yan, wait for mom. Ho Qiaolan hurriedly chased after her, but Zhou Qingyan ignored her. Zhou Quanqing also followed. His daughter's words really frightened him. Even if I am angry now, if I yell at her a few more times, my daughter might really do something extreme. Lao Wang and Su Yang did not follow. This was their family matter, especially the relationship between Zhou Quanqing and his daughter. In this situation, she probably would not listen to anything they said. Lao Wang put his arm around Huang Mao's shoulder and asked, "That's my niece, don't think anything of it." Huang Mao quickly said, "She is my sister's classmate, how dare I have any idea? Besides, I don't have time normally, but I have something to deal with today, so I asked for a day off." Lao Wang snorted coldly, "Is it a rare occasion that you don't go out to riot today?" "Uncle, I didn't." "Young man, I advise you to stop causing trouble on the streets. If you do, you'll probably end up in jail. You're already over 18 years old. I'm 19 this year. Find something serious to do." Du Tiantian couldn't help but interrupt, "My brother has never exploded on the street. He usually rides his bike safely." That day, he drove a little faster because he was too late to send Yan home. The yellow-haired man scratched his signature blonde hair in embarrassment. "Uncle, I actually have a proper job. I'm not a biker gang member. I'm a food delivery man." Lao Wang. Su Yang. Lao Wang felt a little embarrassed. "It turns out that I said a lot of things, but expressed the wrong feelings." Finally, Lao Wang wanted to save face and couldn't help but say, "Young man, while you are still young, go out more and don't always think about delivering food." Huang Mao scratched his head, "Why don't you start delivering food when you are young? Do you have to wait until uncle is this old? You won't be able to grab orders this way. You." Lao Wang was so angry that he almost laughed. "Forget it, just continue delivering your takeaway." Huang Mao looked puzzled and muttered, "What's wrong with me delivering food? I was the champion of my delivery area last month." Chapter 109 Lao Wang's Artistic Dedication. Zhou Qingyan went home. Lao Wang and Su Yang haven't left yet. The main reason was that they were afraid that Zhou Qingyan would go home unwillingly and say extreme words, and they were worried that Zhou Quanqing would not be able to communicate well with her and would really do something extreme. Old Wang, maybe brother Zhou misunderstood. Combining what Huang Mao and his sister said, as well as what happened to Zhou Qingyan at Huang Mao's house just now, Su Yang felt that Zhou Quanqing must have misunderstood. Lao Wang did not answer Su Yang. On his way back, he kept thinking about what Huang Mao said later. "Fuck, I finally understand what that kid meant." Lao Wang suddenly became very excited. He was insinuating that I was old and not good enough in some way. I'm only 35. Also, he calls me uncle, which obviously makes me look old. No, I have to go back and settle accounts with that guy. Su Yang. Lao Wang's reaction time is quite long. Besides, Huang Mao didn't mean that. It was just his imagination. Lao Wang is actually a very interesting person. When it comes to doing business, he is smarter than anyone else. When it comes to women, he only has a special liking for young ladies, but he usually doesn't care about his appearance. Since Su Yang met him, he has never seen him shave. I don't take care of my hairstyle much. After getting up, if I see any hair sticking up, I just comb it. If you can't comb it out, wet it with water and force it down. The clothes he wore were not particularly fashionable, but they were certainly not sloppy at all. Originally, his clothing was normal. He is a fishmonger and often has to run around to collect fish. He also deals with fishy fish all day long. Does he really have to wear a suit and tie to collect fish? But when he was not collecting fish, he often faced groups of young women, and he still looked the same. Could it be that those young women liked the original smell on him and thought he was real, so they were attracted to him? However, Su Yang would not ask about this kind of personal behavior. In Su Yang's opinion, apart from this hobby, there is not much problem with Lao Wang's world outlook, values, and outlook on life. Even looking at him now, it seems that he is about to have a fight with Huang Mao. By the way, what did you ask me just now? Without waiting for Su Yang to repeat himself, Lao Wang continued, Lao Zhou was indeed wrong about this matter. There is no other way. If a father were to have a daughter of this age and see a yellow-haired man sent home in the middle of the night, he would be heartbroken. So, I am not going to get married or have children. As Lao Wang spoke, he took out a cigarette and was about to hand one to Su Yang, but then he remembered that Su Yang didn't smoke, so he put one in his own mouth. After lighting it, he took a puff, slowly exhaled the smoke, and continued, I feel that I am free, without the restraint of children, and have some money on hand. I can do whatever I want and live a comfortable life. Su Yang joked, aren't you afraid that someone might be killed accidentally? Certainly not. Lao Wang looked confident. To be honest, I was worried about accidents when I was having physical and mental contact with women, so I had a sterilization 2 years ago. Su Yang looked at Lao Wang in surprise. He really couldn't think of this. Brother Su, do you have any way to persuade Lao Zhou about this matter? Just because he doesn't raise children doesn't mean he hates all children. Children are very cute as long as you don't look at them every day and just tease them occasionally. I'm afraid not many people can face their child 24 hours a day and remain calm and reasonable every time the child cries. Once the hanger is picked up, it becomes the truth to the child. Lao Wang is that kind of cute child who can be teased from time to time. If something is not cute, just ignore it, it's not yours anyway. Zhou Qingyan is different. Lao Wang and Zhou Quanqing have a life and death friendship. Lao Wang has watched his child grow up since she was a child, so naturally he doesn't want her to do anything extreme. Of course, it wouldn't work if he were to persuade them. He was afraid that some bad ideas would be instilled. Don't you have 2 sons? You can handle your sons, let alone girls. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, my son is only a few years old. I have never been a parent of a rebellious child. Then you are also a father, you have experience in being a father. Su Yang smiled and said, you might as well say that you also had a rebellious period. You are an experienced person and can empathize with me. Lao Wang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, I haven't even graduated from elementary school, so I can't preach so many great principles. You have many years of experience in society. Don't people who like to preach like to give us chicken soup with their social experience? Lao Wang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. I only know how to get drunk with young women. I don't have the ability to do it with someone like Yan Yan. Lao Wang took the last puff of his cigarette and flicked the butt away. Brother Su, think of a solution. You are a top student, so you must have more solutions than me. Old one, don't curse like that. It's not that Su Yang doesn't want to help, but this kind of thing is really difficult to handle. The rebellious period of children nowadays seems to be different from that of his time. Su Yang is not familiar with Zhou Qingyan, and suddenly going there to preach to her would be counterproductive. Let's first see how Brother Zhou talks with his daughter. Su Yang did not completely reject Lao Wang's request. Su Yang and Lao Wang entered Zhou Chuanqing's house. At this time, Zhou Qingyan locked herself in the room. Yan Yan, open the door first, let's talk. Yan Yan, even if you don't want to open the door first. No matter what Zhou Quanqing and his wife said, Zhou Qingyan refused to open the door. Old Zhou, why don't you let Yan Yan be quiet for a while? Since Zhou Qingyan didn't open the door, Zhou Quanqing naturally didn't dare to break in directly. Well, Zhou Quanqing sighed and stopped knocking on the door. Turning around, Zhou Quanqing glanced at Su Yang and Lao Wang. Brother Su, I'm sorry to make you laugh. My daughter has become like this because I spoiled her since she was a child. Su Yang thought for a moment and asked, how is your daughter's performance in school? Zhou Quanqing hesitated for a moment before answering in an uncertain tone, it seems to be pretty good. I remember that when she was in the first grade of junior high school, she was among the top 3 in the school. Then Zhou Quanqing looked at Ho Qiaolan and asked, how are your daughter's grades now? Ho Qiaolan hesitated, I'm not sure, I think I'm in the top 10 in the school now. I remember the teacher called me last time, but I was busy at the time, so I only listened to half of it and didn't listen to the rest. Zhou Quanqing said unhappily, were you busy at that time? You were busy playing mahjong. You are still busy fishing. You are usually afraid to do the tasks assigned by the teacher in the group. You haven't even joined the class group. Zhou Quanqing was speechless for a moment. Su Yang also sighed inwardly. They really thought that after providing their daughter with a material life, they didn't need to worry about anything else. I should be smiling that they were able to wait until now for the conflict to break out. Chapter 110, Adolescent Girls Are Melancholy. Brother Zhou, you guys. Su Yang was about to speak when Zhou Qingyan's door suddenly opened and she walked out with an expressionless face. Zhou Quanqing and his wife hurried forward. Yan Yan, you finally came out. Yan Yan, where are you going? Zhou Qingyan was carrying a bag on her back, and it seemed that she was getting ready to go out. I'm going to live at school. But didn't you say you didn't want to live in school? Where can you live if you go back to school now? I'm going to rent a house outside. Zhou Qingyan said indifferently, I've contacted the real estate agent and I'm going to look at houses now. If it's suitable, I won't come back tonight. Zhou Quanqing became anxious, Yan Yan, how can you, a girl, live outside? Zhou Qingyan said coldly, then where do you think I should live? I must be living at home. What's the difference between living at home and living outside? I live outside and am free. At home, you are often not at home. Moreover, I don't need you to lecture me every day when you come back at the same time, I don't need to listen to your quarrels every day. After saying that, Zhou Qingyan walked towards the door with her bag on her back. Zhou Quanqing quickly stopped her. Will you let me out? If you don't let me out today, you'll be ready to collect my body later. As soon as Zhou Qingyan said this, Zhou Quanqing immediately stopped doing anything rash. Zhou Quanqing paced back and forth anxiously as he watched Zhou Qingyan leave. Old Wang, you usually have a lot of clever ideas, don't you think of a solution? Lao Wang spread his hands and said, I really can't do anything about this. Brother Su, you need to be more flexible and think of a solution. Su Yang hesitated for a moment and said, I'll accompany her to see the real estate agent. Brother Su, what are you doing? Your daughter is in this state now. She won't listen to anything you say. Didn't she say she wants to meet a real estate agent? I'll take her to meet him. Zhou Quanqing and Ho Qiaolan looked at each other before saying, thank you for your help. If anything happens, please inform me immediately. Su Yang nodded, then chased after Zhou Qingyan. Seeing this, old Wang said something to Zhou Quanqing and trotted over. Yan Yan, Uncle Wang will take you to see the house. Zhou Qingyan glanced at Su Yang, then at Lao Wang. Uncle Wang, if you want to persuade me, don't waste your time. Otherwise, I won't call you Uncle Wang anymore. I'm just sending you to look at houses. After all, you're alone, and I'm worried about you. Besides, you've never rented a house before, so you don't know whether it's good or bad. I'll check it for you. Zhou Qingyan didn't refuse. Zhou Qingyan was riding in Su Yang's car. Lao Wang's car is a pickup truck with 2 large barrels of water in the back. In addition, because he often collected fish, his car was full of fishy smell, which Zhou Qingyan naturally disliked. Which school does Zhou go to? On the way, Su Yang saw that no one was talking, so he asked casually. Number 1 middle school in the city. This is the best middle school in the city. When I was in school, I also wanted to apply to the number 1 middle school. Unfortunately, at that time, if you wanted to apply to the number 1 middle school, you had to have a higher score. I was 5 points short, so I went to number 9 middle school. Zhou Qingyan looked at Su Yang who was driving, thought for a moment and said, when I was in number 1 middle school in the city, it was a little different from yours. I also had to take an exam, but it was not a unified exam. Because of the situation of school district housing and the regional admissions for junior high school students, Su Yang is not particularly familiar with the situation of junior high schools at the moment. What he is more concerned about now is going to primary school. After all, my eldest son will be entering elementary school in September. In order to meet the eligibility requirements for admission to the new primary school opposite the villa I just bought, the house must be renovated by at least 70% after purchase before I can be enrolled. Think about it from another angle: if the decoration is more than 70%, it is almost finished. I entered the number 1 middle school in the city at that time, and it seemed to be ranked in the top 5. Zhou Qingyan added another sentence. You're pretty awesome then. Su Yang praised. How are your grades now? I heard that you are in the top 10 in the school. 7th. Based on your performance, you are sure to be ranked first on the market. Zhou Qingyan said with a hint of pride. It will definitely be no problem. Based on the number of students admitted to the number 1 high school in the city every year, I will definitely get in. After that, Zhou Qingyan added, when I go to high school, I won't have to face them every day. That's right. You know, some parents are actually annoying. They are always so self-centered and think everything is for your own good. Yes. Zhou Qingyan found resonance in Su Yang's words. They are always like that. If you ask them something, they will say they are busy. But they don't have anything urgent to do. One is playing mahjong and the other is going fishing. If you win at mahjong, you will be in a good mood the whole day. If you lose, you will have a sour face all the time and even scold me no matter what you do. My dad is even more ridiculous. He can't catch any fish, but he still blames others for touching his fishing rod. Lao Wang, who had been silent the whole time, added, Lao Zhou is sometimes like that. He is obviously not good at fishing, but he either blames the fishing rod or the bait. He is just trying to save face. Right. Zhou Qingyan was probably in a good mood at the moment and talked a lot. Those parents are really weird. They tell you to take a shower, and if you take a little longer, they start nagging you. If you take a little longer, they urge you again. No matter what we do, if we don't obey the instructions immediately, they will urge us to do it again within 30 seconds. After more than 3 times, they will start to get angry and say that we are always procrastinating. Su Yan didn't say anything and just listened to Zhou Qingyan constantly criticizing Zhou Quanqing and his wife. Old Wang couldn't help but explain a few words for Zhou Quanqing. Yan, your dad has been very busy these past few years. Uncle Wang, you don't have to speak well of them. If you speak for them again, I won't call you Uncle Wang anymore. Su Yang smiled and said, then let's call him Brother Wang? Zhou Qingyan was stunned for a moment and wanted to laugh, but she bit her lip to hold it back. Old Wang laughed and said, that's good, Brother Wang. This makes me look younger. After saying this, Lao Wang felt something was wrong. No, if you call me Brother Wang, then I am a generation younger than old Zhou. That won't do. You should continue to call me Uncle Wang, so that your father won't take advantage of me. Chuckles. Zhou Qingyan couldn't help laughing. When Lao Wang saw this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can laugh, then everything will be fine. He took out his cell phone, secretly sent a message to Zhou Quanqing, and then continued talking to Zhou Qingyan. He certainly can't explain profound principles, but he does have some ability in chatting with his niece. In addition, Su Yang was deliberately leading the topic and he would respond whenever he saw an opportunity, and Zhou Qingyan's mood became much brighter along the way. Chapter 111 Regret. After arriving at the destination, Su Yang saw Zhou Qingyan carrying a bag and asked her to put the bag in the car first. If you really decide to rent a house, come back and get it. Zhou Qingyan thought about it and handed the bag to Su Yang. Labor value plus 12. After hearing the prompt, Su Yang was stunned for a moment before reacting. Although Zhou Qingyan is not small in stature, she is only 15 years old now. For girls, this age is already a transitional age into the late developmental period. Zhou Qingyan is almost at this height now, and even if she grows a little taller in the next 2 years, the difference will not be too big. Su Yang ignored the fact that she was not yet 16 years old, and he could still get 3 times the labor value from her. Along the way, under Su Yang's deliberate guidance, Zhou Qingyan said a lot of things that she had never said to anyone before. She had been carrying some worries on her mind, but after someone listened to her, she felt as if a huge stone had been lifted off her shoulders and felt much more relaxed. Zhou Qingyan and Su Yang also became familiar with each other. Su Yang also took advantage of Zhou Qingyan's lack of preparedness and took the opportunity to gain a lot of labor value. Although it was only 3 times, through various unintentional operations, Su Yang obtained more than 500 labor points from Zhou Qingyan in one wave. The house Zhou Qingyan planned to rent was behind the street opposite the number 1 middle school in the city, about 10 minutes away from the school. If you speed up, you can reach the school in about 6 minutes, which is not very far. Soon after they arrived at the agreed place, the real estate agent came over. The real estate agent is a woman. When she came over, she handed over her business card immediately. Su Yang took a look and saw He-Yu's name written on it. The house was originally occupied by 2 retired teachers. However, one of them passed away a year ago. The remaining one was taken to live somewhere else by his son, so the house was rented out. On the way there, He-Yu introduced the house to Su Yang and others. He-Yu treated Su Yang as Zhou Qingyan's elder and accompanied her to see the house. The house is on the 4th floor and is not very high. It is an old house and there is no elevator. However, the 4th floor is not very high. For a junior high school student like Zhou Qingyan, the 4th floor is nothing. After entering the house, Su Yang took a look and saw that there were 3 bedrooms, a living room and 1 bathroom. Even though the house is a bit old, it is very clean inside. After Yi-Yun and Su Yang and others had finished looking, he spoke up, "Mr. Su, there is definitely no problem with the environment here. In fact, most of the people living in this area are teachers, and it is not close to the market, so it will be much quieter." Su Yang didn't care, it was mainly Zhou Qingyan's idea. I glanced at Zhou Qingyan and she seemed very satisfied with the place and the price was not very high. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom, rent is 1,500 per month. Compared with the rental price in Binchang, and the fact that the number 1 middle school of the city is just opposite, the price for a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment is really not expensive. Except that the house is a little old, everything else is acceptable. After looking at the house, when everyone came down from upstairs, Su Yang asked Zhou Qingyan, "What do you think?" I think it's okay." He-Yin continued, "If possible, we can sign the contract now. The houses nearby are actually very popular. If it is before school starts, this house will be rented out immediately as long as it is put up." This was not said intentionally in order to make Zhou Qingyan make the decision to sign the contract earlier. This is a house near the number 1 middle school in the city, so it will definitely be in high demand. Zhou Qingyan thought for a moment and said, "Then let's sign the contract." According to the owner's order, the lease term starts at least 6 months. "How long do you plan to rent it for?" He-Yu took out the lease contract as he spoke. Zhou Qingyan had good grades in school, but she had never rented a house and didn't really know the procedures. She is already in the 3rd year of junior high school and will take the high school entrance exam in 3 months. It would be a waste to rent a house for half a year. Zhou Qingyan couldn't make up her mind for a moment and looked at Su Yang, wanting him to give her some advice. Su Yang looked at Zhou Qingyan and said, "If you really want to rent a house outside, you are under 18 years old now, so your guardian must handle the entire rental procedure on your behalf. A contract signed by a minor alone may be invalid. Call your parents and ask them to come over and sign." "Is it that troublesome?" "It's not a problem. It's the law." Zhou Qingyan hesitated. "Maybe I'll think about it again." He-Yu didn't say anything. When she left, she asked Zhou Qingyan to make a decision earlier because the house was in high demand and someone else had already called her besides her. After Yi-Yin left, Su Yang said, "If you really want to rent a house outside, I can convince your parents to agree for you." Zhou Qingyan's eyes lit up. "But the agent just said that one of the 2 retired teachers died in the house, and you live alone." "Actually, it's nothing, there are people around." Zhou Qingyan's expression changed. "I won't rent it anymore." "But..." "Forget it. Actually, I don't really want to rent a house. I just don't want to see my parents. If I really have to rent a house outside, I might as well apply for accommodation back at school." Zhou Qingyan's anger subsided, and her thoughts naturally changed. "Then discuss this with your parents when you get back." After sending Zhou Qingyan home, Zhou Quanqing and his wife were already waiting at the door. They were relieved to see their daughter come back. Zhou Qingyan didn't look at them in a good mood for the time being. "Brother Su, it has to be you." As soon as Zhou Qingyan entered, Lao Wang started yelling. He had been holding it in all the while and couldn't say anything, for fear that Zhou Qingyan would find out something. Although Yan Yan's attitude towards Mr. and Mrs. Zhou is average now, at least she is willing to go home. If it weren't for you, Yan Yan would really have to rent a house outside. It's not that easy to rent a house. I just mentioned the conditions for minors to rent a house. I don't understand that. No matter what, Lao Zhou owes you a favor. The two were chatting when Zhou Quanqing walked out. Thank you very much, Brother Su. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have run away and I don't know when she would come back. Su Yang waved his hand. I really didn't do anything. I just chose to be a qualified listener. After hearing this, Zhou Quanqing sighed and said, You are right. I usually only care about myself. My daughter, at this age, actually needs the company of her parents more. After a pause, Zhou Quanqing glanced at Su Yang and then made a decision. Brother Su, I heard from Lao Wang yesterday that you wanted to buy a second-hand boat to go fishing. Is that true? Su Yang nodded. I do have this idea, but I haven't passed the ship driving test yet, and I haven't noticed any good second-hand ships. Zhou Quanqing said, Brother Su, if you don't mind, I will sell you my yacht. Chapter 112, Forced Purchase and Sale, Sun S Painting. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then he asked, Brother Zhou, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Zhou Quanqing glanced into the house and continued, Actually, I kept the yacht there most of the time after I bought it. I had no choice. I bought it on a whim and couldn't bear to sell it. Now I have decided to sell it so that I can spend more time with my family in the future. Su Yang was hesitating. Zhou Quanqing's yacht has almost everything, and he has not been out to sea very often since he bought it. The last time Su Yang went out to sea on Zhou Quanqing's yacht, everything inside was almost brand new. When Zhou Quanqing saw Su Yang hesitating, he thought he was considering funding issues. When I bought that yacht, it cost a total of 5.6 million. I'll sell it to you at the second-hand market price, 2.8 million. This is not the second-hand market price. If the second-hand market price of a 90% new yacht is this much, the second-hand dealer will lose money. Brother Zhou, at this price, you're giving it away for free. It's definitely not a gift. Think about it, when you buy a new car, you lose 20,000 yuan. When you drive out of the store and fill up the gas station across the street, 30,000 yuan is gone as soon as the gas enters the tank. When you drive home, the tires wear out and the mileage meter increases, and you lose 20,000 yuan again. It's true that the new car costs 20,000 less when it arrives. This is a boat, and the water is sinking, so the loss will definitely be greater. All in all, 2.8 million is really not expensive. Su Yang smiled bitterly. This is clearly an attempt to force a sale. Su Yang originally wanted to buy a boat, and Zhou Quanqing was offering it for free at a half-sale price. If he didn't buy it, he would probably be too embarrassed to ask for it next time. Brother Zhou, you are forcing me to buy it, that is. If you are short of money, you can pay in installments. Zhou Quanqing thought Su Yang was worried about money. We'll pay in 12 installments. Never mind, let's just pay in 24 installments, without interest. If you have more money someday, just pay the balance. Brother Zhou, you've already given me this much, it would be unreasonable for me not to buy it. Ha ha ha. Zhou Quanqing laughed, I don't think it's a gift. The boat is worth that much. Otherwise, you can ask Lao Wang. He is an expert in this area. Do you think it's Lao Wang? Right. Lao Wang immediately cooperated with Zhou Quanqing to act out this stupid play. Actually, Mr. Zhou would still make a profit if he sold it for 2.8 million. Why don't you bargain for a lower price? I think 2 million would be enough. Su Yang was too embarrassed to bargain. He can now take out 2.8 million, and he also has coupons for double cash back. In that case, I would like to thank Brother Zhou first. Zhou Quanqing waved his hand. If I have to thank someone, it should be me who should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to sign that contract with Lin Xiangming. And Lin Xiangming called me yesterday and asked me to take some time to go to Beijing to discuss the development of the next project. Zhou Quanqing felt a little emotional. Once you have established connections, you can really rise to the top. Zhou Quanqing worked hard for more than 10 years to make his company of a decent scale. But he knew that if he continued with the old way, even if he worked hard for another 10 or 20 years, the scale would not be able to expand much. However, once you have connections, even just once, you can take off directly. The last time I went overseas, I established a relationship with Lin Xiangming, and we have already started discussions on follow-up cooperation. Zhou Quanqing naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Moreover, he knew very well that as long as he grasped the opportunity well, he would be able to squeeze into the upper circle in a few years. Instead of being like now, according to the classification of various circles, he is still in the lowest circle. The fact that he was able to get such an opportunity was naturally related to Su Yang. Even though Zhang Chao had already pulled Lin Xiangming in for him at that time, Zhou Quanqing was not sure because of Lin Xiangming's unclear attitude at the time. Even if Lin Xiangming would sign a project with Zhang Chao for his sake, he would not directly look for him for other projects he had. It's different now. Lin Xiangming contacted him directly and told him directly that as long as he can handle it, he will be asked to do the new project. Boss Lin told me yesterday that if he goes to Beijing, he would invite you to come with him so that we can go fishing together. Su Yang has never been to the capital. But like many people who don't live in Beijing, he still wants to go there if he has the chance. Watch the sunrise at Tiananmen Square. Take a trip to the Great Wall. These don't seem to be particularly surprising things now. But he had this kind of yearning in his heart. However, if he is asked to go to the capital now, he will not agree to do so directly for the time being. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Su Yang returned home from Zhou Chuanqing's place. He did not go to the store, but went back home first and waited until his two sons had a nap before going there. When he opened the door, Su Yang smelled the aroma of grilled sausages. In the living room, 5.5-year-old Su Yuan sat at his own desk, carefully drawing in a sketchbook. Su Yuan will go to primary school in September this year. The kindergarten started teaching literacy and arithmetic last week. Sometimes the teacher would ask him to go home and practice writing and buy him a desk. At his current stage, what he learns is naturally not complicated. What is taught in Chinese is AOE, which are simple single vowels. As for the double vowels, front nasal sounds and back nasal sounds, Su Yang didn't know whether they would be taught in the second half of the semester. As for numbers, we are currently teaching addition and subtraction below 5. Although there are documents from time to time mentioning that teaching is not allowed at the kindergarten stage. In the first 2 semesters, Su Yuan did play around, and usually in the last semester, he would teach some simple basics. Otherwise, if I really go to the first grade, I won't know anything while other children already know some of it, and I'll be worried about not being able to keep up. He was drawing at this moment with a serious expression on his face. Su Yang was a little curious about what he was drawing. The youngest son, Su Yakong, was sitting on the floor stacking blocks. He usually stacks the blocks quite seriously, but I wonder if he wants to try something new today and stack the blocks crookedly. At the same time, he was humming a tuneless children's song. Su Yang listened carefully and found out it was Where is Spring. During this period, Su Wei has been teaching them to practice the 2 songs Where is Spring and Good Little Rabbit. The eldest son can sing very well now, but the younger son is a little worse. Hearing the door open, the younger son, who was playing with building blocks, immediately turned around. Dad is back. After shouting, he immediately dropped the building blocks, trotted over, and hugged Su Yang's thighs. Dad, where have you been? Going out to do something. Is it fishing? Su Yang touched Su Yukong's head and said, Dad's fishing tools are all here. How can we fish? Su Yukong thought about it and looked towards the study again. It seemed to be the case. Su Yang picked up Su Yukong and walked behind Su Yuan. There are 4 crooked little people above, one of them has long hair, and the biggest one among the 4 characters even has a tie specially drawn on him. What is Xiaoan drawing? Su Yuan raised his head and glanced at Su Yang, then continued to draw and said, I'm drawing our family. The one with long hair is Mom, the other one is you, and the 2 smaller ones are me and my brother. After a pause, Su Yuan asked, Dad, is my painting good looking? It looks very nice. After hearing this, Su Yuan became even more motivated. Chapter 113 Su Wei's Wishful Thinking. Su Wei walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates in her hands. Xiaokan, put away your toys, and Xiaoan, stop drawing for now. The 2 of you should wash your hands and get ready to eat. Su Wei placed 2 plates on the dining table. Su Yang took a look and asked, Are you changing your taste today? Su Wei smiled and said, They wanted to eat scallion pancakes, so I went to the supermarket and bought a pack. Then they also wanted some grilled sausage and eggs. You said you wanted to eat outside, so I didn't reserve any for you. After talking about buying a boat, Su Yang was ready to go back, but Zhou Quanqing insisted on treating him to a meal, so he had to eat before coming back. You don't want to eat? I'm full now. Su Wei shook her head slightly. After you left, I ate another corn and other things to fill my stomach. I won't be hungry for the time being. Su Yang took a look at Su Wei's belly. It seems to be more obvious today than yesterday. You think so, too? Su Wei lifted up her clothes and stared at her belly for a long time. Actually, when I woke up in the morning, I felt that I was a little bigger than yesterday. How could I change so quickly when I was pregnant with Xiaoan and Xiaokan? Could it be because of the twins? Su Yang shrugged, I really can't answer you this. After all, no one in my family has ever had twins in the past 120 years. Su Wei smiled and said, do you want to touch it? Su Yang wiped his hands, rubbed them a little to warm them up, and then gently placed them on Su Wei's belly. Did you feel anything? How can it be so fast? Su Yang said, you are not without experience. I have no experience with twins. Dad, why are you touching Mom's belly? After washing their hands, the two sons came out and felt strange when they saw their parents' behavior. Su Yang withdrew his hand and Su Wei put down her clothes. Touch Mom's belly and see if I can give you two little sisters. The two sons looked confused. If I touch my belly, I will have two more sisters? Dad, can we touch it? Su Yang said, Mom is gathering magic. When the magic stabilizes, you can touch it. In fact, it is not a big problem to let them touch it gently, but at this time, I did not agree for the time being. Although they will touch you very lightly this time, having touched you once, they may touch you again soon. Eat the pancake first, and today we have your favorite grilled sausage. Su Yang took a look at the grilled sausages on the table. These were different from the ones he usually sold outside. Now that I have a little more money on hand, I have slowly begun to pursue healthier ingredients when it comes to food. When people are poor, if they always care about things, then they are just being picky because they are poor. While his two sons were eating scallion pancakes, Su Yang talked to Su Wei about the yacht. You want to buy a yacht? Su Wei was a little surprised. Su Yang had not discussed this matter with her before, but from what he said now, it seemed that he had already bought it. I haven't bought it yet. Su Yang explained, I did have the idea of buying it, but I just wanted to buy second-hand at first. Last time I went fishing, I helped him out and signed a big contract. Knowing that I had this idea, he sold it to me at a discount price. Su Wei thought for a moment and said, 2.8 million is not a small sum. Although the other party asked you to pay it in 24 installments, you still have to pay nearly 120,000 every month. In fact, we can afford 2.8 million now. In addition, we have the baby swimming pool, so it is not impossible to buy it. After a pause, Su Wei continued, even if you buy a boat, you will need money to maintain it later. Is it cost-effective? Su Wei has been used to being frugal in recent years. Even if she still has several million on hand, it is definitely not possible for her to become a spendthrift all of a sudden. Maybe if I buy a boat and go fishing, I can make the money back in one trip. Su Wei chuckled and said, do you think the big yellow croaker is waiting to eat your hook every day? However, judging from your appearance, you should want to buy it. If you pay in installments, I can consider it. Su Wei did not object. She had just done some mental math. According to what Su Yang said, the yacht was half sold and half given away, so its total value must still be there. If this boat is really no longer needed one day, it will definitely be sold for no less than 2.8 million. It was like she made another profit by just changing hands. It's like buying a house for investment. Su Wei had already put this wishful thinking into action. Su Yang naturally didn't know what Su Wei was thinking. He thought that after he had a boat, even if he didn't go out to sea fishing every day, he could fish as much as he wanted occasionally without worrying about being noticed. Besides, there is a 2x spending refund coupon, so this ship is free. I originally thought that Su Wei would be a difficult hurdle to pass, but unexpectedly it was smoother than I expected. Tuesday. After sending his two sons to school, Su Yang drove to the Women and Children's Hospital with Su Wei. Today is already the 11th week and I made an appointment for a prenatal checkup 2 days ago. However, even if they have made an appointment, they still have to go to the site to get a number and queue up, so they naturally have to go there early. They have a lot of inspections to do today. NT examination is naturally indispensable. This examination measures the thickness of the fetal nuchal translucency through B ultrasound and performs a preliminary screening for chromosomal abnormalities. It is serological screening. Although the accuracy of Down syndrome screening for twins is lower and needs to be combined with NT results or non-invasive DNA testing, a hospital will definitely do this test regardless of its accuracy. After all, the more inspections are conducted, the more revenue is generated. Anyway, there are so many checks to do, and if I go there later, it might not be completed until the afternoon. The appointment was with the doctor for my first prenatal checkup. After arriving at the Maternity and Child Health Hospital, I went straight to get a number. They were early enough, so they dropped their son off at school and set off. After taking a number, I found that there were 5 people ahead of me. They think they are there early enough, but in fact there are many people who are there earlier than them. Fortunately, these 5 people have just arrived. If they come late, there are still 5 people in front of them, but it may become 10. Some of them have been prescribed to take X-rays and tests, and then they come back with the reports to show to the doctor. Then there's really going to be a wait. If you go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup and there are only 2 adults, it's okay to wait a little longer. If you are going with your second child, a 2 or 3-year-old, and you have to wait, then it will be really troublesome. Especially if you come in the morning and miss it, you have to wait until the afternoon. Stay and wait. The child didn't take a nap and will definitely make a fuss in the afternoon. If I don't wait, I'll just bring the kids here tomorrow. It doesn't seem to make any difference. Since there was no need to see the inspection report for the time being, the 5 of them reviewed it relatively quickly. When it was Suwei's turn, she gave the doctor the notebook with the file from the previous examination. The doctor then wrote out a list of tests, which came out in less than a few minutes. All that's left is to queue up for various inspections. After paying a round of fees, Su-Yan looked at the payment slip and felt emotional. Don't even mention raising a child. The cost of pregnancy alone is already daunting. But he doesn't have this worry now. He just paid a fee and the system directly returned double the amount. After handing in the ultrasound order and queuing up, Su-Yang took Su-Wei to do other projects first. After all other projects were completed, it was their turn for the B ultrasound test. While the B ultrasound was being done, the family members were waiting outside. About 10 minutes later, Su-Wei came out first, holding the ultrasound report in her hand. Honey, it seems that the situation is not good. Chapter 114. My wife is always cute. Su-Yang had a question mark in his mind. What do you mean not so good? Su-Yang immediately took a look at Su-Wei's medical test card information. Name, Su-Wei. Pregnancy, twins 11 weeks. Current body temperature, 36.7. Health status, good. Fetal condition, good. According to the information, nothing happened. Wife, what do you mean by not so good? Look for yourself. Su-Yang took the ultrasound report and took a quick look at it. Ultrasound findings. A single placenta was seen in the uterus with uniform echo and no septa. 2 fetuses were seen in the same amniotic sac, both with fetal heartbeats, and no amniotic membrane separation was seen. The roots of the umbilical cords of the 2 fetuses are adjacent, and some segments appear entangled. Fetus A and fetus B have frequent limb movements and are in close contact. Ultrasound tips. In monochorionic monoamniotic twin pregnancy (MCMA), it is recommended to closely monitor the umbilical cord blood flow and fetal status. After reading it, Su-Yang actually felt relieved. I thought my seed would sprout again in your fertile soil, and 2 would become 4. Su-Wei was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and hit Su-Yang. You are a single wool, single sheep guy. I am so worried about you. After glaring at Su-Yang, Su-Wei continued unhappily, I thought before that double wool and double sheep would actually be enough, at least the risk is smaller than other situations. Now it has become monochorionic monoamniotic, which instantly reaches the highest risk. Being pregnant with twins is the greatest blessing. A double wool, double shelf unit has 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. A single wool, double shelf unit at least has 1 bedroom and 2 living rooms. Now a single wool, single shelf unit directly has 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and the risk is still the highest. It's really worrying. If it is monochorionic and monoamniotic, then the entire pregnancy will probably be in a state of anxiety. Because there is no way to know what will happen to the 2 babies in the belly. Honey, you don't have to worry too much. We are not the first couple to have a monochorionic and monoamniotic pregnancy, and we won't be the last. With current medical technology, we can intervene as soon as the problem is discovered. If it was before, Su-Yang would also be worried after seeing this ultrasound report. But now he has the talent attribute transfer card, which can improve Su-Wei's physical condition. Secondly, there is a medical examination card, which can observe the condition of the fetus at any time. The risk of being pregnant with twins or more is much greater than that of a single baby. Add in the fact that it is monochorionic and monoamniotic, and the risk is not just several times, it may be 10 times or even higher. Su-Yan didn't expect that they would encounter the probability of monochorionic monoamniotic fluid. Let's take it to the doctor first. The 2 of them took the ultrasound report and returned to the obstetric examination department. More than an hour had passed since I finished all the examinations, and there were more and more people in the obstetrics and gynecology department. After Su-Yang and Su-Wei went in, they handed various reports to the doctor. The doctor took the ultrasound report and looked at it carefully. Your pregnancy is a monochorionic monoamniotic twin pregnancy, which is a relatively high-risk situation. The doctor looked at the report and said, there is a high possibility of umbilical cord entanglement and knotting between monochorionic and monoamniotic twins. And the risk of complications such as intrauterine growth restriction and twin-twin transfusion syndrome will also increase. At this point, the doctor put the ultrasound report aside and looked at the reports of other items. However, you don't have to worry too much. Medicine is very advanced nowadays. We will closely monitor the fetus's condition and take timely measures if we find any problems. After the doctor read all the reports and filled out the information, he continued, everything is normal at the moment. Come back for a prenatal checkup in about 4 weeks. Twin fetuses need twice or even more iron than single fetuses, so you need to eat a little more iron-rich foods, such as animal liver, animal blood, fish, and some iron-containing vegetables. As long as you check regularly, there is no need to worry too much about monochorionic monoamniotic fetuses. After leaving the hospital, Su Wei was still a little worried. But she knew that monocotylene and monosheep were already an established fact. Unless monochorionic monoamniotic will suddenly develop into monochorionic diamniotic, but after she knew she was pregnant with twins, she looked up a lot of information about twins. A situation like monochorionic monoamnios suddenly turning into monochorionic diamnios is almost impossible. Since it is already an established fact, there is no need for her to worry too much. She should maintain a good attitude and pay more attention to the baby's condition. This is to avoid any problems caused by your own wild thoughts. Su Wei placed her hands on her belly and whispered, my babies, you must stay well in your mother's belly. After the prenatal checkup, the two didn't want to buy anything for the time being, and the weather was starting to get hot, so they didn't go shopping. Honey, are you going to help out in the store later? Right. The prenatal checkup was scheduled in the morning, so Su Yang told the store employees last night that if any customers called to make an appointment, they should arrange for them to bring their babies in the afternoon. It was almost 12 o'clock when they came out of the hospital. Then I'll go home first. I think it's more important to eat first. Su Wei smiled and said, why don't we just go get some noodles? Not eating? It's shown in the TV series. If you have any worries, just put them aside and eat some noodles. Su Yang smiled and said, okay, let's eat noodles. The two found a noodle shop and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. It's been 11 weeks, and Su Wei now eats a little more than before. And there is no morning sickness, so Su Wei enjoys everything she eats now. After finishing the noodles, Su Wei said, it's amazing. I feel really energetic now. The TV show really does not lie to me. Eating noodles really makes people feel relaxed. It's a pity that I can't eat instant noodles now that I'm pregnant. Otherwise, a pack of instant noodles and a sausage would be perfect. Su Yang smiled and said, maybe it has nothing to do with eating noodles, it's because I'm hungry. I don't care. I don't listen. I don't believe. If I say I ate noodles, then I ate noodles. Su Yang looked at Su Wei's behavior at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, Su Wei started laughing. I saw some expectant mothers in the group saying that pregnant women are especially cute when they act coquettishly. Honey, do you think I was cute just now? Of course, my wife is always cute. The way you behaved just now was even cuter than when we first met. Su Yang must agree with his wife's statement immediately. Real? How about you act coquettishly again? No. Su Wei shook her head, I got goosebumps when I pretended just now. Alas, I lost my girlish feeling and I am not cute anymore. You look like a married woman now. Su Wei looked at Su Yang, husband, did you secretly watch an indescribable movie again last night? Su Yang. Chapter 115, Lady Boss. After eating a bowl of noodles, Su Wei felt better and temporarily no longer showed any signs of sleepiness. Su Yang glanced at her and asked, do you want to go to the store and take a look? Now. Anyway, you're not sleepy yet. Besides, you're the boss's wife, so you should know where your store is. Su Wei raised the corner of her mouth, then I want to see the account book, in case you hide a lot of private money. This is Su Wei's first time in the store. She had heard Su Yang describe the approximate location of the store before. When she arrived at the store, Su Wei's occupational disease that had been lingering for years began to flare up. She stared at the store sign for a long time, and at the same time, she had already started to have an idea of the design for the new sign in her mind. Originally, her occupational disease would not awaken so quickly, but because she designed her own villa some time ago, her occupational disease awakened early. There are many shortcut commands in the design software, and she thought she had forgotten most of them long ago. I didn't expect that once I opened the familiar software, a lot of things came to my mind all of a sudden. There is a feeling of everyone is back. While the enthusiasm is still there, Sue has to make a special sign so that passers-by can notice their store as soon as they walk by. Honey, if we make the store sign now, do we need to have a unified color? Sue suddenly thought of this. I saw in the news a few days ago that there was a place where some colors were forbidden to be used. There shouldn't be such a rule in Binchang. Su Yan looked around and saw that the advertising signs were all colorful, so there should be no such regulation. There is definitely no prohibition on color. But the size of the plaque must be consistent with the ones next to it. We can't make ours protrude much more than others. This is naturally not allowed. That's good. I'll think about it carefully in the next 2 days, and then design a few plans for you to look at. Being able to express herself freely, Su Wei would definitely design it carefully. When she walked into the store, Xiao Ledong saw Su Wei first and subconsciously said, "Welcome." After saying that, Xiao Ledong saw Su Yang following behind her. "Boss, you're here." Su Yang nodded. "Is the store busy now?" "Several babies are swimming. Because it's all by appointment now, it's not like the past 2 days when mothers brought their babies here almost at the same time. Now, it's much better." After Xiao Ledong finished speaking, she glanced at Su Wei and asked tentatively, "Boss, is this the boss lady?" "Yes, your boss's wife hasn't been to the store yet. Bring her over to familiarize herself with the store. When I'm not available, I'll send her over to supervise you." "Hello, Madam Boss." Xiao Ledong simply ignored Su Yang's last words. "Boss lady, you are so beautiful. How lucky is this boss?" Su Yang. Among the 4 employees, Xiao Ledong has a more lively personality and is definitely an E-person. A few days ago, she was rather restrained in front of Su Yang, but now she sometimes speaks more freely. Su Yang didn't think there was anything wrong. Although she sometimes speaks in a rather unrestrained manner, Xiao Ledong knows her limits and won't say anything irresponsible. For jobs like theirs, an extrovert would be better. Although you are serving the baby, it is still important to get the mother's approval before serving the baby. If you are good at speaking and take the initiative, it will be easier to communicate with the mother. Su Wei chuckled and said, "I was young and ignorant at the beginning, and I was tricked into a trap by his sweet words, and then I couldn't get out." Su Yang shrugged his shoulders, walked to the cashier and took a look at the appointment book. The first mother's appointment time is at 2 o'clock. It is now 1:30 and she will arrive in half an hour. You guys chat, I'll go take a look at the swimming area. When Su Yang just arrived at the swimming area, Lu Feng was picking up a baby from the pool with a blanket. "Boss, you're here. Has the baby finished swimming?" "Just finished swimming." "Anything else?" "There are 2 more babies in the waiting room in Area A. I'll take care of this one and then serve the other babies." Su Yang said, "Let me give this baby a massage." "Good." After Lu Feng wiped the water droplets off the baby's body, the baby's mother came over. "Boss Su, will you come and take care of the patient yourself?" The mother's tone was filled with excitement. "Boss Su, didn't you say you didn't have time to come today?" Su Yang raised his head and glanced at the mother in front of him. He had some impression of her. No wonder the baby that Lu Feng just brought over seemed familiar. Even though all children look the same, he still has a certain impression of the babies he has cared for. "If things go smoothly, come here early." Su Yang walked up to the baby. He remembered that the baby boy's name was Ruerue and he was not yet 6 months old. Su Yang placed the baby carefully on his stomach and began to massage him. Labor value plus 64. "Ha? Why is it missing?" After thinking for a while, Su Yang asked while massaging Xiao Ruerue. "Xiao Ruerue is 6 months old, right?" "Yes, I just turned 6 months yesterday." Children can walk after being lifted up, turned over, sat up, rolled, crawled, and stood up at the age of 1. It's more fun to play with children at this age. After 1 year old, when they learn to walk, their waists will be broken. Ha ha ha. Ruerue's mother laughed and said, "That's right. My eldest son's waist was really weak at that time. He couldn't even stand steadily but needed to be dragged by adults. He would make a fuss if they held him. It will be easy if you just hold on a little longer." Ruerue's mother sighed softly. "That's what you say, but my eldest son is already 9 years old, and I still have to worry about him every day." Su Yang said casually, there is a big difference between the two. I didn't want to have more children, but there was a period of time when my eldest son came home and asked why he didn't have any brothers or sisters when others had them. Some of my friends who have second children always say that one child is too lonely, so they should have one while they are young. Maybe the second child will be a girl, so they give birth to it on impulse. After the baby was born, I regretted it and wanted to put it back in. Naturally, there are many people in this situation. Although Ruwerue is 6 months old now and his labor value has decreased, the little baby enjoyed himself today and had several critical hits, even 2 triple critical hits. After massaging Xiao Ruwerue, the other 2 mothers saw Su Yang and asked their staff to shorten their swimming time and bring their children over for massage care. With the ability of fighting with both hands, the speed increased, and Su Yang quickly finished serving several babies. After several mothers left with their babies satisfied, Su Yang saw that the mother who had an appointment had not come yet, so he went outside. At this time, Su Wei was chatting with Xia Letong and Lu Feng. When the 2 employees saw Su Yang coming out, they stopped slacking off and went in to help clean up. Do you want me to take you back to rest first? Su Wei shook her head, I'm in good spirits now. I just checked the number of people you have scheduled. There are 15 people. Can you handle it? It's just massaging the baby. Each group takes about 10 minutes. For 15 people, it's only an hour. Su Wei nodded, and then her expression became serious. Well, dear husband, now you have to tell me honestly where you learned this massage technique. Chapter 116, the chickens at home began to tremble. Su Yang had a calm smile on his face. If I said that when I was on a business trip, clients often asked me to wash their feet, and I learned it from a technician number 8, would you believe it? TSK. Su Wei didn't believe it. With your previous poverty, you could afford to hire technician number 8. Customer please. That's impossible. Technician number 8's level should be enjoyed by customers, not you. It seems like what you said makes sense. Then you have to tell me honestly where this technology came from. Su Yang said, okay, I'll be honest. I actually learned it from the internet. You forgot that after Shao Kong came out of confinement, he was often uncomfortable with bloating. I searched a lot of exhausting exercises and various massage techniques on the internet. I learned from the video for several days and then practiced it on Shao Kong. Didn't Shao Kong make less noise when he slept? Su Wei thought about it and realized that it was true. The eldest son was fine at that time. Mainly because of my eldest son's average milk intake in the first 3 months. According to the standard daily milk intake in the first 3 months, he did not meet the standard. I don't know if it's because he ate less, but he cried less in February. The amount of milk for the eldest son was gradually increased later. My second son has a normal amount of milk, even though it's breast milk, but he was prone to crying when he just came out of the confinement period. Then Su Yang watched a bunch of videos on the website. I followed the instructions in the video and did it for as long as needed each time. I didn't expect it to actually work. You know, if you watch this kind of video once, big data will push a lot of it over. At the beginning, it was quite normal, but then it started to promote various massage methods taught by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and then some scientific knowledge about acupoints. I found it quite interesting, so I kept watching. Unexpectedly, after taking over this baby swimming pool, the knowledge I learned before came in handy. It was so made up that Su Yang even felt that what he said sounded like the truth. After hearing this, Su Wei did not continue to ask. Hubby, you're awesome, you're a genius. This is what a good wife is like, she maximizes the emotional value from time to time. Since you are so good at massage, if my legs become swollen when the pregnancy is a little later, you will be responsible for massaging them for me. Of course. I promise to make you completely obedient. Su Wei chuckled and said, if you are not satisfied by then, there will be no reward. As the two were chatting, the automatic door opened and Su Yang saw Junjun's mother pushing the baby in. Hello, I have an appointment for baby care and massage this afternoon. This way. It was almost 3:30, and after serving the last baby, Su Yang stood up and stretched. I took a look at the labor value I earned today, and it was actually as much as 15,000, which is a record. Adding what was left before and what was gained in the past 2 days, there are already more than 22,000 points. I can go back and try my luck tonight. By 3 o'clock, there were relatively fewer customers, so Su Yang gave some instructions to the store employees and left with Su Wei. I didn't expect the boss lady to be so beautiful. As soon as Su Yang and Su Wei left, Xiao Letong couldn't help but speak. In fact, the boss is not bad looking either. The two of them are really a good match together. The boss lady has very good skin. I heard that she has given birth to 2 children, but she is still able to maintain such a good figure. I am really envious. Next time I come, I'll ask the boss lady how she maintains her looks. Lu Feng wiped her hands, walked over and said, Xiaoxia, the boss lady is naturally beautiful. No matter how much cosmetic surgery we do, we can't compare to her. Sister Lu, don't you think I'd be pretty if I dressed up? I advise you not to dress up. Just be natural, so as not to scare those babies. Xia Letong snorted softly, how could that be? Those babies really like me. The boss is not here, there are no customers, and the time for slacking off begins. After leaving the store, Su Yang did not go back, but went to the kindergarten. By the time they get to kindergarten, it's almost time to go home from school. Wife, call mom and tell her we're going over for dinner tonight. Just ask her to pick some more vegetables from the garden. We can buy the rest after we pick up Shaoan and the others. Su Wei nodded. I touched my belly with my hand and decided it was time to tell my grandparents the news. When we arrived at the kindergarten, our 2 sons were already waiting there. The kindergarten where my 2 sons used to go allowed users to enter and pick up their children after school with an access card. As everyone knows, a few years later, after school the teachers would take the students to the door and the parents would pick them up outside. This method has been used ever since. Su Yang thought this was a good idea, at least it was safer. When the 2 sons saw Su Yang and Su Wei, they were very excited and immediately put on their school bags and ran over. Hiya Su, be careful. The teacher behind me reminded me. After Su Yuan ran over, he pounced directly on Su Yang's thigh. Su Yukong slowed down a step and turned to Su Wei. When Su Yukong pounced on her, Su Wei grabbed his hand in advance and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. You are sweating so much, what game were you playing just now? Before you guys came, my brother and I were playing on the slide inside. Is it fun? It's fun. Su Yang took the 2 children's school bags and said, let's go to the market to buy vegetables and go back to Grandma's house for dinner tonight. Yeah. When they heard that they were going back home, both sons were very happy. The house in my hometown is relatively big, with a large yard in front where they can play all kinds of games. Unlike the house we live in now, unless we live in a residential area, the living room is so small that we can only play with toys. However, if you play with toys for a long time, you will become disgusted with them. Dad, did Grandma kill a chicken tonight? Su Yuan asked with a puzzled tone. Su Yang pinched his little face and said, you guys are always thinking about the chickens and ducks at Grandma's house. Last time you went back and killed one, and you still want to eat it. I think the chickens raised by my grandma are tastier. And the chicken legs are big. I can eat big chicken legs. It's too late today. When you go back to Grandma's house on the weekend, tell her in advance. No, I'll tell my grandma when I get to her house, and I'll call her on Friday to remind her. Su Yang and Su Wei looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Let's go buy some groceries. Wait a moment, Yuan Dad. Just as he was about to go to the car, Yuan's homeroom teacher, Mr. Lu, stopped him. Is there anything wrong, Mr. Lu? Teacher Lu glanced at Su Yuan and continued, actually, it was like this. After lunch today, during the break, I heard Yuan singing a nursery rhyme that sounded pretty good. I asked him who taught him, and he said his father and mother taught him. I heard him sing a few lines, and searched for the lyrics, but I couldn't find the song. Could you tell us the name of the song, please? Su Yang thought for a moment and asked, are the first few sentences where is spring? Where is spring? Yes, yes, yes. This. Su Yang was a little hesitant. If it was created by him, would there be a strong scent of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Chapter 117. No need to think, you are already beautiful. In fact, the song sung by Yuan was created by me. He no longer wants to be the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. But Teacher Lu asked about it, and he also wanted to wait for his younger son to get familiar with it before recording it. Dad Yuan, you created this? Can you write songs? Expected surprise. After all, the creative methods are somewhat different, and Su Yang is still quite humble. A little bit. Teacher Lu said excitedly, that's great. I wonder if you have a recording version. If so, we plan to use it as a morning exercise song. I'm really sorry about this, because it was just written not long ago, and there is no recording version for the time being. I originally wanted to record it a while ago, but because I had a lot of things to do, I put it on hold. Teacher Lu felt a little regretful, but continued, then Yuan's father, when are you going to record it? After recording, can you authorize our kindergarten to use it? That's not a problem. Anyway, it hasn't been recorded yet, so I can't just reject them in front of them. As for whether to authorize it after it is recorded, that is another matter. It is also possible that the kindergarten found a more suitable song to replace it and forgot about it. If Yuan's father records it, please let me know. Okay. When we got back to the car, Su Wei asked, are you really going to let me sing that nursery rhyme? Of course. You've studied vocal music before, so you must have the basic skills. It's definitely the most suitable person for you to sing. Su Wei chuckled and said, what if I suddenly become famous? Then you will become a big star. In this case, I will have to ask you to get a bunch of autographed photos in advance and then sell them to your fans. This way, you make money as a star, and I make money by selling celebrity-related products. It's a perfect match, with the wife singing and the husband following. You wish. Don't think about it, you are beautiful. Then Su Yang turned around and asked his son, who was sitting in the back seat with his seatbelt fastened, do you think mom is beautiful? Beautiful. The two sons said in unison. Su Wei glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, and then praised herself, you are right, I am indeed very beautiful. After saying this, he started laughing. Okay, let's go buy some groceries first. As for recording the song, we'll think about it when we have time. Su Yang originally wanted to record a version together as a family, but after hearing what Teacher Lu said, he thought he could let Su Wei record a version first. He feels that there is still some anticipation for the children's songs that have been tested in another world. On the way to the market, Su Yang was driving while discussing with Su Wei the vegetables they were going to buy. Dad, why don't you buy some tomatoes and make some scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Su Yuan suggested. Su Yang rejected it directly. Because the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes appears so frequently. I feel like scrambled eggs with tomatoes is about to become a standard dish. Su Yang went through the recipes of the 8 major cuisines in his mind. After thinking about it, he decided to try Shandong cuisine's stir-fried chicken, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and braised prawns tonight. Everyone in the family can eat spicy food, so Su Wei can naturally eat some spicy food now. After all, she is not the type who can't live without spicy food, and she won't eat it every day. For pregnant women who live in provinces that love spicy food, we can't let them not eat spicy food all the time. In addition to several Shandong dishes, he saw a nice piece of pork belly and decided to make some dongpa pork. Finally, I bought some mushrooms, black fungus and other ingredients and stir-fried some light dishes. If it were in the past, he would definitely not be able to make those complicated dishes. Now that his cooking skills have reached the intermediate level, he has taken the initiative to gain some experience in cooking the dishes mentioned in the recipes of the 8 major cuisines. Today is a good day to announce the good news to his parents, so he can show off his skills. After buying groceries, they drove back to their old house. As soon as Su Yang drove the car into the yard, he heard a familiar cluck sound coming from the house. The old hens had already noticed the uninvited guests and began to cluck nearby. After Su Yang and his family got out of the car, they saw that the chickens had not left yet. Su Yang said, I will let you go for now. When I come back on the weekend, I will catch one of you and kill you. Su Wei smiled and rolled her eyes at him. All right, go in and prepare dinner. It's getting late. If you don't hurry up, you probably won't have any food to eat at 7 o'clock. Don't worry, I guarantee you can eat at the usual time. With the ability of left and right fighting, you can do 2 things at the same time. When cooking, you can directly use 2 stoves at the same time. Hearing the sound of the car, Kai Huizhen and Su Mingshang, who were washing vegetables in the kitchen, came out. Grandpa and Grandma. As soon as they got off the car, Su Yuan and Su Yukong started shouting at the 2 elders. Alas! Kai Huizhen responded, wiped the water off her hands with her apron and walked towards the car. Grandma, come and see, we bought a lot of meat, shrimp, and these. Su Yuan immediately spoke to Kai Huizhen. Kai Huizhen took a look and said, why buy so many vegetables? We already have meat, fish, and vegetables at home. Not much, just a few dishes. Kai Huizhen didn't say anything either. Anyway, for the 2 old people, as long as their grandson and daughter-in-law like it, they will eat whatever they buy. There are some vegetables on the shelf outside. They were just picked. Remember to take them back when you go back later. In rural areas, in some villages with a larger population, not every household can be allocated construction land. Naturally, every household has arable land for growing vegetables. Their vegetable garden is less than 100 meters in front of the door. The two old people grow a lot of vegetables, melons, and other crops. That vegetable garden was about 3 acres in size, and they planted a lot of things. In addition, there are several pieces of arable land a little further away from the village. It was used to grow rice in the early years, but now it is used to grow corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the like. Anyway, the two old men would take a hoe and go out all day long, digging a hoe here and a hoe there. Plant a little of everything that can be planted. There are some crops that they may not like to eat. Some of the dishes were what the two sons said they liked to eat, and Su Wei would occasionally say what vegetables she liked to eat. The two elders would write them down and then pick up the hoe to start planting. Su Yang didn't try to stop them. They are only in their 50s. It would definitely not work to ask them to sit at home all the time. At that time, Su Yang was still working like a beast of burden, so how could he have the qualifications to let them sit here and enjoy a leisurely life? Besides, if people really do nothing, they are more likely to develop a lot of illnesses. In addition to farm work at home, there are now many fields in the village. Many people no longer grow rice and other grains, but contract them out to others to grow other crops. Such a large piece of land definitely requires hiring people to work on it, so the two old people asked someone to each take a job. If it is closer, the daily wage is 140, not including lunch. If the boss is generous and the job is a little further away, he will provide lunch for you, and the salary is also 140. However, for most people, the salary is 130 if lunch is included. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep. Because it was not heavy work and the two elders were in good health in recent years, Su Yang did not stop them. Now Su Yang has more relaxed work at hand, and he can persuade them not to do other work and just focus on housework. But persuading them is one thing, and whether they will listen is another. Unless you keep staring at him, he will definitely follow others to work as soon as he turns around. Chapter 118, Cheating, 2 Good News. While cooking, Su Yang asked the two elders to go out and rest for a while, and he would do it. Can you do this by yourself? Kai Weijian thought that since they rarely came back to eat, there was no need to let them worry about things like cooking. Mainly things like cooking, she is already used to it. You have already washed the dishes. There is not much work left. I can handle it myself. You just go and chat with Wei Wei. Kai Weijian wanted to say something, but Su Wei said, Mom, let Yang do it himself. His cooking skills have improved a lot now. I guess you haven't eaten the food he cooks now. Kai Weijian chuckled and said, how much can his cooking skills improve? It's impossible for him to surpass my cooking skills of several decades in one go. Mom, you really must believe this. As Su Yang tied on his apron, he said, tonight I'll let you taste my improved cooking skills. I guarantee you'll be surprised. Since her son said so, Kai Huijin did not force herself to help. Before they came back, the two elders had already cooked rice, made soup, and washed the vegetables, which saved Su Yang a lot of trouble. Next, he took out the shrimps and meat, cleaned and cut them. In the past, when Su Yang suddenly wanted to eat a dish, he would buy the ingredients in advance and then follow the steps in the video. As long as you don't innovate, even if you're missing 1 or 2 ingredients, the taste will still be good if you follow the video. Now, dishes like stir-fried chicken with soy sauce, spicy and sour potato shreds, braised prawns, and donpa pork are as easy for him as washing rice and cooking. There are a lot of dishes tonight, and Su Yang also wants to try using the ability of left-right fighting to cook, and see if it will be equally easy. During this time, Kai Huijin came in to take a look and wanted to help, but when she saw that Su Yang had almost finished, she simply went outside to watch her grandson play with mud and sand. After a busy meal, when the last dish was put into the pot, Su Yang walked out and shouted, "Get ready to eat." Su Wei walked in and saw that Su Yang had already cooked the dishes. She looked outside the kitchen, then washed her hands, took a piece of chicken and quickly put it into her mouth. Su Yang saw Su Wei's behavior and smiled. "How does it taste?" After eating a piece of chicken, Su Wei did not answer. She glanced outside again and saw that no one had come yet, so she secretly ate another piece. After eating 2 pieces of chicken, Su Wei said, "Honey, it seems that your cooking skills are better than the dishes you made a few days ago." Su Wei looked at Su Yang. "Husband, how did you do this?" Su Yang was about to speak when a voice sounded in his mind. System prompt: the fruits of your labor satisfy others, generating 2 times the critical hit and gaining 20 labor value. Su Yang was stunned. This labor value is directly added by 20, which seems different from the previous one. "Husband? What are you daydreaming about?" I'm asking you. Su Yang came back to his senses. Wife, how about you try dump a pork again? Su Wei felt that Su Yang's behavior was a little strange suddenly. She took a look at the dump a pork and found that it was indeed evenly colored and fragrant. She was drooling just by looking at it. Su Wei hesitated. It's a bit oily, will I vomit if I eat it? Certainly not. He used all-purpose seasoning salt and pregnancy-friendly soy sauce for all the dishes. He always carried them with him, so the meals he cooked would naturally not cause Su Wei to have morning sickness. But it's already 11 weeks now, and morning sickness usually ends around 12-14 weeks. Although there are special cases, it is possible to vomit from time to time throughout pregnancy. With the help of Su Yang, Su Wei did not vomit again except for one time on the first day of morning sickness. Su Wei was a little worried, but the dish of dump a pork was so tempting. Because it was cheating, she would subconsciously look outside. She knew that it would be okay even if she was seen, but human psychology is so strange. She brought over a pair of chopsticks and with a light touch of the tips of the chopsticks, the fat fell down like solidified fat, while the lean meat became so soft that it almost fell apart. After putting the dump a pork into her mouth, Su Wei's eyes widened slightly. It looked a bit greasy, and she was worried just now, but as the sweet sauce entered her mouth, her taste buds seemed to open at this moment. The meat melts in your mouth, and the sauce overflows from the corners of your mouth once you bite it. Honey, it's delicious, so delicious. While eating meat, she was talking, and it was difficult to hear what Su Wei said clearly. System prompt: the fruits of your labor satisfy others, generate 3 times the critical hit, and gain 30 labor value. A critical hit occurs again, and it is tripled. Su Yang finally understood the double critical hit effect. The fixed value of the labor results brought by cooking should be 10, but in order to obtain the labor value, a critical hit must be generated. After Su Wei ate a piece of dump a pork, she wanted to eat another piece. When she heard the voices of her 2 sons, she still held back. But before putting down his chopsticks, he picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. Mom, you're eating secretly. As soon as the son entered the kitchen, he saw Su Wei's mouth moving. Su Wei immediately turned around, swallowed the piece of chicken, and then opened her mouth. You're wrong. There's nothing in my mouth. How could I have eaten anything? You've already finished eating. Su Wei chuckled. Okay, you found out. Actually, the food Dad cooked was so delicious that Mom couldn't help but sneak a piece. You guys better eat quickly, otherwise I will eat it all. Su Yuan took a look and became excited. So much meat, my brother has a lot of meat. Let me see. Okay, stop looking. I'll take the meat out first, and you can come and eat it after you wash your hands. After hearing this, the 2 brothers saw several plates of meat and immediately went to wash their hands. At the dining table, Kai Huizhen and Su Mingsheng looked at the dishes Su Yang had prepared tonight, and a fragrant aroma wafted to their noses. Yang, your cooking skills seem to have really improved a lot. Of course, you can try it later. Before everyone was ready to start eating, Su Wei gave Su Yang a look, and the latter immediately understood. Mom and Dad, before dinner, I have good news for you too. The 2 elders looked at Su Yang with confusion, not knowing what good news they wanted to tell. And there are 2 of them. Su Yang took out today's ultrasound report from his body. Take a look. Both elders went to school. Su Mingsheng went to junior high school, while Kai Huizhen was a little less well off and only went to elementary school. She did want to study, but she was the eldest sister in the family, with 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. In that era, for a family that was not particularly wealthy, being able to go to primary school was already very good. Both elders were literate, and they took Su Yang's ultrasound report and started looking at it. 10 seconds later, Kai Huizhen looked at Su Wei with excitement. Wei Wei, are you pregnant? Su Mingxing next to him was also a little excited. Twins. Chapter 119. Please call me the stock god. The 2 elders were afraid that they had seen it wrong, so they looked at it again. After confirmation, both elders were very excited. It's been 11 weeks and you just told me that. Kai Huizhen's tone was complaining, but her expression was excited. Twins, what a blessing it is to be able to conceive. Brother Shang, it seems that your family doesn't have the gene for twins. After decades of marriage, Kai Huizhen has always called Su Mingsheng this way, even in front of her children. Of course, Su Mingsheng did not call Kai Huizhen Zhenmei. Su Mingsheng thought about it seriously, then shook his head. Really not. There is no such thing in our family, but it seems that there was a pair of twins in the village several decades ago. But when they were born, the eldest died, so only the second child survived. Medical technology was backward in that era, and being able to successfully give birth to 2 children was a blessing from God. The 2 sons listened to what the adults were talking about and felt curious. Su Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, what does twins mean?" When Kai Hui-jen heard that her daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. "Twins mean that your mother has 2 babies in her belly. You must be obedient in the future and never make your mother angry." Su Yuan became even more curious and stared at Su Wei's belly. "Mom, Grandma said you had 2 babies in your belly, why didn't I see them?" This made the adults laugh. "Don't worry, you will see in a few months." "Do you want a brother or a sister?" "Younger brother." Su Yukong shouted out first. "Younger sister." Su Yuan said something different. "Why?" Su Yuan said, "I have a younger brother. Among the kids in my class, Xinghao said he has a younger sister, and Li Yichen also said he has a younger sister. I don't have a younger sister, so I want a younger sister." This idea is normal. "What about Shao Kang?" Su Yukong tilted his head, looking like he was thinking seriously. "I am the younger brother now, and my older brother always steals my toys. If I had a younger brother, I would become the older brother, and then I could steal his toys." Grown-ups. This reason is powerful and reasonable at the same time. "Yang, you just told me 2 good news, what about the other one?" After Kai Hui-jen asked the questions, she handed the ultrasound report back. Su Yang took the ultrasound report and replied, "We bought another house a while ago." "Buy a house?" The 2 elders were surprised again, but this time they were just surprised and not as excited as before. Because they knew Su Yang's approximate monthly income. He is currently paying for one house, and if he buys another one, his monthly expenses will be even higher. "Where did you buy it?" "The new maternal and child hospital. I told you about that place when I took you to the People's Hospital for a checkup last time." Both elders have an impression. "Wouldn't that be very expensive?" "It's definitely more expensive." "How big is the house?" "I bought a single-family villa with a construction area of 438. In addition to the construction area, there are 2 parking spaces and a small yard in front." The 2 elders widened their eyes. "Wouldn't that cost a lot of money?" The real estate company held a lottery at the time, and Weiwei won a 10% discount coupon for buying a house. If she paid in full, it would be more than 7 million. The yard of the villa is the land use right area written in the book and belongs to the private property area. More than 7 million. Hearing this number, it was actually an astronomical figure for the 2 elders. Even if it's 10% off, it would still cost more than 700,000 yuan. "Yang, where do you get so much money?" "I made money on the stock market." This was the statement Su Yang and Su Wei had agreed upon. The 2 elders knew about stocks, but had never bought any. They only heard about them from others, and had no idea how to operate them or how to make money. "Over the years, Weiwei and I have been investing in the stock market. A while ago, all the stocks we bought went up, and all the stocks we shorted went down. All in all, we made more than 10 million. The birth of the stock god." The 2 elders didn't understand anything about rising and falling prices or short selling, they only understood the last sentence. "More than 10 million. After a while, Su Mingsheng said with an expression of disbelief, "Is the stock market so profitable?" "Making money is making money, but losing money is even faster. You don't know, a lot of people have lost money recently. The wealth of the rich people in the world has shrunk by half. Of course, if you want to make a lot of money, you can only become president." The 2 elders didn't understand much, they only knew that their son was making a lot of money now. And he also bought a big villa. "Does the new house need to be renovated?" "Right." Su Yang nodded. "Mom, if you have time these 2 days, go to the temple and ask the temple god to pick a good day, and then start the renovation." Behavior like this cannot be said to be superstition, it can only be said to make everyone feel at ease. Just like getting married or moving into a new house, you have to pick an auspicious day, and starting a work project must be auspicious. "I will go with your father to the temple priest to pick one tomorrow." "Okay, that's the 2 good news. Now that I've told you the good news, we can start eating." After a pause, Su Yang thought of something. "Mom, you can tell others about the twins. It doesn't matter. Just don't tell others that you made money in the stock market and bought a villa. As for the dinner after the house is renovated and moved in, we can talk about it later." Kai Hui-jen nodded. "I know the limits on this. The interpersonal relationships in the village are more complicated than the situation of I am afraid that my brothers are poor, and I am also afraid that my brothers drive a Land Rover. They are obviously from the same village and have the same ancestors for several generations. But there will be more contradictions. Especially now, once it involves land, even if it is just the size of a ridge or even the problem of water dripping from the eaves, a quarrel can break out at any time. If the situation gets serious, a fight may break out at any time. Let's eat first. The two sons were already drooling with greed. After being allowed to eat, the eldest son immediately grabbed a piece of donpa pork, and the younger son was not to be outdone and scooped up a piece with a spoon. He can hold chopsticks now, but not very well. My eldest son started practicing using chopsticks half a year ago, and now he can do it quite well. After picking up the donpa pork, he then picked up a lot of chicken and shrimp. You two should finish your food first before you take some. No one is going to snatch it from you. Only after Su Yang spoke did they stop filling their bowls. The eldest son picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth first. Wow, Dad, this chicken is so delicious. System prompt: the fruits of your labor satisfy others, generate 3 times the critical hit, and gain 30 labor value. After eating the chicken, we ate donpa pork. It melts in your mouth, a mixture of salty and sweet, and even though his mouth was full of sauce, he didn't care. System prompt: the fruits of your labor satisfy others, generate 3 times the critical hit, and gain 30 labor value. Seeing their 2 grandsons eating with gusto, the 2 elders also started to use their chopsticks to pick up a piece of donpa pork to eat. Hey, Ayang, your donpa pork tastes really good. Su Mingsheng gave a compliment. Kai Wei-jian also nodded. It's really good. Not only is it tasty, but it doesn't feel greasy at all when eaten. Su Yang chuckled and said, Mom, now you believe that my cooking skills have improved. I give you a compliment. Your tail is about to lift up. The youngest son, who was eating meat, interrupted and said, Dad, do you have a tail? I can't see it. Everyone laughed after hearing this. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, it was already past 7 o'clock. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Yang called the 2 children and prepared to go back. After putting the vegetables picked by the 2 elders into the trunk of the car, Su Yang and others prepared to go back. Someone come, someone is killing someone, someone is killing someone. At this moment, a panicked shout was heard from outside. Chapter 120, 2 kinds of people can sleep in the same bed. Someone come, someone is killing someone, someone is killing someone. The shouts continued, and then Su Yang heard a burst of angry cursing and the sound of things being thrown. Soon a lot of noisy sounds were heard. Su Yang said to Su Wei, You and the child are inside. Su Wei nodded. Although she was also very curious about what was happening outside, she just heard shouting and it seemed that the situation was a bit serious. In her current condition, it was really not suitable for her to join in the fun. Mom, you stay home too. Dad and I will go outside to take a look. Kai Wei-jian wanted to go out and take a look, but when she thought that Su Wei was alone at home and that she was pregnant with twins, she didn't go with her. When the father and son walked outside, they saw many people from the village coming out. I'm telling you, I'm not going to live this day anymore. The roar was heard again, followed by the sound of something being smashed. The father and son looked at each other, and Su Yang said, It seems to be coming from Ah Chiang's house. The sound just now sounded like a Juan shouting. Su Mingxing nodded. It seems that they are arguing again. At this time, more and more people came out of the village. Su Yang also walked over and saw a woman with messy hair and no shoes on her feet. Her face was a little swollen, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. At this time, she was lying on the ground, shouting loudly, Ouch, it hurts so much. Ouch. I won't live anymore. You short-lived bastard, if you have the guts, kill me today. Behind the woman who was lying on her stomach was a man who was about 40 years old and had a crew cut. He had a mustache on his lips and looked very angry. He was holding a stick in his hand. No, to be precise, it should be a carrying pole. He raised it up and hit the woman directly on the body. I'm going to beat you to death today. Ouch, ouch. Murder, murder. Seeing the man hitting the woman with a stick, Su Yang, like everyone else, quickly rushed forward to stop the man from hitting the woman. Ah Chiang, if you continue to fight, someone will really die. Although the man named Ah Chiang was very angry, after the crowd stopped him, he struggled free and was about to hit the woman again, but was stopped by the crowd again. Don't stop me. She wants me to beat her to death, so what if I beat her to death? However, there were more and more people in the village at this time, and those who stopped Chang were all men, and at the same time they pulled him aside. Chang did not continue beating the woman. Instead, he returned home and swept away all the things in the house with a carrying pole. The glass cup shattered directly. Those plastic cups were swept to the ground without breaking, and Chang put them on the shoulder pole. The TV and the plastic chairs were all smashed. There were even 2 wooden chairs that he broke in half. The whole house was in a mess at this time. I won't live anymore, I won't live anymore. The woman was howling on the ground. She had just been hit twice with sticks, which made her pain worse. Looking at this scene, Su Yang frowned. Chang and Su Yang are of the same generation. Although they have the same surname, there are more than 10 generations between them. All we can say is that when they worship their ancestors, they go to the same ancestral hall. The rest doesn't matter. In Su Yang's memory, the couple Su Chang and Luo Wan had a small quarrel every 3 days, a big quarrel every 5 days, and a physical fight every 10 days or half a month. Su Yang had seen something like what happened tonight more than 10 years ago. It happened not long after Luo Wan married Su Chang. After that, conflicts would break out from time to time. The people in the village are really used to this kind of thing. However, the main fault in this matter naturally lies with Su Chang. Su Chang had not received much education. He usually carried a battery and went to rivers and streams to fish with electricity for a living. For a long time he also caught fish and rigged frogs. However, since wild frogs and snakes could no longer be caught, he began to make a living by using electric fishing. A few years ago, someone came to the village to collect some plant medicinal herbs. He was very diligent and climbed mountains and crossed ridges to cut them. In the eyes of the villagers, Su Chang is a very hard-working person except that he is uneducated and cannot read or write. He doesn't drink much, but he does smoke. But he had an act that was enough to destroy the entire family. Bet. Any family, once it gets involved with gambling, is doomed. Don't believe a gambler who says he will quit gambling. The reason why I quit smoking is that I really have no money and can't even borrow money. As long as Su Chang has no money on him, he will be quiet for 2 days. But once he has $2 in his pocket, he will definitely go and lose $4. Just like all gamblers, he laughs when he wins. Once you lose money, it would be wrong for the people at home to breathe even a little loudly. Needless to say, in this situation tonight, it should be that Su Chang lost money again. Luo Wan scolded him a few words and a conflict broke out. When it comes to domestic violence, there are only 0 and countless times. Don't believe a domestic violence man who says he will change. Su Yang looked at Luo Wan lying on the ground wailing and screaming, and sighed inwardly. For more than 10 years, she has been subjected to domestic violence several times a year, but they have not divorced yet. Su Yang has no idea what Luo Wan is thinking. Although Luo Wan has many shortcomings, people in the village also have a lot of opinions about her. But in the face of such occasional domestic violence, she was still able to stay. I don't know if it was because she was used to being submissive or if Su Chang had threatened her. For example, he said something cruel like, if she dared to leave, he would kill her whole family. Su Yang mostly heard about the situation between Su Chang and Luo Wan from people in the village. After high school, he started living in a boarding house, sometimes coming back once every half a month, sometimes once a month. When he went to college, he came back even less often. I heard a lot about the situations in the village from my parents. Dad, in this situation, don't you call the police? Report it. Su Mingxing spread his hands and said, but it's useless. The law enforcement officers came here just to stop us. Su Yang frowned, then felt a little helpless. Although the civil code clearly states that domestic violence is no longer a family matter, but an illegal act. But the enforcement is not strong enough. Su Mingxing continued, just last August, I don't know if you know about this. Chang beat a Juan again, and the law enforcement officers came and took Chang away directly. Originally they wanted to detain Chang for a few days to teach him a lesson, but Juan heard from someone that detaining him would affect her offspring's chances of passing the civil service exam, so she went to the law enforcement agency to make a scene. The incident lasted for several days, and the law enforcement officers almost locked her up as well. Su Yang was speechless for a while. People often say that there are 2 kinds of people sleeping in the same bed. Maybe Luo Wan was assimilated by Su Chang, or maybe Luo Wan had this kind of nature to begin with. But the situation tonight seems to be a bit too serious. Just as Luo Wan continued to wail, law enforcement officers arrived. Chapter 121, How can a single man understand the joy of having a wife hug him? It's you two again. Obviously, the law enforcement officers recognized them. No wonder. The law enforcement officers are in charge of this area. Su Chang and Luo Wan are well known in their Baipo village. Someone has to come to mediate every now and then, and I can't help but remember it. As for the problem between the couple, it is an old problem. However, the situation tonight seems to be more serious than usual. When Luo Wan saw the law enforcement officers coming, she lay on the ground and shouted even louder. That short-lived guy wants to beat me to death, you guys should catch him quickly. If you don't arrest them, I will definitely be beaten to death by him tonight. Ouch, it hurts so much, he broke my waist. Luo Wan couldn't get up. Su Chang's smashing of the carrying pole just now was so powerful that it might have broken several ribs. Su Yang watched for a while, and then the village chief and the district staff came, so he stopped watching the fun. Dad, I'm going back first. When Su Mingxing heard that Su Yang was going back, he followed him back too. What happened? I think I saw someone from law enforcement coming over. Kai Huijian asked as Su Yang entered the door. Before Su Yang opened his mouth, Su Mingxing spoke first. What else could it be? It's still Aqian and his wife. I don't know if Aqian lost money in gambling again, and a Juan probably said something to him again, and then Aqian exploded. He kept hitting a Juan with a carrying pole. If the villagers hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid he would have really killed her. Ah. Kai Huijian looked shocked. So how is Juan now? I'm not sure, but I was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. I think I broke some bones. Ah, this Ah Chang is really something, how could he be so harsh? Su Yang knew that his mother would definitely want to join in the fun. If you don't join in the fun in the village, you are not a villager. Mom and Dad, it's getting late. Let's go back first. Okay, drive carefully then. After getting in the car, Su Yang reminded, don't bother with things like Ah Chang and his wife. Also, don't go to work too often recently, and take care of your health. I see. We know our own physical conditions. But you have to pay attention to Wei Wei. She is pregnant with twins, which is different from the previous ones. I will. Su Yang didn't say anything else and started the car and went back. He is not too worried that his parents will go to work secretly. He just finished his meal and used medical test cards on each of them. Now that I can monitor their physical condition in real time, I feel a little more at ease. It was almost 8:30 when I got home. They had to go to school the next day, so after Su Yang gave his two sons a bath, he let them play for a while and then let them go to bed. Maybe the two brothers were running around and having fun excitedly at their hometown today, so they fell asleep not long after lying down in bed tonight. After taking a look at the two people's medical test cards, which showed that everything was normal, Su Yang came out of the room. Wife, it's late, you should go to bed too. How about coming together? I have been studying the Tao Te Ching these days. Don't try to seduce me, you devil. Puff. Su Wei chuckled. Then in the next few months, I'll have to trouble you to continue studying the Tao Te Ching. But don't study it too much. I'll let you practice Tai Chi after the baby is completely stable. Su Yang. After Su Wei fell asleep, Su Yang went to the study. After a quick look, the labor value is now over 22,000. Without further ado, Su Yang started with a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 skill points. After 10 consecutive draws, there was not even a consolation prize. However, there are quite a few skill points and attribute points, which are almost the same as the points obtained from the previous 10 consecutive draws. After thinking about it, Su Yang decided to do something big. Anyway, I now have more than 20,000 labor points, so I can use the direct exchange lottery method. Just when Su Yang was about to draw, Li Jun called. "Ai Yang, are you asleep?" "Nonsense, even if I was asleep, you woke me up." Su Yang said unhappily. "What's up?" "Lo Hui and I are eating barbecue, and I wonder if you want to come out for a drink?" Su Yang looked at the time. It was only 10:30, so it was still very early. After thinking for a while, Su Yang asked, "Is it still the original barbecue stall?" "Right. Then I'll take a taxi there now." Originally wanting to continue drawing the lottery, Su Yang could only wait until later or tomorrow. Back in the room, Su Yang was about to speak, but Su Wei opened her eyes first. "Who's calling? Did it bother you?" "It's not that noisy." I just went to bed a little while ago, so I didn't fall into a deep sleep that soon. Ajuan, call me out for a midnight snack. Then go ahead. Su Wei pulled the quilt and added, don't drink too much. Good. Su Yang lowered his head and kissed Su Wei on the lips before leaving. The place where the three of them usually have supper is in the middle of where they live. In this way, when three people go out for a midnight snack, they won't feel that the distance is too far. When Su Yang arrived, Li Jun was grilling a skewer of squid, and next to him sat a man who was about the same age as them. Judging from his physique, he is not particularly strong and has clean short hair. From the outside, he looks like a weak scholar. Ling Lehui, like Li Jun, is one of the few good friends. In fact, Su Yang doesn't have many friends with whom he regularly interacts over the years. Li Jun and Ling Lehui have known each other since childhood and their homes are not far from each other, so they meet quite frequently. As soon as Su Yang sat down, Li Jun couldn't help but complain, "You guy, I thought you would say you were busy tonight. Aren't you tired of sleeping with your wife in your arms every day?" Su Yang smiled and said, "For someone like you who doesn't have a wife, you don't understand, Lehui, right? Of course, a single guy like him wouldn't know the joy of having a wife hug him." Among the three, Su Yang got married the earliest, and Lehui got married last year. From what he said, he wanted to spend another year or two with his wife in their own world before considering having children, so he is relatively free now. TSK, they are all henpecked. No one cares even if you want to. Hey, you guys are teaming up to attack me. It seems like you were the one who started this. Okay, I surrender. Li Jun raised his glass and drank a glass as a punishment. It's easy to make an appointment with Yang now, but it was really hard to make an appointment with him when he was still working. You work during the day and spend time with your wife and children after get off work, so you are almost out of social life. Su Yang shrugged and said nothing. Compared to his almost unsocial nature, Su Wei has had no social life at all since she became a mother. In this regard, women sacrifice more than men. So it is normal for him to go home at night to be with his wife and children. Chapter 122 Barbecue Night, Confession. Yang, do you have any plans to go fishing recently? After drinking, Li Jun looked at Su Yang and asked. Su Yang was eating a skewer of mutton. After hearing what Li Jun said, he thought for a moment before answering, I really don't have any plans recently. He didn't want to go out to sea for the time being, so he took someone else's boat. As for Zhou Quanqing, he decided to buy the boat first, and then go through the transfer procedures after Zhou Quanqing had dealt with his relationship with his daughter in a few days. But he hasn't taken the ship driving license test yet, so he is not considering going out to sea in the short term. You want to go to sea? I have this idea. Look for Yang Pengxing. Didn't you go out to sea on his boat before? He's an acquaintance, so I feel more at ease. I don't dare to look for him now. Su Yang was curious. Li Jun took a bite of the skewers before explaining, ever since you caught several large yellow croakers in a row, Yang Pengxing's boat has not stopped since the control was lifted. Now all his work is booked for 3 days later. Su Yang was a little surprised. It's one thing that it's hard to make a reservation, but the key is that the boat fare changes every day. It was 500 before, and I asked about the price last night and heard that it has risen to 2,000. The most annoying thing is that everyone is fighting to get on the boat even though the ticket is so expensive. Su Yang remembered that Yang Pengxing's boat had 10 fishing spots, and each person paid 2,000 yuan, which meant 20,000 yuan for one trip. Excluding fuel consumption, the daily income exceeds 10,000 yuan. Is it the yellow croaker effect? You do not say. Li Jun looked at Su Yang, you caught big yellow croaker and lobster that day. Who would want to miss this wave of operations? Maybe you haven't paid attention to the news in the fishing circle these days. Isn't Ghost Tooth Reef a dark rock area? Now that place is a designated shipping route and is about to be developed into a marine tourist attraction. Su Yang's mouth twitched. Can this be considered as indirectly boosting local tourism consumption? Are there no other ships? Of course there are. Right now, there are at least 5 or 6 fishing boats around the Ghost Rock Reef and the place where you caught the big yellow croaker every day. Then you can choose another ship. The prices of other ships should not be so outrageous. There has been a price increase, but it's not that outrageous. But people still want to take Yang Pengxing's boat, hoping to get lucky and maybe catch a big yellow croaker. After Li Jun finished eating the skewers, he put the bamboo skewers aside. In addition to the many people on the sea, many fishing anchors from all over the country have flocked to the Hohai area to broadcast live. Many non-fishing anchors have also squeezed in to get some traffic. I have to say that the recent wave of traffic is still quite large. Even the accounts with a few slices have a lot of traffic, and some even took the opportunity to hang windows. All right. If an event or a place is popular, all the internet celebrities will definitely get involved. Su Yang was just thinking, if Li Jun really planned to go fishing. Even if he has no plans to go out to sea in the near future, he can consider going to Hohai for some fishing. Now he simply gave up the idea. Ling Lahui raised his cup, clinked it with everyone and took a sip before speaking. Ajuan, if we build a boat now, can we take advantage of this popularity and earn some money from the boat fare? Li Jun thought for a moment and said, the current wave of popularity is not as strong as the previous few days. The main reason is that with so many people, no one has caught a yellow croaker. Some people have caught a lobster, but the popularity is relatively low. Unless. Li Jun looked at Su Yang. Unless Yang performs another miracle and catches big yellow croakers in a row. Su Yang chuckled and said, you said it was a miracle, how could you just catch it easily? Besides, the area of Hohai has become a marine tourist attraction now. Not to mention the yellow croaker, even the most common grouper would probably be scared away. This is also true. Every day a lot of boats are running around on the sea, scaring away all the fish. In fact, the three of them have average alcohol tolerance. I had a glass of beer and ate a lot of skewers, but I still hadn't finished the glass of wine. Everyone is raising fish. With their drinking capacity, asking for wine is actually embarrassing. But if you don't order a beer when having a barbecue, it feels like something is missing. As the fish and the wine were almost dying, the three of them finally finished their glass of wine. While pouring the wine, Su Yang suddenly asked, Lahui, do you know how to sail a boat? Do you have a license? Yes. Ling Lahui looked at Su Yang, you forgot that my family used to be fishermen. When I was 18, I took the A1F exam. I finished high school, but my grades were too bad to go to college. My father was afraid that I would not be able to find a job in the future. When I was 20 years old, he urged me to take the coastal near sea vessel driving license test, preparing to let me go sailing. Li Jun looked at Ling Lahui with surprise, how come I didn't know you were so outstanding? I have so many good qualities, but you don't even know them. We have known each other for so many years. You really make me sad. No. Li Jun defended, you researched this, but you never told me about it. And I remember your family suddenly changed to a dry goods store selling seafood and the like. I have to blame my dad for this. I passed the coastal near sea vessel driving test, but he saw a news report about a shipwreck in which more than a dozen crew members died, so he changed his mind. No. Your family used to go fishing, so this kind of news is common. Ling Lahui rolled his eyes at Li Jun and said, if you are doing the job of carrying manure now, will you let your son inherit it in the future? That certainly won't happen. That's the truth. My dad had no choice in his time. He had to support his family. Even if he saw a fishing boat capsize, he still had to go out to sea the next day. Ling Lahui took a sip of wine and continued, although fishing at sea is hard and dangerous, it is the same for any profession. But we have to admit that money can be earned. Look, he made money and wanted his son to live a long life. This is reasonable, isn't it? After a pause, Ling Lahui joked, if you still don't understand, your son will probably have to carry manure with him in the future. Su Yang smiled and said, that's not bad. I can then contract all the manure in the village to collect and make it into organic fertilizer to sell. I can also make a fortune. Ling Lahui burst into laughter. Li Jun took a look at the barbecue in front of him and suddenly felt that the barbecue had a bit of flavor. Three big men with average drinking tolerance chatted for more than half an hour before they finished a bottle of beer. It's shameful. Ling Lahui said as he looked at the empty beer bottle. Ajuan said he would not come home until he was drunk tonight, so I didn't drive here. If I had known that the three of us would only drink one bottle, we might as well have just had a drink. Li Jun smiled and said, I was going to have a big drink, but I forgot about drinking when I was eating this string of skewers. There are currently 3B ultrasound rooms open. Suli, I have to send my son to school tomorrow, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get up. My wife and I are planning to have a baby, and we have recently started to quit smoking and drinking. Although quitting smoking and drinking may not necessarily lead to the birth of a genius, my wife strongly urges me to quit, so I will quit for a while. The three chatted for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they prepared to go home. Ling Lahui left first, and when Su Yang was about to stop a car, Li Jun suddenly stopped him. Yang, I have something to tell you. What's up? Li Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, "You still remember Lin Han Yu, right?" Su Yan thought about it and then nodded. I confessed to her last night.